This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
No, he homered after being hit by the pitch. And he swings, and this one is cranked out to left. Lucas turns, he looks, and it's out of here. Is it Adrian Beltre or Marcus Semien? Marcus Semien with his second homer of the series, and the Rangers strike first with a 2-run shot here in the second.
That is how we start the live Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Choppy out this week on vacation, golfing in Gaylord, Michigan. I'm Sean Treif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the 6 a.m. club. The Rangers, they ride 4 home runs to avoid the sweep against Toronto, 10-4. They get in double digits offensively, but after the carnage and damage that was done over the rest of the weekend, 5.5 back in the wild card now, 7.5 back in the American League West.
But it's all better. They scored 10 runs. And so it's good. They're good. The offense is fixed. Nothing is wrong. We're just going to look the other way. There was a little bit of that from Rangers fans, I felt like, yesterday, where it's
what a great job by the boys.
We might be able to jumpstart this. Maybe this is the jumpstart we need. It's just they're still trying to hold on to hope a little bit, I think.
Really?
That's what I saw.
Okay. In the previous games, you've scored 4, 5, 2, and then you got the 10 yesterday. I was ready to make yesterday the final nail in the coffin if they had lost that game.
Mm-hmm.
I was ready to just say, all right, this is done and over with. Full Cowboys, preseason game number 3. We're not even going to have Jared Sandler on if they win. We're going to have a memorandum in memory, whatever the funeral procession is. But Jared will join us at 8 o'clock today as Marcus Semien, Wyatt Langford end up going yard.
Does feel like...
But Friday, Saturday was disaster on my timeline and social media reactions.
I
disaster.
We went to the Cowboys game Saturday night, and we were hanging out down there, and I ran into a couple different people, and that was one of the questions I got 2-3 different times was, Rangers are done, right? Rangers are done. It's like, yeah, they're it feels like they're done right now. Now they'll always do enough they'll give you a game like this where it's like, all right, they won another game, and maybe you feel like, all right, Evaldi's still pitching well, and you've got DeGrom, and this pitching, as long as they can just pick up some of this momentum. If Semien can pick this up, if Wyatt Langford can pick up some of this momentum, but the reality is that this is a probably 500 baseball team. That's probably what they are. They're about 80 to 84 wins this season.
5 straight hits with 2 outs in the 4th inning resulted in 3 runs. You heard Semien. Berger came up big. We got some negative injury news on him. Jonah Heim as well. And Nick Harris had sent this out after Friday's loss. The Rangers have lost 29 games in the 7th inning or later this year. 29. That includes 14 of their last 21. If they just won 14 of those 29, so half, they'd be leading the entire American League by 4 games.
Oh.
The entire AL by 4 games. But we take you back in time over the weekend. They were up 3-0 in the 7th inning on Friday. You and I were out to dinner and chilling with the family, and Jared Sandler just starts hitting me up. Are you seeing this? Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. And I'm like, all right, what's going on? Let's figure out what's going on with the Rangers. Garcia's in. What is Bruce Bochy doing? What is Bruce Bochy doing, having this guy still with the ability to throw a baseball on a big league roster? He gives up a 2-run homer. Sean M. McFarland had tweeted, Robert Garcia has allowed a run in 5 of his last 7 appearances and is 0 for 3 in save situations this month. He's got a 12.6 ERA in 7 games since August 1st. Marcus, though, he has a 2-run homer. That gives you 5-2 in the 8th. You're good to go. Then they take the lead against Maton. Including a walk with the bases loaded, and you waste Jacob deGrom pitching 5 shutout innings, allowing 2 hits with no walks and 5 strikeouts. And that's where yesterday I was like, this lead is getting blown.
Yeah.
I think they had 2 men on in the 8th inning. I was all right, here it is. They're going to hit a 3-run homer. They'll be down by 1, but the Rangers prevailed.
They rally in the end and they hold on to it. But, man, you mentioned Garcia. They were the first 41 and a third innings he pitched this year. He gave up 3 home runs. He's given up 4 in the last 5 innings. Like, he's broken at this point.
Yeah.
And he had been like, I don't want to pretend like he hadn't been good for them throughout the season. The first couple months of the year, he was nails. Like, he was really, really good for them. You're talking about a guy who up through mid-May was under a 2 ERA. And then before this stretch that he ran into, he was a 2.61 ERA entering this month. Like, you can run with that. That's not a problem. But he has completely lost it this month. He's just getting hit really hard. I think it was, out of his last 7 appearances, he's failed to make it through the entire inning in like 5 of them, I think. And so it's been a rough road for him, but this is why you look at it and say they needed back into the bullpen help. They needed closer help. They needed offensive help. Like, these are the 2 things that continue to kill them. I had to look it up because I knew they were getting crushed late in games. And so since the deadline, they've been outscored in the 7th through 9th innings, 27-11. Oh, they're just getting destroyed there. That's where Arizona, that's where they were getting worked. That's where they got worked a couple times against Seattle. This is their lot right now. They get good pitching for the first 6 innings. You turn it over to the bullpen. It's a close game. Bullpen can't hold it, and the offense can't do anything to rebound.
Patrick Corbin looks like the starter version of Garcia right now. As Saturday, he allowed a season-high 7 runs in 2 1/3, shortest outing of the year. Corbin is winless since July 10th and has not finished the 5th inning of any of his past 3 starts as they get bludgeoned 14-2.
Yeah, that's the return to earth for him, which we all kind of thought that was going to be a possibility for him. Now when you look at it, because throughout the year it was like, all right, mid-3s ERA, he was just battling, and it was like, all right, this is stable, this is steady, this looks like something that you might be able to sustain because he's not, even though he's not striking out a bunch of guys, he's not giving up a whole bunch of hard contact, he's not giving up home runs. And then you look at the last 4 starts, his ERA is 9.2. 9.2 in 4 starts. That's just, it's awful. And it's just this is what you were worried about the whole time with the Rangers starting staff, is that if they went sideways a little bit, you didn't have the back end of the bullpen or the offense to be able to sustain it, to be able to save it. And that's what they're running into now. And that's why they've struggled so much.
877-881-1053. Is it over? Was it the weekend nail in the coffin for your Rangers? This, of course, is your home for Rangers baseball on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Star up, star down for your Cowboys review coming up at 7:20. We'll do legit or loco on the home of the Cowboys. Did I say 7:20? 6:20, star up, star down. 7:20, legit or loco. Best and worst of the weekend. Jared Sandler at 8 o'clock. It's a new Music Monday at 8:20. And then Nick Eatman recapping Cowboys 0-2 at 9:20 here on DFW Sports Station. What happened with John Gray? It's kind of a weird story.
Dude, John Gray, so you look at the fact that other than him getting shelled, Or him going unclaimed on waivers, you mean?
Waivers.
No, yeah. No, Gray is at the point now where they're just trying to free up money, I think. I would imagine. This is the same thing that they looked at when they were looking at trading Adolis, was the idea of we've got to be able to free up cash. And Gray was the guy that was the easiest opportunity for them to trade, I felt like, at the deadline when they were looking at pitchers, because the whole idea was, let's move on from him. Let's free up money. We don't need the space right now. Let's go ahead and do this. And so they'll do these unclaimed waiver things in August and September a lot of time just to see, will somebody take on the cash? Will somebody remove it from us? But that's another thing that probably signals to them that they're pretty much out of this right now. And they recognize where they are and what opportunities they have, and they need to free up cash. This better be working towards something. Like when you tell me you're not going to spend at the deadline because of certain restrictions that exist for you, whether it be in your minor league system or your cash or whatever else. When you tell me like, well, we just got to bite this bullet for the rest of this year, and when we get into 26, we're going to be able to spend money. Okay, you better do that next offseason then, because if you don't, this team's not going to get good in a hurry, because this is a minor league system that's really weak right now, and a bunch of players who clearly have peaked at this point in terms of when we wonder, was that the peak or was that the building towards something? It looks like they've peaked.
Well, I wouldn't hold my breath towards another Seager-DeGrom spending spree. This is the danger when we're not a mid-market team. That's the thing that's really frustrating about it, right? We're a top 5 market, but it still feels like, hey, if the Rangers get a title, we can live off that for the next 15 years. The Rangers are that type of organization, and that's the way people think about us in Major League Baseball. You just hope that management and ownership, I should say, does not feel that same way. We got the title, right? If you're the Yankees, if you're the Phillies, if you're the Dodgers, you're saying we need 3 more. Okay, whoop-de-doo, we got one. We're supposed to win one. But when, you're the Rangers, you just hope that ownership would probably come back and say, I know for a fact that ownership has been very unhappy recently, saying we spent all this money and we're a 500 team.
Yeah.
We spent all this money and we're not scoring. That tells me the mindset, Bobby, that probably isn't going to be building towards what you're hoping for.
No, but that's the other thing.
They're saying, look, we got Jacob DeGrom. We paid Seager. We paid Simeon. We spent.
Yeah, and look, what you were supposed to have behind that was guys getting to the majors and clicking faster, and guys sustaining who they were. Like Nathaniel Lowe was supposed to be a little bit better. Like he wasn't supposed to bottom out as quickly where you moved on from. Adolis wasn't supposed to just all of a sudden bottom out. You thought Evan Carter was going to continue that trajectory that you got. Like you had guys that you were projecting into the minor league system, Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, like all these different guys that you thought, this is the young talent coming up from behind it. We're going to invest in these big stars to make us competitive now. And then these young stars are going to come up alongside them. And those guys just haven't hit the way that they thought they were going to. They haven't clicked into place the way that they banked on, the way that they thought. And now what you're left with is, man, some aging superstars who cost you a bunch of money like Marcus Simeon, and some talent that has not clicked into place the way you want it. So it's like, all right, your only option now to recover this is going to be to spend money again.
So John Gray is still on the team.
Yes.
They just put him on waivers, hoping someone would pick up the rest of the money.
Yeah, and then put him on IL yesterday. And so that's kind of where he's at right now, is that was the hope of just, it's like in past years when you would hear something back when you had the post waiver trade deadline where you'd get guys who would get put on waivers, claimed, and then a deal will get worked out or something like that. This time around now, it's just put them on waivers, see if somebody will take the money from you.
For all the John Gray love, he still had a 7.94 ERA last month. This month, it's a 7.56. I feel bad for him because he's thrown into these situations, right? It's like you're starting to get shelled. John, get in there for 4 innings and save the bullpen. It's a 7.71 ERA on the season, with the most recent outing, the 14-2 loss, 2 1/3 with 4 earned, giving up 2 bombs.
How much money does he make?
6?
No, $13 million. He's owed $13 million. This season, he was a $13 million contract. So if you can remove 2 months or 6 weeks worth of that $13 million salary and potentially, make your massage some things a little bit in terms of your finances, I get it, especially with the way that he's been pitching. So just see if somebody will take him out there. He's clearly not pitched well enough to where anybody wants to tap into that right now, though.
Pepe, you were holding out hope still last week as a Ranger diehard. How are you feeling after the Toronto series?
Barely. Barely hanging in there.
Barely.
It's just so frustrating because if this team just gets beat straight up, then it's like, okay, whatever. The other team's just better than them. But it's the way they've lost that's so freaking exhausting. And I know that you kind of got to look at it both ways. They've had some, crazy comebacks that, that even out their, meltdowns late in the games. But it was a loss last week to Arizona. And then you had, a game against the Yankees that you felt like you could have won. You probably should have taken 2 or 3 here. You win Friday. And so in Saturday's game, we'll just, forget about that one. But it's frustrating. That Phillies series is still frustrating. You should have taken at least 1, maybe 2 out there as well. But it's the way you're losing that's so frustrating here.
And now you're getting the Royals, who have won 3 in a row and 7 of their last 10. They're 2 games over. You're 1 game under. 3rd in the American League Central. And it'll be Kansas City against your Rangers right here on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. The Sandman will join us at 8 o'clock. Your Cowboys report card. Star up, star down. What stood out, good or bad, for the Cowboys against the Ravens? 877-881-1053 to hit us up. 877-881-1053. Star up, star down for Cowboys Baltimore is next. But
right call. Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3233 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to Cards Record attorneys in Dallas.
Third down, and Milton throwing that. No, he won't throw it. He'll be sacked for a safety. A little more presence. He's got to get rid of the ball. Milton sacked for a safety by Marquise Robinson.
Not a good start. And not a good start for Star Up, Star Down on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Thanks to the Tolos as part of the 6 a.m. club on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Choppy is out on vacation this week. Bobby Belt was in Arlington. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Give us your Cowboys report card at 877-881-1053.
The leadoff here has to be, and it has to be because I was instructed by Zach Wolchuk as we were walking out of halftime.
To praise Matt Stafford?
Pretty close. I mean, it was another quarterback thing, but he's walking in front of me, turns around, he points at me, like almost sticks his finger in my chest. He's like, you better go as hard after Milton as you did after Trey Lance last year. I'm like, oh gosh, we still got Trey Lance loyalists around here.
Yeah, Zach tweeted, this is unfair to the rest of the team. That's what he ended up saying. Like, enough is enough. This is unfair in the evaluation for the rest of the Cowboys, with Joe Milton in the first half going 2 for 8 passing, 14 yards, 1 interception. The passer rating is 0.0. For the game, he ends up 9 of 18 for $122, no touchdowns and a pick.
When you see the safety that we just played coming back, the call Sham had of the safety, that was like, when I saw that, I was like, he can't be out there. Not right now. He can be out there right now. I don't care. Zach and I differ a little bit. We talked about it in the postgame. He and I differ a little bit on how unfair it may be to the rest of the team to have him out there. I don't think it particularly is. Like, to me, I think a lot of this stuff, when Mingo gets free in the first game, I think the team looks at it and goes, better ball, he's there.
And man, does Milton love Mingo.
He does. Well, and now Mingo's got his knee that he's dealing with, according to Todd Archer. So we'll see how long that takes for him to get back. But
so why is this different? Because RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys, was pointing out the differences. Just explain it for the radio audience. Why is this different from Trey Lance?
I don't think it totally is. Now, here's the thing. There's a few different things that are different. But in general, is he just as maddening when you watch him out there as it was with Trey Lance last year? Yeah. Is it just as bad? Yeah, a lot of ways it is. The difference is that Trey Lance was in year 5 or whatever he was, 4 or 5. He was a former top 3 pick, and it's somebody that you gave up a 3rd rounder for, or a 4th rounder, whatever you did. Like, you gave up to, like, the idea of just like, I'm going to buy low on a guy who we think if he hits big, there's still a lot of positive thought about this guy and who he can be. And so Trey Lance was a different question in terms of pedigree and things like that. Milton was a 6th round pick for a reason. Like, that's where he went because everybody knew how raw he was and how much, like, man, the tools are all there.
A 5th, right?
5th or 6th. I can't remember.
Because Dane Brugler tweeted during the game, a 5th, this is what he is, a 5th felt too rich.
A lot of people feel that way about him. Is that the thing is that it's such a big leap to say you have all the tools, but are you ever going to put it together? Like, are you ever going to become a football player? And you didn't know that question. You didn't know the answer to that. And he's shown flashes at times. When he throws the ball, that throw he threw down the sideline to Mingo, it was beautiful.
Yes.
It was a great throw. That's great. He can't see free rushers coming. He had no awareness on that safety that there was a rusher coming. And it was right up the gut. I mean, there were 2-3 different times where you saw him point out somebody at the line of scrimmage, like point out a rusher and say, like, he's coming. That guy doesn't come. And then somebody else does, and they run free, and now he's rushing a throw again. It's maddening to watch him. I'm not done with him, though. This is what I was with Lance.
This is what Ochoa said. This is much better than the Trey Lance situation if you allow yourself to calm down a little bit. Milton is a second-year player getting the time to learn and grow that he needs at this stage. That never happened with Trey. Dallas acquired Lance at the end of the preseason in his 3rd year.
Yeah, and when Lance came back around, Lance was obviously somebody that they brought in. He got the full offseason, then he came into training camp, and he still looked bad. Like, when we saw Lance look this bad, it was after a full year of sitting here and the full reset had been hit. That's not the case with Milton. Milton got here this offseason. He's obviously had time to work on things, but he was somebody who he could have been in the system the last 2 years, and there's still, let's put him out there for every single rep, basically, during these games because we need him to get the reps. We need him to learn how to play the game. That's why, to me, if you're telling me which is more valuable, Joe Milton getting every rep during the preseason and learning how to play football, or making sure Will Greer's in there so that Jalen Cropper can catch a slant, I'm going to take Joe Milton and just take my chances with. We'll figure out. We'll get the evaluation right of the receivers. Let me see Joe Milton get reps, though, and work on getting better.
Cowboys offense in the first half. Safety taken, 3 and out, turnover on downs, 3 and out. And I kind of charted Joe's day. Safety on the first drive with that DB blitz. He was way off to Jalen Cropper on a 3rd and 1. He throws the interception right after. The first play after the Kamon Hall pick, the overthrow into double coverage. That was awful. And he's way behind Mingo on a 3rd and 4. You're off the field. And then the great throw to Mingo with the bomb for 49.
I did like seeing it's a very brief thing, but I did like seeing the Schottenheimer-Dak relationship, the visual representation of it very briefly there after the Milton interception, where Shotty's basically over there talking to him, and then basically turns to Dak and goes you got this?
It was like 3 seconds with Shotty pointing something out, and then it seemed like it was 3 seconds with Dak.
Yeah,
with Joe.
Either it's like Shotty hey, you got this, I'm going to go back to coaching now. Like just in terms of that they understand things the same way. It looked to me like visual representation of these two at least think similarly.
You got to figure out a way to shoehorn some Dak positive.
That's not even a Dak positivity.
Coaching. What do you take from Joe Milton's performance? Dak is a great coach.
That is not even a Dak positivity thing. And by the way, we know he's a great coach. We saw he got Will Greer claimed by the Bengals with that play calling he had a couple of years ago. Dear God. That's a real play caller, not Mike McCarthy.
Brian Schottenheimer on if he is concerned with Joe.
I wouldn't say I'm concerned. I mean, again, he, we didn't get into rhythm offensively. It's what we did in the first half against the Rams. I think came out with a little bit of a different mindset in terms of trying to run the ball. They got him. They fooled him a little bit on the safety on the 3rd down there. We're trying to get the ball out of his hand fast, and they showed down one side, Calvin, and brought the blitz from the other side, and it just spooked him, and he's got to try to throw that ball away. And his feet were kind of talking to him, but it wasn't just Joe. I mean, we got to be able to run the ball better. Got to take care of the football. He throws the ball with a lot of tempo. I thought Hunter had a ball. He could have made a catch on the over. And again, you hit a couple of those things, and it gets you going. Sometimes, you need somebody to help you make a play. And I don't think we did a great job of that. I just told the guys, I said, hey, the bottom line is this, we're not going to say that that's just a preseason game. We're not just going to say, oh, we'll be fine. We're going to look at it, because the fact that, we really lost both halves, that is something that we have to get corrected. There's too many good football players, too many good coaches for us to perform the way that we did tonight.
The fan text, the Frankel and Frankel injury turns fan text is, I wouldn't say melting down, but they're overheating is what I'm seeing here. We got Shottiest Campo 2.0. The question is Schottenheimer really this bad, not Milton? Look, I understand this hasn't been great from Joe Milton. I don't know that there's a damn thing you can take out of these first 2 games that will tell you anything good or bad really about Brian Schottenheimer yet. That to me, I don't know.
Buffalo lost last night 38-zip.
Just take a breath. Just take a breath. It's not that. And look,
that's why we have legit or loco at 720. is the Cowboy take and the meltdowns on social media legit or loco?
Shotty is not the reason that Milton is just missing people, and that Milton is not seeing a blitz coming and just getting lit up in the end zone. That's not on Schottenheimer. Like I said, Schottenheimer may or may not be a good coach. We'll find out. This is not the time to. If they won this game 45-0 and they won the previous game 52-3, it'd be the same line. This doesn't tell us anything about him as a head coach yet.
Brian, do you think you could win a game without Dak if you needed Joe in the regular season?
Yeah, I think we have to believe that. I think we do believe that. I think, again, when you put a game plan together for these guys, and whether you're playing with Joe or you're playing with Will, you're going to have a plan of how you want to play. Hey, look, Cooper Rush has played in this league for a long time. What he did tonight, it didn't surprise anybody in the first half. I mean, I've seen him do that for the last 3 years, and so Joe Milton's in year 2. And so again, I'm not panicked. Again, it's not just them. It's us as coaches. It's the other players. It's all that. But the biggest thing for me is, again, we just, we have to balance up the time of possession. We had the defense out there for over 40 minutes. That's too long. Well, why is that? Well, we weren't very good on third down, and we got to be better on third down. And they had a couple of wrinkles in the blitz game that we need to handle a little bit better. But for the most part, it's just really us executing, or tonight not executing.
I love listening to him speak. It's just refreshing in a press conference still. But that little segment of an answer response, that's what caused the meltdown over the weekend. When he said, I wouldn't say I'm concerned. We didn't get in a rhythm. It wasn't just Joe. On the backup QB spot, I feel like I don't have to decide anything today. Do you have a QB you can trust? I think we have to believe that. I think we do believe that. I'm not panicked. Y'all, what the hell do you want him to say? Would you rather him stand up there? What good does it do for him to say, yes, I'm panicked? Yes, we are freaking out. No, we do not have a backup quarterback on this roster. Can he say it? A few of you got that over the weekend.
I'm not panicked.
This was the series of quotes that had people losing their minds, thinking Brian Schottenheimer was delusional. He's in front of the microphone answering media questions for the entire world and DFW to hear. Come on. Use a little bit. A little bit of common sense there.
And here's the thing. Joe Milton, we're talking about a guy who, there are certain players you do want to press. You do probably want to get up there in a press conference and just say, yeah, look, he's got to be better. Joe Milton's not that guy. Joe Milton is the guy right now that they're trying to build his confidence and make him feel like, hey, you're coming along. This is good. This is progress. This is what we need. There are some guys you push this button, some guys you push that button. Jimmy Johnson himself said, they were talking about, do you treat this player different? And Jimmy Johnson's quote was always, do you treat your kids the same? Do you raise all your kids the same? Do you parent them the same way? The answer is no. You parent kids a certain way based on, you kind of meet them where they are. And they're meeting Joe Milton where he is. That's what they're doing right now.
Joe gave himself a D after the Rams opener. Does he feel like he has to put on a show against the Falcons? Last preseason game Friday on the Fan, does Milton have to put on a show?
I wouldn't say I have to just have to put something on film. I just feel like I need to just get better day by day, and that's just getting 1% better and taking that up to 2%. And just try to get better, challenging my teammates around me to keep pushing me, and I just keep pushing myself too.
A week ago, Jerry Jones said on acquiring Joe Milton to Christie in the pregame here on the Fan, I have to pinch myself. That is looking like a quote right now that could come back to haunt.
Again.
So, a universal start down for Joe Milton against Baltimore.
Got to look, if you really want to get me over game, if you're worried about Dak missing a game or two at a time, you need to look at bringing somebody else in here if you don't trust Will Grier.
877-881-1053. That's the assessment of the quarterback and the coach. What about the rest of the roster? Star up, star down continues with Sean and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shad. I've never seen it before. Well, anyway, listen. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jack. Your name's Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's your. I'm not saying this is your haircut. looks good. Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Slot formation on the right back to throw. Plenty of time. Throws it left. Intercepted by Booth. Down the right sideline he comes with a convoy. Booth into the end zone. Pick six. Touchdown for Andrew Booth. That did not hurt him.
If the offense can't get it done, Andrew Booth says, get on my back. Pick six return against the Baltimore Ravens with preseason game number 2. Cowboys still lose 31-13 and fall to 0-2. Good morning, Metroplex, and shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Sean Sharif, along with our insider who was at the game, Bobby Belt. Choppy is out on vacation. Andrew Booth with a pass breakup in addition to the pick six. Star up for him. And this, to me, Bobby, felt like, okay, this is a little drop kick to my face because Andrew Booth is probably the number one player that myself and other Cowboy fans say, why is he on the team anytime he's out there? What does this do for him? And what have we not been getting that the Cowboys like to any degree?
Nothing. I think he kind of is what he had a good game. He gets a star up.
Point?
He did get the interception. He had a couple good plays. He was in position, but not good enough on a couple plays early in the game. I think it was the first 2 drives. He was in a spot where it's like, oh, he's there it was the Cheeto moment of just, oh, he's in a spot to make a play, and oh, the ball just sails right over his hand or right over his head. But this was, look, I was sitting in the...
Is he making the team? Opening day roster.
Yeah, probably. I especially just given where their corner situation is right now. They've got injuries and they're not certain about who they want to mix in there. But I mean, I was sitting up there in the dining area of the press box, and Ruben walks up to me, Ruben Portillo, our engineer, and he just goes, "Boy, Andrew Booth, he's good. He's like the MVP." I was like, "What are you talking about, dude? He's been," and then he got the pick six right after that, and I was pissed because it's like, oh man,
Ruben's idol's Pat Doney too. I mean, his bar isn't that high,
but it was Andrew Booth, good game, had a good performance. He deserves credit for that. I still would not trust him out there in a regular season game ever. I would rather take my chances with Zion Childress. I would rather take my chances with another guy I'll give a star up to, Troy Pride. I'd rather have Troy Pride out there as a guy that even though he devastated me, he's the one who, what was that, 6 years ago I had told you guys about, where he called me Mr. Belt when he got introduced to me at Michael Johnson Performance.
That's why you're giving him a star up.
No, he called me Mr. Belt.
Showed you respect.
No, wrong. He called me Mr. Belt, and I was like, he said, I saw your name was Bobby, but you just looked more like a Mr. Belt to me.
Oh!
I was like, that hurts.
He aged you.
I was like, that, I feel like we're kind of close in age, but I guess we're really not. That woke me up. But I think those two guys, they showed up in a big way. Obviously, Keemon Hall got the interception, but they were picking on him a little bit before that. Childress in the secondary, that's the guy that they really like. Zion Childress is the corner that I think they're really fond of.
He jumped out when we were doing their top 20 Oxnard performers with Eatman on Friday. I was like, what? I was like, do we have a Zion Williamson fan on here and mess this name? Like, Zion Childress?
Zion Childress, yeah. He was an undrafted free agent out of Kentucky. Had started his career at Texas State, ended up transferring to Kentucky. When we had talked about undrafted free agents that could make the team right after they signed their class, and I had mentioned that, like, I talked and asked around to some people and just said, hey, who did you guys really like out of your group? He was one that came up, like, that people were saying he's a good player. And so the fact that he can play the nickel is what's huge right now. He can play the nickel. He's willing to really get in there and stick his nose in things when it comes to run support. He's not afraid of contact. He's chippy. He's tough. Those are all things that they're really, really going to like, and it'll allow Deron Bland to play outside week one. They'll be able to say Elam and Bland outside, keep Childress in the nickel if that's what they're going to do. And so I think Childress is on this team. I think Childress is playing a ton of snaps week one.
I had a couple linebackers on my star-up list. I had Jack Sanborn and Early, Mike Zimmer favorite.
Rush under center, got a fullback in an I formation. They will give it to the deep back Ali. Really good play by Damone Clark. Sidestepped the block, hopped into the backfield and made the tackle.
Damone Clark had 7 tackles on the day, 2 tackles for a loss. So I put him up there, and I'm getting these texts from Chicago media going, oh, you love the Sand God? You love Sand God so far?
What is their obsession with him?
I don't know.
What was he for them last year? Was he just...
They want another lineage to Butkus and Urlacher, so you find a white linebacker and absolutely love him. I'm like, yeah, he shined a little bit the other day.
Yeah, he's great. He's awesome. He's a Wisconsin linebacker. That's what he looks like out there. The linebacker play overall was good in this game. Justin Barron was good. You got Sanborn and Clark, like you just mentioned. Outside of the penalty he had, I thought Darius Harris doing some stuff as a rusher was good. So, I mean, the linebacker play was something that was a positive in this one. Damone Clark specifically, though, that was a guy who, Brian had talked about it. He had a good camp. He showed up in the Rams game. He was not very good. And it was like, all right, we're regressing a little bit. So this is going to be a big game for him. And when he made those first couple plays that he had on the first drive or two, when he had those 2 or 3 plays that he made, I said this to Brian later. I was like, it felt like you could almost like there in the stadium, you could like hear the exhale from him of just like, thank God, like I got it. And there's just so much intense pressure it feels like he puts on himself and always has, that when you see him make those plays and you see him build his confidence, it makes you optimistic that he can continue to build on that. But he's somebody who that's one of the guys on this team that he needs the confidence right to be able to play right. That's a big thing for him.
I had another start for James Houston. First series, the sack. He had another nice hit on Cooper Rush as well. So he maybe was my biggest star up defensively.
Honestly, it's obviously against guys who are, and Brian had said this when we were talking about it post game, that's somebody who looks like that's a veteran who's kind of figured some things out and realized, oh, I know how to work these guys in preseason games. But that's what you do. You learn your toolbox, you get it together. He was really effective, I thought. He's somebody who's a good rusher. He was good against the run. That's a guy that I wouldn't be surprised if he does sneak on and ultimately makes the roster. You're going to have to cut somewhere at that point, but that's somebody who I think could stick on the roster.
Tolos are weighing in on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, and Adam on X, star ups. Booker, Clark, James, Sanborn. Star downs, Milton, Run D, and Milton. The run D is a problem again, as they only gave up 3.8 a carry, but 39 for 148. And Brian Schottenheimer was asked afterwards about the continued question of this football team and their defense, the physicality.
Yeah, I mean, I just addressed that with the guys. I mean, we're going to have some physical practice this week, Todd. You know, we need to play more physical. I know we're more physical than that. Again, how do you do that? Well, you do that by having padded practices, and you do that by having your run drills and things like that. And you know, we're not going to change who we are. We're not going to, sit there and say, okay, hey, well, we're not, a physical team. I'm not ready to say that right now. I don't think that that's the answer. I think we're going to be a physical team, and I think we'll show that. But we have to practice that way. We have to have those in our practices, and then bring it into the games.
They give up 148, Bobby. Meanwhile, they only run it for 51 yards, 2.6 a carry. Miles Sanders getting action, 7 for 15. Deuce, 5 for 11.
Yeah, star down run blocking. That was on that first drive. I was like, all right, we got Miles Sanders out here. We're going to be able to see a little bit of the juice. He had no shot on that first drive, the first couple of carries he got. That one where they almost got the safety on, I think, the second down run to Miles Sanders, where he just he gets outside and there's nothing out there for him. I think it was Nate Thomas who had whiffed on that block out there, but it did not look very good. I will say Booker is a guy who he got better as the game wore on in run blocking. And the more that the game went, the more he got a feel for it, the better he looked. Was that just where your eyes just lasered in on 52 when they were on offense?
Yep.
And want to see that?
I'm like, what did he do on the safety? did someone run a stunt on him? I was just looking at Booker.
I think that he had a good game. I'll give him a star. He was somebody who I thought in pass protection was really solid overall. The run blocking did improve.
PFF said he did not allow pressure on 15 pass blocking snaps against the Ravens after apparently he was too good, not him. The coaches thought he was just too good or too valuable to play in week 1, shoddy on the first-round picks debut.
Again, I didn't notice him as hard with some of the interior linemen. You guys probably saw it better than I did. But I will say I felt like some of the young guys played really well. I thought Shamar James played really, really well. I noticed him. I think, like you said, Book, played good. I thought Damone, who's really not a young player, he seemed like he was flying all over the place. So there's always positives that come from this. And that's what I told the guys. I said, look, it's not good when you lose both halves. Really you should win at least a half in these preseason games. And disappointed that we didn't, but we're going to get back to work and look for solutions.
Shamar James had 7 tackles and a pass defended.
That is right there. Whenever anybody says, why doesn't he go after Milton? Why doesn't he say, Milton, you suck? Anything else? He just got asked about Tyler Booker, and he went, I didn't really notice. He's like, he was good. He did some good things. I didn't really notice. Let me talk about Shamar James, though. Damone Clark, man, he was good.
Building up the others.
Tyler Booker doesn't need it. Tyler Booker does not. There are certain guys you got to approach a certain way, and I think Brian Schottenheimer realizes Tyler Booker doesn't need me to hold his hand. Tyler Booker doesn't need me to tell him, pat his head and say, you're doing really good.
Let me handle and discipline Tyler when I call him a cheater against little kids and youth races.
Damone does need to be told a little bit hey, you're doing good, dude. Just head down, keep up this. Somebody else who needs to be told they're doing good, and they didn't do very good the other night, was Mozzie Smith. It's backups. You need to play better. We're getting close to a point where it's I know what they have on the roster in terms of defensive tackles, and they need bodies. We're getting really close to it. It's time to decide if he should be on the 53. This is just bad.
One Tolo recorded this play. He was pushed 6 yards backwards.
It's not good enough. This has been, to this point, it has been the Tristan Hill, Taco Charlton type of experience. That's what it's been with Mozzie Smith. Not been good enough. Perrion Winfrey's a better football player than him right now, and that's the guy that you kind of picked up off the street late in the process. He should, if it comes down to can we keep Perrion Winfrey, I would say cut Mozzie Smith at that point, because Mozzie Smith has not shown you anything to this point that he's going to be a consistent, solid football player.
Tolo's avoided in the fan text 877-881-1053. 817 star down to Mozzie Smith yet again. 214 says star down to the entire front office. And then 817 says star up to Damone Clark.
Gabe up, linebacker, shoddy on the challenge flag throw. Star down, Jalen Cropper. Ugh, that was a bad drop. That was a missile from Joe Milton. Terrible drop. Milton missing a wide open Cropper, virtual measurement. For star up, star down, your Cowboys report card. We will do it every single day after a Cowboy game here on Sean and RJ.
And the biggest star up you must star up to the Baltimore Ravens receivers for not being able to catch a football and giving them a couple interceptions. That was very nice of them.
877-881-1053, the way to get in on the Franco injury attorney text line. Why Mike Bassick is to thank for finally getting a Rangers win. The return of Coach Ballsack next on 105.3 The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, breathe.
Blast to left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's bending towards the pole. It's a fair ball into the second deck. A two-run monster mash by Wyatt Langford. And the Rangers lead 8-1.
4 home runs, double-digit runs scored, and you avoid the sweep. Still not an overall positive weekend for your Texas Rangers. They beat Toronto 10-4 in the finale yesterday, but they're now 5.5. It was 3.5 last week. Now you're 5.5 back in the wild card, 7.5 back in the West with the Kansas City Royals, who are starting to roll a little bit beginning tonight on this radio station. This is Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt. Choppy is out on vacay this week. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Cowboys Legit or Loco coming up at 7:20.
Hopefully Wyatt's starting to figure it out a little bit. Hopefully he's settled into somewhat of a groove. He's got, since you look back at July 27th, so these 19 games, he's hitting 290 over the last 19 games. OPS is still down at around 859, so it's not the big power numbers that you want to see, but he's starting to hit it a little bit more. You're starting to see a little bit more of the power. You're starting to see some of the, you've got the plate patience still, everything else, but man, it's just, if you could get consistently the guy that you thought Wyatt Langford was going to be based on what you saw in April, this team would look wildly different.
Forget Wyatt, forget Simeon, forget Berger, forget anyone on the field.
We got Rowdy Tellez, damn it.
No. Oh. We have Mike Bassick, Coach Balsack. He was afraid to say it on big-time local television, but they asked Mike to channel what you remember from the KMC masterpiece in the Rangers pregame in order to get this team going.
All right, so if you followed me for my career on 105.3 The Fan as a sports talk radio host, you knew that I got a nickname here in Toronto, and I will say it was Coach B. I will not say the rest of that because I don't think I can. But hey, this is it. You have 38 games left, and I don't care about games 37, 36, 35, all those anymore. I care about today, and I care about one pitch at a time. When we get on that bus after the game today and after every game, I want you to feel so mentally tired you have to go to sleep because you worked so hard on every second of this game to be the best possible player that you could be for your team. And when this is over, we can be something special. You guys know what 23 was about. A lot of guys were here on 23. You'll be remembered forever for 23. You don't want to be remembered for what's happening right now in 2025. You can change the script. There's time. Time is running out, but the time is now to change it. You can do it. We can do it. Ranger fans, give them everything you got. Ranger players, give it back to them. Give everything you got every second you're on this field. What did you want to do when you were 10 years old, when you were 15 years old, when you were 20 years old? You wanted to be a Major League Baseball player, and you wanted to play in the biggest games. The only way you're ever going to play in a big game this year is if you figure out these next 38 games how to win 24 or more of them. You can do it. We can do it. Let's do it. Go Rangers!
Yeah, applauding them in the Rangers TV booth.
It sounded like Coach Ballsack showed up for about the last 2 seconds of it. That was Coach, but the Go Rangers! That was it. He definitely, he's not sure how comfortable he can get with everybody yet. So he sounded a little more like Gene Hackman in the locker before the game, the championship game in Hoosiers. Like a little more like, guys, come on, we can do it, everybody.
Go Rangers!
And then like
For the yipper.
We know realistically what Bassick wanted to say is like, take your head out of your butts and start hitting the dang baseball. I'm sick of this. Well, like that's what Mike wanted to do.
Well, we went for the Gipper, not the Yipper.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it is finally over for the hottest team in all of sports.
Pitch. Rip. That's a base hit down the left field line. The Reds have come off the mat, and they have finally beaten the Brewers. A 3-2 final score, and they will mob Austin Hayes at first base.
Reds radio with the call. Milwaukee's winning streak finally stopped at 14 games. They're 78-45 to lead the National League Central. Still only up 8 on the Cubs, and they lead Major League Baseball by 5 wins for the best record in the entire sport over Toronto and over the Tigers.
Look, it's it was a great run, and I mean even still, it took them blowing the lead in the ninth inning, the Brewers, because they were up 2-1 in the ninth. Cincinnati ends up tying it there, and then they get the game winner in extras, and so look, it all had to come to an end, but they are still so freaking good right now and so dominant in the way that they play. This was a game that, like I said, it looked like they should have won even to begin with, but you know, it's all got to get snapped. It's all got to come to an end.
Let's go around the rest of the National Football League before we get back to the Cowboys at 7:20 with Legit or Loco in the commercial-free Expressway. The Bengals, according to Tom Pelissero, are now listening to trade offers for Trey Hendrickson, not able to work out the long-term deal.
Yeah, if you're Dallas and you want to move Micah, or you want to even entertain it, you better do it before Cincinnati does anything with Trey Hendrickson. Not that they will. This could be the same sort of thing where it's just you're playing a game and you're playing the leverage game. But the fact that he showed up when they weren't in, that looked like that was just going to be a straight holdout. He shows up and it hasn't gotten any better, and now they're talking about exploring trades. That sounds bad. That sounds like a relationship that genuinely probably is coming to a head. And I honestly get both sides of it. I get Trey Hendrickson being where he's at and saying, I need to get paid more money. I've put up on the field. I am considered, according to these executive rankings that are out here, I'm one of the 5 best pass rushers in the National Football League now. You need to pay me. And I get Cincinnati's point of, we got a lot of people to pay, dude, and you are old. You are older. You're an older football player. And
he's 30.
Right. But I mean, if you're talking about, they've already paid Chase. They got Higgins. They've got Burrow. Yeah. It's like, you know what? We've got enough decisions right now that you're not going to be at the top of our list.
Florio reported they have not been willing to fully guarantee more than the first year of the deal, and he's making $16 million. $16 million leading the National Football League in sacks, and reportedly not getting more than the first year of the deal guaranteed. Look how they negotiated the Shamar Stewart thing. You don't hear common contract complaints coming out of Cincinnati. We're like in another universe of problems.
I was going to say, which is the more frustrating position to be in? A Cowboys fan where they drag everything out and it's so clear they're being stubborn on some things, or Cincinnati where it's like you have no idea. It's like a roulette wheel of like, what are we going to make the issue this time? Let's right here. We're going to make it this. Shamar Stewart, you got to accept this language no other first rounder in football is accepting.
Why did you bring up Micah timing?
Because I think that if you're going to take if you're Dallas and you genuinely look at this as we've got any sort of problem with the negotiation, and this may eventually come to a divorce. If you think there's any chance you've got a divorce, you need to be taking your calls right now and just see, all right, is Trey Hendrickson going to...
What if Hendrickson got a first and a second?
Mm-hmm.
So how is this harming me?
If you we're talking about setting the floor. So a couple years ago, L'Jarius Sneed got a third-round pick when he got traded as a corner. And L'Jarius Sneed was one of the better corners in the NFL. That Sneed trade hurts you now if you want to trade Diggs in terms of like what you can possibly get for him, because people are going to say, no, that's what Sneed is. So even if Micah's better than Trey Hendrickson, what it does is, okay, well, teams are going to say, you're not this much better than Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah,
and
but
Trey
I'm that much younger.
Right, you do have that, but regardless, it sets a floor. You don't want any floor being set right now. Right now, it's just open. You don't want to create any sort of potential comparison that a team can put out there.
But a floor could help me if someone overpays for Hendrickson.
Right. It can help or hurt either way. I'm just saying that right now, it's endless possibilities because it's Micah, and there's nobody like Micah that's been traded. So it hurts in that sense. And two, if it is a narrow market in terms of teams that are willing to give up capital right before the season to add somebody, if somebody snatches up Hendrickson, that'll continue to just narrow the market and narrow the number of suitors.
Well, I don't know what you were doing over the weekend, Bobby, but you were not reporting like your job is that Micah Parsons is about to end up on the Denver Broncos. I take you to the blooper of the week, G-Bag of the week. Cynthia Freeland, sideline reporter. Doesn't she always go on KNC?
Yeah.
I think this is Cynthia Freeland on the Broncos broadcast. This is bad audio, okay? Because the TV network themselves are not going to put this out because it's so humiliating. Someone grabbed this with their phone. Listen.
Cynthia Freeland down the field.
So maybe this guy Micah Parsons in a contract that also has some question marks, let's call it that. Look, his pressure percentage last year, 19.1% per next gen stat. It was the best in the National Football League despite missing games. So wherever he lands, whatever happens, maybe Micah Parsons would be, a lot of fun to hang out with.
There's no doubt about that.
He'd be fun to hang out with. And everybody gave Sean Payton some grief for saying he wants to win a Super Bowl. How about this? You got one of the best defensive ends saying Broncos have a real chance at the Super Bowl. So don't get mad at him too.
Wow.
Why would they hang out soon with Micah? Because while saying this on the screen, they put up a quote from Micah from his podcast. Quote, "My dream destination? Denver. I would love to play for the Broncos. They already got the best defense in the league, and they have a real chance at a Super Bowl." They have Micah's face.
Are you embarrassed?
With the quote attributed to him. Meanwhile, you have Normie on social media saying, LMAO, my bait made it on TV. This is like Brandon Cooks, George Pickens, ESPN getting fooled. The Broncos broadcast didn't say to themselves, I didn't see this on any of the shows. I didn't see this as breaking news. I want to be a Bronco. I didn't hear this myself. I didn't see the video clip. And Micah Parsons has video for Bleacher Report, and they fell for it. Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
This is not a good look. I will say, it's very easy to dupe folks these days.
Not this though.
This is bad.
This is bad.
This is bad. But I would take this as a look. If I was not working in
media,
media,
being an NFL Network shill, your coworker Cynthia Freeland being a little defender.
No, I don't even think this is Cynthia Freeland's fault. I think this is the producer's fault. So that's what I think. And
she should cover the NFL. No, if Micah Parsons has. She's on NFL Network.
Sure, but I mean, she's analytics. Like, I mean, to me, it's she's not like reporting on stuff. Now if I was not in media, you better believe in this day and age, I would be creating all sorts of doctored media and seeing how often I could get on TV.
Yes,
I would be doing it all the time, and I'd do it very well. I promise you, I'd be cited more often than anybody with my fake stuff.
Commanders may be shopping Brian Robinson, so maybe a running back on the move out of the NFC East. And speaking of the NFC East, oh my God, the meatballs. The meatballs on my phone with Jackson Dart. And speaking of a meatball, Bobby is in love with his style after the game. Dart goes, 14 of 16, including 13 straight completions at one point for $137, some touchdowns. They are falling in love with Jackson Dart in New York, even though Brian Daboll said afterwards, no, Russ is still the starter.
Yeah, and none of it matters because he's not good. And this is why you don't follow the preseason as your be all end all. That's not anything you should do. And the other thing is just like, yeah, you can't accept a guy who looks like this. With his chain across his neck and his love hat and the little like Dahmer glasses that he wears.
You love Cam Newton, though.
Oh.
You sounded like Colin Cowherd last night saying no quarterback can succeed dressed like this. You love Cam Newton, and no one dressed worse than him.
Yeah, I like Cam Newton. I don't like Cam Newton as a player. I like Cam Newton as an analyst.
Oh.
I love him as an analyst. Cam Newton as a player looked like somebody who bought like $300 worth of VC on NBA 2K, ran out of attributes to boost, so they just started filling out their wardrobe and putting on all the wacky S they could. But you can't look like that. You can't do the choker chain with the little glass. No, it's such a bad look. That just tells me so much about his decision making that I wouldn't trust on the football field.
We shouldn't raise an eyebrow at all over his preseason so far.
No, I mean preseason is just it's nice. It's a good thing to see, but I mean it's the same thing that we talked about with Dak when Dak first came out. It turned out Dak was ready to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, but when you saw it in the preseason, you still had to say it's the preseason. It's so limited. It's like trying to get excited about somebody in spring training where you're like, it's not going to translate necessarily. It's a nice sign. It's nice to see they're not completely struggling, but them killing it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
The Dallas Cowboys are unserious about the preseason. They're destined to go 6-11, and we got Dave Campo 2.0 at head coach. Are these legit or loco? Another edition after preseason game 2 during the commercial-free expressway with Sean and Bobby next.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
longtime experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Milton's going to throw on first down. He's going deep. And it's intercepted in the end zone. Badly overthrew Mingo, badly. And waiting deep in the end zone was the young safety they absolutely love, Reuben Lowry.
Right after the Keemon Hall interception, Joe Milton chunks it up, overthrow, double coverage, intercepted, and the freak out follows on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Pepe, did you work the game this weekend?
I did. I was here.
All right. How was the panic? Did they take calls in the post?
They did. Yeah, you got a lot of Milton panic. But again, you had some people that are like, look, it's backups. I'm not going to hit the panic button yet. It's backups playing against backups. Nothing to look for here.
How about Zach and Broadus talking about Joe or the state of the team?
I feel like Zach was a little bit upset. He's the guy that he's been the Cowboy fan since birth. So he's going to hit the panic button before anyone else does. Brian was more relaxed. I thought Brad and Bobby as well, who joined the post game. I thought it was all chill there. Wasn't anything bad.
Shoddy was asked afterwards, do you guys have your backup QB yet?
Yeah, again, I feel like I don't have to decide anything today. We going to keep letting these guys practice. I just told the guys get ready because the couple practices this week are going to be really physical, and we have to. But it's like all these position battles. We don't have to decide anything now. I think like with the receivers, we were trying to get a good look at a couple of those guys that were fighting for those spots, and I thought a couple guys stepped up and did a nice job. I thought, Florino had a couple nice catches. Mingo made a great catch down the boundary, and then, I felt like we kind of shot ourselves in the foot with penalties when we would get some momentum, and so we got to be cleaner.
So, Coach, not freaking out, not panicking, nor should he, at least at a podium with a microphone in front of his face. But this sets up legit or loco. I did this last week. I wake up the day after, I go through my tweets and the messages sent to me, and I just throw them all in a collection and say, all right, y'all tell me, these legitimate after the preseason game with the roster that's out there, or is it loco? Typical fan freak out when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys. Take number one, legit or loco. You vote. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053 from DFW Sports Hot Takes. I include the handle. Schottenheimer not being concerned is the reason he's the coach, and the other reason they haven't had success with a Super Bowl in 30 years. I think someone called him Dave Campo 2.0 earlier in the show. Freak out on Brian Schottenheimer.
It's loco. Any hard takes on Schottenheimer coming out of this, good or bad, are too much. There's not a lot you're going to see here. And look, they've basically told you they know Joe Milton isn't ready by the fact that they're saying he's going to take every single snap because they need him to get ready. So, no, I don't think you can take away anything particularly good or bad. They could, like I said earlier, they could have won 52-3 last week and 49-0 on Saturday, and it would have meant nothing in terms of if I thought Brian Schottenheimer was a good coach.
Tolo said Cowboys giving all the work to Milton so they can trade him for a 7th after giving up a 5th. It's the Cowboy way. I didn't double-check these numbers because I don't care about the first 2 preseason games that much. But Rob said, kicker, 7 points. Defense, 6 points. Offense, 0. It's only preseason. Nothing to see here. Legit or loco with those numbers?
Those are legit numbers, basically. But let me see. So he said 7, 6. So they scored 13 in this game. And then they scored... how much was against the Rams? It was 3 or whatever. Or no, they scored the touchdown late in the game. It's bad winning that game. The offense got you absolutely. The offense got you absolutely nothing. It was the kicker and Andrew Booth. That was the only scoring you got.
Yeah, first take loco on crushing Brian Schottenheimer. And I'm not even happy with Brian after he went on KNC and not our show, breaking the 15-year run of head coaches in the morning in Oxnard. So I'm not being a homer. Curtis. Really feels like this organization is completely unserious about preseason evaluations. Every other game I watch is the complete opposite. Legit or loco?
There may be some legitimacy to that. That the idea that they I don't know that they totally use up everything at their disposal with the preseason the right way. I would do things different. Obviously, I don't work in the NFL, so it's a little bit of just armchair quarterbacking. But to look at it, I look at it and say, I would think there would be better value in get your starters out there for a game. Get them out there for just a series. Let me see Dak work out there with the first team. Maybe we'll get that in the next week. I don't know. Because we did introduce a few more players into this game than were in game 1. Maybe they'll do that again for game 3.
Are they just too terrified to have the season end before it begins with that going out there for an exhibition?
Probably. Yeah.
That's just winning out. Hey, if he's rusty for the first 2 games, give us 0-2 versus the 2% chance he gets hurt.
If he gets hurt in a preseason game and he's lost for any amount of time, Brian Schottenheimer's getting destroyed for that. So I understand the risk versus reward of...
Well, Jerry and Steven would have to sign off on that, right?
Like, would I... No. I don't think so.
Like, unfair question, but I'm going to ask it. That way you can get in trouble, not me. QB preseason decision pie chart with Jones's, Brian.
I mean, I think a lot of times it's also player. So, like, I think it's
well,
hard.
You know Dak wants to play. He says that.
I think he wants to get in there. He likes the reps. I think if you look at what everybody... It's hard to say because I think they're all uniform in terms of what they want. But I will say that if you want to talk about does the front office... The greatest example of this is Mingo. The front office wanted Mingo to play last year, and McCarthy wouldn't put him out there. And so McCarthy was making that decision. In preseason, I think it is just... They see it the same way, that they all don't think he should play. So it's hard to say who's winning out because we haven't seen a conflict there. But to me, I think the Cowboys look at it and say, I'd rather have some rust early on than potentially miss somebody for 17 games. They're clearly hyper aware of players missing time due to injury, just the way they've talked about Micah.
I thought Schottenheimer gave a great preseason answer to All City when he sat down with my guy, Jesse Holley, and he talked about his preseason philosophy.
I wouldn't read too much into what you see in preseason football in general, but even more this year. Why? Well, we're trying to evaluate certain guys, and Joe Milton's a guy that needs to play a lot of football. He's going to play a lot of football this week and then the next week, and we're certainly being smart with what we show. And why would we do that? We would do that because this is the one chance that we'll ever have here in Dallas where we don't show people in the preseason what we're doing, because next year they're going to have a really good idea. They're going to have hopefully 20-plus games to look at and evaluate. This year they don't have that. Hey, are we going to be Seattle? I don't know. Are we going to be Arizona? I don't know. Well, what about are we going to be Dallas? And I kind of like that.
Yeah, it's a good answer. I like what he's saying there, and I understand the thought process behind it. And look, I'll say this. We're getting a lot of people on the fan text right now who are talking about Dak is always rusty at the start of the season. We need him to be sharp. Everything. The only other situation that parallels this almost exactly was 21, which was he missed most of the season in 20. He got into 21. He didn't play in any of the preseason games due to the shoulder muscle that freaked him out. And then he went out there against Tampa week 1 on the road, and he went 42 of 58 for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. He wasn't rusty then. So I think at some point with quarterbacks, a lot of teams' approach is you've seen enough football at this point. You don't need to see more.
We'll take a couple calls after preseason game 2. I just want to gauge how nuts we're going to get with this. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to judge after 2 games or just after the second game. Next one, Legit or Loco on Sean and Bobby. Choppy out on vacation this week. CP, the Cowboys have the worst depth in the NFL. That's what these games are showing us.
That's their depth is not good. I don't know if it's the worst in the NFL. It's not good. And so, I mean, that's at least in a conversation. I can't outright say it's Loco because it's not good. So it's a legitimate criticism to say that their depth is a problem. Nick Eatman told us that last week when we were saying, hey, how much have you adjusted? And he's like, I think you're really seeing how much depth they lack right now. And so it's a legitimate criticism. Worst in the NFL? I don't know. I'm sure New Orleans may be worse or somebody like that. I'm sure there is somebody worse, but it's not outright insane to say their depth is awful.
All right, hit us up on the Franklin Franco text line with star up, star down, your reviews, or Legit or Loco. And then Rob, literally a $10 billion franchise, and we have a JV coach. So we already touched on Schottenheimer.
Can I say one thing that has excited me so far about this preseason, though? There's one player who has stood out to me in the games and the practices and everything else that I say that's been nothing but encouraging the whole way, and that's Marshawn Kneeland. I think Marshawn Kneeland has been so good in these practices. I think he showed up again in this game. The biggest concern about him was they said, all right, look, he's a run defender right now. He can be that at the NFL level. The question is, can he develop the tools? He's got the toolbox. Can he create it and become a decent pass rusher? I think you're seeing this year. He's putting it together. He's starting to develop into a guy who can pass rush at the NFL level.
Michael, you are live on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, guys.
Morning. What's up?
I've been meaning to call y'all for a couple weeks. I grew up a Jets fan, so I feel the pain, but I've been watching the preseason this year, and I feel like the Cowboys, and I've lived in Texas most of my life. I just was born in the Northeast. But I feel like this year the Cowboys are this is the worst version of the Cowboys I've seen in my 35 years or 25 years, whatever you want to say, how long I've been watching. They don't move the line of scrimmage, and they're terrible on defense. They can't cover anybody. And so I just...
But, Michael, how much does it matter to you that it's not really the starters?
It does matter a little bit. Like, I get Dak's not out there that much, CD, all those guys are not out there that much. Micah Parsons hasn't been out here. But, like, you still got to have cats that can play. You still got to have those guys that got to come in and be able to play. And I don't see many players on this dang football team. We don't control either side of the line of scrimmage. And like I said, we can't cover a soul. And I get Biggs is out, and I get Bland hasn't played that much.
Yeah.
I get we got young guys playing. But I watch the Jets, and I'm like, they're moving the line of scrimmage. They're doing those things. They're able to cover people. We're not, and it's not apples to apples, but it's still.
And Mike, let me ask you this question: who do you think will have a better record this year?
Honestly, just from what we got going, and quarterback's huge. Justin Fields has got to perform for my Jets, and that's the end of the deal. But defensively, the Jets will be a better defense, but the offense may kill them, turn the ball over too much, right, and that stuff, and we'll lose more games, right? And Dak may have the MVP career we've all been waiting for. I'm not counting on it, but he may have that. And that'll push them over the top. But right now, if I was put money on it, it's not much, but I'd put more on the Jets than the Cowboys right now.
Thanks for the call, boss. Appreciate you.
I'm terrified about the defense. The defense does scare me.
Man, someone had tweeted, and again, it's coming from those fake aggregators who were not in Oxnard. DA tweeted, so if Joe Milton was cooking in practice, how bad is the effing defense? I got questions.
The defense is not...
He wasn't cooking.
No, he wasn't. That was a misrepresentation. But the defense is just... I'm concerned about the in general, we're reversing philosophy from what they have been under Quinn.
Because of the preseason and what you've seen?
No, I mean, I had some reservations just in general about what the defense was going to look like this offseason. And then I think what you've seen in the practices and some of their personnel and not as much with the preseason, but obviously like a guy like Mozzie playing poorly or not showing up is going to impact some of what I think the defense can do. Some of the stuff with Jay Toia just not being consistent at defensive tackle has been a little concerning. My thing is I don't trust the secondary at all. I don't know what the linebackers are going to be, and I don't know consistently what they have to stop the run on the interior. Those are all big questions. And Eberflus is a different scheme. It's a different style. It's going to look more like the Rod Marinelli defenses, which you won with. You could win with those occasionally, but it's going to look more like those defenses than the ones that you had under Dan Quinn.
5 highest graded players for the Cowboys in week 2. Andrew Booth, this is PFF, a 91.8. Troy Pride, Bobby, you gave him a star up, 83.8.
Did they have Joe Milton? That would seem like something they would do.
Princeton Fant, Jack Sanborn, and Ernest Brown. Also left tackle, someone that you were praising in California. Nate Thomas has allowed 2 pressures on 38 total snaps this preseason, 22 pass blocking reps.
Yeah, did not think he was as good this game as he was last game. In general, I didn't think the offensive line was as good as they were the last game, but it was nice to see Booker get out there and show up in the pass blocking and then continue to get better as the run game went on.
Jason in Dallas, you're on the D&M Leasing Hotline with Sean and Bobby. Go ahead, brother.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
What's up?
So I'm terrified of the defense, like Bobby said. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I'm even more terrified about the depth of any position, really, because I was talking the other day. I called into the show, and this team is just one starting player being injured, and there's no depth behind it. But I've got a question for Bobby.
Hit me.
How much does it play into effect whenever, we've had 3 defensive coordinators over the last, 4 years?
Mm-hmm. 3 in 3 years,
So you got like people that are like sponsors for a player, that like Dan Quinn drafted this guy, and then you switch, and then Mike McCarthy or Mike Zimmer doesn't like this guy, so that guy they got no depth because all these people that have just been interchanged throughout the last 3 years.
Yeah, That can be a problem. There's no doubt about it. The guy that stands out to this, we talked about it during the pregame show the other day. Kalen Carson was a guy that the last staff really loved. I don't know that the new staff likes him. They may, but I don't know that they do. And it certainly has been a problem where when you look at coaching changes, it always impacts somebody negatively. It always helps somebody in one way, but it can impact them negatively. Terrence Steele performed really well with Joe Philbin. There were a lot of other guys on this offensive line who did not. And then when the switch was made to Solari, it's like, okay, well, there were some improvements for some guys. Tyler Smith, it was probably helpful that they went to Mike Solari over Joe Philbin. It hurt Terrence Steele. So, yeah, this sort of thing always will cause issues for guys. And that's why, as much as it makes everybody roll their eyes, and I agree with it at some points, it's why the Cowboys are so big on continuity. The idea of just like, let's look, as long as we are happy with our coaching staff and we don't think they're an outright detriment or something like that, there's a lot of benefit to just saying, let's carry over the same messaging and let everybody grow under the same philosophy.
Harrison and Mesquite, you get the final word right now during the Espresso in Legit or Loco. Go ahead, Harrison.
Hey, guys. I think we're missing the secondary coach.
Al Harris?
Was it? Yeah, big time. He developed Diggs and Bland. And I can see the difference in the secondary. The first half, man, our defense, man, that run game that Baltimore put on us, it reminded me of last year. Man, they was running wild in the first quarter. It was no resistance. And the other two callers, I think they were good calls. The quarterback issue, man, we should have took Shador. Man, this build experiment is over with. It's crazy to me. I mean, you can't run no offense. So how can you watch the rest of your team? It's crazy. You may get a good pass every once in a while, but he's just an athlete. It's a difference between a quarterback and an athlete. He's just an athlete, guys. I don't see him develop.
Good call, Harrison.
Yeah, look, I mean, the traits are so rare that I understand them wanting to say, let's invest the time. It's similar to the guy I keep comparing him to. He's Joey Gallo, basically, to me. Where it's like the dude can hit 500-foot home runs and then he's going to strike out 12 times in a row too. Like it's something where you go, the traits are still so rare that you go, I got to see if I can turn him into a baseball player. I'm sorry. Like I got to put in the time on it. So I don't hate what they gave up for him. I understand it. I understand what you're trying to develop. I think Shador's got a better chance to be a good player in the NFL than Joe Milton does. Joe Milton has a chance to be a great player. Shador doesn't. Just by the traits, Joe Milton's got that chance. It's not a big chance, but it's at least there as an opportunity. So I understand the investment and why they want to give this a shot.
Tolo Chris, before best and worst of the weekend, the phrase unserious continues to permeate this franchise. It's not just how the preseason has gone thus far, rather a continued indifference to addressing glaring holes on the team while alienating star players with prolonged tense negotiations where they ultimately completely fold. They continue to hang the hat on the franchise based on almost 3 decades-old achievements. Based on the ages of current players, only a quarter of the roster was even alive the last time they went to a conference title game. Break the status quo. Maybe things will change. I laughed as I typed that, knowing it will never happen.
Yeah, and I will say this, though. There are a lot of things you can criticize them for that I think are fair. I don't know how much they still hang their hat on. We won 3 Super Bowls in the 90s. Like they obviously, that's part of their legacy and different things that they're doing.
You don't think Jerry does?
No, I think Jerry is very proud of it. I think Jerry doesn't routinely look back at that. I know Steven doesn't. Steven certainly doesn't point to that very often. So I mean, yeah, it's something that they'll reference and talk about. It's a trump card occasionally for them in a screaming match on the radio or something like that.
Yeah.
But in general, I don't think they actively think, well, we won 3 Super Bowls in the 90s, so clearly we know what we're doing. I think they're very frustrated by their struggles.
Did this last weekend end the Rangers season? Jared Sandler will join us at 8 o'clock. Let's see what y'all did.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
This is where we recap everything you did, good, bad, scandalous, boring, does not matter. Let us know about it on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And I invited the Belts along Friday night to meet my brother. My brother came into town for the first time in years.
How long's it been?
I'm trying to remember like an incident or something that happened. It may have been, it may have been my bachelor party.
Oh, I've heard that story.
Yeah. Well, I think you're confusing it with the night before my wedding.
Oh, that's the story I've heard.
Yeah, that's when we fought.
Oh, okay.
Physically. But no, he came into town. It was a fantastic visit. I didn't think he would actually pull the trigger because he's got 2 little ones at home. But he came into town, found this pizza place. You know, he's trying to be a poor man's Dave Portnoy. Went to around the Preston Hollow area, found fantastic pizza, maybe the best pizza I have had in DFW. Took him to Buc-ee's. My wife wanted to take him. Anyone who comes into town, she's like, we got to go to Buc-ee's. He was blown away. He was amazed. He had his wife on FaceTime, and he's like, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what to say. He ends up buying, jerky and salami and getting his brisket sandwich. He said, this is a pretty good brisket for a gas station. I was like, yeah. I was like, make yourself go to the bathroom because everyone talks about the bathrooms here. All the gas stations, check out the Beaver. All these things as he was impressed by Buc-ee's. And just to cram everything into like the 3 days he was here, 2.5, Whataburger for the first time on the way home after eating the Buc-ee's. And he named it. First off, my brother, Bobby's about to tell you he's got a lot of hot takes.
Oh, he does.
He should be on the radio with all his opinions. Best pizza he's ever had in his life, he said. Best fast food burger he's ever had in his life. I was like, all right, you just ate brisket burrito. I'll get you a single cheeseburger from Whataburger. He goes, no, I want the double.
Hell yeah.
I want the double. Took it down and named it the best fast food burger he's ever had. He said, yes, it is worth the hype. And then dinner that we had on Friday night, he said that was the best dish. The best dish. That's all he woke up talking about. The best, not just pasta, best dish he's ever had as we went to Carbone Italian.
It was good. How bad is food in Maryland, though, that like every single thing he ate here was the best he'd ever had? Now, I agree.
Yep.
Whataburger is the best. I had it in my email. Bro Bible just did a ranking of the top 15 best late night fast food options. Number 1 was Whataburger. Said it's the number 1 best. They said there are 2 kinds of people: those who agree with this ranking and those who have not eaten Whataburger. And that's the truth. Well, and now that he's had Whataburger, he can agree with it. But
well, I'll answer it with this, and this is not a shot that I'm taking. Take it for what it's worth because I like this place, but I just don't know anyone else except my father-in-law, I think, who goes there. His previous number 1 fast food was Arby's.
We have the meats.
And it wasn't even like the roast beef sandwich or the beef and cheddar. It was like some deli sandwich they had before Whataburger took his number 1 spot.
Show me your meat.
It's a deserving ranking. I can say that for sure. And it is disappointing he didn't go into the bathrooms though. For the look at how clean they are. That is the first thing I said to him when he said he went to Buc-ee's. I was like, did you go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Because that to me is the most stunning thing about it. But he sounds like he's really excited to be back. He said every 6 months from now on.
That's what he said.
He said it's going to be every 6 months, mainly because I think he really wants the tennis match with me, and he wants to find out. So
yeah, we fooled him. We fooled him bad, Peyton.
Yeah, I had obviously I mean I don't. It's not a bit. Like obviously I tell you guys how good I am at golf, but he started talking about tennis, and I just started going like, oh yeah, I'm really good. Sean won't play me, and he's like, Sean won't play. That's not like Sean. Sean's not normally intimidated. I was like, that should tell you what I've put out there, man. Yeah. And so he immediately turned over to Sean. He's like, you won't play him? And Sean's like,
and he's like looking at Bobby's physique. You can tell he's like trying to be nice. He's like looking Bobby up and down. And he's like, you destroy my brother in tennis?
Yeah.
You kill him?
I was like, I mean, I would. He won't play me. He's scared. And so he's like
going for a while.
He mentions how like he's like for instance, he's like, Roy was really good at tennis. He's like, but I'd beat him. I was like, well, I beat him 6-0, 6-1. And he just like his whole mood changed. And he was like,
oh, Bobby's bringing up the scores now, the terminology. He's got it down.
He was like, whew. He's like, well, okay, like that makes me pause a little. He's like, what kind of a player are you? Are you big on your serve? I was like, basically, it's just my serve. You're not going to hit it back. If you can return serve, maybe you got a shot.
Yeah. Because Bobby couldn't name any of the other strokes. So he's like, it is the serve.
Yeah, I had to say that one because I didn't have anything else to follow. I was like sitting there as I was talking to him. I was like, pulling up my phone. I was like, gosh, I got to like find tennis terminology.
Yeah.
The only other one that was coming to my head was let. That was it. That was the only other, and that did not make sense to say. That didn't make sense to say within the course of our conversation. So I was like, crap, how do I work this in to sound like I know what I'm saying?
But then I felt like I was ganged up on. Like my brother, he is a sports talk aficionado. And he's always listened to this show for a long time. So he loves to just get all the dirt dug up on me and how unfair I am as, someone running the show and how I just bully this and that. And he wanted Bobby to join his side.
Peyton, it was You would love it, Peyton, because I'm not joking. I don't know that a single topic came up in the entire evening that he didn't want to fight about at least a little.
And normally that's you.
I know, but no. So
you were very chill.
That Kristen said after I was like, man, I was like, he really wants to mix it up over everything. She's like, that's you, and I was like, no, it isn't.
Yeah.
I was
that's
like,
why I said my brother talks so much. I had to get Bobby out to cancel the talking. I wanted to sit back and relax, and I was like, Bobby can talk.
Yeah,
they'll click. They'll talk, so I don't have to hear my brother talk every damn minute, every minute of every hour of every day.
It was good. We talked about movies. We talked about music.
Everything's a rating.
Yeah.
Everything is 7.4. It was a 9.3. This is 8.6. Yeah. Everything is a judgment with a rating with him.
Well, and he's like, what are your top 3 movies of all time? He just like threw that out of nowhere, and I like answered it instantly. He's like, most people don't just have that ready.
Yeah, he was
like,
so happy when you texted him like your movie list the next morning.
But he was not happy when I included one in their movie called City of God. I was like, now it's like in Portuguese, so you're gonna have to watch subtitles. He's like, I'm not watching that.
No.
He's like, Sean's not watching that either. He's like, we're not gonna watch it. He's like, I'm just telling you, we're not doing that. I was like, you're missing out. He's like, I think I'll live. I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, all right, fine. You don't have to do that. But
So
it was a good time. I enjoyed it.
We pregame cigar lounge. Then we went to dinner. Didn't run into. I basically brought him over. Eric DeCosta, the Ravens GM.
Well.
And he was sitting there, and this is how buzzed I am. I'm like, what's he doing here? And Bobby's like,
why would he be here?
They're playing the Ravens tomorrow.
He's making a trade to get Micah.
Yeah, he's like, he came here to finish the deal with Micah.
Let me tweet it out.
Yeah, let me tweet it out. Nail that report again. So I tried to say what's up to Eric DeCosta, who I had on my little Maryland show back in the day. And then the sign of growth from the belts as Amanda, once she starts going, she's like, where's the next place we can go? Let's go to a club. Let's go to a bar. Let's go something else. And we go to our spot, Colombian Country Club. Tolo Nick runs it. I'm telling you, it's our favorite spot. It's an awesome like little lounge with live music. Love the place. Colombian Country Club. Nick took care of us. And my brother thought he was walking into the Goodfellas scene. He thought he was so impressed because, again, we're little bum F Maryland with 10,000 people. And he thought we were being walked in special through the kitchen. Or we were walking in swingers because we got taken care of and we're getting taken to separate bathrooms and all this stuff. But Bobby and Kristen, now it's not unusual for Bobby not to go to the final spot because he's got other work with another job. A lot of times we can get Kristen to go.
Mm-hmm.
But Kristen's like, no, I'm going to go home with my man.
Yep. So we and I was digging in. See, I was thinking as soon as I was like, nah, I was like, I'm not going to the next spot. And then immediately your brother was just like, Yusuf, he was like, he's going to bully you. This is what he does. He bullies people to go to the next place.
Yeah.
He's going to bully. And I was like, nah, I'm not going to. I was like, I can tell he doesn't want to stay out much longer. Yeah. I was like, if he wanted to stay out much longer, he would.
Yeah.
But he's not trying it. So that tells me he really doesn't want to stay out. How long did you stay over there?
Way too long.
So it was longer than you were
Miserable.
saying.
Miserable the next morning. Miserable. But no, my wife thought maybe, Kristen was irritated with me because I volleying back and forth with her. I don't really trying to make her eat seafood, even though she's allergic.
She loved it. She loved the calamari. She was telling the girls the next day she ate it, and they were like, "What is that?" And when she told them it was squid, they almost lost their minds.
So the best was, the time with my brother, and then the worst was the hangover Saturday morning. It was awful. Best and worst, Bob.
The worst occurred that night, and the worst is it happened again. I don't know why I bring it up and hurt myself. Whenever I bring it up, every time I'll bring it up around Amanda, and I'm just hoping she's changed her mind.
Oh man, I told her she's tuning in probably right now.
She still says Choppy's funnier than me, and it makes me so mad.
It just shatters him.
It destroys me, and then it made it even worse that your brother's like, Choppy is funnier than you.
Yeah,
I was like, no. And he's like, but look, he's like, you're really good at your job.
Yeah.
You're like I have no criticism with the way you do things out there. I was like, I would rather you tell me I'm awful and that you thought I'm funny.
Yeah.
This means nothing to me. It's great that you think I'm good and I deserve awards for my job. Tell me I'm funny. I'd rather have that. I'm funnier than RJ. That's what I know.
So last night in Bobby's email, he's like, there's just no objective way to say RJ's funnier. I'm reading this out loud to Amanda. She goes, there's just no objective way to say Bobby's funnier. And here I am in the middle. I'm like, well, Bobby's got like a intelligence comedy and he does a lot of the writing and she's not hearing it. And RJ is frat boy meathead funny. But you do know if I asked for 100 text messages right now, RJ would probably kill you.
I don't think he'd kill me.
Okay, I think it would be.
Also, it's hard to tell because
70,
half of the jokes Choppy tells on the air lately are things he's stolen from me in the commercial break. Which are things I said. Like, we did that during Crosstalk last week. We come back, we said something, and then he's like, it's probably Dawson's oozing all over the chair. And he, like, looks around for laughs. I'm like, I just said that to you 60 seconds before we got back on the air,
He's a
RJ.
thief.
He is
a content
shamelessly.
thief. Wow. Yeah, he's a content
shamelessly.
thief. And then the Cowboy game?
So the Cowboys game was great. So I was there. I had won sweet tickets as part of, like, we do the raffles, give them away. So I was like, oh, okay, I got sweet tickets.
How are you able to win those? You work for the team, Bobby.
No, I don't work for the team.
Well,
I work for the fan. No, but it's part of the office thing. I won the raffle, and so it was cool because it was preseason game. I got to actually like sit and watch the game with them for most of the time.
So refreshing.
So, but the cool thing was I was doing my pregame hit, and I'd said something about them being with me, and Tim Collins, he says, he's like, I've got a couple extra field passes. Do y'all want to go down? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Give them to me. Thank you. And so he gives them, he gets them over to me, and we got to go downstairs, and Aiden's got the video here. Laura was so excited. She got to meet DeMarvion Overshone on the sideline. And all she had was a little pencil and her little notebook paper that she has. But she was just like, I want to get an autograph. And so she got her, as you'll see up there, she got, he was like, well, it's cool. We'll make it work. So he signs with a little pencil. And he got her autograph. And she was so thrilled. She also got Jesse Holly's autograph. That was very big deal to her. But it was good. Her being able to get down there and experience it and be around it, and
nice.
And Addison was being a little too cool for school. She was a little like, yeah, you know, it's cool, but she was trying not to freak out too much. The thing Laura loved the most, the equipment guys, like the league equipment guys who have the balls ready and everything like that, they will go around and they'll play catch with some kids who are there, and you'll see, there you go, there's the DeMarvion Overshone signature there in pencil. She was like, can you get me a safe so I can put this somewhere?
A safe?
She wants a safe now.
Wow.
So, but the equipment guys came over and they pulled her onto the field and like played catch with her and let her throw the football and stuff. So she loved it. It was a fantastic time. Loved it, and it was good to hang out with them for a game.
Pay best and worst.
So this is a best right now, but it could be a worse. You know, look, I don't find myself as like a big money problems guy. You know, I think I'm financially, you know, I can manage money pretty well. But I might be going down
a casino every month.
Right, yeah. Well, once a month is fine, especially when I'm winning. Look, so I signed up for a new credit card back in April because it had rewards points where, like, if you spent, you know, $4,000 in 4 months, you get, you know, 100,000 bonus points, which is equivalent to $1,000 in cash that just showed up in my bank account. And so I used that, and I was like, okay, like, there's rewards points on this card that I'll use. And then I figured, okay, well, next year I'm going to be traveling some. I have my bachelor trip. I have another friend's bachelor trip, another wedding in Mexico later on that year. So I'm going to be doing some traveling. I'm like, well, I need to get rewarded for this. I don't have an American Airlines credit card to get rewarded for the mileage and everything. And then I saw that American Airlines had a deal going where you get 80,000 bonus miles, which is equivalent to like $1,200. Yeah, I could use towards flights. And I was like, okay, well, I'll sign up for this. Now, there is an annual fee of $90, but it's the second year. The first year is free. So I'm going through all the numbers. I'm like, hold on. I think this is a steal of a deal for me because I pay every credit card off. I've never just paid the minimum. I've never had a late fee or anything. So I'm thinking, okay, if I continue to pay for these credit cards on time, don't get hit with any fees. Like, what stops me from continuing to go get the next credit card with the biggest deal? Am I crazy for this, or am I going to eventually have problems down the line? Because my credit score is amazing right now.
Amazing. Look at you.
I'm terrible with this stuff. I need a new credit card, and I get overwhelmed by the options and what would fit best for me.
I'm the absolute worst with credit card rewards and everything else. I don't know that I've ever cashed any in, or if I don't know. I don't even know how to look and see what I have rewards for. I have no clue. It's a total waste. And I use it. I just have no idea how to actually, like, I've never actually looked and seen what I get with it.
Yeah, this is for the fan text giving you all the advice and to tweet. And I did tweet out the poll. Bassmaster said, please do a funny poll for all four of you.
Okay, the fan text right now is like maybe 60-40 Chop, but it's close to like 50-50.
Right.
And then, by the way, like, if you think Chop is funny, he stole my material, so I still win in the end.
Did this Toronto series basically end the Rangers season? Jared Sandler joins us next.
Our goal
the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean that this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
So he homered after being hit by the pitch. And he swings, and this one is cranked out to left. Lucas turns, he looks, and it's out of here. Is it Adrian Beltre or Marcus Semien? Marcus Semien with his second homer of the series, and the Rangers strike first with a two-run shot here in the second.
And the Rangers get one. Play-by-play voice and Rangers insider Jared Sandler with the call on DFW Sports Station. They win 10-4. They still lose the series. They're 5.5 back in the wild card, 7.5 back in the American League West. Joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline is the Sandman here with Sean and Bobby. Choppy out on vacation this week. Rank the morning show in order of comedy, 1 through 4.
Like the four of you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, who's funniest?
Oh, man. That's tough. I'm going to go with Peyton makes me laugh the most with some of the funny and dumb things he says.
Yeah.
And his just like total lack of awareness on certain just parts of life.
Right.
RJ makes me laugh, but also makes me want to punch a hole in the wall. So he gets deducted for that.
Yeah.
But it is funny. And then I would go, oh man, it's a tie between you two for third. I don't know who's I'm going to go ahead and give it to Bobby 3 and Sean 4. And I realize that that's a risky decision to put Sean at 4. But Sean, I do think you're funny.
Thanks for your time, Jared.
So
I think Bobby's slightly ahead.
So you think, though, for the record, that RJ is funnier than Bobby?
Oh, 100%, yeah. Bobby is absolutely not funnier than RJ. No shot.
Yes. All right.
Bobby will have some funny things.
Interview.
Bobby, that's fine. Just like Dan Orlovsky.
All right, I'm going to ask you Scott Braun questions now, Jared.
Bobby will have some funny things, and I think the fan text would agree. And I know the fan text hates me, and that's fine. I appreciate that they listen to the station.
Yeah.
But Bobby will say some funny things, but then he also will say some things that just will annoy the crap out of you when he is so dug in on something.
Yeah.
So I'll go RJ over Bobby.
It's nothing to do with comedy. You're penalizing me for something completely outside the question.
Hey, it's his rankings. It's subjective to everybody. Right? It is. Comedy's like food. It's subjective.
I will say this, Bobby. If it was a stand-up competition, if you guys both did stand-up, I don't think RJ would do well. You are. I find you to be incredibly bright and incredibly thoughtful in your delivery on things. Whereas RJ's just I'm funny. I'm RJ. you would be better. You would be better at stand-up. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
All right. I half forgive you.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
Sandler, how many times over the past month have you said to yourself, this Ranger season is over, they're not getting in?
Oh, man.
Or did you feel it more than a month ago, which I'm sure wouldn't be the best thing for you to say as being a big TV host?
No, I don't think it's. Listen, when they were, it is always tough. I preach, hey, it's a long season, and it is. Look at the 2023 season will hopefully always be, or at least the next few years, a reminder to people of how you can feel like that it's the Titanic that is totally sunk, but it's really not. But so it's always fool's gold in May and early June to just say the season's over, unless you're like the Rockies and you're already 20 games back. That's a little different. The Rangers weren't that. And the Rangers had things you could point to where it's hey, this pitching's great, and they defend well, and they should be better offensively. But I'd be lying to you if I told you that in early June I was yeah, this thing is definitely going to turn around. I mean, it was just tough when you had 2 runs, then 1 run, then no runs, then 2 runs, then 2 runs. It's gosh, give us a sign.
Yeah.
And then once they got out of it, I felt pretty good about them being a playoff team. I think that obviously over this last homestand, I never love when you only have one path in. And right now it looks like the Rangers' only path in is the wild card. It would take a tremendous run in probably winning 5 of your remaining 6 games with the Astros at minimum to overtake them. And that's not even accounting for whatever the Mariners might do. So I don't love that we're sitting here August, whatever the date is, and your only realistic path in at this time is the wild card. But I still think they have a run in them. But this is a huge series, guys. They got 4 games against the Royals. They're trailing the Royals. And then we go home 3 games against the Guardians. The Rangers are trailing the Guardians. So I would say that it would be pretty important for them to win maybe 5 of 7 games this week. And then, we can probably have a much better idea. But Sean, I've definitely, after some of these games, gone home and thought, man, maybe this is just not the year. Maybe it's just not going to happen.
Jared, they had a 4 to 6 week stretch where they were one of the best offenses in baseball. And it's cooled again. What about that run wasn't sustainable? Why is it regressed again?
Well, I'll say this, Bobby, and I said this on the postgame last night, and I'll say this in terms of what they need to do, and this will kind of answer the question. This was a lineup built to slug. This was a lineup that was built to hit the ball out of the ballpark. This was not a lineup that was built to get on base at a super high level. Like the Blue Jays, Rangers just play the Blue Jays. They lead Major League Baseball on base percentage. When Rick Shapiro and Ross Atkins built that roster, I don't know that they thought we're going to lead Major League Baseball on base percentage, but they looked at that roster and they probably thought this is a team that is going to be really good at getting on base. I think that when Chris Young and Ross Fenstermaker looked at the Rangers roster in spring training, and we all did the same thing, by the way, we said this is a team that is going to be among the best in baseball at slugging. And so during that 2-month stretch, they got better at a lot of things, but they were still top half kind of in slug, but not top 5 in slug, right? They didn't fully show that form. Well, yesterday they had 4 home runs, and I made it's obviously an obvious comment, but what I said to Dave and Mike was, this is the version of the Rangers that we need to see if they're going to make the type of run they need to make and get into the playoffs. We need to see the slugging Rangers because, they got, I think, 3 guys. Well, Adolis is on the IL, so take him out of it. I think it's 3 without him. They have 3 guys who oftentimes are in their lineup with a sub 300 on base percentage. That's tough sometimes, but you can get away with that if you start hitting the ball over the fence more. And so I think that was if you were to look at that 2-month stretch, I think that would be the one thing. It's like, man, they're still not slugging the way we think they can, right? The Rangers right now are maybe on pace to have 1 guy hit 25 home runs. That's not to say only 1 guy will, but I think we need to look back at the end of the year and see that 3 guys have gone to 25 home runs because 3 guys have gone on that type of a run over the final 6 weeks of the season. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. Give me a grade today for how it's worked out on their trade acquisitions.
Well, so I'll say this. With relievers, the 2 relievers, Danny Coulomb had 1 bad outing, right? And so because he hasn't had a large sample size,
his ERA went to a 7.
Yeah, I mean, he had 1 bad outing, against Toronto, in which he, for the first time ever in his entire career, he faced 3 batters and allowed 3 hits without getting a single out. That had never happened in his entire career. Danny Coulomb, to me, has been an A. He helped you win 2 games, playing a huge role in late-inning relief situations. Phil Maton obviously hasn't worked out as well yet. He got off to a great start. He won, one of the Yankees, I think it was the Yankees extra innings game maybe, where he pitched the scoreless top of the 10th, and that's huge. Like that is pretty significant. But so far he hasn't, with the last couple outings, he hasn't been as good. I'll give him a B- right now. And then Merrill Kelly, he's had 3 starts. I want to give him a pass for the Philadelphia thing. He talked about, he didn't use it as an excuse before, but privately, I think he talked about it was tough getting his family and kids situated and moved. They got school and whatnot around that time. And, he just wasn't sharp against Philadelphia, but he was really good against Arizona. And Merrill Kelly, the pitcher, was really good against Seattle. Merrill Kelly, the fielder, made a bonehead mistake that, he acknowledged. He's like, I don't know what happened when he threw to third with 2 outs. That kind of changed the complexion of his outing. So I think Merrill Kelly has been an A-. So overall, give it a B+ for the 3 guys. But I'll say this. At the end of the year, we need to look and we need Danny Coulomb and Phil Maton to be studs who get leverage outs consistently when we've got a little bit of a larger sample size to judge on.
How much should Ranger fans excuse CY in the front office for not going and getting that bat?
Well, the one thing I would say is what bats were traded, and the reality is not many were. All right, Ryan O'Hearn was traded. The Rangers, I know it would have been great. He went to Wakeland High School in Frisco, but he's a lefty, and the Rangers really, they needed more of a right-handed bat than they needed a left-handed bat. They needed, if they were going to get someone like Ryan O'Hearn, they needed to be the right-handed version because of their struggles against lefties. Ramon Laureano is a guy who I thought would fit, but San Diego got him a part of a bigger deal, and there's no shame in losing out on a deal to San Diego because AJ Preller just has no limits. He's like the kid in high school where it's like your mom said you have to be home by midnight. Dude, I don't care. It's 12:30, and then like an hour later, you're like, dude, you had to be home by midnight. He's like, I really don't care about any of that. I'm not gonna, So other than that, there really weren't backs. Yeah, and Suarez, I don't know. Like Suarez was great. I don't know that the Rangers, unless they're willing to trade Sebastian Walcott for a rental, are you gonna get Eugenio Suarez, right? And some people say, well, he plays third. That's not a fit. They can make it fit, right? They can make it work. But he's a rental, and you would have had to have given up Sebastian Walcott. And I think, there's a guy in Washington named Alex Call who, I think would have been an interesting fit. But the sense I get is that the ask was really high. And unless Rangers fans are sitting here saying, I would give up Sebastian Walcott for a role player with control or a rental, a straight rental, I don't know that the Rangers really – I don't think the Rangers really had deals out there that made sense. And I say this. They're not – like Ross Fenstermaker and Chris Young look at the same things we look at. They know that this team could have used a bat. You don't think that they were trying to do it, to bring a bat in? And then if you add that with the fact there really weren't a lot of bats moved at the deadline, relatively speaking. I
think people just get, and that's why we have you on to give us the reality. I think people just get pissed off with the thought that, you can make a move. Yeah, the Rangers will make a move, but it's got to fit financially, and, we're not going to spend like the ultimate big market teams. I think that's like in the background.
I get that. Yeah. And I'm glad you brought up the money thing. The Rangers clearly wanted it. This was, whether you like it or not, it was important to ownership that it stayed under the luxury tax threshold this season. The understanding being that they will very willingly go over it again next year and probably the year after. And so that also made it a little more challenging. And then again, I think if you look at the Rangers farm system, it doesn't always work this way, where if you trade for a bat, then teams want bats in return. Pitcher, if you trade for a pitcher, they want arms in return. But if you look at the Rangers farm system, Sebastian Walcott, right, one of the top prospects in all of baseball, but then there's a pretty big gap between Walcott and their next best position player prospects. And so I think that maybe created some challenges as well in conversations they had with other teams, that they looked right at Walcott and said, yeah, if Walcott's not in the deal, then sorry, we're out.
Jared Sandler joining us here on 105 The Fan. Jared, what's happened to Robert Garcia this month? He had been really good for them throughout the year, and it's just it feels dicey every single time he's out there now.
Yeah, no, it's been a really rough run. I think, not to oversimplify it, but if you look at the command of where he's throwing his pitches, his fastball and his slider, if you just looked at a little chart of where, the pitches that have been hit, where they've been located, most of them have been in, places in the middle of the zone, not working the edges. And he's got really good stuff. But, I mean, it's not like he's throwing 103, right? The harder you throw, the more margin for error. He's not throwing 103. He's still got really good stuff. He's got the type of stuff that could play as a closer. And, he does throw strikes, which is good, but you also got to throw quality strikes. And so, Bobby, I think, and I don't know how much mentally, right? Like that's something I can't quantify. Has it just snowballed? And is he in his head? Does he need some kind of a reset? A part of the problem is, someone asked me this the other day about, why he was used in this spot or that spot. Because the Rangers, for the most part this year, their identity has been a low-scoring team that pitches really well. They're in a lot of games. We talked on Saturday when the Rangers got blown out by Toronto. They haven't had a lot of those games. They've lost a lot of games that have been frustrating, but not because they've lost by 10. It's because they're losing close games that you feel like are winnable. And when you're constantly playing close games, there really isn't a great opportunity for a quote-unquote soft landing to ease a guy back in. But so I don't know about the mental side. I can't speak to that. But I know from a more objective side, it just doesn't seem like he is commanding his pitches, and you would have, this is the kind of thing someone would say right now he's more of a thrower than he is a pitcher.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you on TV tonight. Appreciate you.
You got it, fellas.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider and play-by-play on the D&M Leasing Hotline. It is a new Music Monday. Is it going to be all Tay-Tay? Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
33. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to cards record attorneys in Dallas.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
We've been on a better run of songs lately, I feel like. Lately, we've gotten some better contributions, and this will be a better one just because there will be no Taylor Swift in it, Sean, unlike your anticipation. So I'm not going to put Taylor Swift
Is it
in.
because there are none out?
Yeah, I mean, that's mainly why.
October 3rd is when the album.
Yeah, it's not out.
Okay, so it didn't get leaked or whatever?
No, it did get leaked.
All
so
right.
that's mainly why. But I'm going to position it as if I'm just taking a really strong stance and that I'm not going to play her. But we do have 3 songs this week that I think were pretty good, as Laura picked them again this week. I got to consult with the youth, I guess, is the thing. And just say, what do we need to hear? The first song this week, Khalid is out with a new song for what feels like the first time in like 6 years, I feel like. This is In Plain Sight.
Oh, I got so much to tell you, cause something ain't right. Should've saw it coming. In plain sight, the lies that you sell me, the seed in your eyes.
I love Khalid. I think Khalid
DJ Khalid?
Oh my gosh, no, that's DJ Khaled. It's a different one. This is Khalid. He's the one who's he had East Side. Remember that song years ago? Halsey. On the east side, in the city where the sun don't set. He was on that song. So I love Khalid. I think he's great.
I'm in on this. Catchy.
Peyton,
I like the beat.
Thumbs up?
Thumbs
Love
up.
it. Yep, thumbs up.
All right, next one. We got some country music, as typical. This is Jordan Davis, one of Kristen's top country crushes right now. This is Jordan Davis, Ain't Enough Road.
Maybe by Memphis, I miss you less than I'm missing you now. Might roll right through Oklahoma, leave you in a red dust cloud. I thought by Vegas and make it a little better, but no, it's too much of us to let go, and there just ain't enough road.
Look, and cookie cutter is a thing for a reason. It's because people like it, and this is nice. I like it. Do I listen to this and go like, man, this sounds like this is going to be burned in my memory for forever? Right. No, it sounds like a dozen other songs I've heard before, but it's good. It sounds good, and that's the thing. This is the most unique song of the week. And,
Wait. Peyton, are you in? We going to make it 2 for 2?
Yeah, Jordan Davis of the Eagles. Some great vocals there from him. So
Jordan Davis from the Eagles actually can sing. It's become a thing.
Not just Mulata?
No, it's not. All right, so the third song of the week, it's the most unique artist that we've got. It's the most unique song. It's the one probably I like the best. This is Dijon. It's Yamaha.
This is my least favorite so far of the 3.
I think this is. First off, I love Dijon's vocals. I think he's a fantastic singer, but it's different. It's like it's unique. It's something I haven't like typically heard before. Like the way that it's cut up, the way that it's produced, everything else. But I really like that. I like Dijon in general, but that one I know is not going to be everybody's cup of tea. But I like all 3 this week. I think all 3 are good.
Yeah, all 3. I'll go 2.5 out of 3 here. That last one was a little off there, but the first 2 were great.
A new music Monday. After a rough start, Bobby getting, or his daughter,
yeah, she's saving all this.
Little bit of a roll. Speaking of Tay-Tay, did you see the podcast numbers?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my word. The podcast appearance on New Heights with her boyfriend and brother, 379 million views on Instagram, 61.5 million views on X, 34.5 million views on TikTok, 15 million views on YouTube, 1.3 million live viewers. The episode stream crashed, past 3 million followers on Instagram, 400,000 new YouTube subscribers since, most concurrent podcast listeners ever, according to the stats. Wow.
To be expected, I think. Look, I'm not going to say she doesn't bring numbers. She doesn't bring eyeballs. She clearly does.
You like that?
Did your daughters watch it, or everyone liked her?
Addison, it was that quick. She was Taylor Swift obsessed. Now she's like, yeah, she's fine. That's where she's got
because of you.
No, it's got nothing to do with me. It felt like
ruin your girl's idol.
It felt like she almost liked her more initially because I was like, blah. She liked I got something that I like that you do. Like she almost like
I was so happy. I was so happy you were out sick while we were reviewing this because she was so likable. She was cool. She seemed chill.
Yeah. She was funny. She had some funny moments. She talked about, obviously the Eras Tour and then like her, learning football from Travis. Great
Travis was the cringy one during it. I'm like, is he really this in love or is he acting?
How much did you watch of it? Did you watch the whole thing?
How long was it?
It was over 2 hours.
2 hours with her on it?
Yes, the whole thing. I got to about an hour 40. Then I told Mackenzie, I said, all right, you watch the rest. I'm out.
I skipped basically all the music stuff.
What? So
like her getting back her music and the Eras tour, I skipped all that.
Did you come away from it feeling like, okay, this is a real relationship? Because I know we've questioned.
Yeah, he's going to propose within a year's time.
So you think that
he has to?
You think it's genuine? Like though they are like. This is nothing for public consumption. I think they are really about each other.
No, I don't question any of that for public consumption. But Travis Kelce is so corny.
Yeah,
he's so cheesy. I'm like,
he's a simp, man.
I'm like, is this real? Is he just still in honeymoon phase? Is he acting like his real self? Or he's just like, I would listen to you re-record an album, and it's the same songs I'd listen. And he says it's like genuine. It's, you know how I am. I'm not mushy like that. Like sure. I can't take it. And I'm like, there's no way that can be that genuine and mushy.
Here's my theory on Travis Kelce. If you look up Travis Kelce's track record, Kelce was a character concern coming out of college. The people were concerned with him. They thought he was.
I don't watch this dating reality show.
He was thought to be a little bit too, like that was a question of like, can we trust this guy? So I think what you see now is either A, you may just see somebody who's gone so far the other direction, or B, he knows what his reputation has been, so he's worked really hard to present a certain thing publicly. Because we saw Super Bowl, he's in Andy Reid's face, basically like ready to punch his head coach in the face. I can't imagine
then he's on the podium with "You gotta fight," but like you can't even come with your own original lines after you win.
I can't. Well, I mean, it's just like the girl he's dating. Like they create vanilla cookie cutter things. That's what they do. But I look at it and I go, I think that's got to be persona. Like I do feel like some of that is just he's aware of what his reputation had been throughout his career, worked really hard to change it, and he's not going to do anything to look flippant or anything else. And I'm sure Taylor Swift sees somebody completely different, just like he probably sees a different version of Taylor Swift than we see. Like he probably sees somebody who gets pissed off about stuff and, complain about somebody, like the normal relationship stuff. But yeah, what I saw, she came off more likable, which is what I figured she would and why I tried to avoid it, because I want to hold my takes.
Is this something or nothing? Dylan Gabriel, well, talk about your Shador clip first that you did not love.
Oh, yeah, and it's hard to hear it, so I didn't pull it, but it was Shador Sanders was walking onto the field the other day, and some kid is apparently asking him for an autograph, and he said, I got a game to play. It's not really good look for me to be signing autographs before a game. And it's like, okay, you maybe have gotten this is why like it's tough to trust your decision making on some things. That's not the optic you have to worry about.
Yeah,
where you're like, I can roll in with the boombox playing my own rap hits, like that's fine. But like if I go out here and sign an autograph for a kid, that's going to be a really poor look for me.
So Dylan Gabriel played as a result of Shador being injured, and I'm going to take you back to Dan Lanning, the viral, amazing clip when Oregon was taking on Colorado. And this was Dan Lanning, whose quarterback was Dylan Gabriel, addressing his team before taking on Deion and Shador.
Rooted in substance, not flash. Rooted in substance. Today, we talk with our pads. You talk with your helmet, right? Every moment. The Cinderella story is over, man. Right? They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. There's a difference. Right? There's a difference. Right? This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood. It's going to be played on the grass. Right? It's going to be played on the grass. Let's go.
Keep that in mind. As Dylan Gabriel, mid-game, was being interviewed.
It's just part of it. There's entertainers and there's competitors. And I totally understand that. And my job is to compete. And that's what I'm focused on doing. Of course, we're doing this mid-game, but, it's something that I'll get used to and just want to be the best team that I can and create an environment where we can all go do our best work. That's all we want to do.
Give me the beginning of that line, the first 3 seconds, Pepe. That is what is taken over as the story.
It's just part of it. There's entertainers and there's competitors.
That's it. There's entertainers and there's competitors. Is that the shot at Shador? Now, for proper context, Dylan Gabriel came out and he was like, no, That is not what I was saying. I was not insulting my teammate. And the way I took his possible justification, Bobby, is that he was talking about like TV people. He was talking about people on television who discuss their sport and team and quarterback depth chart.
Yes, but that quote is going to be really... I'm conflicted on this one because everything you hear,
there's entertainers and there's competitors.
Everything you hear about Dillon Gabriel is he's not one to do something like that, to take a shot like that. But everything you hear about Dillon Gabriel is how aware he is and how much of a like field general leader, like understands the optics, does everything like that. So it's hard for me not to think he would have had a blind spot to think this might sound bad. Like this might sound like a reference that, because that clip we played from Lanning, that they're fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins. That I know at the time sent reverberations in college football of, oh snap, like they just put it on trial for Colorado and what they're doing. That was something that was considered massively, with knowing the cameras were in there to film the pregame speech. That sent just shockwaves of like, that's Lanning taking a straight shot at you don't belong here. And so that's tough for me to look at and say that he didn't have.
In his post-game presser, he said, I've explained to entertainers are you all, media, competitor, that's what I am.
Now to be fair, the we're fighting for clicks, they're fighting for roosts. I think that was still while Gabriel was at was still at Oklahoma then for that one. But still, it's still the Lanning philosophy and the things that he drives into them.
Oh.
And
he wasn't on that team?
I can't remember if that was 24 or 23. That's what I'm trying to remember.
2 years ago.
If it was 23, then he was at Oklahoma then. But I can't remember if that was 24 or 23. I think it was 23 because I think that was after they had won their first 3 games.
Yeah, because they were in the same conference back then. Last year, Oregon was in the Big Ten.
Yeah, so that would have been 2 years ago. But it's still the same thing that Lanning implements in him. And Gabriel is that thought process of toughness and leader and everything. That's why I'm going to go with it is just a misstep, and he didn't understand how it was going to be perceived. But I could go back and forth on that.
I'm going to go with it was not a shot at Shedeur. I'll lean towards that. That was a 42-6 beatdown.
Oh yeah.
With what they
destroyed
did.
them.
42-6. What do y'all think? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Yeah, because was Bo Nix the quarterback?
In 23, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it was Bo Nix for that game in which they destroyed Colorado.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to remember. I couldn't remember if that game was last year or the year before, but yeah, 23 would have been Bo Nix.
I have not read in detail what you just were trying to talk to me about during the segment. Do we have a Micah Parsons tease?
The Micah Parsons negotiation might be worse than you thought. That's next in Below the Belt.
105.3 The Fan.
not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
In the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Now on second down, here's a pass that's dropped and intercepted. Keemon Hall picked that ball out of the hands of the running back Ali at the Raven 40, and the Cowboys have their second takeaway of the night. Hall touchdown immediately.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is it all performative, or is this for real this time? Oh, one NFL insider says, no, this is real this time. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation, as well as DNM Auto Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Sean, where have you, in general, the ebbs and flows of how you view the Micah Parsons negotiation, or lack thereof, as to just it being typical Cowboys? Because I think that's been the line from a lot of people. It's like, oh, it's typical Cowboys. Has it reached a point where you're like, nah, this feels different?
I think it's gotten more personal. The most personal of all the negotiations. I don't blame Micah Parsons if he doesn't want to be here. If my boss talked about me like that, and I had options, and I know I could go get max money anywhere else, I would say, get me out of here too. I'm not working for you. It's too insulting.
Well, Adam Schefter was on Get Up this morning. Mm-hmm.
I do believe that the Cowboys and what they're doing with the negotiation is typical. And I think Schefter's about to talk about one of their tactics.
Yeah, and this one here, I don't know. The Schefter, obviously, when you listen to any insider, they have their sources. So one may be giving you more than another does, and so maybe one side is making you feel a certain perspective, whatever else. But generally, Schefter's going to be pretty plugged in across the board. So Adam Schefter was on Get Up this morning, and Dan Orlovsky was talking about Micah Parsons being available for the first game. And he's like, it's the typical Cowboys. This is what they do, and they're going to get it done. And that's when the conversation transitioned a little bit.
I would agree with you normally, because everything they do feels so performative. This one feels different.
No, totally. This one is different.
Mad,
it is different.
Right? They made him mad.
It's gotten personal, and they're no closer to a deal, and there's no reason to think that the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons will be able to work out a deal before the start of the regular season. Now, again, it's August 18th, and sides always can come together. But we want to emphasize, there have been zero contract negotiations since late March and early April. Is that going to change all of a sudden? I don't think so.
I think that the Cowboys' negotiating tactic is giving you the silent treatment. We're not talking to you until literally the very last minute and moment. That's my punishment for you. You have a contract. You betrayed me. You stabbed me in the back with your statement saying that I trapped you in this room and made it sound like I put a DeAndre Jordan chair underneath. And this is your punishment. I also think right now that Micah hasn't done a good enough job of scaring them into believing that he could be a monumental disruption during the year. Now, maybe Micah doesn't want to do that, and to his credit, he doesn't want to screw over the rest of his teammates, and he is technically under contract. But showing up at practice and putting on IG, your Dallas Cowboy helmet paraphernalia, and being at all the games, and being there every day, that would not lead me to believe, if I was in the front office, that he's not going to skip games and that he's not going to be TO inside of our locker room. So I think from that standpoint, again, this guy's agent of the year, Forbes #1. I think David Mulugheta and Micah Parsons have erred. They've screwed up in that category. They haven't fired any shots to make me feel that he's going to be disruptive and a problem.
Here's the thing. Fair or not, legitimate or not, and I'm not saying either way, but fair or not, legitimate or not, I think the Cowboys have done an effective job, even if this was or wasn't their intent. They've done an effective job making the rest of the league ask, what's wrong? What's the problem here? Is there something wrong with him? Does he have an attitude problem? Is he focused on football?
Yeah.
And I think it's
leadership.
It's introduced.
All they kept talking about the opening presser was leadership.
I think it's just introduced enough of a question to teams around the league, whether they were going to pick up the phone and call on it or not, or whether the Cowboys intend to trade him or not. I think it's made enough people from the outside just observing it, look at it and go, what's wrong with him? Why aren't they doing this? Why are they doing this with him? And it's made them pause to where it does put in a position of, if you start making the...
But they did it with Lamb too.
Right, but if you start making the insinuation of, I'm gonna I'm gonna cause a ruckus, like if you're Micah, well, now you're playing into potentially new suitors who are already kind of going like, is there something wrong? And now you're causing trouble in your way. That now it seems like they're going, okay, do I want to do that?
Yeah.
Do I want to mess with that? Because I think that is...
Give me give me the top 2 or 3 bad boys in the NFL.
Currently, or just over like recent history?
What? Either.
Recent history, immediately, Antonio Brown immediately comes to mind.
Okay. But Antonio Brown, right? Like, he found the Patriots afterwards. Now, it limits the market, but he still ended up on the Patriots and the Raiders.
Yeah.
Even though he was a problem in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Dallas, now, after T.O. left Dallas.
Like, Dennis Rodman kept getting teams.
Sure.
And I think we know now in today's sports world, like Harden, hey, I'm going to blow this up. This isn't who I am. This is what I have to do to get out.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean?
I think that's normal because football, it's a lot harder. Pickens is working really hard right now not to project a certain image. And you got to remember, same agent, probably similar advice. Look at how they're playing Pickens right now. Just, I'm on my best behavior. What has been said about me is not true.
Yeah.
You're not going to hear any of this. I think they feel like Micah has matured a great deal. And I think that's accurate. I think Micah has matured over the last few years. And I think that when you look at what the reputation sort of was, or some of the chatter, some of the buzz that existed earlier in his career, he's not going to want to lean into that. There would have been a point, and I know they're two totally different cases, but there was a point where it probably wouldn't have been a good idea for Ezekiel Elliott to be loud and problematic during his contract holdout. If he would have done that, there's already other stuff that people are going to go, okay, well, this kind of seems like the guy that we've heard about then. And I think that's the thing, is that there's enough people just asking, why aren't you just getting this done? Why aren't you just paying him? And if that's the case, if this is your typical negotiating tactics, why are you so publicly and loudly talking about things off the field with him? You've asked way more questions about Micah Parsons off the field publicly than you asked about Ezekiel Elliott. And there was way more to go off of with Ezekiel Elliott than there was with Micah Parsons. But you're very publicly going, I don't know, is he a leader?
It also, and Adam Schefter's great at what he does, it also benefits the Cowboys to have Adam Schefter say, there's zero movement. They're not even picking up the phone.
No calls, yeah.
It benefits, like, I would guess, I don't know at all, I would guess, did Adam Schefter get that from Micah's side or the Cowboys side? Would it make more sense to get it from the Cowboys side to scare Micah and put it out there again? The Cowboys aren't budging. They're not budging. You're playing this year under the tag.
Yeah, or under his option. Yeah, and then they have the tag that they can apply to him next year. I said this last week. I think if he plays on the option year this year, the chances shoot up astronomically that he's traded next year. That they tag him and they say, all right, we'll work out some deal for his rights. But if they can get something done to where he's got the extension, I still think there's a window here to extend an olive branch and to smooth things over a little bit. I think on Micah's side, they probably feel like we've done our part. We've done our due diligence. We've talked to you twice. We've communicated we're ready to go. And you guys are, there's just this odd gamesmanship of, well, I'm not going to deal with the agent. I'm not going to do that.
Now give me the percentage that a deal gets done before the opener in your mind. You over or under 50%?
It's such a like just a wild guess at this point because they're not even talking. You have no idea how far apart they may be. I'm going to say mostly gut. I'm going to say 40% they get one done because they're so far. I just don't know how likely is it that they're going to just pick up the phone? Because I think as soon as they pick up the phone and call, it would get smoothed over. I just don't know that they're going to blink on that.
When does he have to actually step on the practice field to play against the Eagles?
So obviously everybody can be different. Ezekiel Elliott, I'm trying to remember. I think it was
Dak was practicing.
Yeah, Ezekiel Elliott was not. And Zeke went on the field and played, I think, without practice that week. I'm trying to remember if he didn't practice at all or he practiced maybe a day, like went through a walkthrough or something like that. Obviously, running back is going to be a different position, too, than whatever they're going to have Micah do. I would imagine initially, if he's just going to show up and he's going to play and wait for his trade, if that's really what they want, then I would imagine that he would be used sparingly in week 1. He would be used in obvious pass rush situations is what I would guess. Because if he's not going to show up and practice and get ready, or if they feel like he's behind in any sort of way in terms of the meetings or the scheme or whatever else that they're trying to implement now, he's probably only going to be used in these situations where it's like, okay, go out there, you're rushing the passer.
Can you imagine? I can imagine, actually. The week of, the deal gets done, he's ready to go for Philly, but it has to be in this limited role, and you ended up paying him 41 or more only to have him be a half participant or less against the defending champs in your division.
Yeah.
I'll lose my effing mind. I'll lose my freaking mind. I really will. I've looked at that bell right there to smash that computer screen, but it hasn't happened yet. That's a very distinct possibility.
Yeah. No, and
instead of just giving the 45, now maybe they're still at 50. Who knows? We still don't know what they're asking for.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea?
No, because they haven't talked, so it's like it's not even like they could put in a request for how much they're talking for because they won't talk. So that's the thing. Like it's all exists in each other's minds. Jerry's got his idea, I'm sure, of what they want to do.
What do you really lose if you're David Mulugheta and you call Stephen Jones or Adam Pacifica, the cap guy, and go, "Hey, you guys want to do anything? Where do we stand?" What do you lose?
So I'm not sure from his perspective what it would be. If I were to put myself in his shoes, I would think, I'm not going to beg you to take Micah Parsons. I've called you twice. I've done my due diligence. This is not on me to do this whole thing. Yeah. There's a certain level of respect. There's a certain level of expectation. We've told you we're ready to go. You didn't respond to calls previously. He's a superstar. He's a future Hall of Famer. I'm not going to beg you to take my phone call to negotiate with him. You're either going to pay him or you're not. And I've told you we're open and I've told you we're ready, and you're not doing anything about it. At this point, the ball's in your court and the onus is on you to actually do something about it. And I think that's sort of where they're at right now, perspective-wise.
So that is Adam Schefter saying, nope, still absolutely nothing, and it is definitely personal. That's taken over Below the Belt. We will recap the Ravens game with Nick Eatman, 9:20 here on your home of the Cowboys and your home of the Rangers. Why is Bobby already free agent shopping for your favorite baseball team? That's not doing anything for the rest of this season. Is Bobby officially out on the Rangers? That's next with some Diamond Cavs on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Langford, a blast to left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's bending towards the pole. It's a fair ball into the second deck. A 2-run monster mash by Wyatt Langford. And the Rangers lead 8-1.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Oh, crap. I forgot of like a
How
RJ.
can you not be romantic about awful comedy grades? And Jared Sandler, my text messages, trying to explain away why he thinks RJ's funnier. There's no fixing this, Jared. You've already ruined it.
That has nothing to do. You got to do an RJ Choppy type Diamond Cavs tease. How can you not be romantic about scoring 10 runs to maybe salvage your season and save a sweep against the Toronto Blue Jays?
Sure. Or how can you not be romantic about potentially adding better players this offseason now that you have financial flexibility?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Which it sounded like, I mean...
You're better at teases than RJ.
It sounded like...
No, you're not.
No, I know. I'm actually not. It sounded like, talking to Jared last hour, that's still the position of the team. Is that, hey, we're going to have financial flexibility after this year. We just need to get through 2025. As soon as we do that, we are going to be there ready to spend.
Let's recap what happened as I was ready to give the final nail yesterday if they got swept. I think Bobby may have given the final nail. But yesterday, 5 straight hits with 2 outs. They scored 3 runs. You got Marcus, you got Berger, you got Heim, and they get the easy W, 10-4. Saturday, Corbin allows a season-high 7 runs in 2 1/3, shortest outing of the year. He's winless since July 10th, has not finished the 5th inning in any of his past 3 starts, and then Friday was more devastation. I told you, it feels like every game we're covering some type of thrilling comeback attempt or a devastating loss. You're up 3-0 in the 7th. Magic Johnson Garcia gives up the 2-run homer. Then you get more insurance with Marcus going yard in the 8th. You're up 5-2, and then it all falls apart, and you waste 5 shutout innings from DeGrom. So that was the Ranger weekend. I got 2 other things before Bobby goes free agent shopping. By the way, after the weekend, and I usually get worried about you being too negative. The Ranger ratings have been incredible from the Tolos. People are tuning into the games with Eric, Matt, and Jared, and like Ranger baseball is the number 2 sport in this city behind the Cowboys and NFL football. It's a stronger ratings audience than it is like with the crowd and attendance at the Globe because it's a really weak crowd. But that insult aside, I've been worried about you being too negative. You crapped all over the trade deadline. You ended up being right. I think last year you gave some strong Ranger opinion. You ended up being right. So you're on a roll. As long as you're on a roll, you can be as negative as you want. Is it over?
Yes. I mean, look.
When did you make up your final mind?
I mean, I felt like it was over when they didn't make moves at the deadline, or the moves I thought they needed to make when they didn't cover over the weaknesses that they had.
But so, I mean, like really, really over.
Philly, the Philly series was like, all right, this is over. This is. I don't think they're bouncing back from this. Now, look, they're not obviously eliminated in the sense of they're still within spitting distance.
7.5 wild card, or excuse me, 7.5 West, 5.5 wild card.
Yeah, and so that's. Could they go on a run where if they're hitting the ball like they did for that 6 weeks in June to mid-July, can they potentially rebound and find success and go on a run? Sure. that can happen. So that's within the margin of error. That's within the realm of possibility. I look at it and I say, everything we've learned about this team through 125 games tells me that the final, however many that is, 37, the final 37 games is not likely to show me some team that's wildly different. And the team that they are right now is probably about a 500 team.
If I gave you this stat in football, Choppy's going to predict the Rangers bounce back next year because of this stat. It's kind of a 50-50 thing. It's one-score games in the NFL. Nick Harris tweeted this after Friday. Rangers have lost 29 games in the 7th inning or later. 29. If I cut that in half, right? Law of averages, wouldn't we do this in football? Next year, it's not going to go that badly for you. That includes 14 of their last 21. If they won just half of those 29, they'd be leading the entire American League by 4 games. How do I factor that into being unlucky or not?
So I don't know.
While watching them day in and day out, I don't feel like they've gotten unlucky and screwed. But this stat could be spun that way. It's like your 6.1 score game.
Yeah, if you're now that's the thing is that losing in the 7th or later, that could also mean like you gave up 5 runs in the 7th and you end up getting blown out ultimately.
Right.
So the way that what you look at is like, okay, do you have some sort of just unsustainable record in 1-run games? Like are you really great in those or really bad in those? So like last year, for instance, I think Texas had the worst. They were like the worst record in 1-run games, or they were for a long stretch of it. So yeah, they ended up finishing the year 26-20, but earlier in that year they had been something like 9-17 or something like that. So those are the kind of things that you look at, and they do have a significant like below 500 record in 1-run games this year. They are this season they're 17-24. So that obviously you look at that and go, okay, that should be able to balance out a little bit, or that should be able to come around a little bit. Their expected win-loss right now, they currently sit at 62-63. Their expected record is supposed to be 67-58 is what their record should be, according to the expected win-loss. So that's a team that says they've been a little unlucky, like they haven't gotten the benefit of what they probably should. But I think that it's just tough to be, or actually it's even better than that. It's 69-56. It should be the best record in the AL West if you look at everybody's expected win-loss. But there's just something that tells me, like, when you watch this baseball team, you go, that team's not good enough on offense. So I don't care what it looks like they should have, because I say that offense shouldn't win even a 500 record.
Rangers Nation tweeted this out. This just hit me hard over the weekend. Rangers OPS ranks among Major League Baseball by spot in the batting order. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Leadoff, 29th.
Woo! We were ahead of one.
644 OPS. Second in the lineup, 11th.
Seager.
Third, 29th. Fourth, 30th. Fifth, 30th. Sixth, second OPS.
Yes.
Seventh, 6th. 8th, and hitting 9th, 23rd. You're 3, 4, 5. Awful.
I don't know if I like that one.
Along with first, leadoff.
They used to call that the heart of the order, didn't they? Like that's supposed to be exactly where you're raking and you're destroying. I mean, that's the problem where, and maybe I'll give them a little bit of leeway or a little bit of grace on the topic of, you know, there wasn't a move out there for us to make, like Jared was talking about last hour, or maybe we're going after it and it's like they're wanting too much. It's not a deal you would have been happy with. Fine, whatever that is. There's no excuse for the late inning stuff. The fact that they didn't do more to take care of the bullpen situation or the closer situation before the season started. The fact that they just let that sit all off season. They've gone into the regular season, not really figured it out, and then they got to the deadline and didn't do anything to solidify it again. That's a problem when they didn't do anything to fix the closer role.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out this week on vacay in Gaylord, Michigan, the Gaylord Golf Mecca. You're shopping already since you think it's over?
Yep, it's done. Jim Bowden over at The Athletic had the top 25 potential MLB free agents for this upcoming offseason, because some of it's dependent on guys who opt out, whatever else. But we've got a list here that if you look at the top 3, it's basically just the old Red Sox or the old Astros farm system, as it's Kyle Tucker, Framber Valdez, and Alex Bregman are the top 3. But if you're looking at options to add and to flesh the Rangers out, what are you looking for? What do you want? You want a starting pitcher? You want a DH? What are you looking for? What are you in the market for? I'll tell you who we got.
Bats,
just any bats. Throw them out there. Give me an outfielder. Give me whatever. I'll say this: we just got done watching him. DH, you could always use a good DH or a really strong middle of the order bat. Kyle Schwarber, we could throw him out there. Kyle Schwarber is 4th on this list. He's the only non-former Astro that's on this list. He says Schwarber's putting together what could be his best year at the ideal time. It looks like he will set career highs in home runs and RBIs. He has hit 40 homers or more in 3 of the past 4 years and currently ranks 2nd in the National League in homers at 42 and 2nd in RBIs at 98. He's 32 years old.
Yeah.
But he's somebody, again, who will crush the baseball. The further you get down the list, the more you start going, oh, okay. Pete Alonso's on there at 5. You like Pete Alonso, but that was somebody that the Mets seemed like they were ready for divorce with just last year.
Yeah.
Bo Bichette, shortstop, Blue Jays, is 6th. Go a little bit further down the list for some of the other bats, because you got to get all the way down to 10 before the next bat comes through. Cody Bellinger. Bellinger's a good player. If you're telling me Bellinger is one of the 4 or 5 best position players that I can go out there and get in the offseason, that's starting to sound to me like the Rangers would need to add 2 or 3 guys for it to really make the impact that you want. You go down the list, Eugenio Suarez from the Mariners is number 11 on this list. Number 12, Aroldis Chapman, if you need some late inning help. He's had a dominant season this year for the Red Sox. He's up there. You've got the Edwin Diaz opt-out that you can get. We can bring the trumpets to Globe Life Field if you like. And then Josh Naylor is number 15. He rounds that out. But when you start looking at this list of players, Rangers have the 19th highest rated free agent on here in Merrill Kelly. He's on here. And so we start looking at the guys that are falling into that area, that range. You start saying, all right, how much can I really solve this team's problems versus just the guys that we've counted on? Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, these guys we've projected as being big-time players first. They need to just start being big-time players. But to me, if you need the money, go spend it. Like if you've got the money now, you've said you're ready to spend it, go spend it and overpay for some of these if you want to be competitive next year.
Bobby referenced the poll question. His worst of the weekend at 7:40 in the Expressway was my wife and brother saying that RJ is the funnier one on the show compared to Bobby. Jared Sandler agreed with it, and I put it out on Twitter at 1053SS. Follow me, I'll follow you back. I'll put all 4 of us up there, because I think Jared voted Peyton as the funniest.
Yep.
Who's the funniest on the morning show? 46% have voted RJ Choppy. 29% have voted Bobby. 15% have voted Peyton. And I'm coming in dead last at around 10%.
Well, that sounds like
touch the balls.
That sounds like Choppy and I are heading for a runoff. That once this poll is done, if he only has a plurality and not a majority, it sounds like then we got to enter a runoff. And I got to see if I was the second choice on people's ballots. Look, it's fine.
Well, he's winning the poll by 18%.
That's but he doesn't have 50%. This is a runoff. if you follow the way like we do Senate elections across the country in different states and stuff, that's the way we got to do it. We got to go to a runoff.
I called that one.
Let's get the star up, star down from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. He was working TV. His review of Cowboys, Ravens, and when do we need to start worrying? Nick Eatman joins us next.
Hazel bells.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maidens.
Pre-club.
No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Trick attorneys in Dallas.
Third down, and Milton throwing it out. No, he won't throw it. He'll be sacked for a safety. A little more presence. He's got to get rid of the ball. Milton sacked for a safety by Marquise Robinson.
The headline from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, need to figure out this backup QB situation. And Nick is joining us after the Cowboys' 31-13 loss to the Baltimore Ravens at AT&T Stadium, and heard right here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. How do they figure it out with what they have?
Well, maybe it's not what they have.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's what's out there. I mean, I'm seriously, it's
oh, you don't have to tell us you're serious. We know.
I mean, yeah, I think we all see it. I mean, like this is a great experiment, but I don't know if this is. I mean, I still think Milton's a guy that could be there as your third guy. This seems very, it reminds me a lot of last year, right? They traded for a guy, obviously traded for fourth round pick with Lance. This is a seventh round pick, but still they traded for him with hopes that he would be ready for this, and he wasn't. So Cooper Rush was your backup. And so I think that they need to find a backup quarterback. Something would happen to Dak, and Milton can still develop and do all his things. But I don't think, he's ready to be the backup behind Dak here in this offense.
Nick, how much of what you've seen in these two games surprises you based upon what you saw from Milton in Oxnard?
Honestly, nothing surprises me because I think I was pretty clear about what I was seeing out there as well. Like, yes, there are some really nice plays and there's some that aren't. And so we could see this coming. And this is standing there with the red jersey on, knowing you're not going to get hit. And still the ball was going all over the place. And so when the bullets start flying and you get out there in the game, everybody that I would talk to was kind of like, let's see what happens. And I don't know if they're letting him really run and be. It seems like he's been told not to. I can't confirm that. But it's kind of what it feels like. Like, hey, we know what you can do.
Right.
Let's stand in there and make the throws.
Right.
But that, to him, is not necessarily the way he plays quarterback. And so he does need to take off. He does need to run some, and that hasn't happened. And so I wonder if that's kind of messing with his head a little bit. But, some of the basic throws, it's just not there. And the mechanics-wise, it's just not there. He needs to play. He needs more development. But I know I'm not alone in thinking that they've got to figure something out here.
Nick, I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Before I ask you the hypothetical, let me clarify really quickly. I can ask you about a player not under contract with a team as part of my hypothetical, right? Like that doesn't get you in trouble the way somebody who's with another team?
Somebody not with the team?
Yeah, somebody who's a free agent. Yeah, just somebody. Yeah. Okay, all right, then cool. All right, we're going to throw out these names then. Your backup quarterback options are Joe Milton, Will Grier, or like the two guys who are the top of the free agent market right now are Carson Wentz and CJ Beathard. Who are you going with as your backup to start the season? Are you just saying, let's go with Grier, let's roll with Milton, or do you just say, all right, grab me one of these guys off the free agent pile like a Beathard or a Wentz?
Yeah, I'd grab one of those guys. I can keep all of those guys still on my team. I can keep Milton as my third quarterback, even though I know they probably want to go short in some position, and maybe they do. But, he could probably stay as your third. Grier could probably be on your practice squad as far as the development goes. But no, I think I'd rather have another guy in there like that. And he may not be ready. Whoever it is still got to learn your offense a little bit. But I would feel comfortable. I'd feel more comfortable about that, about a guy coming in ready to play. And just anybody that's shown that he's a good teammate, he understands the backup role, the backup position, and will be supportive of Dak and everybody around him. And that's what I would probably have to do at this point.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Why isn't Dak going to get a preseason rep if that is the case in Game 3 as well?
Because to me, the risk reward is just absolutely off the charts of different as far as the guy getting hurt and losing him in a preseason game versus a little bit of reps here and there that he, and I still don't think he's going to be, he's not going to go out there and get 2 series and go like, oh, I'm ready now. I don't think that, and I've gone back and looked at this. Their season openers, their first month of the season have not been that bad to the point of like where you can risk this. It'd be one thing if every game was like the first couple of games of the season, they're terrible. And you're like, well, of course they're terrible. They're not getting any reps. But they've come out and been okay. Last year wasn't the best, but the previous years have been pretty good and to start the year to suggest that he hasn't had a preseason snap since 2019. So I think that I don't think that's the issue so much as you would feel absolutely sick if something happened in a preseason game, and I think that they just don't want to risk it. They've seen it. They've seen Romo get hurt. Was that a good thing, bad thing? That's we can debate that all day long, but your starting quarterback got hurt in a preseason game.
Nick, tell me, and Bobby, you weigh in too, if you guys agree or disagree with this. I have to start Will Grier Friday, and I have to have Will Grier play 2 or 3 quarters.
I'll weigh in on that. That depends on. I'll throw it back to you. What is your end game there? What's the agenda for you? Is it because you want to see Will Grier to be the backup to Dak?
Yes.
Well,
I know. The reason I say I know it's not going to be Joe in my mind right now. I know it's not going to be Joe. I got to see if Will can make me feel a little bit better before I go out and get one of the acquisitions that you guys were talking about. I know it can't be Joe at 2.
I'd be fine with that. That's fair. That's fair to Will Grier, who's been here the whole time. Give him an opportunity to be the number 2 guy too. But I had no problem with that if that's the route that they go.
If you're trying to get an answer, sure. I think Schottenheimer feels like he knows Will. Like I think he knows Will Grier and he knows what. And so
do any of us know? I don't feel like I know that Will Grier can be Cooper Rush.
No, No, but I think that they've got a handle on who he is. Like, I don't think they have any questions about that. I think they know, like, they've seen him in this building for years. They've seen him work with Schottenheimer concepts. So, like, I think they feel confident in who it is. If they ever had to be in a situation where it's like Milton is hurt at the end of the preseason and they got to roll into the season, sure, I think they would roll in there with Will Greer as a backup in some situations. But I do think that when you're looking at...
Wait a second. If Joe Milton's hurt, hang on. Let's just say they don't bring in another quarterback. Yeah. Give me your prediction against the Eagles who the number 2 is. It's not going to be Joe Milton. You just talked like Joe Milton is still the 2. I'm telling you, my guess, hot take, I don't think it's a hot take. He's not going to be the 2.
Yeah, man. I think they absolutely over the summer intended Will Greer to be their number 2 initially in terms of just if they needed to get me by game. I think as the things wore on and they were trying to get Joe reps, they anticipated, all right, Joe's going to get these reps, he's going to get prepared, and then he'll be the number 2. And I think it has not gone the way they thought. And so now I don't know how they view. At this point, they're kind of stuck. And I think they're still wrestling with that. My guess would be they would probably just stubbornly say he's number 2.
Who?
Milton.
Nick?
What, Greer. Greer is the number 2 with maybe a guy out on the practice squad that they elevate, a veteran. I can't see it. I can't see Milton being the 2. I mean, I could see Greer being the 2, Milton the 3, but either way. I mean, this is a thing that you hope doesn't even matter,
right?
But unfortunately, it has had to matter the last few years. And
yes.
The ironic part of it all was the guy that's on the other side over there. And I mean, it's not like Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush was Cooper Rush. I mean, he was exactly what he threw some picks.
Yeah.
And he made some plays. And so, I mean, you missed that. I think there's a lot of people go, man, I wish that was the backup quarterback.
I was fine with Cooper Rush, man, when he was here.
Look, he got done what he needed to. Nick,
he left.
Nick Eatman joining us from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, who else stood out for you in this game on Saturday? Obviously, Booker got a lot of attention being out there. How did you think he played, and who else stood out?
I thought he played really well, and with your first round pick, you get the binoculars on, you're gonna watch him, and I thought he was really good. He locked in. Now I get it; he's not playing against probably a lot of starters and all that, but you can only block who you block, and I thought he did a really good job. So. He's going to be solid. I mean, not even solid. He in a couple of years, when you think about Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker as your guards, I mean that's going to be really, really good. And it may not even be a couple of years. It may be this year, which is good for this team. Now, who stood out? That's it. That's all I can think of. No, I thought it was interesting. The Booth was an interesting situation there because. I'm not going to lie. I had him in the 90 to 91 range as far as the roster, like just ranking the guys on the roster. I didn't think he was a guy that was going to be here for very long, and he may not be. But you know what? When you make a play like that, and then after that, a little bit of confidence you started to see, it seems like that kind of helped him. Now, I don't know. Teams are still going to throw at him, and he would scare you if he's the guy that has to play a lot. But you kind of wonder if making a play like that kind of buys you some time a little bit. And I will say this: I think the Cowboys and Eberflus has always been really good with linebackers. I think the linebackers are really good. They're playing well. I think they've got a lot of depth now, and they seem to play well in this scheme. Damone Clark's playing better than we've seen him play before. Marist Liufau's playing really well, and Sanborn did a nice job. And Murray, I think he's going to be really good too. And if Overshown gets back, I just think that's a really deep position now at linebacker. Maybe even too deep when you think about what you might have to do and maybe trade for different positions. Maybe linebacker's one where you could move somebody.
Given the first 2 games that we've seen here and the practices, everything over the offseason, who heading into the game coming up on Friday are you saying, all right, this is the week you're playing for your spot on this roster or your job is on the line here? Who are some of the guys that stand out like that?
Like maybe a Keemon Hall. There, I'm trying to think of the defensive back. Zion Childress, which I think is an inside, like on the inside of the bubble right now, but you can play your way off of it. it happens too. I will never say that this game is meaningless because I've seen it go one way or the other. I saw Hunter Lipke do it. Hunter was on the outside of the bubble, I thought, in that last game, and played a really, really nice game, and they kept him. And now, I mean, I don't think there's even it sounds like he's got a pretty decent spot on the team, entering year 3. So my point is that, I mean, I know you're asking for guys. I just think that there's probably 20, maybe 12 to 15 is probably a better number of guys that can play their way onto the practice squad or on the practice squad can play their way on the roster or vice versa. A lot of those offensive linemen, let's see what maybe a guy like a Johnny Cornelius, here's a draft pick that needs to kind of do something. So there's a lot of guys like that. Phil Maffa, what do we do with Phil Maffa? That's a big question too, and I'd like to see him run the ball a little bit more. Any injury update on Mingo? I personally, I knew you were going to ask me that, and I've asked. I just haven't gotten a great answer there on that. If there, I know that there's some concern there, but I have not. I hate to say I have not got a solid answer for you. Rank the 4 of us on this show in terms of comedy, please. The 4? Yeah, me, Peyton, Bobby, and Choppy, who's out this week on vacation. Yeah. Oh, that's easy. That would be easy to put him in there then. To put him, like 4 because he's not going to hear it, right? No. I will say, Peyton, I love you, but I mean, as far as comedy, I wouldn't. I'd put him at 4. Sorry. Noel's better. When what do you say? Mickey's better. Yeah, that's fine. You're hilarious now. Number one, let's go. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. All I hear, Peyton, is you got 45 seconds to you're out. Like that's it. I hear a lot of jokes and stuff. I've heard a little bit on when I'm driving and all that, but it sounds like it's the whole girlfriend bit and all that situation, moving in and all that. That seems fun, but I'm still. I'll put. I don't like this game. This isn't a fun game. Who's won? Nick, come on. Bobby's pretty funny for me. Bobby's my guy. You think Bobby's funnier than Choppy? That's really what this boils down to from a weekend argument. To me, yeah, because I think our sense of humor is very, very similar. I think it's because you're out there showing all the media the things you can't say on air. My great memes. My memes are fantastic. There you do it, the memes. Okay. True. That's true. So someone finally votes in the local media, Bobby over Choppy. Great stuff, brother. We'll talk to you again on Wednesday. Thank you. Thanks. See you guys. Nick Heatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's crosstalk and see what they did this weekend. It's the KNC Masterpiece next.
Uber Eats has Lola Pizza. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but you know, this is the next hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
4th and goal. Rush rolling right, keeping, looking, rushed, throws it off his back foot, caught by Dwight Clark in the back of the end zone.
What, Bobby?
I did like that call from Brad. Caught by Dwight Clark in the back of the end zone. It's good.
I was wondering why Nick tweeted, Dwight Clark vibes on that. Nick Eatman, who just joined us. It is Sean and RJ. Choppy's out on vacation this week. We got Bobby and
is he in Michigan?
He is in Michigan.
I talked to him yesterday.
Explain.
Yesterday around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I heard the air conditioner go, and then I felt warm air blowing out of and I was like, oh, crap. Son of a gun. And so I called Chop because, air conditioning. And I said, hey, what are your thoughts? And he said, they're fantastic. So reached out to On-Time Experts. They were out, finished everything up by 10 o'clock last night, and cool air blowing. Had to replace a fan and a capacitor.
Are you embarrassed?
I was not embarrassed, actually. Like, there's no reason to be. I can't control that, Corey. But now it's good. Thanks a lot to On-Time Experts. Angel, shout out. You're fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not liking this new term. Someone tweeted me I got Sharifed over the weekend.
Oh, no.
And that his fridge went out. So I guess just loss of cool air is now being referred to as getting Sharifed. So it happened to Corey with his AC.
Yeah, I got Sharifed over the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Better than talking ball.
Oh, look.
Were you here for this?
Talk ball or ball knowers.
But I think I've heard the annoyance of that.
Yeah, it's just the ball knowers. Like, if you know ball, and you want to talk ball.
What's coming up on the show?
Oh, man.
That's balls.
Ball? What time are y'all talking ball?
We start the show talking ball.
Hell yeah.
Especially with ball sack. Coach
Like ball knowers
sack.
do.
Why does ball just have to be football, though? Do you think basketball and baseball players go, let's talk ball?
No, basketball is talking hoops.
Yeah.
Hoops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Baseball, nobody uses slang term for baseball.
Oh.
Yeah.
They don't talk sticks or
sticks.
That's hockey.
Maybe it's
that's
hockey.
golf for Bobby.
That's talking
golf
That's talking
sticks.
puck. Talking puck.
Talking
is
puck.
hockey, yeah.
Yes.
And sticks, the golf sticks that you use on the putting green.
Sticks.
So ridiculous. We start things off with a Coach Ballsack's speech and how it fixed everything. Guys, we're back, baby. I almost quit. On Saturday, I gave up. And then after that speech, it changed my life.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if I
Wow.
told you this or not.
Okay.
Oh,
So we
'cause-
won 1 out of 3. It changed his life.
Everything. I was almost ready
I
to
like
quit.
it.
Give us another segment or something that we can piggyback off of. and talk
During
about.
NFL overreaction or reality today at 12:20. All right, this is at 12:20. I will present a Taylor Swift
Oh, gosh.
conversation involving the NFL
Okay.
and how she is going to be doing the Super Bowl this year.
Plus, at some point, we need to get into this on the show. Somebody was talking smack about my wife on the airplane to Germany.
Oh. Like
Really?
that they knew her?
Nope.
No.
Okay, but was it just like, all right, I'm assuming this is your wife? Like, was there anything personal to it?
No.
Because what
I
I'm trying to say is...
I thought her critiques were fair.
It was travel beef.
Oh, no.
Oh.
You're supporting the smack
No, I'm
talker?
not supporting them,
You
but
have to support
I
your
did
wife.
understand where they were coming from. All right, do you want to just tell that story now, or do you want to do golf?
Which story?
The story about the person talking smack about my wife.
yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, we're not
John
doing
wants
golf.
the drama.
Yeah.
All right. So, you know how when you go on an airplane, some of them have like the touch screen that you can play games on or whatever? All right. So, my wife does not do things super delicately. And so, when she was playing on the screen, she was like,
Well, like her whole open palm?
no, it was just her. I don't.
It's not going to work
Yeah,
anyway. Yeah.
I'm not sure how to
Does she have
say
man
this
hands?
without it getting
cat trying
caught
to play
as
the
a
ball.
drop. She was just using her fingers, but damn it. See, I knew there was no way to
Man.
not do that.
Saturday night must be rough for you.
But,
Crosstalk counts, Alec. You can put that in on Friday.
Yeah,
but
it does.
she was hitting the screen way too hard. And I was like, hey, there's a person sitting in front of you, right? And so I just kind of looked in front of us. And
As in, like, okay, so it's hitting the back of their seat.
Exactly. So I just casually was looking ahead, and I saw this lady's phone before we took off, and she texted, and it was something I have no idea, obviously, who she was texting or whatever, but it was something to the effect of, this is going to be a long flight. She said, the lady behind me keeps hitting the back of my chair, and she is also very loud. And...
Now, when did you relay that text to your
I
wife?
told her pretty quickly.
Okay.
And
is she loud, like Bobby loud?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm not as loud as me.
Yeah.
Did you say you're not as loud as you?
No, I'm saying there's
She's
no
not
way
as
she's as
loud
loud
as
as me.
Okay, gotcha.
No, but she can be loud. And so I kind of got that lady's point. But then I was really happy later on when she got stuck in a line because we were on the same flight and we were leaving and they were going a different tram or whatever than we were. And they got stuck in a line and I thought that was funny.
I don't think you can have that reaction.
I can't think that she made fair point.
No, you can't be happy she got stuck.
Oh.
It's like that's like a vengeful revenge thought. when she was saying true things about your wife.
You're right. I'm not supposed to
Yeah.
feel that way, but I did.
Did your wife get offended?
No, she was like, oh, well, too bad for her.
Would you say he's too objective? And he's too like he's just going to worry about objectivity, what's right, more than what will.
No,
save
because
his
he
behind?
was happy that the woman suffered who was correct.
Right.
That's not being objective.
It's the conflict, though. He enjoys watching somebody just have a bad time, regardless of what they said about his
She
wife.
still went after my wife, even if it was true.
Right.
Right. It's your family.
Yeah. It's
and
like Scott Braun going after
Yes,
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, I understand what you're saying, but damn it, that's my wife.
What I want to know is what other aspects of life does her lack of finesse show up? Like, does she just smash eggs with her hand? Like, where's her lack of being delicate show up?
She gets these random bruises on her body because she just like walks into like tables and stuff. It's really weird.
You don't even have as many tables as I have.
No, that's true.
But that sounded like being a klutz versus not knowing your power.
She's a little clumsy, is what you're saying.
She is a little. There's one of her things that she'll say is, "Oops, I fell over a little bit," and so like she won't actually fall on the ground, but she'll be walking and like almost, and you're like, "What just happened?" She
stumble.
Goes, I fell over a little bit, and that lack of like coordination has definitely made its way into our younger son. He's great, but not very coordinated.
Yeah, when can
and he's loud too.
Oh my God, he's so loud.
Really?
Oh, he is at least as loud as you, Bobby.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
It's-
I don't know
There's
if
no
that's
regulator on
not
him.
the word I would use.
All right, I need you guys to go back and forth. Like, Corey, you're going to rank 1, and then I need your 1.
Okay.
And then 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4.
And we've already established that Hageland is the most honest and correct person in the building.
We did not say correct.
I did.
The funniest on this show in order, 1 through 4.
Me.
No, I think he
Not
means
crosstalk.
Oh, y'all show.
No,
Gotcha.
Before cross.
Peyton.
Is 1?
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
His dry delivery is amazing.
Okay.
And it's so I don't know though if he's intentionally funny
No,
or
he's not.
okay.
He's clumsily funny.
A
He's
lot
like
of
your
times-
wife. He's like Kevin Hagelin wife funny. He runs into it. He falls into the joke.
I think Bobby is number 1. Yes. I told Bobby one of the things that I think would hinder him. I haven't seen the updated poll.
Yeah.
I voted in it. But I think what hinders him is a lot of his humor is not FCC compliant. And I think that might hurt his case in the general poll.
He's commercial break hilarious.
If we're on the
very-
beach, I am getting way more laughs than Choppy as an Oxnard.
Well, the thing that is hard to separate with you is, like, if we did an annoying poll, you would lap everyone.
That literally has nothing to do with this question.
And I agree. But I think people factor that in because people can't be that objective and separate. So, like,
Okay.
when they're like, well, who's the least, like, likable? They mix that in without being able to say, well, Bobby's still funny. It's very rare that people can separate like that and say, I think you're funny, but you're also the most annoying.
He is like Choppy is like Adam Sandler, where Sandler's not that funny, but like people like Sandler.
Yeah,
and they're like, he's enjoyable.
There's a charm
Meanwhile,
about Chop. Yeah.
there's a lot of people who don't like Andrew Schultz or Tony Hinchcliffe or somebody like that, but they're funny and they just choose to ignore that.
All right, well, Corey still hasn't answered really the base question, so we need your number 2.
Choppy would be the next one in line for humor.
Who do you want writing a bit for you to deliver on the air?
Oh, do I
laughs.
want
laughs.
a Anthony Jeselnik kind of bit?
You
Is
just
that
want
what
laughs. You want to
'cause
maximize
if it's
your
Anthony
laughs.
Jeselnik, it's you because that's dark humor that
Who's
is gonna
Choppy's-
crush somebody's soul.
Yeah, stand-up comparison.
Sandler.
Does Sandler do stand-up?
He sings songs half the time and then like goes
That you write.
Yeah, exactly. That somebody else writes for him. So.
He would say, I was writing. That's my number 1 right there. I was writing and singing songs while you were in homeschool, Bobby. He did do that before you came on the show. Who's 2?
Yeah, and then they got good. So.
Jeez. I would also say Choppy is my number 2.
Okay. 3.
Sean. I'm just messing with. No, it's Bob. I think Bobby's really
I can
funny.
be insulted too here. You don't have to worry. You're just worried about Bobby's feelings.
The ranking is me, Peyton, Sean, Choppy. That's the order.
You who?
Peyton, Sean, Choppy.
Oh my!
So
Choppy is he's
I have Choppy second.
That would hurt Choppy the
he's
most.
funny.
I think.
49% have voted for Choppy.
We have a funny show. I think Choppy's funny. We have a funny show.
Yeah, that's why I'm not taking offense to it. 49% RJ, 28% Bobby, 14% Pepe, only 9% for me.
So he's
But are you trying to be funny? I feel like
That's
you got
the
to
thing.
keep these
Like,
people
if
in
you were to
line.
ask I think if you were to ask like who any listener would want to go out and socialize with, it's definitely me.
Yeah,
Now,
because you're taking care of the tab.
well, not just. I don't want to buy my friends, Corey. You know, I was already in a fraternity, but
oh my god,
when I'm out and about, joking around, yeah. Like, I also think if there's anyone in the history of the station who's been saddled with more to deal with, it's also been me. Like I tell Bobby, I'm like, is it 07 LeBron? What was the first Cavs LeBron?
Oh
team?
yeah, 07.
I always tell Bobby, I'm
You're
07 LeBron. Yeah, I'm 07 LeBron. Like, look what I've had to deal with.
So you're
look
almost
what I've been
to the
saddled
top,
with.
but it's not your fault.
No, it's just carrying bombs.
Yeah, okay.
So like,
Wow.
yeah, I can't be as funny with the stress level in my life with what I carry and have for 15 years. So
He also has to be the adult to steer us back on.
Oh, that's
when
very
Choppy
true.
and I decide to start like.
I mean, that's literally everything I just said.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
that's a perfect microcosm.
No.
You know what I mean, Kevin?
No,
I get it, Sean.
Did I just say that?
No.
What just transpired?
No.
I understand.
Thank you.
Sean, he gets it. He worked with me and Mike for a very long
I
time.
understand.
So
Right.
No, it's not. But the Sean will like to drop one and then just kind of like move past it. Like he likes to just say it really quick and then go by. And then if you heard it, you heard it, and if you didn't, you didn't. And most of the time, Choppy doesn't hear them.
You got to respect that though, because you'll do that sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, I do that a lot because I'm funny.
All right.
I'm very
I said
funny.
you're my
I know you
number
know.
one.
I support you. You throwing me third. I don't know what to do.
The K&C
No
masterpiece
pizza-thon dinners for you this year.
is coming up next right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous and studious Alec Medford.
He's recording us all the time.
I know. He just, since I came back, he looks so much smarter than before with those glasses. Those are boss glasses.
He had glasses before.
But these are different. And, I think he had just gotten these glasses when I was leaving.
I did. Yeah, actually the day that you left.
See?
Yeah.
So you hadn't even seen him with those glasses.
He looks like you have, some sort of crisis, and that's who you go to help you, figure it out.
But is it, tech guy crisis stuff or just in general smartness?
Nah, tech guy, yeah. But also, he looks trustworthy.
Mm-hmm. And see what the thing is, look at that. He's
he should have one of those coats on with the different patches.
Okay.
And
he's carrying around a mole. Is it a moleskin? Those little books like you have, the one you have right there.
Yeah, and maybe a satchel of some such.
Yeah, and a cup of coffee. And and then you're like, you know what? You're a professor is basically what he just said, Alec.
Wow. That's what I think. And you'd go to Alec for advice, and he goes, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right.
Oh man!
And you're just you kind of sit with that for a little while, and you're like, he's right.
I do like making people ponder, so I do think that fits.
That is, and then what's crazy about this is he's got that look up top, right? With the ponytail and everything.
Yeah.
Then you look at the physique. He's jacked.
He's a monster.
Tattoos. So he's also cool. So he's got all those things going for him.
Ooh, okay. Then tomorrow, Alec, because I have another theory I want to try out. Can you carry a Bible in? Because I want to see if what you really have is cool youth pastor vibes.
Dude, hey, hold on.
To something.
Alec,
that's what I want to see next.
Alec, you might want to watch The Hunting Wives before you do that. All I'm saying is, you may not want to be the youth pastor.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. All right,
I have not seen this show yet.
You need to check out The Hunting Wives.
I know. You're right.
For future discussions is all I'm really saying here.
Now we have three great options to start here. Do you want football, baseball, golf?
Golf is fun. I have a question about golf.
You probably should ask somebody else.
Okay. I saw the headline, and I was going to bring this up. Is Scotty Scheffler the most dominant athlete on the planet right now? And if not, who is?
Ooh.
Who's the most because Tom Brady's done, all right? And he was dominant during his era. Tom Brady's done though. LeBron is done, and even he was dominant in his own way, right?
Yeah.
He still puts up amazing numbers, right? But is Scotty Scheffler, he's winning tournaments, he's in an individualized sport, and he's just running away with some of these things. Is there anybody else out there that dominate? Not even Mahomes. I don't think Mahomes is as dominant as he is.
See, and that's what I just started thinking about, because the two people that immediately come to mind are Mahomes and Jokic. But one of the things that hinders their case is, and I realize the Chiefs had just won 2 Super Bowls before that, and they just made it back to the Super Bowl. So I'm not saying the Chiefs are no good. But the thing that hinders Jokic is he's clearly the best player in the NBA, but he doesn't win a plethora of titles. Even you go back to Larry Bird when people are like, ooh, I think he's the best player in the NBA. He did win 3 titles in the span of that decade, and Jokic has 1. So I think that probably knocks him out. I think Mahomes might be my top contender. What about Shohei? Because for Shohei, he's about to, one would assume, he's on the precipice of winning his 4th MVP and being the second player ever to do that. And they're the defending world champions. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if Shohei would be in that category. But it is tough to argue against Scheffler, who's having the best golfing season in 20 years?
Yeah. And there's a moment, Kevin, I was reading some stuff and everybody was still commenting on the humor of Bobby and that show and everything. And when you brought up Shohei, I was like, he's not funny. What are you talking about?
No, we're talking about dominance.
I was in the middle of and that was my topic too. Yeah. So that's what's even weirder.
I guess those people in Hawaii probably don't think he's funny, right?
Probably not. Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. From the 972, Scotty, 100% getting a golf ball to do what you want is so.
It is pretty insane, man.
All right. So
yeah, that was my Scotty Scheffler conversation.
Okay, let's go and play cut 19 then. If you haven't seen the shot yet, it's freaking amazing, and you're going to hear the crowd build up to it, and it's just tremendous. Well, let me ask you this: deep down in Scotty Scheffler's heart, he would admit like there's no way he thought he was going to make the shot, right? He's like, hey, if I could get within like 6 to 9 feet for an easier putt. Yeah. That would be good, but okay. So here is evidence, and crap, I'm forgetting his opponent. Who's the dude's soul that he took with this shot? Because you saw, like, I want to say it's Bob McKay, but that's not right because that's our boss. But like, not Bob McKay is standing there, and you could just see the energy fall out of him when this putt happens. So give me not putt, this shot happens. Give me Scotty Scheffler. Here's his candidate for most dominant athlete right now.
Look at Scheffler.
Can you believe what you just saw? Bobby Mack can't.
Bobby Mack, yeah, McIntyre.
Is that really that far from Bob McKay? I don't think so.
Bobby Mack, you're right.
So somebody put up the idea of Terrence Crawford. Look, Terrence Crawford is not too far away from potentially being able to take that crown because he's got obviously a ginormous fight coming up against Canelo, and if he can win that fight, well, then I would certainly listen to the idea of Terrence Crawford. But like,
has it been a long time? I'm trying to think. Mayweather was dominant.
Yeah, agreed.
But it didn't feel like the last 6 fights that he fought, or maybe 7 were all kind of paid for.
Yeah, and look, and I think that's...
But he was dominant in his own time.
And I think that's one of the reasons so many people are so excited for that fight, because it feels like best on best.
Yeah.
You know, or like as close to best on best as you get. Because by the time you got Mayweather and Pacquiao, people were like, I kind of feel like Pacquiao with his speed and everything is maybe like 4 years removed from where you would really want to see that fight. So I would listen to that. But that shot was amazing. Scotty Scheffler is amazing. He's putting together one of the most tremendous golf seasons you've seen in decades. And I would certainly listen to the argument that right here, right now, he's the most dominant athlete.
I'm all about that. And you know what, Kevin? There was a time. You might see a transition here.
Oh.
There was a time when we probably would have said Nathan Eovaldi.
Ooh.
You know, but then he gave up 15 home runs in a game.
That was one start.
And now he's done for, I think, is basically what everybody said after that. So
no, he pitched really well yesterday.
That's great.
What? That's the end?
Does Scotty Scheffler ever play bad golf?
I mean,
I'm sure he's lost some golf games.
It's probably happened, but it doesn't feel like you get a good look of that. All right.
But yeah, no, I mean, seriously, there was a point where I know he wasn't in the conversation for Cy Young because you have to have innings match up with everything, but Nathan Eovaldi was dominating people.
By the way, on that front, I believe Nathan Eovaldi, if he makes his next 2 starts of at least 6 innings apiece, he will qualify for the ERA title. And
all right, let's go.
Still like a good half of a run better than Skubal. So I wonder if that will change any people's mind. But we go to the Texas Rangers yesterday. Don't worry, we'll get to plenty of Cowboys in just a little bit. Give me cut number 11, because this is a man who is tough as hell and got the Rangers, or helped get the Rangers a win yesterday.
Even though he homered after being hit by the pitch. And he swings, and this one is cranked out to left. Lucas turns, he looks, and it's out of here. Is it Adrian Beltre or Marcus Semien? Harkening back to the Ranger legend who was outstanding when he was playing with a sore thumb back in 2015. Well, Marcus Semien with his second homer of the series, and the Rangers strike first with a 2-run shot here in the second.
Now, for Marcus Semien, Bruce Bochy goes, he's so tough. He's got to be, I'd say, one of the toughest, if not the toughest player that I've ever had. So that has kind of brought up the question, was it Marcus Semien that turned it around? Was it Nathan Eovaldi who helped turn it around?
Could have been Boch.
Or was it cut number 18? Now, he had to sanitize this for obvious reasons.
He had to sanitize it. You know he didn't want it. There were moments, Kevin.
You could tell, and I think even right down to the name. So this is Coach Balsack not going by that name, trying to fire the Rangers up yesterday.
But hey, this is it. You have 38 games left, and I don't care about games 37, 36, 35, all those anymore. I care about today, and I care about one pitch at a time. What did you want to do when you were 10 years old, when you were 15 years old, when you were 20 years old? You wanted to be a Major League Baseball player, and you wanted to play in the biggest games. The only way you're ever going to play in a big game this year is if you figure out these next 38 games how to win 24 or more of them. You can do it. We can do it. Let's do it. Go Rangers!
I like the person in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the very beginning, he had to say, I believe, Coach Bassick, because he goes, if you've listened to me on 105.3 The Fan, I had another name for it. I don't know if he could say it.
But I'm not going to say it.
I can't. It was either Jared or it might have been Hicks who's like, yeah, no, you can't say that right now. It might have been.
Why? Why not? We say Coach Balsack all the time.
You know what? I don't.
Is TV afraid of saying Balsack?
I think they are.
When referring to Coach?
I think that they are.
Why? You know what? It's probably because they're like, but we're the Rangers TV station. We're the Rangers radio station.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
he's more corporate.
You probably wouldn't hear Matt Hicks or Eric Nadell going, Coach Balsack
yes,
has stepped out into the stadium.
That would be super weird. So
we're awesome.
Okay, both. My question for y'all though is, I mean, in yesterday's win, it was awesome.
10 runs, that's what we were saying, right?
Yeah.
That's what we need.
And somebody, I saw somebody text in and said, what happened to the offense the rest of the weekend? I think you go back to Friday and it was just a catastrophe of relief pitching. But that's the thing. You did still lose the series.
Mm-hmm. Which we said they need to win series.
And you move on to Kansas City, who's sitting in a very similar, if not almost exactly the same. I know they've had a little bit more success in the past few games. Situation as you. Do you believe that this game can move them forward, or is this just a thing where every time the Rangers get a win, we're like, hey, could it move them forward? And you're like, I'm going to ignore the 4 games before that.
I am going to ignore the 4 games before that.
Okay.
Because now is all we have, Kevin. And so I have this belief that Bruce Bochy has this magic wand that he can wave over the room and everybody goes, you know what, you're right. And they turn it back on.
Okay.
Because I've seen it.
Sure.
If I hadn't seen it once in the past, and hell, we even saw it whenever he was coaching and managing San Francisco, where the teams just weren't that great, and then all of a sudden they'd go on this buzzsaw run that you're like, right, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
And it caught teams off guard, So that's where Kevin, I just have this belief. I want to believe. More than anything, I want to believe. There are players on this team that I like and that I root for. The manager I like and I root for. So I want to believe more than anything else. Kevin, all of reality, I am willing to suspend for the belief that this Rangers team can go on one more run. But this series right here, this is the end for it. I said this. I said this road trip.
Okay.
I said if you went 4-3, you're okay. If you went 2-5, I was really out on it. So this is the next part, the next leg of this is what will end it for me. But Kevin, Saturday, I was like, that's it. That is it. And then Sunday changed my mind again. So I got to give myself these 7 games, this 7-game window.
Okay. All right.
I'm willing to do that.
And by the way, somebody said they hope Berger is not too hurt. I think the tests are happening today.
Okay.
But he's going to be out 2 to 3 games while he gets the test done on his sore wrist. Hopefully, we don't find out after the fact that that's going to require a longer sit. But I think we'll find that out today. And GVAG Nation always checking in on Mondays with Chris Young. I bet they can get a more concrete answer, hopefully, of what kind of information we found from the test by the end of the day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Go Rangers!
Pepper lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon twisties?
Basil grapes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe?
Pre-curd?
No. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like, are you sad that Corey killed Tank Top Tuesday just because the kids are back in school?
It'll be back next year, all right? Next summer, we'll start it. We'll even start it early, and I'm going to have more cooler tank tops for next year.
Okay, I look forward to that. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Well, we're doing well. I trust that by watching the preseason game, you have figured out the entire roster and the entire season. Do you want to give us all 53 names now? Do you want to portion them out? How does that work?
I probably can give you 40.
Okay.
Whoa.
Can I ask you a general roster philosophy question?
All right.
All right. So I'm just going with Mickey Spagnola. Which player do you like better before we get to why that he won't get on the roster? If you got to choose, would you rather take James Houston or Will Grier? I know they're going to keep Will Grier, but like if it was up to you, would you rather James Houston made the roster?
Will Grier. You guys like James Houston?
Yeah, do you not?
Maybe I missed something, but
I just saw a couple plays where he flashed. On Saturday.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay, Mickey's against my first. Okay,
but you know what? I've asked about James Houston a couple of different areas, and there hasn't been a lot from.
Well, you know what?
Him,
you guys asked me last week about it, right?
I did,
yeah.
So,
I thought he looked.
And
good.
I said, well, let me look at this guy.
Yeah.
And
he didn't do it for you.
He had 43 snaps. He had 2 tackles.
Yeah. Those were the 2 that I said he flashed.
So you saw him. You saw each
I saw
one
both
of them. Yeah. I was like, how come they asked me about this guy?
Oh, man.
Sorry, maybe I wasn't watching enough.
I'll tell you why I asked about him. Because when obviously they were looking for some people to play that position. Like that was why he got signed for camp. And then on top of that, I just had not heard his progression. And so I watched him while we were out there, but we were out there for 3 days. And so I was trying to figure out if anything else had progressed since then. And based on what I've heard, not much. So,
well, I mean, if you're going to compare him to the 2 guys you just mentioned, right, or to the guy you mentioned, well, he might have to be the backup quarterback.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. I don't dispute that.
And I know that was going to take the discussion in a different direction.
For sure.
Yeah, that's to me. If you're looking for things that are unsettled that scare you, between cornerback and backup quarterback, would get my attention.
Is Will Grier probably going to have to be the backup quarterback because Joe Milton can't play in this league, or Joe Milton's not ready to play in this league?
Yeah, today on our podcast, I compared the situation to Tony Romo. Because when Romo came in 2003, he wasn't ready to play in the National Football League. And he didn't have to.
Right.
And he wasn't being judged that way, right? And so 2003, 2004, 2005, and then in 2006, he got in there, right? Halfway through the season. And there's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to, he came in as an undrafted free agent. Joe Milton comes in as a 6th-round draft choice.
Yeah.
So somebody didn't think a whole heck of a lot of him, right? But they saw some potential. Well, I think the potential and the athletic ability is there, but I don't know that he's played enough football.
I'm right there with you.
And there's just some simple things that you have to be able to do to be the backup quarterback. And I think I said this last week, that when you're the backup quarterback and once the season starts, you hardly get to do anything in practice.
True, yeah.
So you got to lean on your experience, and he just doesn't have that. And to go back to Romo, if Quincy Carter doesn't get cut in 2004 in training camp, he was the 4th guy. He's out, right?
Yeah.
We'll never know, maybe he did it with somebody else, but he wasn't going to do it with the Cowboys. Now, I guess they could have put him on the practice squad, but remember back then the practice squad was pretty limited. It wasn't 16 players, right? It was half a dozen, 8 maybe, something like that. So as the 3rd quarterback, I would keep him and keep working with him. But as the guy that might have to go in the second half of the first game, I don't know.
Yeah. I was watching the Wall 2.0 Deep Blue. It was really good.
I saw it last night.
Those three guys, I watched it last night. Those three guys I love those guys. But there was a line that they said about when Dak and Zeke got there and how they didn't know how serious all the games were. And when I was watching Joe Milton on the sideline after a couple of errant throws, it looked like he's already in his head. And like it's like everything's on this. And I don't know if you can play that way. Like I really don't know if you can play whenever you're just that wound up about, oh man, if I fail, it's all over. And I'm hoping he can get past that at some point.
Yeah, I think I think we have to wait because teams are going to cut guys, right? There's going to be some quarterbacks that have actually played in the league that are going to get cut, and maybe some that maybe played more college football. Now, I know he, was in college playing, 3 years in Michigan, 3 years at Tennessee, but he didn't play a heck of a lot of games. I think it averaged out to just around 7 games a year.
Okay.
And the most he played was 12, I think, his last game at Tennessee. And he couldn't beat Missouri, by the way.
In your face, Choppy.
I'm just throwing that out there.
I always appreciate college
or maybe
football banter.
it was the year before that. I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, I just think they got to keep their eyes wide open to see what else is available. And if not, and it's not like Will Greer has a ton of experience, right? He's played three NFL games,
right?
And they were back in 2019. So, they're kind of backed themselves into a little bit of a corner here.
And it feels particularly unfortunate with the numbers game that the Cowboys are going to pretty much have to, I would assume, carry 3 quarterbacks at a time. That you said positions like cornerback are still unsettled. It feels like, I don't know if it's going to hit on the defensive line, offensive line, cornerback, but you're going to lose somebody off your 53-man roster because you need to carry that third quarterback.
Well, they did last year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they spent that season with Trey Lance hoping, and it never materialized, right?
Yeah.
They didn't. Well, they might have kept him if it had, somebody gave him some money.
Right.
Chargers, right?
Right.
And he's done okay in the preseason. I don't know that he's been great. But as the third quarterback making what Joe Milton's making, I could keep him on the roster. But I just don't know about putting him in a game to try to save the day.
Right.
Yeah.
It'd be like going to the Rangers bullpen.
Oh my. Mickey, we just try to have a positive discussion about...
And then I dumped on 2 things, right?
Yeah, I saw what happened on Friday night as well, and the previous week. And so one of the things that was frustrating about this game to me, like I don't, it doesn't matter that the Cowboys lost the game. Like I don't care about that. But it's that they struggled to stay on the field offensively, and so you got to see like less of maybe, I don't know if you think it's Joe Milton, but like we got to see less of the offense than I would have hoped. They had like about 20 minutes of possession, and you saw a whole bunch of their drives wipe out pretty quickly. That felt disappointing just in terms of evaluating some of your guys in a game setting.
Yeah, especially since it's a preseason game. Did you look at the number of snaps?
No, I missed it.
47.
Ouch.
That's not enough.
Yikes.
At halftime.
They get more of those in practice.
At halftime, if I remember correctly, I got it here. If you just let me turn the page real quickly.
We'll wait.
I was thinking that Baltimore had 50 snaps. They did 50 snaps at halftime. Yeah, so if you projected that out, that's 100 in the game when 60 and 70 is about normal, right?
Yeah.
They had 50.
Wow.
And a lot of that was because the Cowboys at halftime had, that can't be right, 18 snaps.
I was going to say, I think it was 17, but
yeah,
18 snaps.
I think that is right, actually.
Yeah.
And the total yards was 273 to 31.
Not enough. And your run game wasn't doing much. Like, I didn't get a good feel on Miles Sanders.
Yeah, but you didn't have enough snaps to be able to judge it. So, actually, that's a really good point. I'm going to go put that in my column, that because they had so few snaps, you didn't have a good chance to give everybody a good evaluation.
I think you also that line has to be, as I was saying on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, my daily hit.
You could leave that off, because then you'd also have to put in your column, they won't stop asking me about change. Yeah, and so I feel like we're 1-1 now.
We're doing well, though. Yeah. We're doing well.
So the next one will really determine how we feel about this hit today. I don't think the results have come back yet, and if I'm wrong about that, please let me know. But it sounds like there are concerns about Jonathan Mingo missing time. What have you heard on that? And
I was told last night that they feared he had a PCL sprain, and so I don't know. They were going to have to check and see what level the sprain was. I'm sure they're doing an MRI today. Maybe Schottenheimer at 1 o'clock today.
Yeah.
We'll have some results on that. But, yeah, you sat there and you go, well, I don't know, that wide receiver position is kind of congested. And that happens. You go, well, who knows? Maybe it's not that congested, So, that was unfortunate, because that was kind of the play before he got hurt was the play of the game, right?
Yes.
And then the next play, the pass in the end zone, that's when he sprained his knee. I think it is of some concern at this point.
Does that clear the way for maybe short-term Flournoy?
Well, I think he had a chance at, if they kept 6, that I think he would have been the next guy up at 6. Because there was those 3 guys at the back end, right? Flournoy,
Holden, maybe.
Trayshawn Holden, and Jalen Brooks, who was on the team for, the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, I thought Flournoy, he didn't get many opportunities Saturday night, but he did have a couple catches, and he has kind of, showed out in practices in Oxnard. So, and they judge all that stuff. So, I thought that was going to be a tough decision, if they kept 5 or did somebody push it to 6. And then you sit there and go, well, I don't know if they can get those 3 guys on the practice squad. But I'm thinking every team is kind of thinking that. We got this guy. He's really good. I don't know if we get him the practice squad. So I think there's a lot of teams in that situation.
Now, real quick, the last thing I was curious about, tomorrow the Cowboys documentary hits Netflix. You've been around for the entirety of the Jones era, though. So does this interest you at all? Or are you like, I feel like I know most of these stories and all of this stuff?
I think in 2 things. One, maybe it reminds me of some things. And then 2, just to know that, is this how I remember it? How accurate is it, right? To my memory. And, hey, we're talking 30 years ago, right? That's a long time. That could be a half a lifetime, if you think about it.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to watch and see. I guess over the weekend or whenever it was, we learned about Jerry and the cancer thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think that ever came out, even behind the scenes. I know it didn't come out, obviously, publicly, but I think we knew he did have some, we saw the remnants of some of the melanoma things that he had, but other than that, we didn't really know that. So there might be some other things. And then again, when you're interviewing guys for things like that, sometimes revisionist history, is a little bit different than what really took place. So I'll be interested to see how those interviews went with all those guys back in the day.
Well,
it should be. And I think, it's 30 years ago, so there'll be some people that, didn't live through that.
Yeah, true.
So it'll be very instructional.
Yeah, I like that. How to win a Super Bowl. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. I'll talk to you. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. And you can check out his stuff, of course, on DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Was this catch all amazing?
Yes.
Or kind of lucky?
That too.
Next on The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course not. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Langford, a blast to left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's bending towards the pole. It's a fair ball into the second deck. A 2-run monster mash by Wyatt Langford. And the Rangers lead 8-1.
Indeed, it was a graveyard smash as the Rangers were victorious 10-4 right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for some baseball nuggets. And let's start with the quick hit. We talked about it, I think, on Thursday, that Nathaniel Lowe is going to jump on with the Red Sox. We had talked about the potential for him coming back here. People seemed interested, but the Rangers were like, no, we're trying to get rid of money, not add money. We'll talk about John Gray a little bit later, but he did pick up with the Boston Red Sox. Let's go from that to, all right, so this catch is bananas.
Okay.
One of the most amazing catches I think I've ever seen, and I don't think that's hyperbole. Was it all skill or a little bit of luck when the first attempt at the catch didn't exactly go his way? Give me cut number 17, and I just want you to hear the announcer's amazement as well.
Well, if your mechanics are good, not really. This is hit out into Triple's alley, and John Lulay makes the catch. Did that end up between his legs?
Yes. Yes, it did. So it looked like he had the catch. He's going to the ground out in center, I guess kind of towards right center. It looks like it slips out of the right side of his glove. And I don't know if he like directed it that way or it just kind of slipped, but he caught it in his knees and he had to get up delicately. So you didn't
so it was
drop
still there.
The ball. It looked like he was laying an egg or something. And then he does it like a magic trick where he goes, ta-da, here's the baseball between my knees. Was that all awesomeness or at least a little bit of luck?
Can I explain something real quick before I answer?
Yes.
This was such a significant thing that my Google alerts sent me an alert to let me know that this happened.
Oh.
And I don't think it was ESPN. I think it was like some other, it was like a news site that was like, hey, look at this awesome catch. And I was like,
I really hope all your news alerts are in all caps at all times.
no, that's what they say. They yell at me, my alerts.
Oh, man, you got to see this catch.
I didn't watch it then because I was like, don't tell me what to do. I'm very defiant towards my alerts.
Are you Andy Sandberg from I Threw It on the Ground?
I threw it on the ground. But then this morning I was at the gym and the TV kind of was like, hey, you're going to watch it, whether you like it or not. And I was like, all right. So I did. They played it 5 times in a row. Every single time they showed me this highlight.
You thought he was going to drop it?
His name and the catch, the little thing, the
chyron.
The chyron was in the way.
Oh.
The text, I couldn't see if I was like, hold on, did he really catch it or not? And I'm like, I'm sure they went back and watched this thing 100 times and they figured out he caught it. So that's all to get me to this point, Kevin. I think it was lucky that it landed behind his leg. Very lucky, but it's still an awesome catch
for sure.
So that's the answer in your face.
Absolutely. Okay,
you're welcome, Alec.
I agree with that.
I just went through all that for you, buddy.
So
that's nice.
The Brewers extended their single season franchise record with their 14th straight win. Now that was on Saturday. They have since lost in extra innings yesterday. So now the streak is over, but they won 14 straight games, most ever consecutively for them in a single season. The only longer winning streak they had was from 86 to 87 when they won their last 3 games of that season and then started off the next season 13-0. So it was a record for them despite the fact that they lost in extra innings yesterday. Still good for them. Not good for Victor Robles. So the outfielder for the Mariners was playing in a minor league game as part of a rehab assignment. There was an inside pitch. He did not care for it, and he ended up throwing his bat at the pitcher.
At the pitcher?
Not surprisingly, he got thrown out, and then he tried to charge the mound and the umpire, and some of his teammates tried to stop him, and then he went into the dugout and chucked like one of those, like the water bottle
jug.
No, it was
the Gatorade thing.
The tray.
Okay.
It was like a tray of water
yeah.
bottles. He like chucked that out onto the field as well. Hey, look, you're already ejected.
I don't think we get enough of those anymore.
Okay.
I feel like when I was a kid, we got highlights of dudes going nuts like that all the time. And, you know, who was the manager that crawled behind the pitching mound and threw the rosin bag like it was a grenade? And was it Pinella that picked up first base and walked off with it?
Yes.
Like, I feel like we don't get enough of those awesome moments in baseball anymore. That really was charming about the sport.
But like, okay, I agree with you on that. For Robles,
but don't throw the bat at the pitcher, dude. That's not safe.
I agree. I get why he was mad, because he's like, hey, D-Wad, I'm on a rehab assignment to get back. Don't be hitting me.
True.
And so you could like reset the entire process or maybe ruin my season when my team hasn't let us all down just yet. That's coming. Don't worry, Mariners fans. I got you. And so
it's on the way.
Just wanted
no
to.
No matter who you trade for.
If you get the opportunity, I agree with that. If you get the opportunity, check it out, because Robles really got his money's worth with that ejection.
All right.
Let's go.
Let me ask you a question, because I know you really want to talk about something else, but how do you think you would handle an ejection? Would you just be like, all right, I'm out of here. I wanted to be out of here anyway. Or would you think you'd be like, time to be demonstrative?
No.
Because I told you about when I got ejected in that soccer game. Took my shirt off and threw it at somebody.
I told you.
It was fun.
That in a church baseball camp game.
Yeah, that's right.
I spiked my notebook on the ground and then eventually clapped and go, that's fine. Everybody gets 4 outs. 4 outs for everybody.
That's right.
How do you think
I think I know
it would go if I got ejected from a game?
You know what? We need to talk to Boss today in our meeting.
Okay.
That's what we need to work with. We need to get the Rangers to host a big party at the stadium where we have people come get ejected and show us how they would handle it.
See, but you know I'm a nerd too, so I would have like studied the rule book to see what the fine levels are.
Things you can do.
Yeah, and they're like, hey, if you get ejected and do this, you're going to get fined up to $10,000. It will not exceed $10,000 unless, and then I'll be like, well, let's work everything we can in that range and do all of that. All right, couple of injury notes, and then Corey, you're going to love this story. Zach Wheeler went on the injured list for the Phillies. Obviously, a really tough break right there with a blood clot near his shoulder. Maybe I was not aware of this, but going back to like Wemby and stuff, I just feel like we've heard so many more blood clot based injured list appearances, which is great that we have like the technology to acknowledge and hopefully try to work on that. I guess I don't remember this many injuries of that type.
And maybe there's one of two things. Either something happened recently, Kevin, that's creating more of these. I don't know what that could be. Or where we have more testing for it. I don't know. I don't know which one's
inclined to
which.
think the second one, but to be fair, I have
get to
no
choose
medical background
and come up with the ideas
All right.
on those.
Okay, thanks for that. I think I see where
Everybody
this is
has the freedom of those decision choices.
By the way, Marcelo Meyer, he had season-ending wrist surgery for the Red Sox as well. And so, we were talking about how they picked up Nathaniel Lowe. This is an alternate injury that they also had. Now, let's go to the Little League World Series and Cal Raleigh. Cal Raleigh feels like the ambassador of fun for baseball
because
right
of his
now.
dumper?
Yes. And did you see at the Little League, that actually is relevant, at the Little League World Series, he signed a toilet seat, the big dumper, at the Little League World Series. You can see like all of these kids and stuff holding up baseballs. But then, of course, what catches your attention is somebody like maybe too deep holds up a toilet seat and is like, "Hey, will you sign this?" And he's like, "I will."
That's
sign your
awesome.
Toilet.
I love that. I think you made it sound like it was the whole toilet. Like they brought the entire toilet. Now it's just the seat.
No, it's the seat and the extra seat. I don't know. It's
The lid?
the lid and the seat that you put down because you think sitting on that part
But
is
not
less
the John.
gross.
Oh.
Yeah, look.
It's less gross if you close the top of it.
I guess. I don't know. I think people have overstated that. But yeah, if you were able to hold up the entire toilet, that feels like that's going to end poorly for somebody in front of you and you just drop it on them.
Yeah,
or
probably
something.
so.
So yeah, Cal Raleigh continues
awesome.
to be the ambassador of fun for Major League Baseball.
It'd be awesome if he was a player, not on the Mariners.
Oh, I was going to say he is very good, but I get what you're saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys questions that matter in the aftermath of the Ravens preseason game. Next on The Fan.
Doesn't sound right.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys lose to the Baltimore Ravens 0-2 in the preseason. I don't know if you care about that so much, but I do want to go through some Cowboys questions. Look, you don't care about their preseason record, do you? Stop it.
I haven't even said anything. He's just basing this all off my face.
Yeah, because you perked up when I go, if you care about that, now you have this look where you're like, well, I could win.
That
actually sounds
it
like
would.
me.
I think I said this Friday with you. I think if you're crisp, you win.
Okay.
And
you have not been crisp.
You haven't been crisp at all. And that's the thing that's the frustrating part for me right now is no, I don't ultimately care about the outcome of the game. Do I care about whether or not Brian Schottenheimer's offense is productive no matter who's on the field? Yes, 1,000%. Do I care about whoever the secondary? Now, I don't know exactly when I was going to get this in, but Eberflus wasn't blitzing much. He wasn't getting home with 4, and so his secondary suffered.
Yeah.
He has his guys playing, 10, 15, 8 yards off, and they're not pressing, they're not doing anything special. I went and charted, it was like base defense the entire night, and he's just kind of trying to see how these guys manage. So that does change things. When he starts adding some blitzes in and some exotic stuff, that changes everything. And whenever you have guys like Osa that can get home just one-on-one, that's another thing too. But I would like to see a little more crispness out of the offense. Defensively, I feel like I saw what I needed to see there from some of these guys.
Okay, well,
But our secondary, Kevin, I have questions about our depth.
Okay,
We're bad.
but you still haven't seen.
I'm excited about Kyrie Elam, though.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do your thing.
All right, let's start with the offense then.
All right. It's miserable, Kevin.
I still think this gets a lot of discussion for if Dak Prescott gets hurt, I feel like your season is over. I don't feel like that's a bold statement or anything like that. If he gets hurt in terms of he's out for the rest of the year, not if he missed a couple of games. But with that in mind, are you alarmed about Joe Milton? Because I know people are like, oh, Joe Milton's not good. And I'm like, well, to be fair, he is under contract for 3 seasons. So it's not like that's the biggest difference with Trey Lance that I just want to point out. I'm not saying that Joe Milton's going to be awesome or anything, but Trey Lance was under contract for that 1 year. So you really needed to figure out straight away what, if anything, you had with him. For Joe Milton, he's under contract this season, next season, and the next season. So let's say you learn nothing outside of the preseason about Joe Milton. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
He was always going to be a project that you're going to figure out for the future. But a lot of people seem alarmed at how poor Joe Milton has played in these first 2 games. So my question for both of you gentlemen, are you alarmed about Joe Milton?
No. And it seems like you have a little more patience than I thought you would, honestly.
So
you Jock Peterson comes back.
Yes.
2 games, and you're just like, dude, come on. Joe Milton, he's played 2 games now, and it seems like because of the contract, you're more willing to give him time and space.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Because Jock Peterson, for example, was signed to be a big deal and a starter with your team.
Yeah.
Joe Milton was signed as, let's see if we can develop him, and maybe this is another way that we circumvented the draft when Dak contract is over, and then this is the direction we go. Now, what I wish short-term he would have done is he would have played so well that they felt confident to make him the backup, because then you only would have had to carry 2 quarterbacks, and then if you wanted to go heavy at cornerback, offensive line, wherever you decided to go. That is clearly not the case. You cannot carry 2 quarterbacks on this team.
With Joe Milton and Dak. If you were going to do it, it'd have to be Will Grier, and you don't want to.
And I would be stunned if they just released Joe Milton.
I'm really glad to hear this, because as I was watching Joe Milton play, and I don't think this is a product of us interviewing him and being like, oh, he's great. When I watch him, I'm like, it reminds me of Herbert. Whenever I'm like, dude, the arm's so live. He just doesn't know what to do with it. And he has some qualities, physical traits that I love. And I think, here's what I would do. If I'm him, I'm calling my agent and I'm saying, get Tom Brady and Peyton Manning on the phone this summer. All I want to do is
For like a brainstorm?
tap into them,
Okay.
their brains, figure out what I can do better and how I become more laser focused, how I can get better touch. I need the best quarterback coach you can find, because I think with a guy that has his type of skill set, if you can really hone in and develop it. I mean, he is 25. It is a little late in the game, but very early in his career. So I think if you can develop it, you have a quality backup quarterback, maybe even a starter down the road.
I'll just throw this out there now, and if it plays out, great. I can be like, hey, we tried to tell you. I really believe that they picked up Joe Milton because A, they thought it was a good deal for the draft pick that they gave up, but B, they saw the alignment of his contract with Dak Prescott's contract, and they were like, what we would really love to foster over the next 3 years is figuring out whether or not he can be our starting quarterback in 2027 or 2028, so we can circumvent drafting another quarterback really high. That's just my theory. We've got several years to see if it plays.
But if you go back and watch, it did look like he still has no touch. He has a rocket, and that's great.
Agreed.
Even on some of the deep balls, you're like, man, that was a rocket of a line drive 40 yards downfield. But it did look like to me he was putting too much pressure on himself in moments that I didn't think he needed to, and he just needs to continue to learn. He needs to learn.
Now, by the way, and Alec, I want to get your thoughts on this, but this question comes in. Why does it seem like they're giving Joe so much opportunity, and they never gave Trey that same opportunity? I hope.
Two different coaches, too.
That's true. That is a great point. I hope it's either A, new coaching staff, or B, they learned from that moronic decision last year. I still, to this day, don't understand. I understand why you would trade for Trey Lance, why you would give him no opportunity to see anything knowing he's only under contract for 1 year. Boggles the mind. The reason why they're giving Joe Milton such an opportunity now, and unfortunately, just this first part of it, he has failed at accomplishing this. They wanted to see if he could show that he was good enough that they only had to carry two quarterbacks.
Yep.
They keep telling you everything about Will Grier, and I'm like, right on. They would have cut Will Grier in a heartbeat if Joe Milton showed that he was good enough for them to only carry two quarterbacks. He is not.
And he's getting those reps because he needs those reps. That's why he's playing as much as he is.
Alec, are you alarmed at all about Joe Milton?
Not alarmed. Obviously, it's not fun to watch him not succeed, and it's not fun to watch the offense look so stagnant. And, I get the argument of having Will Grier play so you can get a better look at some of those offensive pieces that might be in or out of the bubble as we stand right now. But I'm right there with you, Kevin, where to me, it was always a long-term play.
Yep.
I don't need him to be ready week one. Would it be cool if he was? Yeah. Yes. I don't need him to. And, hey, maybe throughout the season they do, I don't know, after the bye, they look at him and they say, we think he is QB2, like legitimately. We don't need to carry a third. They can make that decision at any point, during the season. So I'm not flustered if we get to that point. Week one, there's 3 active quarterbacks on the roster. That doesn't bother me whatsoever. But I do think it's more of a long-term play, so I never really had expectations for the preseason for Milton.
Yeah.
So if he did perform really well, I was going to be really pleased and really excited. I'm kind of getting what I expected.
Now, I struck out with this question with Mickey. I'm going to give it a shot with you guys. Do the Cowboys need to find a way to get James Houston on the 53-man roster? Now, hear me out.
Why?
All right. So he got signed for.
Have you watched this guy play?
Yes, I have. He got picked up 4 weeks ago. It looked like he was a camp body. He's taken advantage of his time. I think in his 2 preseason games, he's generated a good amount of pass rush. And if you go back to that game against the Ravens, he had a quarterback hit on 3rd down that forced a punt and pushed them off the field. I'm not saying who needs Micah. We have James Houston. I'm saying with a 53-man roster, I feel like you've seen something from him to take a shot.
Okay. And, the investment in the offseason was made. They don't like to invest a lot of times unless you're a marquee player. But I have to see what all I need, because if I'm feeling confident in some of my other pass rushers, is he the one that stands out when Mike is back?
And this is why I asked the Will Greer question, because I think.
Oh, no, you're dead on.
I think going 3 quarterback there might just kill this dream.
Yeah, dude, I'm with you, man. I'd love for him to pop and be like, oh no, we have a pass rusher that we found the diamond in the rough, dude. We did it. I'm hopeful that he shows something else in the next one too that makes you just go, I have to.
Yeah.
The next game and I don't know exactly where the number reps are going to be for everybody in this next one, but I hope he does.
Alec, can I convince you? Have I convinced you? Do the Cowboys need to find a way to get James Houston on the 53-man roster?
I'm convinced. I think he looks the part that he can be a real rotational player. He has the talent, like even in some of the practice reps that you've seen from some of the media in the last days of Oxnard, like he was getting some good work in against some of the ones even. And I think that he could be that fun piece that it feels like every year, maybe every other year, the Cowboys find that one pass rusher or defensive player that they just got for bottom of the barrel, a bargain vet minimum kind of thing, and they end up performing really, really well, like Dante Fowler a couple years ago.
Right.
They always have that one player that you're like, the scouting team did their thing with that guy, and it's always on the defensive side of the ball, so I hope he's that guy this year.
Do you have any idea what this running back room should look like beyond Javonte Williams?
Not a clue.
Okay. All right.
And I wanted more from Miles Sanders because, Alec, we've been kind of going back and forth with, he did look good. And, and then he was hurt. But I don't think I got a real good understanding of what he is, nor what this offensive line really is. I do think that I'm fine with Nate Thomas starting there, and I'm excited about Booker. But
all right,
I might be on the point of saying Brock Hoffman. I'm done.
Oh, hold on. We're going to pick back up on that. I'm glad to hear you say that, not because I want the Cowboys to be in disarray, but this is what I'm thinking as well. And this goes back to, again, what we talked about with Mickey. In the first half, do you know how long the Cowboys had the ball?
6.5 minutes.
That is really close. 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
All right, so you don't really get a full evaluation for Miles Sanders. Jaden Blue has missed both your preseason games, and by the time you got to Maffa, it was already late in the third quarter. And so it feels like you're like, all right, Javonte Williams, you're a go somehow, some way. And I'm not saying that it's not going to be Jaden Blue or it's not going to be Phil Maffa, but like, what have you seen so far?
What's Deuce Vaughn?
And I haven't even really factored him in. To me, he's already cut, and that's probably really unfair.
I heard Stanback say at one point, he was like, if he can, do all, he's shifty, he can catch, he can do these things, but if he can show that he can pass block too, and the next play, he got run right through.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, all right. So that's where I have no clue what to think about him. So it's a group of running backs. That's what I know still. And that's what we knew before going into this.
And same question for you, Alec. I get in theory what we would all love for it to look like, but based on what you've seen, it's Javonte Williams and then what?
I have no clue.
Yeah.
I don't know. We could get to week 1 and I'm still going to have no clue. We could get to week 6 and we still might not have a clue because
see that, actually.
They might just ride the hot hand week by week. If they're going to carry that many running backs, you may as well. It's kind of like the whole manager in baseball. Oh, you hit a 3-run home run yesterday. I got to put you back in the lineup today.
Right.
It might be like that with this group outside of Javonte Williams, but I guess the optimist in me is like, well, maybe they are that confident. So they're like, we don't need to see anything because we've already saw everything we do want to see. So maybe they're like, hey, we don't need to see Jaden Blue. We don't need to rush him back out there because we know what he is. We have plays designed for him. We don't need to see these other guys. I just want Maffa on the team. I talked about it last week. He's like my pet cat of camp. I think he's a lot better than he gets credit for.
I'm with you. I like Phil Maffa. Whether it's Maffa or Marfa, it does not matter to me.
It is Maffa.
Right.
Can you tell me why you might be done with Brock Hoffman?
I just didn't, when I was watching this one and I just didn't see, I saw a couple times him get pushed through. I didn't see the power I need from him on the line. And it's now getting to a numbers game. I feel like they still have some commitment to him, but I'm just like, okay, You got beat by Cooper Beebe. Maybe that's because they always wanted Cooper Beebe to be the starter, but you got beat by the rookie. And I don't know where you belong on this offensive line. I love the attitude. I love that part of it. Man, Kevin, I do strongly suggest if you get a chance to go watch The Wall 2.0. It was I have so much more respect, and I already had a ton of respect for all three of those guys and Ron Leary. But I have so much more respect for them now that I kind of watched what they discussed about their off-season workouts and how much they committed. They were great because they worked, not just because they were great. They were great because they put the effort in to be great. And that's something that I really want to see from these. I think Tyler Smith's going to be great. I think he's going to be. I loved listening to him on his interview with Kyle Yeomans. So there's a lot there. Yeah, I know. My bad. I kept talking and rambling there.
No, I understood. I'll go check it out.
No, I did. I know what I was doing.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
I'm really excited about this Kobe Jordan card that's up for auction right now. Sorry, it's kind of caught my eye.
It's going to set all kinds of records. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the unsung hero of Scotty Scheffler's big win. Next on The Fan.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, you should know this by now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus the unsung hero of Scotty Scheffler's big win at the BMW Championship. It's a cool story, and it actually ties into our question of the day.
Ooh.
So I'm going to pose this hypothetical to you, and you tell me what your dream scenario is. You get to fill in at a job for one day, and you get all of the benefits of said job, but you fill in one time and one time only. What would that job be? What would you spend your day doing? 877-881-1053.
I'm really concerned, Alec, that you're going to like this, but also think it is a gigantic squandered opportunity.
Oh, no.
I want to be the head booker for the WWE when we draw up the WrestleMania plans.
That's amazing. Yes.
That's my vote.
And I'm catching up on the Unreal series on Netflix. I made it through episode 3 yesterday.
I watched it.
I heard it's unreal.
You told me about it, and I was on a plane for a really long time. So, yes, I have watched all of that. I thought it was very good.
Yeah, it helped me earn a new respect for some of those things that they have to account for sure. And,
Agreed.
And seeing it literally just written on a whiteboard, like, hey, here's WrestleMania, just with a little bit of an expo marker here and there.
Yeah.
It's like, huh, cool. Corey, what would you spend a day filling in at a job?
See, it can't. I don't want to be president. Because if you're president, you do something, and then 4 years later, it just gets changed. So then you're like, oh my god, what do I? And so then 4 years after that gets changed. So then you got all that chaos.
Okay.
I want to be Jerry Jones.
Oh man.
Do you realize the radical things that I would do to this Cowboys team in one day?
Dude, and the fact that you have cap money available now.
Oh my gosh, dude. I would make so many things happen.
All right,
and Steven would just be sitting there going, why did we agree to this?
Alec, I'm going to go ahead and give you a spoiler on the Cowboys 2026 NFL draft. The Cowboys draft nobody, because all of their picks are gone. Because Corey's he's like, oh, you know what, Terry McLaurin? No problem. Let's make it happen. You're just going to be wheeling and dealing left and right.
They've been bringing back Aaron Donald, signing him to a gigantic contract for 6 games.
That would be cool.
Yeah, no, it would be a wild. From the 214, when you're president, though, Corey, you do get the benefit of Secret Service for the rest of your life, so that would be cool.
Oh, that's a good point.
That is a great
No matter what. Like, I'm like, well, I was president for a day, so in your face. Dude. And then I can tell them to do whatever I want.
Yeah, then there would be dudes standing outside the studio with earpieces and stuff all the time.
That would be badass. And I would be like, hey, Corey, and somebody pull a gun on you. Like,
you get a motorcade every time you do a remote broadcast. Friday football feast, you just have a bunch of motorcycles and black SUVs pulling up.
I want to change my answer to that. Now that I know that it comes with the motorcade
but I feel like
as well.
being the owner of the Cowboys, I've pretty much got the same things, right? I have my own personal dude who's a badass. He's basically Kurt Russell from Roadhouse, right? Or Jake Gyllenhaal, whichever one you like.
Kurt Russell?
Patrick Swayze is what I meant. They look the same-ish. One's dead.
What?
They both had long, dirty blonde hair.
Everybody did in the 80s.
It's true. Nice chests. Mostly didn't wear shirts. You know, Captain Ron, remember that?
God, that movie sucks.
Such a terrible movie.
Captain Ron.
I'd have my own one Secret Service dude, because I don't need 5. I got that guy. And then, I'm running the Cowboys. But I don't get it for life. That is a good point. I wouldn't have the Secret Service for life. I'd have to pay for that, and I can't afford it.
It's got me contemplating my answer too, because like I thought of all the grand things and stuff. Like I definitely thought of like COO or CCO for WWE, so I could write all the plans and do all that. But I got to thinking, I do love getting free stuff, so I thought about maybe being the equipment manager of the Cowboys or the Rangers, so I can just raid the closet that has all the dry fit T-shirts and like the team issued jackets and stuff. I'm taking all of that home. I'm getting a whole new wardrobe. They've got closets full of shoes just to work out in or to just live life in, some casual lifestyle shoes and stuff. I'm like, dude, I love watching those videos. I know the Patriots do that a lot on TikTok. They'll do like when the new rookie class comes in, they follow around the equipment director for a day. And they just show off like, okay, so like here's our giant like 6-shelf wide wall of shoes that players get to pick, that they get to work out in. They can take these home and just wear these around. We always give them right when they walk in, they get a tracksuit and a hoodie and 3 T-shirts. And I'm like, dang, they get anything they could ever ask for. And I remember like Jeff Teague, the former NBA All-Star, he said his favorite part when he got drafted was they filled up the back of his SUV with Gatorade. They're like, how much do you want? And he was like, fill it up. So they filled up the entire car full of Gatorade. And he was like, I still have Gatorade from my playing days at home. Like, I have unlimited amounts of Gatorade. I'm like, you know what?
Stain your seats.
Okay.
What? Just pouring Gatorade in the back of the car?
No,
like
like
they're
the
going to be in the
popcorn
bottles.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense.
It's not like my dream of when I would see that Oak Farms truck and I'm like, is it just chocolate milk in there?
I feel like we all had that same idea as a kid.
Dude, okay.
I still have that idea now.
Don't you feel like if you're the owner of Google or Amazon that you can like make people disappear if you want?
Whoa. In what context?
I think I can do that as the owner of the Cowboys too. I can definitely do that as the president.
I was talking about Magic, but Kevin sounds like he's talking about something else.
So you would want to swap jobs with Chris Angel for one day is what I'm hearing.
Oh, that'd be dope.
Be the mind freak.
Just kind of float above the pyramid.
If your name was different, would you take over Google and change it to Lugal? Do you know what that's from?
No, I don't.
Hot Tub Time Machine.
This very much reminds me of Parco's, though.
877-881-1053. The job you would sub in and fill in for one day only, and you get to reap all of the benefits for that one day. From the 214, Hugh Hefner, swapping jobs with him for a day. You know, obviously he's not here anymore, but, you know, in his prime, sure, I understand that. From the 214, someone said, why not work at a bank? Well, because I don't think you get to take the money with you.
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Do I live with the consequences of this?
I can give out interest-free loans to myself.
Ooh.
Okay.
You know what? I'm getting a house, baby.
Man, that is true. Why the hell did we give a $16 million loan to Corey Major?
Interest-free.
And his collateral was this Will Clark 87 Donruss card.
And it says that it's a lifetime loan. Like, he'll never pay that back.
All right.
Yes.
Damn right I won't.
That's not a bad idea.
You know what? I actually like this from the 425, and I wouldn't mind this either. Being a groundskeeper for a day for the Texas Rangers. That would be so satisfying. I know it's a lot of work and like physical work, but that would be so satisfying.
At spring training or out here at the Gilf?
I would say,
Globe Life Field.
That is not how that is pronounced.
I would say in surprise, just so I can bring the leaf blower guy a little bit closer each segment, just to irritate you.
For anybody that is kind of like, what is he talking about? When we go out to Surprise, Arizona, there is a leaf blower guy. There aren't leaves in Arizona. They have cactus.
You're telling me there's no leaves anywhere in Arizona?
When's the last time you saw a leaf? Yeah.
I don't recall.
All right. And so all he does, he uses a leaf blower to dry puddles. Like, that's what he does. Yeah. And it's during our show.
And it really bothers Corey.
Because I want the window open because it's so beautiful, and then I have to shut the window.
It's kind of my favorite bit. That's my favorite thing. The interviews, the content is amazing.
I know.
But it's just like, okay, what time is a leaf blower guy going to show up? It's amazing. I've seen it twice, maybe even 3 times already from the 254 and the 817. CEO of Apple, and then the 254 saying Microsoft just to make a bunch of money in one day. I mean, that would be smart because
print it.
I would be thinking about things that I could put out into the world, like new product ideas and stuff, but then I would be like, okay, I've got about 5 minutes left until I don't have this job anymore. How many shares of the company can I get to take home with me?
Ooh,
because I am CEO, so you get like 10 bazillion shares of the company.
Or would you short the stock and make a bunch of really catastrophic decisions? You're like, from now on, all iPhones will be free. And all of a sudden,
hey, I like it because then you can buy the dip, and then whenever the real CEO comes back, it starts to go back up in value, and then you make your money back here in just about a couple of years. And guys, the reason I asked this question of the day, I saw somebody actually texted this in as their answer. Scotty Scheffler won the BMW championship over the weekend with a stand-in caddy. His actual caddy was at home dealing to a quote-unquote family matter that was not health-related. And he did say he's where he needs to be right now, that caddying should be the last thing on his mind right now. And so he had to work with a stand-in that was actually a friend of his actual caddy, Ted Scott. So this fill-in caddy for Scotty Scheffler over the weekend not only did a great job, obviously,
right?
But since Scotty Scheffler won, he banked $360,000 for 4 days of work.
Awesome. That is awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and it's not just a random dude that they pulled off of the street. His name is Michael Cromie. He was previously an all-SEC performer at the University of Georgia. He's now a full-time PGA Tour caddy for Chris Kirk, who narrowly missed the BMW championship, meaning he was free that weekend, and he's also good friends with Ted Scott, the actual caddy. So Ted recommended him and said, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. Go ahead and give him a shot. And Scheffler even said, and I quote, yeah, it was definitely different for sure, but Cromie was doing a great job. He's a guy I can trust. He's one of Ted Scott's good buddies. I'd say that's pretty much as simple as that. He's a guy that he can trust, so he said, sure. A friend of a friend situation. So that's a good friend there saying, hey, you should take up this offer while I'm stepping out. You know, I've got other important things to be dealing with. How about you go make some cash real quick? $360,000 for Scotty Scheffler's stand-in caddy.
Does he throw Ted Scott $25,000 or something for being like, hey, thanks for the recommendation?
Oh, you have to. At that point, I would feel bad if I didn't at least offer, hey, you got to take some of these winnings, especially because it sounds like something serious is going on within the family.
Right.
Be like, I can't fix everything, but I can thank you for giving me this opportunity. Here's, $25,000. Here's $50,000, whatever it is.
Somebody said that Scotty usually gets 10% tip on his winnings too. So
man, Does he fill that out like on a receipt? He's like,
I think it's under the table cash.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that legal?
Well, you know, Scotty, not really big on laws.
Wow.
That's right.
I think he's hilarious. I love him. So I hope he likes that joke.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Updates on the quarterback battle you care about, and I guess the one you probably don't. Next on The Fan.
world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Flacco on third and goal. Throw in. Caught. Elijah Moore for the score.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and of course Odyssey Sports training camp coverage, there we go, is brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Now, you're going to be happy with Geico if you go with them for insurance. You might be displeased about one of these stories. You're like, stop trying to make me care about this story.
All right.
And guess what? I will not. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
We're going to start with a quarterback battle that you don't care about.
Oh, Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Care about that.
Oh, Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco.
That's right. Deshaun Watson, Brett Hundley.
How much would you give Cleveland for Kenny Pickett right now?
Nothing.
Okay, good.
Oh,
what are you doing? Don't do this.
I would give him a conditional 7th round pick.
I wouldn't even do that.
Really?
Yeah. I got Will Greer. What do I need Kenny Pickett for?
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to read this in the way that I've interpreted it. Okay?
Is this cranky old lady Karen voice?
No.
All right.
This is defeated football coach.
Gotcha.
Head coach Kellen Moore was asked in his press conference, remember, they tied with the Jaguars in Sunday's game, because who the F cares? Even in the regular season.
What?
Ended with a tie. Who cares? Call it right now. 0-0 tie. Kellen Moore had a 2-word answer to when he will name their starting quarterback for the season.
Not today.
We'll see.
Oh!
All right. Now, the interpretation that goes along with this is, I don't know. Have you seen these two play? Like, who cares? Does it really matter?
I would like to add a different interpretation.
Okay.
I got these two bums so that I can eventually be the quarterback finally.
You know what? I would be, at this point, I would be more interested in watching Kellen Moore,
player coach,
be
offensive
the quarterback, than I would for Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shough. At this point, I'm not saying neither, well, maybe Rattler. I'm not saying that Shough can never be any good, but just so far, I think it'd be fine with it. By the way, they have a third quarterback, Jake Haener, who did not play in the game because who cares? But they said it was so Spencer Rattler could play some more. And so I will take their word for it.
Yep.
So the quest for whatever that's going to be continues. Now,
they have a lot of work to do on that roster.
They do. For the Browns, they also have work to do on their roster. For their quarterback position, Kevin Stefanski said that it's almost over and they're getting close to naming their starting quarterback. Are you prepared to accept the world where they pick the most boring of the candidates and Joe Flacco is going to be your Cleveland Browns starting quarterback?
I am prepared for that.
Okay.
I'm prepared for it to not last long as well.
That's fair.
Just in case, just things happen in the NFL, man. But I'm also prepared for Shedeur to be the guy. Or Gabriel. Like, I am prepared for those two.
I think Gabriel might be last in the chart.
It makes the
right
most
now.
sense for a coach that, like, his job could be on the line to say, I'd rather have the veteran.
Okay.
But, Kevin, watch this documentary where Al Pacino and Jamie Foxx were on a football team together. And he was like, you know what? I'm going with the kid. And he ended up getting a better job elsewhere with that football player because of it.
Super weird. So the trainer, Matthew Modine, that is based on, he's like one of the main characters in the Biggest Loser documentary on Netflix. I don't know if you watched it. Obviously, I watched it. But that's just a weird tie-in to Any Given Sunday that I was not expecting.
Did you happen to see any of this Philly and Cleveland game, Kevin?
No.
Okay. I saw one thing that really stood out to me. Nick Sirianni tried to ice the Cleveland kicker.
Hell yeah.
In a preseason game.
I like it.
And then he starts yelling across the field at Stefanski about how awesome of a move it was that he just tried to ice their kicker. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Of course Nick Sirianni acts like this. And Stefanski was just like, can we just go to halftime?
Yeah. I mean,
that's the competitor that Sirianni is, and that's why he's a champion, Kevin, obviously.
Yeah, I guess.
It's obvious.
All right. The Dallas Cowboys made a move per Tom Pelissero. They signed Michael Ojemudia to a contract. He is a cornerback. We just talked about this with Mickey. You feel like you're still light, especially with all the injuries on cornerback. He was a third-round pick previously of the Broncos, and this past year, he was with the DC Defenders in the UFL and helped them win the championship.
When do you think we'll see the right collection of cornerbacks? After the bye week, maybe? Because I feel like
that's that long.
Feel like I've heard mention of that, and Broadus obviously was very in touch with all of this. But if Diggs plays opening the opener, which I'm fingers crossed,
and he said he's going to be ready in September.
So I'm just kind of curious when we'll get the entire allotment. But that's a position right there I'm still terrified of.
Yes, I think that is very fair. All right, let's go from that to the Rams. Now, this seemed like it was going to be a bad deal, but hopefully it's on the right track for them. Their coach was asked about Matthew Stafford's availability over the weekend. Sean McVay said he had no comment and he would address the situation on Monday. And when you hear situation, that doesn't sound good, but the plan is for Matthew Stafford to practice today. Right now, this will be his first time in a practice in training camp this year.
They showed a video. I just saw a video of him walking out there, Kevin, and he had pads on. His hat was on backwards, so obviously most of the country was furious with him because wearing a hat backwards.
Nobody cares about that.
Colin Cowherd does.
Actually, that's not true. Sure. I bet a lot of people care about it. Well, I do not.
Tony Romo, remember? Anyway, he still kind of looks like he's just leisurely walking because he doesn't want. Dude, when you're dealing with slipped discs, it's a bad thing anyway. That being said, Stetson Bennett doesn't look bad. And in a Sean McVay offense, so that's kind of, I know Matt Stafford's important, but Bennett threw 3 touchdowns this weekend. He looks pretty good. So I think they're going to be just fine.
Okay.
And he's got some talented receivers to throw to.
Now, a couple of other updates from maybe some of the games over the weekend. Quentin Johnston was being evaluated for a concussion after it looked like he was knocked out cold in their preseason game. The Commanders, who are still at an impasse with Terry McLaurin, which, by the way, maybe we'll talk about this a little bit later. Terry McLaurin allegedly is asking for $32 million a year.
Is that enough?
For him, I would not pay that amount.
You hate Terry McLaurin. You always have.
I don't think that is a fair representation. I just don't think I would want to pay him
You always
that much.
give me all of your Terry McLaurin cards. You're always just like, here, you take them.
Yeah.
You'd throw them on the table at me.
I mean, you're welcome. But in addition to that, the Commanders are supposedly shopping Brian Robinson Jr. around to teams in the NFL.
That's very interesting. With McLaurin, though, didn't they say he's planning on starting practicing back, though? And Dan Quinn was like, nothing's confirmed, but
they did take him
have
off
a good
the pup
plan.
list.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I still think he's going to play, but that makes more sense to me why Washington in particular is at an impasse with him because that's like at least $4 million too high, I think, for him per season. Right. By the way,
but wouldn't you want them to spend it and mess up their cap?
Yes, absolutely. Look, and he's just about to turn 30, I believe, and we went through very few of the league's elite players, position by position, outside of the lines, are 30 years of 30 years old or older, and so I think that would be a mistake paying him. By the way, Trey Hendrickson, the Bengals are now supposedly listening to trade offers. They're still the favorite to retain him and that he will play for them this season, but they have at least opened up discussions or are willing to open up discussions about trading him now.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to happen.
For what? Because you've been trying to trade Micah.
Don't you think they probably want a first for him?
Just one? Not two? Oh man, this is interesting, and this is just them. This is what they do, right?
Yeah,
but yeah. I always struggle with the value of things because if I'm the team that has something and I don't have to do anything, I'm always like, give me something amazing.
I just think the age would be
okay.
the different factor differential. There we go. All right, Ashton Genty. Did you watch any Ashton Genty?
A little bit, yeah. I saw him get stuck in the arm at one point. I was like, oh no, not before the season even starts.
So Geno Smith.
And then I understood why Dak wasn't playing. So
okay. Geno Smith already loves Ashton Genty. He said he's running through people. He's not shying away from contact. He's going to be a special player. And Genty himself said, I've arrived, and it's time to keep going and making plays for my team.
Okay. You keep doing that, little buddy. You got it.
Pick.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Little buddy.
Well, he's young in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And younger than me by far. So
I thought he would have at least waited until we got to Devon Achane, who is dealing with soft tissue injuries and will be out between days and weeks, which is obviously vague enough to make you wonder in your fantasy football draft. If that's what you're thinking.
It is.
I know.
He was a very good scorer for me.
Okay, well, I'm just giving you a warning. That is the best information.
That's what I'm going to say during the whole draft. And by the way, it's at Jake's because Jake's is awesome. That's where we're doing our fantasy draft this year. I'm gonna every time his name pops up, I'm gonna be like days and weeks, somewhere between days and weeks. Y'all better watch out.
By the way, if you saw or heard right here on 105.3 The Fan, Tyler Loop made 5 field goals on Saturday for the Ravens, and he will be their official kicker for the season.
Good for him.
Hopefully it turns out better than the last one.
Dang.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what's gone wrong with the Rangers in the past 10 games?
They've lost.
What is up with John Gray? Smart guy. Next on The Fan.
Steelers?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
You're like Scar from The Lion King. Be prepared.
Oh no! I hope I would never murder someone.
Well,
let
I didn't
alone
say
a family
like completely like him, just with the song.
Okay.
Be prepared.
Is it the worst song in that movie?
Flacco's the worst option at quarterback.
Worse than Pickett? He's a better option than Kenny Pickett, isn't he?
You're right. My apologies.
Okay. Now, for the Texas Rangers, and I understand the logic of they have given up more runs than they have scored.
Therefore, losses have happened.
That is a fair point. But the Rangers win yesterday to break a 4-game losing streak and grabbed just their second win in the last 10 games. Now, while all of this is going on, we also had the report floated over the weekend by Rosenthal that the Rangers put John Gray out there on waivers and nobody picked him up because they didn't want to take what I believe would be about $3 million remaining of his contract. And then he goes on the he's dealing with nerve irritation. And now all of a sudden you've gone from, with all of this happening, is John Gray done with the Rangers? I know he didn't get claimed, but I'm saying now with nerve irritation,
yeah. And he has 10 years service in the league. So what does that mean? You're fully vested with the league.
Correct.
Which allows you to say thank you for baseball. I appreciate my time here, and I'm still going to be paid. I don't know what the number is actually, but it sounds, if I remember correctly, it's a significant number to us poors.
Right.
Whenever it comes to that, so that he can feel comfortable with that. I'm going to refer back to this a lot, probably just because there are three different people with interesting storylines. Travis Frederick in The Wall 2.0 says that during the time that he was out with Guillain-Barré syndrome, he said he started to see life after football and he could see being okay with it. And that's why when he was like, I got one more chance to go be that guy I was again, and then I was cool. That was a great closure for me.
Yeah.
And I wonder with John Gray, I don't think he got closure here, if that's the case, but he has spent a lot of time dealing with some injuries that have stunk, and I wonder if he's comfortable with it, because he has a lot of different interests in life.
Yes.
Like, this is a dude he's a very unique man.
He's great to talk to.
Dude, he's awesome to talk to. He really is. Whether you're just talking off record, just chatting with him, or on record, he's really fun to talk to. But the injury kind of pops up weirdly. Why they put him on waivers? Can you put an injured player on waivers? I feel like that's a weird thing.
So this is going to be the argument.
Or is that story just kind of in a weird place?
Well, I think the argument's going to be in a warm-up or something like that. Then he started suffering from nerve irritation after. And that might be legitimately what happened. I have no idea. But another thing to go along with this, and I definitely hope that G-Bag, I believe, will get the opportunity to ask Chris Young that question today, is one of the things that Rosenthal dropped in his piece that I was like, wait, what? Is that the Rangers are already believed to be under the $241 million luxury tax threshold. And so I would have assumed that this move would have been done to drop, after what they did at the trade deadline, to drop back below that. But then this doesn't help. What a lot of fans think is that the ownership group got their World Series and has gone back to being cheap. Mm-hmm. And if they were just moving on from John Gray, it would have just been, hey, I want to save myself $3 million, which I get is a lot of money for regular human people. But when you're trying to get below the $241 million threshold and your club is worth $1 billion, you're probably like, why don't you just go ahead and keep him and let's see if we can ride it through on this season.
Yeah. So how does it say how much below? Did he say how much?
No.
Or just, and they're believed to be below.
Exactly. And that's why, well, obviously you always got to listen to the G-Bag Nation. They got Chris Young on today. I'm hoping that they can get some clarification from him. And I know he's going to be like, well, I don't want to be into specifics, but I think the question can be as simple as, are you above or below the luxury tax threshold? Okay. And hopefully if we make the question like that, that can get answered.
And if you are a certain amount, can you use that money in any way?
Sure, because this is the John Gray situation is the exact scenario in which you could do this, because teams didn't want to pick up John Gray for whatever reason. Maybe you just didn't think he was effective enough to pay the $3 million. But let's say another team had their version of John Gray and you were like, that is exactly what I need, and you're $3.1 million below the luxury tax threshold, then you could pick him up. And the only thing you're eating there is the money, and it's not your money, it's not my money, and you'd still be below the threshold, so it wouldn't impact the future.
Mm-hmm. From our standpoint, I think most important is we hope the best for his health. Like, I think from our perspective and from the Rangers' perspective, obviously the health is there as well.
Right.
Hopefully it's not something that's too severe that can be a real problem for him for a long time. But in addition to that, they see the benefit of that financially. And it's tough. These are business decisions I wouldn't want to make, dude. whenever I got guys that I really care about and all those things.
So the question is twofold with this then. Are the Rangers doing this because they just don't think he's effective enough? Or is it because they need to shed some money? I, unfortunately, of the opinion that maybe they just don't think he's been effective enough.
I mean, yeah, he hasn't been.
And you look at what happened on Saturday, and when your numbers are comparable with a position player coming into pitch, that's never a good
and
sign.
Kevin, you've kind of been standing on your idea of why Adolis would be traded was because of something Chris Young said, and that was regarding the future.
Right.
And does he play into our plans for the future? If not, do we go ahead and start giving somebody else those opportunities, a Cole Winn type or somebody else, those opportunities to pitch? And B, that idea of, well, let him go do something else. So like that's where I kind of feel that this falls into that. But yeah, he has not. When he got here, his best year was his first, a 3.96 ERA. And since then, we got a great contribution in 23 from him in the World Series. That's it, And then, like you said, this year's been tough. This has just been tough with the injury and spring training and everything along the way.
And I think that's one of the things that people have argued is that these Rangers have been loyal potentially to a fault with some of the people who contributed in 2023. I get it. That's a tough argument to make. It's like, hey, you helped us win our first World Series. We're just going to move on from all of you. I understand that. In the meantime, they have other issues as well. So
name one.
So Sam Haggerty's ankle being problematic again. And I will stop at one because you said one.
Look at you.
Look,
he's learned.
I have learned over the years what you were hoping to hear. Now, here's another big problem that the Rangers run into, and I'm going to stick with the offense, even though I understand all things Robert Garcia are concerning for our fan base since the beginning of the month, and we were tracking this last week, and then you came the disastrous appearance. Not just for him, but for a couple people on Friday. Robert Garcia has given up a run in 5 of his last 7 appearances. He is 0 for 3 in save situations this month and has a 12.6 ERA in the 7 games this month.
Yes.
All of that, terrible, terrible, terrible. And that's why a big chunk of why you lost Friday's game.
Yes.
But I don't want to let the offense off the hook.
Nope.
So, on average, and this probably makes sense, MLB teams get significantly better as they face a pitcher throughout the game.
Yes.
All right. First time through the order, pitchers across Major League Baseball are giving up an OPS of 703.
Okay.
Second time, 731.
That's better.
Third time,
for the hitters.
For the hitters, not the pitcher. Third time, 756.
Okay.
All right. The first number, 703. Rangers first time up against a pitcher, their OPS is 678.
Not good.
That's 25 points below league average. Consider this. The further you go through it, the bigger gap they have below league average. So they're 25 points below league average the first time they see a pitcher. Second time, more. Third time, even more than that. So the Rangers do improve, but they improve incrementally compared to the rest of the league.
So they're not league average.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they're below league average, and then they're worse the second time and worse the third time compared with the rest of Major League Baseball. So I'm not saying that offense alone is why you lost Friday. Obviously, it is not. But if you're looking for another example of all the problems that this offense has had, that stat right there, I think, is pretty devastating.
And to kind of explain that, I mean, things get easier the more you do them, right? So this is what I'm saying with the hitting the same pitcher multiple times in a game. The more you see it, the more you get used to and understand his delivery, his speeds, the sequencing he might go to, where something he might like that you saw, and so that happens. So that's why that matters so much. I heard Jared talking about Robert Garcia this morning, Kevin, and the reality of him is just the pitches that he made earlier in the season, he's not making now.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you can trust him in not only high leverage situations, but any leverage situations from here on. Other than we said the same thing about Leclerc and S'mores a couple of years ago, and Boach was like, "Yeah, I'll show you guys." But yeah, doesn't it feel like time to shorten that bench just a little bit? But who do I trust? Who do I trust to go in there and do the job whenever I've given Maton the opportunity and he gave up the booty? And I don't know. It's just Evaldi and DeGrom. That's it, guys.
Well, and
throw Leiter in there as my closer.
And then the other issue with Evaldi and DeGrom, and it's not specifically about Evaldi and DeGrom, but even when DeGrom was lights out, he was lights out for 5 innings.
Yep.
Like, that's just the nature of starting pitching. If you get 6 innings, good for you. If you get more than that, wow, what a heck of an effort that you've had. So you're going to be heavily relied on your bullpen. And all of a sudden, I know people like to bring up, oh, you're only 2 games back, 3 games back. All of a sudden now, you're 5.5 games back. But then the other problem is you would have to leapfrog not 1, not 2, but 3 teams to get into the wild card. So when you were talking about this road trip, I mean, it pretty much feels like it has to start, yesterday and continue today.
It started yesterday, Kevin. I know you don't believe.
Okay.
But I believe.
I will admit.
Do you believe, Alec?
I always believe.
See?
In my heart.
I see.
When we were in the World Series, Kevin said he didn't believe.
No, that is not true. That is definitely not true.
He was like, I don't think it's us in the World Series. He didn't believe it.
Disagree with that, but I will admit at this moment in time, I so hope I'm wrong, but this is a team that's tough to believe that now is the magical run.
Why?
Because they just keep losing every time you think they've got momentum. Why are you mad at me? Why aren't you mad at them?
Because this is a season, Kevin. This is full season. I don't know exactly how that works, but I'm going to use that. From the 817, they're playing your show at a neighborhood Walmart that I'm at. Hey, Walmart, what's going on? Neighborhood Walmart? That means that they don't have all the things that Walmart has, I believe.
It's usually, they don't have as many of the non-food things, right? Like, they have the food that you want, but you can't go buy 8 shirts there at the same time.
From the 806, I didn't believe until I heard Mike Bassick's pregame speech. Kevin, that might be why I believe. I re-believe because of Mikey B.
Well, you know what?
Giving him the speech and the business.
Here's what I say about that. That was a sanitized version of the speech.
Kind of weak. I dare him to call in and do a real version of it.
Come on the show and do the real version of it.
I dare you. You don't have the balls. Mike.
Go Rangers!
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway, do a little NFL overreaction or reality, plus Wanker of the Weekend next right here on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, wait a second. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Way on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for NFL overreaction or reality, but also remember tomorrow we've got Katie Nolan in studio.
I'm sorry, what?
Katie Nolan is going to be in studio at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
That's awesome.
It is.
I like Katie Nolan, man.
Now, obviously, Corey is going to be tired. He has promised to binge watch the entirety of the Cowboys Netflix documentary as soon as it's available at like 2 or 3 in the morning. What?
Yuck. Hold on.
That's what I'm putting in the teas.
It's available at 2 or 3 in the morning?
Isn't that what usually happens?
I think that's when your check goes through in direct deposit.
No, because that's what Hulu and Disney are like, hey, once it's midnight on the West Coast, you can start watching it. So 2 in the morning is my prediction.
I think Netflix should be smart and just be like, actually, we went reverse, and it's going to be available at 7 o'clock in the evening tonight. That's what I think they should just do.
That would be very Cowboys-esque of promising one thing and then actually not delivering on it.
Dude, I don't know if they've made any promises to me. This has been all me.
No, they have made promises. Talent acquisition, 24/7, 365.
They acquired talent this year.
I guess they did sign somebody
They got
today
Fowler,
from the UFL.
They got this UFL guy.
So that's a great point.
It's a sexy pick.
All right, Jerry. I don't know if I agree with
Glad
that.
he takes part in the show still.
All right, Alec, you get the first question today.
Oh, no.
NFL overreaction or reality? Corey Majors is going to tell us stuff about Taylor Swift that he claims is somehow related to sports in the NFL.
Corey's been very plugged in when it comes to the Taylor Swift NFL connection the past, year now? So it would not shock me if that's a reality. So I'm going to go reality.
Good call.
Well, are you going to tell us?
I thought you were going to ask me overreaction or reality.
Okay, Corey,
That's how this game's
overreaction
played?
or reality, you know what you're going to say next.
We'll find out.
Son of a biscuit.
All right, so I was watching this TikTok, and
oh no, Alec, back to you.
I have theories now. I did watch the entirety of the New Heights podcast with Taylor Swift because Adrian likes Taylor Swift, Lucy likes Taylor Swift, I like Taylor Swift. I was like, fine, yeah, I'll watch it. I like the Kelsey brothers. I think they're funny.
That's what people say.
What? They're funny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burm.
So I was watching it, and Kevin, you said something recently that is stuck in my mind. And I told you about this earlier this morning. As long as you accept the premise,
sure,
we can have a conversation that's ridiculous.
Sure.
Oh, yes. Would that ever happen? No, but can we talk about it? Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
And that also goes with the idea of Easter eggs. Taylor Swift said that she loves Easter eggs because she found out her audience loves them.
Okay, and just to be clear, Easter eggs meaning like the secret hidden things in like her concerts or whatever, as opposed to like the tangible
religion,
item.
of Easter. And the eggs.
I don't know
if the bunny rabbit.
Easter eggs are necessarily tied to Jesus, but go ahead.
What? What's the symbolism? So she said, but what I liked that she said was this. If you love Easter eggs, I've made this full commitment to laying them around everywhere within my albums and stuff that I do. Because people love looking for those things. Just like in Pixar movies, right? People love looking for Easter eggs in those.
Right.
She said, but if you don't even notice. Like you just think it's a thing.
Yeah.
So as she's doing the New Heights podcast, the introduction this might be a little bit of a reach, Kevin. The introduction that Jason Kelsey gives her after he's done, she says, "Thank you so much for going on a 47-second rant for me." Kevin, do you know where the 47th location was for her tour?
There's no chance. Dallas?
Levi
Arlington?
Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Do you know where the Super Bowl will be played this year?
Is she going to be the halftime for the Super Bowl?
Why would she say 47-second rant?
My goodness.
If she did not throw that in there. Now, again, that could be a reach. However, she also discussed at length how all she thinks about 60% of the time is making sourdough bread.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Does she like buy the jar or whatever, or the recipe, and it's like, it'll only take you 8 hours to make this?
60% of her life, Kevin, she thinks about making sourdough bread.
And
Alec?
she's already a dominant artist.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel like if she would think more about music that she could make even more money?
I think she's doing all right there. Alec?
It's Super Bowl 60. That's what he's going to say. Sorry, go ahead.
What is the mascot's name for the San Francisco 49ers?
I believe that would be one Sourdough Sam.
Oh.
And Kevin, what did you just say?
Super Bowl 60.
Taylor Swift will be performing halftime in San Francisco or Santa Clara this year, based on the little Easter egg she dropped during the New Heights podcast.
Okay. I mean, like 60 kajillion people watched and listened to that, so...
Yeah, 60 again. There you go.
That's probably a good time. Yeah, that's a good time to put it out there.
Yeah, so that is overreaction to reality. Taylor Swift, based on the fact that she dropped those Easter eggs in there, has either decided she's going to do this or is vying for it.
Look, if she has decided, if she's vying for it, she wins. Like... Right? I'm sorry. Just based on
name an artist.
Yeah, you give me whoever you want. You can be, you know what? The only person I think could beat that performance, if you're like, no, for real, Tupac is still alive and he's going to be here and perform, not in hologram form, live and in person at the Super Bowl. Then I'd be like, you know what? That could beat the Taylor Swift concert. But they're looking for numbers, all right? And like, who's going to bring the numbers more than her?
Now, what if she's sitting across that table from Roger Goodell? And he says, all right, deal, but the Chiefs can't be in the Super Bowl. Do you think she'd say okay? Or do you think she'd say, nope, never mind, and walk away from it?
I think she'd say, nope, never mind.
I agree. There you go. That's it.
Are her and Travis Kelce going to get married?
I don't know.
Give me a percentage.
47%.
Okay. All right, you know what? Just because of that, I'm going to start with this question just for you. NFL overreaction or reality? The Chiefs dynasty is over.
Overreaction. They still got a really good defense. And, I mean, quite honestly, Kelce was bad last year. He's in fantastic shape. Not best shape of his life, but he looks like he lost weight. He looked lazy last year. And that's the real number one receiver for Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's the real guy that he goes to, and he couldn't rely on him last year. So I think that he's back for at least one more year, and I don't think it's done yet.
Okay.
And Andy Reid's still there.
I mean, I agree. I understand all the reasons, and I know Chiefs Kingdom has come out on ESPN.
Yeah, I'm interested in watching that, yeah.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? The Chiefs dynasty is over.
I think it's in danger, but I don't think it's over. I think if they just play their cards the way that they should and the way that they usually do, then I think everything's going to be okay for them. I don't think Kelce, to Corey's point, is going to be as bad as he was last year. I think he's going to be a little bit more focused, especially if this is going to be the last run for him. I think he gives it everything he's got. You got Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback. That's always a good
And the
step.
NFL is on your side, as evidenced by the Rashee Rice hearing.
Absolutely, and you know the more information that comes out about that, the weirder it gets. So I really do think that there is some important people that really want the Chiefs to do well this year. So I think because of that and that alone, I think they're going to be okay.
Oh man, because you know what would happen, and this would drive sports fans insane. Taylor Swift does the halftime and it incorporates Travis Kelce in his uniform still into part of her dance or whatever. And
he has to catch her.
People are going to have thoughts.
In the end zone.
Yes. People are going to have the most thoughts on that. All right. Kind of a bonus question to this. And we're just this season. NFL overreaction or reality. The Bills are the best bet to take the Chiefs down. Their epic loss to Chicago in the preseason notwithstanding.
At the moment, I think that's a reality.
Okay.
And because that was the other question I was going to ask in response to the other question you had about their dynasty is who really stands a chance? Yeah. Only Philadelphia.
See, I think that Buffalo and Baltimore absolutely stand a chance, but you've seen this show again and again, and you get to the next to last episode, and then the Chiefs triumph.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'll put it out there. So, overreaction reality for you as well, Alec. The Buffalo Bills are the best bet to take the Chiefs down.
I was going to say the Broncos might be, though.
Ooh. Fascinating.
You know how much I really think highly about that Denver team, and I want to throw them in there just for fun because their defense somehow got better over the offseason,
so wild.
Which is terrifying if we're being honest. And if we are at the last legs of a Chiefs dynasty, why not get started early? Get in there and ruin their dreams right now. And I think they're ready. I think the one thing that scares me about them is their running game offensively for the Broncos. But today I'd go Bills. I'd say reality today.
Yeah.
But they could easily lose my trust because they didn't add too much on offense either. So if they look the same and kind of stagnant, I'm getting on the Broncos bandwagon to say bye-bye Chiefs.
Man, for the 817, Josh Allen is a choke artist. No way Buffalo can beat Kansas City. I don't necessarily agree with that just because you look at some of the circumstances, but that's the thing. Those circumstances get lost to history.
Yep.
So, like, let's say in 25 years, even if they lose a couple more times, 38-35, that's what it's going to be. Josh Allen couldn't get the job done. From the 901, it's going to be the Bengals. From the 817, the Bengals are
214, Ravens exist.
It's the Ravens are in a similar situation as the Bills, and the Ravens seem to find more bizarre and spectacular ways to lose along the way also.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, once we get to the divisional round, I desperately want to see some variation of Ravens, Bills, Chiefs playing again. It's just, it feels like you know how it's going to play out. I'll watch the hell out of it, seeing if maybe this time it'll be different.
Oh, yeah, dude.
All right, this might be a controversial question. Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys would have been better off just rebuilding this season.
Overreaction for this. I don't think you're rebuilding around Dak at this point with that contract. A rebuild's that's a different overhaul. You have to trade things away and get multiple draft picks. That's the rebuild you're doing, and it's with the idea that Dak's not going to be around. Like, that's what you're rebuilding. The other thing is Jerry never wants to officially rebuild.
I could see that.
So, like, that's where I just say, like, yes, maybe they would have been. Instead of going, well, we can spend this little amount and be frugal with this and this and this and add players but not add any stars. They're just in a weird spot, dude, and they'll never be able to officially do a rebuild the way that we see fit.
Okay. Now, Alec, I know a lot of times people think overreaction to reality is only my opinion based in question form. This is an example where it's not.
No.
I agree with Corey.
No.
I think trying a rebuild this season or next season while you have Dak on that contract is pure foolishness. So I also think it's an overreaction.
I've now changed my mind about my answer based on the fact that we are supposed to be pitted against each other, Kevin.
You don't have to disagree. Just say what you actually think. Although for $8 million, I would absolutely disagree with every single point that you have. Alec, overreaction to reality. The Cowboys would have been better off rebuilding this season.
Overreaction for me because you guys phrased it perfectly. The first thing that came to my mind was it would have been a reality if they didn't screw up the timeline of the quarterback contracts. If they would have just gotten that right and they had an easy out, or if they just didn't pay him at all. I'm a Dak fan and I want him here and I do think he can win games, but if they just didn't pay him, they didn't give him that last go around or a shorter term, what have you, if they would have gotten that handled in a different way, yes, it would have been easy. It would have been reasonable. Nobody would have blamed them. But if you try to get this quarterback on a long-term deal, it's like if the Cardinals decided, hey, we're dropping everything, and even though Kyler Murray still has years left on his contract, we're going to rebuild. It's like, well, what's the point?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. So, no, it wouldn't have made sense this year.
When do you start the process, though? Okay, so Dak has this kind of a contract. When can you start that? And I know, look, CeeDee Lamb's contract exists.
Yeah.
The future of Micah's contract will exist, but if you're going to make that, do you begin that in his last year like they did with McCarthy? Or they're just like, look, we're going to start doing something different while you're still here?
So I can get you out of Dak's contract for sure out of 2027, and we can figure out a way.
But do you do it that year?
To make it work.
Or do you start doing it next year?
Okay. Some people might think these are like counterintuitive ideas. I will tell you this. My little baby step right now, or not so baby step right now, is I would listen to trade offers for Micah Parsons. Like, I would really listen to it. Because I don't necessarily think that torpedoes your team all of the way if you're bringing in another defensive player plus 2 first-round picks. Because, like, supposedly, you know, there's rumblings about this offer, that offer. I don't actually believe them. But, like, somebody put forth, what if you got 2 firsts, a second, and a defensive player? And I was like, okay, well, I'm certainly going to listen to that. And I don't think that tears your team down and makes it impossible for you to win. But it also starts building a younger core going forward. And if you believe that's the start of a rebuild, that's how I would start. Other than that, I realistically think you would get to the point at the start of 2027 going into, I know it's not technically the last year of his contract, but you can get out of it after that. And I would make a lot of big time moves before 2027 started.
So what you're saying right now is just, as a fan, have what you have.
Correct.
And don't throw a fit.
I mean,
or throw a fit and nothing's going to happen anyway.
Pretty much. Worst case scenario, what are the Cowboys going to tell you? Micah's under contract and you've got him for 2 years. You traded for George Pickens. This is a contract year. You've already signed CeeDee Lamb. So might as well go for it this year.
Yep.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality. If you were the Giants, you would just say screw it and start Jackson Dart in week 1.
Overreaction.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
I understand why you would think that. I think the future for the Giants is here. And somebody on Twitter was like, because he threw a bunch of check down passes. What are you talking about? And I was like, did you watch that? Anyway.
It can be dangerous to make all assumptions positive or negative from a preseason game.
Yeah. But I got invested in college stuff too, and I think there's just I don't like to use the word pedigree. What's the right word to use? Because pedigree means like his dad and his dad and his, like that. Anyway, but I just feel like he's going to be a good quarterback. However, I want to give Russell Wilson that opportunity first. I still do. He's won a Super Bowl before. He's an experienced veteran. Let him lose it. And something happened where I do have to turn to this guy that's actually gained the respect because of the work that he's done from his teammates while he was in a backup role.
Okay.
That's ultimately what I want is I want him in that locker room doing what Arch Manning was doing while Quinn Ewers was there and being the guy that everybody's like, no, like we know he's really good and he's connected with us and he's our teammate and we like him. And when it's time, it's time. And Kevin, I know I've referred to this a couple times. They talk about that, the Cowboys. This was interesting from Zach Martin and Tyron and Travis was to hear, look, Tony was like our dad. And when Zeke and Dak arrived, they brought a new energy to that locker room.
Okay.
And a new life to us as players. And I thought that was a really interesting, because we heard about that, right?
Sure.
That the connect, like as they wanted Tony back, they were enjoying this wave that they were riding with Dak.
Right.
So that's where I feel with Jackson.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality, Alec. You would say screw it and just start Jackson Dart in week 1.
For fun, reality. For reality, overreaction. If that makes any sense. I feel like I put that pretty well.
I think it does, kind of.
Because the reason I say for fun is because I don't think they're going to win much. So you may as well make it entertaining. That's what I always say about the bad teams. You can lose every single game. As long as I have fun watching it, I don't care. Right. But I do think there's something to be said about having a couple of veterans that have been there, done that in the locker room and saying, hey, you don't need to play this year. The Chiefs showed that the lost art of letting a quarterback develop and learn for a year, it still works with the right guy. If he has the right mindset and the right people around him, which I think he's got the right group of guys around him, it makes sense. So I think he needs to sit this season. I don't think he does. I think he ends up playing 5 games maybe, but he needs to learn a little bit.
Okay, bonus question just popped in my head. right now you would trade a 5th-round pick for Jameis Winston?
Overreaction?
You don't want him as your backup instead?
Nah. Okay. But, I mean, also, I'm not sure what I feel about this team yet, honestly, Kevin. So I don't know if it's a contender or not with any quarterback specifically. But I could see Jerry doing it, and here's why. They just got one Netflix documentary put down. Don't you want that Netflix documentary reality show with Jameis Winston on the Cowboys?
I would probably.
Jerry would love that. He'd be like, look, hey,
that.
we're doing another one, guys, and you definitely would watch it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Alec, can you give me cut number 16, please?
Right center.
Yeah, this computer doesn't.
You'll have to trust me on that highlight from the Little League World Series. Hey, our audio equipment tried to cut it off because they know how controversial this question's going to be.
Oh, no.
All right, we move into Wanker of the Weekend. I don't think it's controversial at all, but then Corey has an opinion that I was like, really? Are people who gamble on the Little League World Series the Wankers of the Weekend? The Little League had to put out a statement. I'll read you part of it. This is a real statement. While Little League International continues to monitor the complexity and ever-evolving world of sports betting, we feel strongly that there is no place for betting on Little League games or any youth sports competition. Are the people betting on the Little League World Series Wankers of the Weekend, Corey Majors?
Okay, hold on. How are they placing these bets? Like through
offshore
BetMGM?
Yeah, no, there's like offshore places that are taking these wagers.
I'm okay with that. Now,
are you?
I feel weird that if like,
oh, Alec,
if I go to the Wynn Casino and they're like, hey, by the way, Graham at first base, he's hit 2 dingers today. Will he hit a 3rd dinger? That's a little weird to me. But these offshore things, dude, it's already offshore, bro. Like it's already unaccounted for. No taxes, you know?
That
pretty sure that's how it works.
It's not how that works.
You bet offshore, move it to an offshore account, it gets funneled through the system. We call it cleaning your money, and then it's in your pocket or buried in a wall.
And just for the record, I don't think setting up those offshore accounts come scot-free.
You don't know that?
You're right.
How do you know, Kevin?
Nope, you're right.
How do you know?
I agree. I'm backing down from this.
I mean, you did go to Germany.
Very, very valid point. Very valid where his offshore accounts are. Because that's offshore.
I guess if you just consider America the shore. All right.
But I look, there might be some dads making some stupid little bets. I bet my son, gets a single on that's fine, right? But if it is invading, that is scary. I will admit that is scary because now you're going to have some dude in the stands who bet $1,000 or his child's, college fund on some kid who's up there that you have no information that can show that he could hit this home run.
Well, and plus, wouldn't you be afraid, and I'm not kidding about this, that you show up and you're like, hey, kid, I have a PS5 and $4,000 for you.
Yeah.
And like that feels
now
like
you'd hope that the parents are there, but we understand every situation's a little bit different,
right?
But yeah, it is a little concerning that when people want, when money's on the line, they try to use influence in whatever, fear, like you said with toys, stuff like that.
Alec, you don't support wagering on the Little League World Series, do you?
No, going offshore to bet on a child sport. What are we doing? Like, Corey, come on. You cannot condone this. Like you said, if it's people in the stands, like, hey, like $5, like my son's going to go yard here. Sure, that's fun. That's fine. That's harmless. You should not be trying to pay your bills off of the Little League World Series.
Will you say that as a drop? I just feel like that could come in handy at some point.
Listen, I'm not a gambler, okay? Like that about me. I'm just not a gambler. But from everything I understand about you gamblers out there, and that felt really mean to say it that way.
It did.
You gamblers. It feels like it's an addiction, and you got to find a new juice, right? You got to go chase that, and I feel like if that's there, they're willing to do it. What does Jerry always say about Romo? He'd see if who could throw a quarter at the roach that would walk across the floor. Like, what? That's how competitive he is. He's a gambler.
All right.
And his Cowboys. The documentary's coming out 2 or 3 in the morning, Kevin says.
So are the Denver Broncos broadcasters the wankers of the weekend because they got duped by a make-believe cut from Micah Parsons? They even put up a little infographic about it and everything.
Oh, no.
And he said it was from his podcast, except that it wasn't.
That he got cut?
No.
Oh.
He said, my dream destination, Denver.
Oh.
I would love to play for the Broncos. They already got the best defense in the league, and they have a real chance at a Super Bowl. The problem was...
He didn't do that.
He didn't say that.
That would be ridiculous if he did, too, right?
I mean...
I just don't feel like it's in the negotiation tactic.
By the way, I don't know how much you enjoy the, context on Twitter, but I like it when it's short and right to the point. So multiple people posted this, and it says, readers add context. Micah Parsons has never stated this. I like it when you don't, I don't need facts and figures to go against just a short little blurb right there. Are the Denver Broncos broadcasters the wankers of the weekend? Or is it the people that put this out into the world just trying to trick folks?
I'll get both because the people that put it out there, why? You just to troll because it's so fun for you.
Yeah.
And then for the people that didn't do the extra step of, confirming. But you gotta confirm. Those are things you have to do.
By the way, from the 817, Corey, I would not necessarily advise this. If you haven't checked out Polymarket, you need to. All kinds of crazy
Kevin's
bets
brought up Polymarket for quite some time because, again, the gamblers out there, Kevin.
I think that Polymarket is often on the cutting edge of certain things. However, they also have wagers going that I do not approve of whatsoever. All right.
You basically tracked the entire election.
Polymarket. By the way, Polymarket was a great spot to track the election. It really, really was. Look, you know how I feel. People can type whatever they want. Follow what the money is saying.
Mm-hmm.
And if the money says it's going this way, that's probably the way
That's what the wire taught us.
That is true. Is Anthony Belton, the rookie tackle for the Packers, the wanker of the weekend? He had 5 penalties against the Colts. I realize it is a preseason game, but 5 penalties.
Yeah, that's a good way to get yourself cut.
It is. He was taken in the 2nd round, so I would be surprised if they went to that.
He's really testing them. I dare you to cut me.
dying.
Yeah, let's see how many times I can do this without getting cut.
Man.
He's going to get a talking to. Might have to run some gassers, but then again.
Dude, that would be crazy if Tyler Booker came out and called Shoddy like a piece of ass. And he's like, what are you going to do? Cut me?
They're like, you can't. He was a 1st-round pick. You're like, what just happened?
But I heard his interview with Sean and RJ. He's too
fantastic,
delightful
dude. He's
to
awesome.
ever let that happen. And by the way, we'll probably talk about this more tomorrow as well. Do you think the Big Ten is a wanker of the weekend? Because they're like, what if we have a 24-team or a 28-team college football playoff?
And you can't be the Big Ten.
No, not for their conference.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
saying
okay.
at the end
Kevin,
of the now seemingly point.
No. You know how I feel. I want all the teams to compete in the giantest tournament ever. That's what I always want, more teams in these things.
Okay.
Just a whole season. There shouldn't even, the season, just get rid of it. It should just be a giant tournament for the championship.
All right. So you would have liked, Alabama opens up hosting Richland.
Yes.
Bring
Bring them all in. Let's rock this thing, dude. I'm all about it.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, please.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hear from Shotty in just a minute. But to go along with all of that, are you guys into the Little League World Series? Because I remember when I was younger and like had aspirations of trying to play in it or whatever, I loved the Little League World Series, and we definitely got caught up with it in the break and thinking that kid from Venezuela was about to jack the ball over the fence, and it didn't happen.
Third baseman for Japan, really, given that his errors are just killing them right now.
So are you guys into the Little League World Series like now?
As a kid, yes, I was just like you. I wanted to play in the Little League World Series. What team do I have to be on, Dad, to be able to do this? Can my T-ball team at the YMCA make it, you know?
Well, we got Coach. Maybe he'll answer that question right here on The Fan.
After practice.
You might hold up a sheet of paper. Just so we can get it. Thanks, Coach.
Any secrets on there? No secrets.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
Could be a Waffle House menu.
He's allowed. Yeah, it could be a Waffle House menu too. Everything gets caught on camera now. I love Waffle House.
Okay, Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What progression have you seen from your team from the first preseason game to what happened over the weekend?
I tell you what, I think when I looked at this game, we went back and we looked at it. The biggest thing I would say, we didn't control the ball. I mean, time of possession was a major problem. We shared that with them this morning. I mean, 40 minutes to 20 minutes is a big difference. So then you have to dive in even deeper. You look at the third downs and fourth downs conversions. I think Baltimore converted 50%. They were like 9 of 18. We only converted 2 of 13, 15%. But the hidden message in that is it's not just that we stink on third down or fourth down. It's that, on defense, I think 4 of their 8 or 9 conversions were third and 2 or less. And we had 7 of our 13, if I'm remembering correctly, were 7 or more. And we only converted 1 of 8. So what do I mean by that? I mean by that is that we did a poor job, playing ahead of the sticks. We need to win first and second down. I know in the passing game on defense, we gave up some easy completions, and they kind of got ahead of the sticks on us a little bit, which put them in favorable third down situations. And then our inability to kind of run the football hurt our ability to kind of play ahead of the sticks. So we just, we forced too many third downs on offense long, and it's a big part of it. That's how you look at a number, and it's that lopsided. And so the other couple of things I would say is the complementary football wasn't there. It needs to be there. I think we Brandon Aubrey kicked awesome in this game. All the kicks, he converted them all. His directional kicks on the kickoff were great. Shoot, the very first play of the game, he pins them back. It's a touchback, because it lands in the landing zone, and defense goes 4 and out. They give up the deep cross, and then they get them to punt, and we take the ball, and then we end up making them punt again because we wanted to get a chance to see Crop return, and then we have a penalty. And then when you look at the sudden change of events, like then, we get the safety, and then, I think, we get the turnover on defense. Defense did a great job creating 2 turnovers, and, our very first play out, we throw an interception. So the sudden change that we talked about, the operation was good in terms of the mechanics of how we want to handle it and the communication, but the execution wasn't really there. So I think the biggest thing that I would say to answer your question is the consistency wasn't there. And I talked to the guys about it this morning. I said, at the end of the day, when one of your main 4 pillars that you believe in is physicality, I thought the physical nature that we played with was not good enough. It was inconsistent. Does that mean that we weren't physical at all? No. It means that there were some guys that were very physical. Princeton Fant was very, very physical. I thought James Houston was very physical. But as a football team as a whole, we weren't physical enough. And that's coaches and players and all of us together.
You feel you have enough time to kind of fix that before Philadelphia?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be another great week of practice. We got a couple fun days of practice, and there'll be padded practices in front of the fans and indoors and all that stuff. But again, I think very, very clearly, I said to the guys, we don't look at this hey, look, this is just a preseason game. It doesn't matter. I've never said that. I would never say that. It does matter. Every time we get a chance to go out and compete, you compete to win. But at the end of the day, we are trying things, and we are not showing things, and we are in the evaluation business. We're trying to evaluate players doing scheme, simple scheme. But when we go to compete, we want to compete to win.
Can you give a Clarence Hill DLLS Cowboys?
Thank you for clarifying. I wasn't sure who I was speaking to. I wasn't. Thank you for saying that.
I'm trying to follow Tad's rules.
Okay, that's good.
Can you give us an update on Jonathan Mingo? I know you had the MRI yesterday. How long was he out? What's the injury?
Yeah, again, I think, we really have a few more tests that we have to run. We're not really sure yet. I don't think it's going to be terribly serious, but I think we got to get through a few more tests just to make sure. But wow, what a great catch. It was so great to see him, Clarence step up and make that big play down the boundary on 3rd and long. That was one of the 3rd downs that we did convert. But we need to do a little bit more testing to figure that out.
And I know it's not just the preseason, but also the starters aren't playing. You don't have Dak out there and some of the frontline guys, but it's still a reflection of what you've done. And how do you balance, how you prepare the team again? How do you balance the not being physical enough and not running the ball with pillars that you wanted to do and you've talked about doing, even though Javonte Williams, Dak, and some of the guys aren't there?
Yeah. Well, I think you pointed out to the guys. You pointed out to the guys and you say, look, I mean, Cooper Beebe played some snaps. Tyler Booker played some snaps. We should have run the ball better in that game, and we didn't. And that falls on all of us. It falls on me as the play caller. It falls on the offensive staff. We did some things that were better. We challenged the guys last week to tackle better, and I thought we tackled really, really well. We called hamstring tackle. We talk about knocking guys back and creating a cup and running your feet through 3 yards of contact. We did that better. My big belief is whether you win, you lose, when you compete, you have to point out. So we do a thing, good, better, how, and the process never changes. Whether you win, whether you lose, the process doesn't change. And so today I stood up there and I talked about the things we did well, which there was a number of those things. Talked about the things that we need to do better. There was probably a few more of those that we needed to get cleaned up, and then how we're going to do it. And what we said is we're going to have 2 days of very physical practices, and also at the same time, we're going to do a little bit more 1st and 2nd down work, because I think really that's kind of where the game got away from us. Clarence, when you look at it, was, we got soft in the D gap in some of our run fits, and then offense, again, the lack of completions and running the football effectively put us behind the sticks.
Real quickly, you want to do 2 days of physical practices, obviously in here on the turf, you've been outside. How does that being on the turf impact your plan of being physical? And I know the guys were older, but you had 2 major injuries come out when they came back from camp on turf the last couple of years.
Yeah, again, you're aware of it. It's part of the game. Obviously, you'd never want to think that way, but we have work to get done. We know that. We've pointed that out. Our players know that. And again, if we were worried about injuries, you could worry about that every day. And so, again, let's go have some competitive practices. Let's fly around a little bit. Let's get better and hopefully play better against Atlanta.
Brian Tudor with ESPN. Now that you guys are back here, has anything changed on Micah's status, if he'll practice or if he'll do more than what he did out in Oxnard?
Yeah, again, I don't expect there to be many changes. We'll see. Again, it was good to have all the guys back. I think what we're excited about, Todd, is to get back into the routine. I know I'm excited to be back here. A little bit more of a routine. I kind of know where everything is. It's comfortable, and I think the biggest thing is just we've got a couple days to figure out this routine as we're getting back into it. We'll still be a little bit in training camp mode. The schedule's adjusted a little bit, the next 2 days because of the night practices. But as far as Mike is concerned, I don't think there'll be many changes.
And then you talked about it's an evaluation period and the 7-iron stuff. If you don't take the driver out on the range, how do you know if you're going to hit the driver well on the course?
Well, you have to evaluate how you do in some of your practice rounds, and you look at the practices we've had against the defense, and I think we've got all of the off-season program to look at, OTAs. You've got all of the training camp practices to look at. And, it's a philosophy, and you can agree or disagree with it. I saw the Giants the other night, and they were running all kinds of different things, and that's great. Good for them. That's what they believe in. Dave's a hell of a coach, but, that's their philosophy. Our philosophy is let's see these guys compete. Let's see these guys do simple better. And we haven't done it well enough, and that's okay. And I'll stand up here and own that. I've never said that, oh, yeah, we're in a great spot, but I'm also not concerned. We're going through the process, and we're competing every day, and we've got a chance to do that a couple more times before we have to make some really difficult decisions.
John Machado with The Athletic. Do you have any update on Jaden Blue and if he'll be able to do anything this week?
Yeah, trending positively. Again, we'll see how he does today and tomorrow, but hopeful that he can get out there and play. But again, I'll get some more updates to see how they did this morning with some of the workouts and stuff that they were doing. But I'm optimistic and hopeful that he plays.
And then having 4 weeks in California, 2 preseason games now, when you look at defensive tackle, just what are your views on what you guys have in that position?
Yeah, again, I think, the one guy I want to speak about that played, I thought, really, really well in the game was Jay. You talk about, draft pick UCLA. He's figuring out the attack front. He's a large man that played really, really well. Again, we're getting a good evaluation. I thought, Ernest Brown played really, really well. In general, I think that's a spot that we're always going to be mindful of. When you play simple fronts and teams know you're going to line up in a simple front, you're going to have to play much more disciplined in your fits. And I do think our run fits from the linebackers this game were better. And so I think that did help us hold up a little bit and build the wall, per se, against the run. But overall, I thought a couple young guys really stepped up in the defensive tackle room. And, of course, Osa and Sally and those guys aren't playing right now.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. We just got done talking to Tyler Guyton. I know there's no timeline, but how would you say he's progressed so far?
Doing great. I think he feels great. I think he's excited. I think he's confident about his ability to continue to make big strides. And whatever we are, 17 days or whatever from opening day, I think, he's going to attack each day. And but I'm proud of him, because he's a young player dealing with something that, there's different timetables that you think, okay, it might be this, it might be that, but he's beating every mark so far. So that's a great sign.
And then ahead of these decisions you have to make next week, when it comes to roster numbers, do you have a specific philosophy you try to stick to as far as, like, for example, we want to carry 6 receivers, or is it more so a year-by-year basis?
No, it's definitely year by year. I mean, you've got general numbers, when you're looking at things. Okay, is it 5? Is it 6 receivers? Is it 5 linebackers? How many defensive linemen combined, defensive ends, D tackles? Those conversations have really been ongoing throughout the entire training camp process. We talked a little bit yesterday about it with ownership, Jerry, Steven, myself, Will. Coordinators, but again, it's too early to tell because there's going to be some guys that in this game show that they deserve a spot on this team, and then you have to find a way to make that happen. And there's always injuries that play themselves into it as well, but it's a fluid thing for sure.
Kind of a follow-up to that, I think you kind of answered it, but when you're going into that decision on next Tuesday, do you have the numbers ahead of time, or is that part of the conversation too?
You've got projections of where you think you're going to be. I mean, I obviously won't share it with you guys, but we have the projection of what we think it's going to be, but it certainly can move, and you have to be ready to pivot if it does change or adjust based on this week's practices and or the game against Atlanta.
Hey, Coach Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Quick question for both sides of the ball. Tyler Booker makes his preseason debut for you guys. Did well in run protection. You guys ran the play behind him several times. Didn't allow any quarterback pressures. Just talk about what you saw from the rookie in his first outing.
Yeah, I thought he did really well. Plays with length, plays with power. Really good communicator with what he sees when he comes off the field. Patrick, based on adjustments and different fronts and things that they were playing. But the biggest thing I would say is we weren't surprised with the run blocking, but some of the pass protection, his hand usage and his length was very exciting. And he's a guy that he gives you everything he's got every day in and out of practice, and it was good to see him in there moving around and doing some great things.
Kind of on the other side of that spectrum, Mozzie Smith said something very interesting. He took very high accountability in saying that he needs to do quote unquote something through the remainder of the preseason and going into the season. Where, as a coach, do you attack that as far as coaching him up through the mental aspect of it and as a means of trying to help him physically get to where he needs to get?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a great point. And I love our players taking accountability. I mean, if they learn one thing from the way we lead as coaches is we should take accountability. I mean, Clayton stood up in front of the offense today and talked about one of the runs we had. We should have had a kill critique on there. We didn't, and that falls on us as a coaching staff, and Clayton, took that. But there's a run, first run of the game actually, where Miles Sanders said, hey, that's my bad. I need to press that hole to help BB out. But getting back to your question, I love that Mozzie's saying that. Mozzie did some good things. He did. There was a play I showed to the group today where it was a gap scheme, and Patrick, he kind of shot up the field, played attack front, and kind of fish hooked the defense, the center blocking back, and then T-Wheat looped around. It's the consistency thing. What I've learned in my time is, when you're a first-round draft pick or you're a high-paid free agent, there's pressure and things that comes with that. And not that Mozzie feels that pressure, but, Mozzie wants to do great, and Mozzie wants to be a great player, and Mozzie can. But what he has to do is he's got to be more consistent. And that great play that I just described where he's getting his second step in the dirt and he's fish hooking the center and he's basically destroying the line of scrimmage and allowing T-Wheat to come on, that's got to be the standard. Not I did that, and then for 2 plays I'm kind of not holding the point as strong as I need to. But when you tell me things like that, that means that that gets me excited because he understands that we're all in this thing together and we need everybody.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. James Houston was a guy that came in on a tryout basis right before camp, had 2 QB hits. What have you just kind of seen from James Houston in his time here and what he's been able to put on tape?
Joe, we see it every day in practice. The guy's a excellent pass rusher. I saw the Rams change their protection scheme against him in the scrimmage, just to take account of it. I mean, when you have a first step and the quickness and speed that he does, it's just a problem. I think that's where you're learning matchups and, okay, who does that guy match up well against? And there's different ways you want to rush a tackle. Do you want to, run around the guy with speed, or you want to try to run through him based on size and matchup and things like that? But the pass rush jumps off the film. You can see that. But what I'm pleased about is how he's doing on special teams. He almost blocked a punt the other day. I think he got a holding call potentially on them, one of these 2 games. But the guy's doing it on really both sides. He's doing it on special teams and on defense. And so that's been exciting to see.
We're still over a week from cut-down day, but obviously you're a guy that prioritizes relationships with players and getting to know them. And obviously it's a business, but how have you kind of prepared for the idea of potentially ending some of these relationships in the meantime and going through the cut-down process with these guys?
Well, I mean, it is part of the deal. But I think, number one, we've had to make some tough decisions already. We've already had to let some guys go. It's never a fun thing to do. I think you owe them the respect to handle it like a man and to be upfront and honest, and that's what I try to do. I think if you ask anybody that's been told by me that, hey, we're moving on, they would tell you I'm very upfront and honest about my opinion. And, hey, do we have visions of bringing you back? Do we not? Hey, what can you get better? I think you have to leave them with true feedback. And it's an uncomfortable thing to do. Nobody likes to have those conversations. The player doesn't like to have it. We don't like to have it, but it's part of this business. And so I wouldn't say that it's something we take lightly. I would say it's something that you actually put a lot of thought and effort into. And you say, okay, hey, here's the story, here's why, here's what's going on, here's what I would tell you did really, really well, here's what you need to improve on. Hey, have people call me. I will sing your praises as a man. I will sing your praises as why it didn't work, and it worked out because of numbers or an injury or whatever it was. But we owe those guys that. But I think where I would push back is some people don't want that relationship because they just don't want to have it get messy. I'm not that way. I want to care about these guys for the rest of my life, whether they're on our team or not. If I have a relationship with them, I want to care about them and at some point see them 15 years from now on a sideline or at a game and maybe meet their kids.
Dave Loffberg, 105.3, The Fan. I have two questions. The first one would be usually a walk-off, but we don't do a walk-off. But Joe Milton flips the ball as he's dropping back.
Yeah.
So I
good quarterback question. Yeah, good quarterback question.
Is that something you're trying to break that habit, or do you not care?
I really don't care. It's a relaxed thing, as you know. Some guys, that's how they relax. Some guys are trying to find the laces, as you know. The biggest thing I would say is you're coaching the ball carriage part of it, that the ball carriage is, numbers high, kind of close to your body. But if he flips it, I remember, Trey Lance. Trey Lance didn't hold the laces, and that blew my mind. I was like, how do you not hold the laces? But he had big hands. But no, in reality, it's one of those deals where I think when he's dropping, he's trying to get comfortable, he's trying to find the grip, and that's what he does.
So
it doesn't bother me.
Okay. Is he starting on Friday? Is he going to be starting quarterback?
Yes.
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 Good answer.
Yeah, good answer. Dak is not playing.
Why not?
Say again?
Why not Will Greer?
Because Joe Milton's the guy we want to find out more about.
Can I jump in?
Sure. You don't have to ask him. You can ask me.
Well, we had this.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Can you just talk about, you want to find out more about him. You're also trying to find a backup quarterback, and certainly Joe is getting way more opportunities than Will. Does that indicate that he's in the lead? How does Will compete in a sense?
Again, Will gets opportunities to compete different ways. He gets opportunities to compete in practice. He gets opportunities when he gets his chance to play in games. We compete a lot of different ways. You can compete in meetings. And again, I think I've been very clear. We're not naming a backup right now. But the guy that I feel like we don't have as much information on is Joe Milton. I feel like we have more information on Will. And part of our job, I'm learning, like I said in the first two games, and I feel the same way now. I'm learning Joe. I'm learning how you would call a game with Joe as your quarterback. I think that's a big part of it. You're going to call a game with Geno Smith different than you do Russell Wilson. You're going to call a game with I'll make up Mark Sanchez different than you do Mark Brunell, and so we're trying to figure that out. But we've also been very upfront with Will, and because I think that's important. Hey, Will, here's the deal. Joe's getting the majority of the reps. When you get in there, maximize your opportunities. And not one time has Will said, hey, Shotty, I don't think that's fair. Why? Because we're upfront and honest, and we're very direct about why we're doing it. It's not that we want Joe to win the job or we don't want Will to win the job. It's like, hey, we need to figure out more about Joe and how he's going to perform.
And you say you know about Will, but Will does not have a lot of in-game experience himself. Mm-hmm. So, how do you know what he can do in games? And it's hard to project all of that. Not seeing him play. He's been there a while, but he hasn't played a lot. He hasn't played a lot of football.
No, but we've been around him. We've seen the decision making. We've seen some of the throws. I think we know his strengths and weaknesses. Part of it when you go into a game is strengths and weaknesses. And I want to see, Joe. After a tough start, and he bounced back against the Rams, and he was a little more inconsistent this week than he was against the Rams, and so I think that that's important. But again, you can learn a lot from practice as well. And Will being around and their scout, I remember this, and you guys will probably be bored by this, but one of the coolest things as a young coach, I was quality control coach. This would have been in 1998, and starting quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs was Elvis Gerbach. The backup was a young man by the name of Rich Gannon. And he was a backup, journeyman. Nobody wanted him. And I never forget, I was running the scout team blitz cards, and there was one period in practice that Rich Gannon refused to let Pat Barnes take. Pat was the third. This is when you carried three. And that was the third down blitz period. And I asked Rich, I said, why? Why? Because he let Pat Barnes take all of them. other than that. He's like, because that's the closest thing that I can get to a game rep, because it's the things moving the fastest. I have to do the most. I have to be on my, on my instincts and my hots and things like that. And that really stuck with me because it shows you can get some really great work running the scout team. And in today's day and age, that's how quarterbacks have to develop, because there's not necessarily great spring leagues and things like that we can send these guys to. And it worked out pretty good for Rich.
Lance was a young quarterback and you were around. Why didn't it work out with him?
Yeah. Again, I won't say that it didn't work out. I think maybe it didn't work out for him here, but sounds like he's doing a nice job with the Chargers. And I think, Trey, the longer he's around, the one thing it's been fun for me, and I don't see many highlights of other teams, but I did see him running around and making some plays. I think Trey, like Cooper Rush, is beginning to figure out who he is as a quarterback. And that's part of it, man. You got to figure out, okay, what do I do well? Like, you guys asked me about the game after the game about Cooper. Like, I wasn't surprised that what Coop did, checking the ball down, being on top of his hots and things like that. But to Trey's question is, I think he's figuring himself out. Hey, this is what I do really, really well. Let me lean on that. And that's hard for some of these young guys to figure out sometimes early on.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. You're telling us after the game Saturday that the new and younger guys are typically trying to get 10, 15 snaps. Does that change in the last game of the preseason? Do you maybe bump it up, or is that kind of your sweet spot for players like Kyrie Elam and Jack Sanford?
Yeah, this game will be a little bit different. We haven't finalized the play time yet. Again, I want to get through these next couple practices. I want to get through tomorrow's padded work and then the next day's padded work. And I would say that the numbers are always flexible, and if we get the right work in, then you might see a little less guys play, and if we don't get the right work in, then you'll probably see a few more guys play. But at the end of the day, I want these next two practices to be ass kickers.
Nicole. Nicole Hutchinson, Dallas Cowboys TV. A guy that stood out is Zion Childress, from camp up until the preseason game, and he's someone that, has been effective in the run game, tackling well. What's something that has impressed you the most? Because a play that stood out to me was the pick six, even though it kind of gets overlooked. He got through on a corner blitz, free corner blitz, and then you see Andrew Booth, of course, take it to the house. But just what have you seen from him in terms of his growth, his confidence level, and where does he kind of stack up in this nickel cornerback battle?
Well, it's a battle for sure, because I think, you ask about Zion, and I'll certainly answer that. I think Keemon Hall played really, really well. You guys know we have the flexibility to move Duran around, and we certainly can do that. But what I would say from Zion is, again, I say this all the time, so I'll just say the word instincts. That's great. He's a very, very good blitzer. He's a very good run defender. Where he got a little bit turned around was in some of the pass coverage stuff. He had some dirty eyes. We call it dirty eyes, where you're trying to look back, see what the quarterback's doing. So he got turned around on a couple things. But the instincts, the physicality that he plays with, and he just throws his body around. That was something that you did see on the film from Kentucky when you studied him.
What are you looking to see out of him on Saturday?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. I'd say the same thing. Continue to do the things you've been doing, and when you blitz and try to get home, or at least affect the passer. When you got to fill the B gap, fill the B gap. There was a really cool play where they were running a little duo play to the defense's left, and Donovan set the edge. Ezraku, he set the edge, and he kind of disengaged, and then Zion was fitting the B gap, and the two of them had a really cool compression tackle, and it was cool to see two young guys just kind of meet for a TFL, and it was kind of fun to watch those two guys, because Donovan, about 5 plays before that, jumped around a gap, and the ball got through in the C gap, and White Cotton pulled him out and had a little talking to him, and he went in the very next play and did a hell of a job, set the edge, and made a play. So you're constantly teaching these young guys, but the consistency of it is important.
Hey Brian, Pat Donahue, ABC5 here in Dallas. It's been about a month since you all arrived at training camp. For you personally, you've waited a long time for this opportunity. How has it gone for you to this point? Has it been what you expected as a head coach? I know off-season aside, but as you're into the in-season part of it, has it been what you expected as the head coach of the Cowboys?
Yeah, it's been fun. I don't think, I don't sit around a lot and reminisce and think about what it's been like. I really don't have the time to do that. I think that as I look back on it, I'm always trying to improve. And so I think, now that we're back, I'll do probably later this week, I'll do a after action report on training camp, and I'll be very critical of myself, things that I need to do better. I'm going to always be my own worst critic, because I think that's important. And if you can't do that as a leader, then how do you expect your players to do that? But, if there was one thing I would say that, when you sit in this chair, the humility that you need to have, knowing that the privilege of being in this position, and it's not that I'm just the head coach of the Cowboys, but to have the chance to look over these incredible 91 young men and their families and things like that, I don't take that lightly at all. And so very honored to be in this position. And like I said, I don't shy away from the expectations. I've stood up here from the very beginning and talked about wanting to win Super Bowls, expecting to win Super Bowls, and we're getting closer to playing real games that it actually affects your ability to go and do that.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can react to some of the stuff that he was talking about, but also it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's roll.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sally.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now on second down, here's a pass that's dropped and intercepted. Keemon Hall picked that ball out of the hands of the running back Ali at the Raven 40, and the Cowboys have their second takeaway of the night. Hall touchdown immediately.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, ready to cut some stuff up. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, amid the speculation about his future with the Commanders, Brian Robinson Jr., according to Mike Garofalo, will not play tonight against the Bengals. It's a mutual decision between Robinson and the team as a trade before the cut of the 53-man roster remains a possibility.
He do anything for you?
He's had some really good moments. I'm not sure exactly where he fits into what they're doing, but yeah, I would definitely look into him. Now, I don't think I would trade for him.
And if you do trade for him, I think it would be like conditional 6, 7.
And the reason you would trade for him is so you don't have to fight for him, right? Like that's if the potential of him getting cut,
no, you're right,
exists, then why would I trade anything if he's just going to get cut and pick it up?
Essentially, so you can skip to the front of the line and guarantee your spot.
What about you? What do you think? I mean, we could always use more running backs.
Yeah, he might not be at the top of my list.
Kevin.
But then again, neither of the ones we have. Yes.
The Super Bowl cannot be played anywhere else but America.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
British ambassador still wants the Super Bowl to be played in London. Peter Mandelson is his name. So you can put a name
Why
to the
did you
face.
say it like that?
I don't know. Because it's spelled that way. It's Peter Mandelson. He said, I've made a big pitch for the first Super Bowl outside of the U.S. to take place in Britain. I want that Super Bowl.
Okay, fine.
In London.
Here is the number one issue with that.
London.
What time would you start the game in London?
Britain, actually, he said.
Okay. 6 o'clock?
In the morning. I don't know. You're the one that goes overseas all the time.
Okay. So if you let's say you started the game at 6 p.m. there, it would be noon here.
He said, I don't care when it takes place.
All right, fine. Then have the Super Bowl 11 p.m. at night there.
But I want it announced while I'm ambassador.
That's not going to happen.
I don't know. How late do they stay up over there in Britain?
I don't know.
Have you ever asked yourself
I was
that?
in Germany,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
Well, what time did you go to bed?
Like 1 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yeah.
You go to bed at 1 o'clock in the morning here?
Yes.
So you didn't change much for you?
Not really.
I wonder if they have a different type of bedtime in Britain.
I don't know.
Because they have the tea.
Mm-hmm.
And then to the queen. I wonder if they're like, we actually like to stay up and party a little longer than you Americans do. I don't know.
Okay.
So maybe they would be okay with an 11 p.m.
Maybe.
Super Bowl.
But that's what it would have to be, because if you wanted to get the regular starting time of the Super Bowl, it'd have to start in London at 11 p.m.
I appreciate your conversation about logistics, Kevin.
Thank you.
Because that's really the most important part. Japan was like, "Hey, we want a Super Bowl." Logistics are very important in this conversation because we can't cater to you. We're not airing the Super Bowl 7 hours later. Just not going to happen. We already know the outcome. We're going to find it out.
This will really trip you out. Right now in Japan, it's 3:30 in the morning on Tuesday.
Oh my God. So
3:37.
So if Sunday, that would be Monday for them.
They would have to start the Super Bowl at 7 a.m. Monday morning in Japan to have it at the same time.
Again, I appreciate the time logistics you're discussing.
Yeah.
I think it's just the soil is the most important part. This is America's football game, all right?
Okay.
The greatest game in the world.
So hold on. If they expanded and did like international teams and had the international division that was actually part of the NFL, you're still saying they can never have the Super Bowl?
Come home to the motherland where football was created. I'm pretty sure. Are we sure it was created here?
Okay.
Or was it a concept somewhere else first and then it...
I don't know what to say.
When was the first street football game played? These are the questions.
Who is that question to? Me?
I was looking
Alec?
at you. Alec?
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Me neither.
Speaking of sports, I tagged you in this over the weekend, Kevin.
Yes.
Sport of the future. Old German ladies returning shopping carts from long distances. If you have not seen this,
I have because of you.
Go to Twitter and I tagged Kevin in it, so I don't know how you look that up. Just Google Kevin or myself or Alec.
It would be on your Twitter.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter. Then go there and watch the 4.5 minutes of these two old ladies. One lady missed. That's what was ridiculous. She missed. And I was like, how does that happen? They make it look like you're playing, when you play shuffleboard and you're like really serious about it? This is what these old German, and I figured you, who just recently came back from Germany, had probably seen this.
I did go to the grocery store one time there. I did not see one old lady, let alone a plethora of old ladies doing this.
Did you see shopping carts?
I did.
So they have those there too, huh?
Yes. They also drive on the right side of the road.
The correct side, or what are you
Both.
saying here?
Both.
Interesting.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you get on the Audubon?
Yes. Yes, we did.
You did?
Yes,
Why
we
haven't you told us about this
did.
story yet? You should tell us next in The Fan.
We did not.
Oh.
I was not driving, and we did not drive as fast as you would hope. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming. your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Gone with the back on his right, slot formation on the right, back to throw, plenty of time. Throws it left, intercepted by Booth. Down the right sideline he comes with a convoy. Booth into the end zone. Pick six, touchdown for Andrew Booth.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A few updates for you from throughout the day. Victor Robles has released an apology for the bat throwing incident. Xavier Howard signs with the Colts, and despite not having charges filed against him, the Cleveland Browns and Quinshon Judkins are still at a standstill when it comes to figuring out that contract. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. Might be a chance to draft Quinshon Judkins again next year for some teams that need running backs.
Yeah, now that Shamar Stewart signed, and he's like, oh man, we missed out on that. I'm sure they'll get it figured out, but second round was complicated enough this year. Then when you add in a possible criminal charge, even though now it's not going to happen, I can see how the Browns are like, but are you going to get suspended over this? Because that's going to impact what kind of money we give you, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the league's done a better job at like letting the legal situation play out and then, sort of making their decision based on evidence that's been gathered. So I don't think the suspension's going to be long, but yeah, I think Cleveland's one of those teams that probably do well.
Right.
To be a little bit more discerning.
Now, I know a lot of people, what they want to talk about out of the game on Saturday is Joe Milton. I understand that, but I wanted to see if we could veer away from that and just kind of get any other thoughts, observations, stock up, stock down that you guys had, not quarterback involved from the game.
Linebackers were good.
Yes. Is linebacker going to be a strength on this team?
Maybe, and that might be you'd hope that's the Flus effect right there. Flus is that's his bread and butter. So Damone Clark, and I said it on the post game, and Brian knows this because we talked about it on All Over the Star. Like, my fear with Damone Clark is I didn't want to overreact because he looked good in camp, because we've seen him have good camps. And is he just a practice player? But he was awesome on Saturday night. I thought Shamar James was really, really good as well. So the linebacking play was great, and even the corners I thought had a much better game. I thought Troy Pride was good. Zion Childress should be your starting nickel corner week 1, in my opinion, unless they go out and do something else. But the one positive takeaway, I just told Brian this off air, like, regardless on how you feel about this corner depth, the one thing they all do is tackle. They were coming up and playing the run. If there's a ball completed on them, it's stick, boom, get the ball carrier on the ground. Like, this is a good tackling secondary, and that was a plus from a all-22 that was a little bit of a struggle to watch at times.
Nobody's had more of a struggle trying to get a pass thrown to him than Ryan Flanoy. When you watch him play, there's a lot of routes that he's been running where he's
open, yeah.
And they just haven't got him the ball. And the one thing you notice on him, going back and watching special teams, he clearly knows how to cover punts. He's a good blocker on those things that they ask because of his size. And he could tell he kind of gets into that role of having to play. So if he's going to make this football team, it's probably going to be because of his ability to play as a wide receiver, but the stuff he does on special teams.
Looking at maybe a shorter-term injury for Mingo, I know Shadi was just talking about that. Do you see Flanoy making the initial 53? I know that's not.
We're looking at weeks.
Yeah,
that's your. And that's. I was trying to get a timetable for my guys over there, and all they could tell me was it's going to be weeks. So we'll see how that all plays out with the wide receivers. I don't know how many they were planning on keeping. We were kind of thinking maybe they'll have to go long at a couple of other positions, and maybe that would mean that you would not only get to keep 5 wide receivers, not 6. So I think that's yet to still be determined right now with him.
Any particular positions y'all thought they would go long on? Because already quarterback, you're going to have 3.
They could go long at corner because of the issues that they're having there, with the injuries and stuff like that, and really not knowing what they're trying to get an idea. I felt like that Booth played himself back into consideration for this. I kind of felt like the Cooper Rush knew that he wasn't a very good player and was trying to attack him in this game, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that happens every once in a while. But Booth stepped up. He did a couple of nice reps where he had the, not playing through the receiver, but playing around and playing off ball. And then, when he had a chance to, with Wester, the wide receiver there, Wester didn't have a chance on the pick 6. He was locked up pretty good, and a really good ball reaction by Booth to be able to get that play, make it happen. So, yeah, they're probably they're struggling right now. I know they added
OJ Mudia
to the mix. We'll see how that shakes out at the end, but I think this is more about trying to get through Friday's game than it is anything.
The way the cornerbacks played in this game, like 8 yards off the entire. Is that Flus? He's going to do that frequently, or is that just
Flus is doing something that's interesting as well. You talk about the cornerback play, but he's playing his rush ends on the left side, and he's playing his run defenders on the right side. So he's really not giving you an idea of how these guys are going to look rushing the passer. So yeah, the corner situation. It's Flus plays a lot of zone. That's his thing, but he's going to probably figure out that his guys might be better man players than they are zone players. That seems to be the most problems that they have. Coach was talking about, with your rookie from Kentucky there, that his eyes got a little a little out of whack there. But that's because when you play zone, your eyes get out of whack. When you play man, you're able to focus on the guys. And I think he's a much better man player than he is. I think he's got some guys that are much better man players than zone players.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We'll get more thoughts on Cowboys and Rangers on top of that right out of the gates here. And CY is going to join us at 4:20 there for the Cy Young Show.
All right, I'm very much looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Katie Nolan, Kevin.
Katie Nolan tomorrow in studio, 11 a.m.
Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Fun Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some Fun Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got a proper Cowboys Monday here. We'll pack 4 hours in until Rangers baseball is coming up at 6 o'clock. General at your service. At ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. You got Wolchuk and Chia Follow, of course, your Nosebleed brothers. And you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And we'd love it if you can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and or YouTube. And please like that video. Maybe leave us a comment. Let us know how you're feeling there in the live chat, something like that. Okay, Bruce Harmon hurt. Christian Matthew hurt. Veteran cornerback Michael Ojemudia is on board. He's been parts of a couple of NFL teams. I think he was a third-round pick of the Broncos maybe 4 years ago, and he's been playing with the UFL's DC Defenders and signed up with the Cowboys. So he's back in the NFL, at least for now. They've got some hits out of these secondary leagues. You know, if this could be the Kevontae Turpin of kick returners or the Perry and Winfrey of defensive tackles here as a corner, Michael Ojemudia, that'd be great, but I think hopes are low. It's disappointing. I think Xavier Howard got picked up by somebody today, 1 year and $5 million. There's still 2 or 3 good corners out there, but I don't even know if I want the Cowboys to do anything more than what they're doing, because I feel like right now they're just biding their time and saving cap space for the future. And if you're not going to go get a veteran corner and trade for Brian Robinson, the running back, and maybe trade for a left tackle, and maybe add a veteran linebacker who can help you stop the run, I just think it's too far away to really ask for more than Ojemudia. We're prospecting with busts who might, have a late bloom into something. I think that's what the Cowboys are doing. Brian, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think they're trying to just get through this game, to be honest with you, Gavin. They're in a situation where there's some guys, Shotty talked about if practice on Tuesday and Wednesday wasn't up to snuff, that maybe some guys would have to play some more. But this is one of those games. Fortunately, the league has done something for you now where they don't make the final roster reduction until after this game.
Yeah.
You used to have to make a cut to 75 and then try and play this game. So at least they gave him that. But it's I kind of felt like, and Eric and I talked about this in the pregame show the other night, that would this game against the Ravens make you feel like you needed to go get somebody? And then Brian Schottenheimer with our own Brad Sham is talking about help on the way. And so help on the way is I believe he's trying to tell us he's going to get some of these corners back. Now it's a mess over there, but you do have some guys that are competing. Is it, unfortunately you draw Philadelphia in the first game, and it's going to be bad. That part of it's going to be bad. And, and then the Giants, you don't know, we'll see with neighbors and stuff, but they've got to try and find a way to weather this storm if they can. And it's really going to be, as we know about their offense, but I was hopeful that they would go and try and get a veteran corner. And I'm not talking about, Gilmore or something like that. I'm talking about somebody, because they'll tell you that they don't feel like the Gilmore can run anymore.
I believe that.
They just don't want to put somebody out there like, okay, yeah, we know the guy, we'll sign him. Yeah, but
looked old 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just want to make sure. So we might see some stuff to do with some claims. We might see some stuff to do with trade. But I'd say this current signing is just more about trying to get through Friday night and then see where they can go with the week that they have off to get ready for the Eagles.
The old camp body. Okay.
Yeah.
And hey, if you're gonna feel like, hey, we're getting Diggs back, and you can put Diggs and Bland on the field together with this pass rush, at least you could play good pass defense. At least you could say, hey, if we can stay ahead of the opponent making them pass, I think that could be a path to victory and allow you to overperform despite your weaknesses. But yeah, I looked at the schedule again over the weekend, just like, what's the worst and best I think this team could do? Massive spread. It's possible Dak plus Lamb and Pickens will just make you forget about this dumpster fire of a preseason within a single quarter against Philadelphia, and you're like, hey, we're going to be able to score. Maybe this is like Bengals with Burrow, Higgins, and Chase, and we won't be able to do that much but we can play some good football. And then if you add to that a great pass rush and turnovers, I guess I could see 10 wins, but I could also see 5. I have such a massive spread of not knowing what. The only thing I'm sure I can't see is 2 or 3 wins or a deep run into the playoffs.
How they play run defense, and I mean play run defense in the way of you're gonna get sick of hearing us talk about this, but when they're bad on run defense, it is going to be about fits.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be you could see how when fits work, the very first series of the game, when you get Sam Williams plays as a crash end and he gets inside, so now he beats the tackles block, forces the ball wider. Now here comes Clark down, and here comes Sanborn behind him. And then, Mozzie on that front side, believe it or not, is kind of holding his own over there, and now everybody's in a gap in the back. Ali had nowhere to run. That is how they're going to have to play run defense. It's going to be about these guys, and when they're really, really, really bad at it, it is going to be not somebody getting blown off the ball. It's going to be about a fit mistake. It's going to be about a linebacker. And the reason I think the linebackers played better in this game is you actually had some guys like JT and Mozzie, believe it or not, and guys like that holding up some blocks. And it allowed guys like Clark and James, who can really, really run. It allowed them to get to the ball. And so that's what it's going to come down to for this defense. It is going to be the margins are going to be razor thin, because if you have one guy play with just be a hero and try and duck under a block or turn on a block
or jump a gap.
He said it in the press conference today. That is going to be what gets them killed on defense, because they're capable of playing gap control football. They're capable of playing that. But they have to make sure that they play it as sound as possible, because if they don't, that's when they're going to give up big plays.
Well, the Cowboys are going to host a watch party at the Miller Lighthouse at AT&T Stadium for the opener against the Eagles. Maybe that's a way to generate some extra revenue, but the event's going to be free. The doors will open at 6 o'clock. I guess that's 2 weeks from Thursday night. There's going to be food trucks and other amenities with appearances from Cowboys alumni. So I always love that vibe when the team's out of town and you have a watch party at the arena or the stadium. Cowboys going to do that for week 1. It was Mike Garafolo reporting that Brian Robinson Jr. will not play tonight against the Bengals. It's a mutual decision between he and the Commanders, as a trade before the cut to the 53-man roster remains a possibility. I think Brian Robinson's like a top 10 running back, isn't he?
Brian Robinson at one time was kind of going in the trajectory that way, but then they started bringing backs in, and then his playing time got less and less and less.
There was some slippage last year for sure.
I think Brian is much better. I think Brian can catch the ball really well.
Yeah.
I think the thing about with Brian, though, is does he still have that ability to make some people miss? And
not a lot of juice. He's very in between the tackles runner, kind of what you got right
very now. Very much like the kind of the guys you got, but like I say, a guy that has the ability to catch the football and make some things happen in the open field that way.
I mean, what happened to him? He's 26 years old. He got shot in the knee, right?
He slowed down.
Yeah.
He looks like he did. He just doesn't have. And he also had some situations where he had some turnovers too. The ball security,
fumbles.
The ball security was a real problem for him, and they kind of soured on him that way.
All righty. I want them to keep Joe Milton, because I think if Dak gets hurt, the best thing that could happen is you end the season with a top 10 or maybe top 5 pick. That's my takeaway from the weekend. Like, Joe Milton is team tank, and maybe there is a 1 or 2% chance that he develops into a solid NFL starter. But I mean, that was just an embarrassment. I think if it wasn't for the fact they traded for him and we haven't even got to a regular season game, he shouldn't make the team. I mean, it is just horrible. So I would let him go. I think it's more embarrassing to hang on to him and broadcast to the entire world, we're so married to our trades and can't admit when we made a mistake. That's the only reason you keep Joe Milton right now.
Well, I mean, I just don't think Will Greer's giving you much either. You might as well take a guy who's got 3 games under his belt now.
Yeah.
and he's not doing his best thing, which is run. I'm trying to figure out, is he deciding not to run? Are they telling him not to run to develop other aspects of his game? Because I feel like if he stepped into a real game right now and we needed to win one game, Dak's banged up, he's missing one game in the middle of the season, Joe, run your balls off today.
Yeah, this is where, Dawson, I think that where things would happen if he had to play full-time, the guys that would suffer would be Lamb and Pickens would definitely suffer. You turn this into a college offense. You just go ahead. You just go ahead and turn it into. You become the Ravens. You become the Arizona Cardinals. You become that team. You just try and you play read option football, and that's how you try and do things and make as many simplistic throws as you can for him. You don't even get to really run your offense. You just try and survive and do things that he can do right now if he had to play. His mechanics are not very good. That's a problem. His field vision's not very good right now, and I think that's a lack of experience. He gets a ton of reps. He made a couple of good throws the other day. Like that throw to Cropper has to be caught.
Yeah, that was a nice
ball. That ball, that's what you kind of get with potentially with Joe Milton. You could get a play like that, or you could get a play down the sidelines to Mingo. That's what you could get. But you could also get some misses too. But I think that they would scrap their current offense and just turn it into like a kind of like I say, a read option college offense.
You have to try win like Malik Willis and the Packers last year.
Yeah.
He slipped into Jordan Love there.
Yeah.
Maybe the biggest thing across Cowboys Twitter is Adam Schefter this morning with the latest on Micah, just echoing it's different. No reason to believe this is going to get done before the start of the season. I think both jobs are doing a heck of a job. Both sides are doing a heck of a job in negotiation on this, and they're not leaking to anybody that we're going to buckle one iota. So Micah and his agent are doing the job. The Cowboys are doing their job. I just think that it's too valuable to go fifth-year option tag. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm fine, especially if this has become personal. Maybe we wouldn't want to do this to players that we really, really like and check all the boxes. Mm-hmm. But if you want to fight us really hard, then we will play this card, and I don't expect the Cowboys to pick up the phone. I saw some people saying that the Cowboys need to extend an olive branch or let Micah and his agent know, hey, we really want you and we're willing to compromise. I don't think the Cowboys are interested in doing that at all.
No, I don't think they are either. And I think that Micah's probably going to have to play under the current contract and then work from there. If he wants to play football, if he doesn't want to miss games, then I think he's probably going to have to play under this current contract.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys are totally comfortable with that. They're not afraid of it at all.
If he is willing to miss the first couple of games, do you think they would then buckle?
No.
If he showed like, I'm very serious about this?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No.
Maybe if they were coming off a good year, right, and they had a great team, and you're looking at Micah saying, without you, we have no chance of being a good defense. We're going for the Super Bowl like Zeke. I guess that was 2018 or 2019. They really felt like we got to have Zeke for all these games because we're dang good and we're going for it. And obviously that wasn't true at the time, but that's the way the team felt about it.
Yeah.
I want to see more of Ezeraku too. That was some good stuff from him, and I want to see what these other pass rushers can do. So I think you're definitely in a developmental year. This is a rebuilding year, and I don't think the Cowboys are going to be worried about making sure any player is in here and being willing to overpay for it. Okay, the Bengals are listening to trade offers for 4-time Pro Bowl defensive end Trey Hendrickson. That's from Rap Sheet. No deal is imminent, but the NFL's reigning sack leader is available for the right price. It's interesting. I think New England is amongst the teams out there looking for pass rush help, and I think their GM said today they'd be willing to part with a first or a second round pick. Maybe both those would get it done, a 1 and a 2 for Trey Hendrickson, and obviously that's going to have an impact how much money he gets and what the trade compensation is for in the Micah Parsons conversation.
I can't believe he's only making $16 million this year.
That's why he's only looking for like double that, and I guess it's all about the guaranteed. I mean, Dan Rossini said that since he would want a young defensive player plus a first in a trade for him. So, I mean, hey, if I was a team that is contending, I'd absolutely be calling about Trey Hendrickson and say, let's go. And in Cincinnati, shame on them. Like, if he's not looking to reset the market, which it does not appear that he is, and he's comfortable with like $33 million per, just make sure my guarantees are in order, why in the world are you not getting this done?
It's crazy to me, dude. The Bengals are nuts, but a team like the Packers, Patriots, whatever, even if the Commanders, I know they brought in Von Miller or whatever, but You can never have
Yeah.
enough of these guys, and their defense is going to be the reason why they don't win a Super Bowl this year. So why wouldn't you go get one of the best edge rushers in the league?
So Rob Manfred said last night he is interested in expansion and geographical realignment for Major League Baseball. That'd be a lot of fun. The Rangers maybe moving out of the West.
Be
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah,
that would be amazing.
Certainly help the travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, help the travel, help, get games played
Start
while
times, yeah.
Texas people are still awake.
Yeah, dude.
Can't help the TV ratings at all. But I don't even know how you would begin to align that, but I like that they're open-minded to it.
I think would you just take the middle of the country? You could do the Astros, you could do the Royals, you
Yeah.
could do Minnesota.
Yeah.
Could you do that? You just kind of just straight line through the middle of the country? Kind
I
of
think
thing?
you could.
Colorado maybe involved in this some way, somehow?
Central time zone stuff.
Yeah, because you'd need, like he was talking about, if we expand the league, if we add a couple of teams, now we're at 32, then that offers us a perfect opportunity to do some realignment, which, I mean, the NFL did do. Like, Seattle used to be in that AFC.
They did.
And then they moved over to the NFC when Houston got their team back. So I guess the teams at the top, or the cities at the top of the list, Salt Lake City, Utah, and Nashville, they do not expect to bring a franchise back to Oakland, according to Bob Nightingale of USA Today. So if they end up getting an expansion done, I think realignment does make some sense.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We'll get the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side and then get Wolchuk's top 10. What are you doing today, buddy?
All right, we're doing top 10 heavy set, fat athletes. 877-881-1053. Who's your favorite big athlete? And we might have a song for you. That's next in the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wolchuk's top 10 here in a couple of seconds. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Get the G-Bag today, champion.
Oh, yeah. Throw your neighborhood in the air if you don't care. This is day 5 for this one right here, fellas. Day 5. Probably should have did it on Friday, but we didn't. It's all gravy, baby. Let's go to infoul territory where Rowdy Tellez, Texas Rangers Rowdy Tellez, talks about his experience interviewing with the G-Bags.
Why do you let Jock Peterson, of all people, go like this to you? And I heard him call you fat. Like, what are we doing? Like, you're bigger than him. Squash him.
Well, it's a little inside joke. You're a big guy too, so you get it. But we have bigger stomachs, and we're just a couple of some the Bash Bros or something. I don't know, the Belly Bandits. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Somebody else called me something. I did a radio show when I first got here, and they basically told me I was fat, and they were like, "Hey, if you could eat anything here, what would it be?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know, whatever." And they were like, "Yeah, have you ever had food here?" And I was like, "Yeah, believe it or not, I have. I live here." And they were like, "Oh, so you've eaten?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they called me the Girthquake or something stupid. And,
did you feel like they took it too far there when they were on with you? Like, was it?
No,
I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but what was the deal?
They tried to be funny, and they're not. They're just not funny. So I went full just emotionless person and was like, "Hey guys, that was pretty stupid." So we'll leave it at that.
Yep, little shock jocks.
There he is, Rowdy Tellez, 4-time champ, looking for 5 tonight at 5:30. And, if he wins, that'll be eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. Sounds like you guys are a big fan. So look forward to all that. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
All right, we'll get to the top 10 fat athletes. Really inspired by Rowdy and all the tremendous heavy-set athletes that we've got out there. And there's a lot of
Pitched well the other day.
really good ones. He did pitch well. Gave up a nice dinger and then was able to bounce back nicely.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rich Eisen, man. He's going to make his first Sports Center appearance in over 20 years. He's hosting tonight. So we get Rich Eisen back hosting Sports Center. I wish they could go back and just redo Sports Center to what it was 20 years ago.
Was it him and Keith Oberman?
I mean, a lot of people. I don't know who he mostly anchored with. I mean, but that was the Dan Patrick era.
Patrick was Keith Oberman. Okay,
Keith Oberman was there at that time.
I think Rich was with Stuart Scott.
Stuart Scott and Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne.
Mm-hmm. Kenny Mayne. They were all doing awesome work. I can't wait to. I'm probably going to tune in and watch
Do you think
Rich.
that Eisen's coming back because of the now with
Absolutely. The partnership?
The partnership with the NFL
100%.
Network? Okay.
100%. Right. But 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text us your favorite fat athletes. 877-881-1053. Now, we have to honor Seth DeFlo, who is a Colts superfan. And he has had this song. He's created a Colts anthem that's gone viral. It's all over TikTok. He actually got to perform this at the game this past weekend in the preseason. It's pretty cool.
He's got a new song each week for each new opponent that the Colts have. So this dude's a total sensation now.
So here is your Colts anthem.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Packers. Let's pack them down with our shoes. This is our team. Go Colts.
He does the neigh every week, too, and he really crushes the neigh.
He gets into character, dude. He does a great neigh.
That's awesome.
It is. It's badass. Now,
so he literally got to do that at the halftime show in their preseason game over the weekend. Like, this dude is a total superstar in Indy.
He is absolutely become mega famous because of this, and he crushed it at halftime at the Colts game. So we heard, his rendition. We thought, can we make our own Rangers song?
An apology song.
An apology song.
An ode to Rowdy and the big dogs to let him know that when we were talking about potentially his size, it was out of respect. It's really what that was.
It's very big of
and
you guys.
Is, and forever will be.
Huge.
So here's our Rangers anthem.
This is our girth, this is our quake, we love him. This is our Jock, this is our Jake Burger. We love the fats, please wake the bats before you have a heart attack. These are our fats, our fat bats.
Eric, you're an insensitive jerk.
Oh, well, Chuck, go believe yourself. You know Girthquake's badass.
Belly Bandits for life!
We love you! And we do.
Yeah.
Man, what an olive branch. That's so healing.
I hope that it resonates.
I think it will. But it won't raisinate.
No. Won't raisinate. All right, 877-881-1053, the best fat athletes in the history of fat athletes. We got a lot of good texts that came flowing in here. Butterbean being one, and I saw that all over social media as well. Glenn Big Baby Davis, who I think might not be fat anymore after all the working out he's been doing in jail.
That's true. And he's actually in full-blown prison.
He's been crushing.
Point.
Oh, man, it's not even jail. It's just full-blown
He was actually
prison.
talking about that on the front end. He's like, I'm excited because this is going to give me an opportunity to actually get in shape because he can't eat all the things that he usually enjoys. So there's no better time than now.
The hefty lefty, may he rest in peace, Jared Lorenzen. That guy's number one for me. And anytime I think of a fat athlete,
he was an amazing
nimble feet.
player. Gosh,
absolutely.
Throw the ball.
I mean, to me, it gets no better than John Daly.
John Daly, legend.
20 Diet Cokes a day.
Legend. I mean, his diet.
It's amazing he's alive.
It's crazy.
Must be able to afford incredible health care. Because, I mean, it's not only the Diet Cokes, it's all the beer and it's the cigarettes and the sedentary lifestyle. Yeah. I mean, he's just crushing it.
He just like lives at Hooters, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's a sponsor. Like for the Masters,
guy.
He parks his bus there at that Hooters there in Augusta. He makes probably a couple $100,000 just signing merchandise and stuff, selling stuff out of his mobile home.
He might have had a joke about that in Happy Gilmore, too. I think he got kicked out of the Hooters, and that's why he had to crash with Happy.
There's nothing better than watching Jared Lorenzen at 400 pounds playing for the River Monsters of whatever.
How about those unis the River Monsters had?
Yeah, they're like alligator skins.
And on him, he looked like a big old alligator.
But he still moved well. Like for 400 pounds, like this guy was gliding.
Yes, he was nifty in the pocket.
I think the story was he was working for the team in the front office of the coaching staff, and he just found out he was still the best quarterback available. Even though he was 400 pounds. He's like, I can do it better.
I got
still,
this,
guys.
He was right.
Step aside. Roy Nelson, shout out to John Owning, who also put that in there, Big Country. Yeah, he was absolutely, when the UFC was kind of really hitting its peak, Roy Nelson at heavyweight, one of one there. Andre the Giant from the 214, Bartolo Colon, Big Sexy being texted in. Of course, our guy Rowdy being texted in. The Refrigerator Perry, certainly one. Kirby Puckett. How about we got some Rangers that we can give love to?
Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley is going to make
he's going to make the list.
100%.
Okay.
Round mound and rebound.
Yeah.
Big game Tommy Hunter. Shout out to him. I thought he was one. And then how about Mr. Lynn? My doppelganger.
Yeah, Lance Lynn. Yeah,
Lance
good
Lynn
pull.
is one that comes to mind for me. Chris Farley being texted in.
Neat guy, that Chris Farley.
Eric Badlands Booker from the 972. The Fielders, 100%. Vince Wilfork is being texted in. David
How about Vince
Wells.
Wilfork with the overalls, no shirt look?
Just fantastic.
Just what a great look for him, huh?
David
Bomber.
Weathers. John Crucky. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Crucky getting texted in.
I think it's better, though, when you can play a high-intensity sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to be quick. You got to change direction. You got to have good cardio, and your BMI is over 23. You know, how does that all compute? Very strong legs, powerful hips, you know, and some guys carry it so well, like Jerome Bettis running over Brian Urlacher. It's like you can't even tell from the way they're moving that they're heavy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We got Pablo Sandoval. That'll probably make the list.
See the panda?
Yeah,
okay.
the Kung Fu Panda. Pablo Sandoval. How about Andy Ruiz? Remember when he knocked out Anthony Joshua? Lucius, Andy Ruiz still boxing?
Yeah, he's great. I like that dude,
He's still
bro.
crushing?
Yeah, he got caught up with them chicks for a second. Remember, she was getting blackmailed or whatever? Oh. And he was like, go ahead and put the whole thing out.
Oh, Andy. What do you got any on your list there, Lucius? That we haven't named?
Yeah. A guy named Harrison Beck. He goes by Throw God on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
My man has a mullet and a big old belly that just slops and hangs, but he throws darts.
Great voice.
Multiple-time G-Bag of the Day champion.
Yeah.
Throw God.
Very toxic.
He is.
Yes.
Very toxic.
Yeah.
He leads into it.
Yeah.
Tell some great stories, though, being recruited by Saban.
Yeah.
Badass.
Fantastic stuff, dog.
Badass. We got love for Larry Allen coming in on the text, of course.
Larry Allen.
Raymond Felton, Zeke, and Luca from the 214. Eddie Lacy. My God, yeah. Eddie Lacy went full on tilt the scales.
He got more and more swollen by the season.
He did. CJ Anderson, I think you could throw in there. Darian Hatcher of the Stars from the 817. The Molinas, 100%. I mean, shout out to Benji, man. Dude's a freaking badass. Daniel Vogelbach, Warren Sapp being texted in. And yes, Javorsky Lane has been texted in by a few people at Texas A&M.
Yeah, that's good.
Man.
Number 11?
He did. And I loved me some Javorsky Lane. Really the only A&M game I've ever been to. They beat the crap out of SMU and Javorsky Lane that day. Him and Reggie McNeil. They were unbelievable together. We got Jock Peterson being texted in, Warren Sapp, Moore Kruk, Robert Tractor Taylor, Oliver Miller. How about Jordan Montgomery? Yeah, Monty. Absolutely.
Yeah, he qualifies.
Maybe one of the best big man athletic plays when he caught that bunt
100%
against
the
Rays.
Tampa,
where he just dove and you're like, how'd he do that?
Yeah, that was cool. That's where you get
to
to see him flash the athleticism. You see these big pitchers all the time. Like Dawson was saying, when you can see the actual, the agility, the mobility, the explosiveness. He had that all, man. That was great.
Miguel Cabrera, an honorable mention. Big Ben Roethlisberger on here.
Big Ben.
Yogi Berra. Yeah. We got Tony
Pudge
Gwynn.
count?
Was Pudge really fat, though?
I don't think so.
His name is Pudge, bro.
His name is Pudge.
His name is Pudge. What are we talking about?
Yeah, but was he fat?
We're trying to be nice there. What are we doing
talking about here?
I don't think he was fat.
Okay.
He's just built like a keg.
How does he get the
You can't
name
be
Pudge?
Gordo and not be,
how can he be Pudge?
I bet he was
Oxymoron?
pudgy as a kid.
Hey,
Yeah, that might be.
Yeah.
Hey, Slim. What?
We got David Wells, CeCe Sabathia. CeCe's lost a ton of weight.
Yeah.
now. CeCe's not big anymore.
Not eating cereal anymore, right? Didn't he eat like 3 or 4 boxes of cereal a day?
Oh, is that what it was?
All that damn drinking.
Yeah.
CC cereals.
Stop drinking.
Believe that. Yeah. David Ortiz.
Came home and his whole family was in the living room. Explain what your drinking does to us, Dad.
Oh yeah, he was eating Captain Crunch every single day.
Did he
I
have
hope it
like
was
a
at least
bottle in his hand, Lucius, when he came
Crunch
walking in?
Yeah.
He was like, hey, what's up with everybody?
Surprise!
like the Kool-Aid man.
Who needs a
busting in there.
drink?
Yeah, he was 315 at one point pitching baseballs.
He wore his uniform like I would if I was in the major leagues, just kind of just hanging all over
Disheveled.
the place. Just, that's how I'd look.
Just like a drunk.
Yeah, very much so. Sebastian Janikowski is the last one.
Oh, Seabass.
Yeah.
Sebastian Janikowski, freaking legend. Oh, Gilbert Brown getting texted in.
Oh, my guy Gilly.
Yeah, Gilbert Brown could play now.
Gilly could play a lot. You'd love to have Gilly in this defense.
Oh, I sure would.
Yeah.
10, we've got Cecil Fielder. 9 is George Foreman.
Yeah. But
8.
one time he was in shape, though, when he used to fight early, right, Lucius? I mean, when he was an in-shape guy. But later, maybe even more impressive than his early bouts were the late bouts, how he was able to kind of navigate that. He was good.
We got Jamarcus Russell being texted in.
Yeah.
It's that syrup belly.
Yeah.
That lean.
Vince Wilfork comes in at 8.
Okay.
Prince Fielder coming in at 7.
Oh.
Shaquille O'Neal comes in at number 6.
What's with the Shaquille O'Neal at LSU, who's 288?
Man. Number 5 is the Fridge, William Perry.
Maybe, top 5er for me. Man, we're getting so on in time now. There's, several candidates for this, but as far as a pop culture phenomenon, nobody did it bigger and better than Fridge.
Yeah.
85.
Poor Walter Payton got denied a touchdown in the Super Bowl because of the Fridge.
Oh, it's so true.
What the fans wanted.
Yeah.
We've seen enough Walter Payton.
Damn, Prince Fielder's son is in the major leagues. He's in the minor leagues.
Nice.
Wow, bro. That's 3 cats, dog. 3 fielders I've seen play.
The guys can
3
hit.
generations.
Damn.
How old are you, Lucius?
I'm washed, apparently.
That's incredible. Charles Barkley at number 4.
When he was at Auburn and he was that big, I couldn't believe how he was able to get up and down the court. He's so athletic that way.
Did we mention Mo Vaughn?
I don't think we mentioned Mo Vaughn.
No, we didn't mention Mo Vaughn.
Mo Vaughn definitely can get some love here.
He had a malicious sandwich that was as big as any sandwich you'll ever see in your life.
Do we have what's on the Sammy?
It looks like a pastrami situation that is so stacked you can't even see the top piece of bread on it.
Tie me in, please.
Wow. We've got.
He was doing
3.
dugout dogs.
Yeah, I bet he was. That's a whole new thing. Bartolo Colon coming in at number 3.
Watched him hit a home run the other night on YouTube.
Bartolo?
Yeah, he was a pitch hitter. Hit a home run, running around the bases. The pitch hit a home
That's
run.
got to be awesome.
Yeah.
John Daly coming in at number 2.
Wow.
Best fat athletes of all time.
Wow, dude.
He's just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger.
Oh, DJ Burns. And yeah, shout out to Nick Harris. He also texted that in. But the 214, that's the NC State big man.
Oh,
from last year.
Yeah.
He
was awesome. Overseas somewhere probably?
I would have to
text
imagine.
back in. Go and play.
Nick, yeah, is he overseas guy?
Got to vote for Zion on the text line here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eats the table. That's the perfect example of the guy who's just should be 50 pounds lighter, but is moving like he's 100 pounds lighter.
DJ Burns plays in the Korean Basketball League.
Okay.
For the Goyang Sono Sky Gunners.
The Sky Gunners.
You crushed that.
I like that.
Killer names.
Wow.
Daniel
Over there in Hong
Cormier,
Kong.
David Ortiz, and Sean Kemp all getting texted in. Those are good ones. But
Sean
number
Kemp
1,
fat?
He got fat late.
Okay.
Yeah.
late fatty.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought he was a big guy.
Right around the time they traded him for Vin Baker, he went to Cleveland.
The touchdown maker.
And then he was
I knew
in.
you were going to say that.
He just got he got bad party mode, right?
Oh.
Kind of like Chris Farley, actually. Where it's like, how are you putting on weight? Well, you're doing some crazy things that are speeding your heart and your metabolism up, but you're also drinking 40 beers a day. So the calories will add up still.
972's nominating COVID Jared Sandler.
Well, Jared will be the first one to admit that one.
He was coming off that ACL.
And he was just doing the beard and hair thing for like
crazy.
well over a year.
Boy, he went wild. But number 1, it is Babe Ruth. Best fat athlete of all time.
Absolutely.
Babe.
Sold the SWAT.
Coming in at 1.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 is in the books. Nice job on that song, by the way, guys. Hopefully, Rowdy accepts.
Yeah.
Looking forward to a day soon where I get the text from Rich Rice saying, Rangers Player Show 320. Rowdy Tellez is back. Okay, best of the weekend coming up next. Chief, what you got?
We have our first fan fight of the year, and my family made a wildly reckless decision this weekend. Next in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, Rita, of course, you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Do
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. 254 says he got engaged. So that is a heck of a weekend. Here's the Chief with all the details.
I love it, man. Congratulations to that guy. He'll get a big dub on Friday for sure. Okay, so football is back for sure. Thanks to the Saints and Jaguars preseason game, which of course ended in a tie. But we had our.
Did you see the last couple of minutes of the game though? I
didn't see the last couple of minutes of the game.
It's crazy.
Touchdown.
Yeah,
the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, they had actually the Jaguars had a chance to maybe win the game, and the guy tried to go for the pick six or the run all the way, and if he just steps out of bounds, they probably get the opportunity to kick the game-winning field goal, but time runs out.
That was the Jags.
It was the Saints or I think it was Saints. It was the Saints that had the chance to.
I was going to say, if it's the Jags, you can step off at midfield and hit the game winner.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
Cam Little.
Yeah, but I heard it was a situation where it was like the last 2 minutes of the game went back and forth, and they had a crazy ending to it. Yeah.
Well, the craziest part of this was the fight that took place in the concourse between a Saints fan and a Jags fan. The Jags fan was wearing a Travis Hunter jersey, and it's two pretty big dudes throwing some haymakers, and then one guy goes low, tries to get a tackle going. And these, like I said, these are big guys. They both hit the deck. They're slipping on wet floors. I imagine it's just beer that they're slipping on. But
My man threw a drink at the dude in the black shirt, and that drink came in handy later because he ended up slipping on that juice from the drink.
Okay, so there was a drink grenade that got thrown. And unfortunately, one dude's pants end up at his ankles.
That
which
is so awful, man.
It's the worst.
At least he had some decent underwear on.
Yeah,
could have made it more embarrassing.
Could have been
Tidy
worse.
whities.
He was just going with the all black briefs, which is probably the best move.
He ducked that first swing pretty good. I thought he had some rhythm. I was like, okay, he's going to duck this one. Maybe he's got some pow-pows for you. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
There was definitely, you had the Jags fan was doing some ground and pound there, but then the big Saints fan was able to get him off him. They stand up, his pants fall down to the ankles, and then Saints fan wants some more, and then that's when they both slip together on the beer floors.
If you could only tie one thing before a fight, would it be your shoes or your drawstring?
Man, I think it's got to be the drawstring, because I don't know what's like finishing a fight where you're down on the ground and you clearly got crushed, or finishing a fight where your pants are at your ankles.
Yeah.
Because you have to stop and grab your pants. Now you're messing up the fight. It's like a shirt being pulled above your head or something. Now you got to deal with this.
Which unfortunately happened to this guy as well. Same guy who had his pants down at his ankles. At one point had his gut out because his shirt was pulled over the back of his dome.
I mean, it went full Mighty Ducks
you
style.
take your shirt off so that doesn't happen, right? Is that when you fight?
Yeah,
you
that's
take
what you
your
do
shirt
that
off?
for. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, because the shirt is a grabbable thing where I grab you by the throat collar and now I'm controlling you. That's a bad situation.
It's a good way to get your distance. And hey, Colby Sapp, nobody wants to fight the naked guy. You could just disrobe immediately.
That would end it.
Yeah, you can just go on the offense with it. You're like, crap, I know my pants are going to come down here. Let me just lean all the way in.
But like, you got it, dog.
I'm just going to clear this one out.
You got it.
So that's what we're doing now. We are fighting in preseason games, and
Hey, so
football
he's
is
got to
back.
basically move in a sense. When your pants fall down and your shirt goes above your head and you're slipping everywhere, like you cannot go to the same place you used to go.
Witness protection.
You can't go to the Applebee's. You can't go to the barbershop no more. You went viral.
Yeah. You need to get
You
some
look
witness
crazy,
protection.
bro. With your pants coming down, you look crazy.
Yeah, we're moving to upstate New York.
You got to go swell.
Extremely difficult to bounce back from something like that. Unless you go like full, maybe he takes this to heart, and then he goes like full revenge bod and just looks like a completely different person this time.
Was this a Saints fan that was having all the problems, or a Jags fan that was having all
This
the
was the
problems?
Saints fan that was
Oh,
having
he's
the
okay in the city.
issues.
They've seen worse. Yeah, seriously, if you think about it,
Right.
Yeah.
Jags guys like, oh no, this is every day for us. We look. But Saints guy, they've seen far worse than that. I think he'll be okay. He could probably.
It's okay, baby.
They're probably celebrating him somewhere down there in one of those bars. They're probably like, oh look, there's our hero.
I mean, if there's a city to just totally ass out in and it'll be okay,
There it is.
it's New Orleans.
There it is. Yeah. He's a hero.
Just ass out in it.
He's a hero.
Well, the ball sackers were out in full force this weekend, starting with the Broncos.
I love it.
And their preseason game, dude.
I mean, so you only get 3 of these a year as like the local broadcast operation. You're not dealing with regular like NFL on Fox producers. You know, you're dealing with TV show interns.
Exactly.
Who are trying to cobble together graphics for you.
Yes.
But I mean, this sack is so old. This is like a 5-year-old bit where you just make up a quote and put it on an image with no link.
Yeah.
And the fact that people are still believing it anywhere is hilarious to me.
It is really, really tough. But yes, at one point during the Broncos and Cardinals telecast for their preseason game, the Broncos threw up a photo of Micah Parsons and had a quote that was allegedly from Micah on his podcast that said, "My dream destination, Denver. I would love to play for the Broncos. They already got the best defense in the league, and they have a real chance at a Super Bowl." And then they went on like a full 2-minute report on it. They had Cynthia Freeland doing sidelines, and so she's talking about it. They're kicking it around back and forth.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we'll crunch the numbers.
She's crunching the numbers on it and everything, doing the Micah sabermetrics, even though the whole thing was a giant sack. So that's a tough look there for the Broncos. And I mean, everybody's in preseason form. Now, on the flip side of things, you also had in Vegas. Did you guys see the ball sacker, the Justin Bieber ball sacker?
No,
he got up on stage, dude. He performed.
Oh no!
Yeah. So at first I just saw the clips where like fans
No
were
shirt,
like
no
just
pants
approaching
down,
him.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
walking through a hotel and fans are approaching him and they're taking pictures. And I'm thinking, okay, they think this is Justin Bieber. You know, whatever. You've kind of seen that kind of thing. But then next thing you know, you're seeing at like the hotel, like the Wynn and stuff like that, where they were getting duped and they had him on stage performing in front of like a large crowd,
and they paid him.
Could he sing?
I don't know. You could hear the recording vocals better than you could hear his, but he was dancing around. He was going shirtless. He's got the haircut. I mean, you could, at a glance, you'd be like, "Is that Justin Bieber?" You know, but everybody was fooled. Literally, everybody's going crazy in there, and they actually think it's the real Justin Bieber.
That is amazing.
I don't know how that happens. Like the hotel people that book this, I don't understand how this unfolds
You
here.
would figure with all they probably have so many performers that they would check all that out, right?
Yeah, that you would imagine there would be some protocols in place, but not the case, dude. So in any industry right now, you can get ball sacked at a high level.
Yeah. And if you're a dead ringer, especially a celebrity who's like 8 years past actually being super visible, like the only time you see Biebs now is an embarrassing social media post, right? So you don't have that familiarity with how he's aged.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good.
No, it's not ideal. But that was pretty amazing in Vegas over the weekend.
I had a cool thing happen over the weekend, and I just I want to get it out there, not only because I'm so happy about it, but also because I think other parents might be dealing with it. Okay, this liquid IV stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Abby has been battling with high intense fatigue, nausea for like a year and a half, and we're like, well, did you take your liquid IV? You're getting dehydrated in the heat. Turns out it's the damn liquid IV.
No way.
It's making her dehydrated.
That's making her sick.
Oh, yeah.
It's all the sugar and salt in there.
Yeah.
And if you're drinking it, like this doesn't apply to everybody, but if your kid is drinking it and they keep complaining of nausea when they're competing, it's likely the liquid IV. It's just so much damn sugar.
That Gator Load too is another one, high sugar. You ever had one of those?
Gator Load?
Gator Load. Yeah.
Wow.
It's with
sounds rancid.
Yeah, no, it's actually the sugar.
aggressive.
It's extra sugar in a
Is that a
Gatorade.
Coach
Not sugar,
Orgeron
I meant
euphemism?
Salt, extra salt. I'm sorry, in the Gatorade.
Extra
Gator Load.
salt. Yeah. See, I like
extra salty.
I like the salty stuff, but I don't
it
like
is.
the super sugar. You can get some good electrolytes these days.
Yeah. We just need to find something
A
else.
Pedialyte stuff, huh?
At least you got to the bottom of that.
Yeah,
though.
Pedialyte's good, and they got Gator Light.
It's been
now.
so frustrating. Trying to figure out why did you just ask out of this game 4 minutes in? Well, I felt like I was going to throw up. How? Our diet is dialed.
Mm-hmm.
The macros, the 2-hour window. Like I'm constantly researching all this stuff. I was about to take her to a cardiologist.
Yeah.
And then like the gastro specialist to be like, okay, what's going on here with your heart, with your stomach? Something's not right. We need a supplement. We need a medicine. Nope. Just needed to stop taking the very thing that promised to get you at optimal performance.
Oh, man, that's ridiculous. Well, speaking of ridiculous, I ended up waking up on Saturday morning owning no pets. And then I went to bed Saturday night with 2 dogs that are officially in our family.
What?
Let's go.
How'd that happen?
Yeah, how did that happen? I was running around Saturday morning. I come back home, and apparently the neighbor had a bunch of puppies that they weren't anticipating having.
Ooh.
And so they were just trying to pawn them off. And my wife and kids were so locked in, jumping around like there was no way to say no. We end up with two little like Shih Tzu Yorkie deals. So they're like tiny little dogs, but
I'll take one off your hands.
They don't shed very much.
You need a dog?
I would take one off your hands.
They might. I think they might actually have an extra one.
Really?
Because if I try to take it from my kids now, they'll absolutely lose their minds.
Did we figure out the name yet, or are we still changing names by the second?
Changing names every 5 seconds, so I don't even know what their names are.
This is like your personal nightmare. I thought you'd be the last person I know to ever have a dog.
I know. I've been kicking this for years now, and it was like, okay, here it goes, man. They absolutely got me.
So wifey's a dog person?
Yes. Yeah. She goes back and forth, but with this one, she fell in love, and she was as giddy as my 5-year-old was.
I said I would never have a cat. I made up that I have a cat allergy and I could never have one. But Abby broke me down at about 7 or 8 years old. We got Sunny the cat, and it was miserable. At least it's not a cat,
right?
Cats, you got to have litter box indoors, and you just cannot escape the aroma that's going to be wafting from wherever you put that.
The litter box can be a pain in the rear.
Can't do that.
Yeah,
but they are self-sufficient.
I'll take an outdoor cat, though. I'd love an outdoor cat, especially we had a snake in the pool the other day. I guarantee that snake wouldn't have been anywhere on the property if Sonny was still out there patrolling, but ran away. Coyotes probably got him. Okay, we're coming back. We got 1 down, 3 to go. Pregame at 6 o'clock, and we'll get you updated on everything going on with your Rangers, what's going on tonight, and the big stories from Shoddy's presser coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. A lot going on at today's Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on your home of the Cowboys during KMC Masterpiece. And we got a fresh batch of storylines going into Friday night's preseason finale. And we'll talk about those. Says he wants these next 2 practices to be ass kickers. He's been talking about the need to be more physical, and there's no doubt you can see that. I'm at this point where I'm convinced, preseason football has exposed maybe the lack of depth or the ability to be a physical team. I just can't wait to see the starters out there right now and see how much of a difference it is. Like, pessimism around the Cowboys very high. You've gotten worked. A lot of that. Where are you at with that, Brian? What do you think is going to happen when week 1 goes down and you have your physical, talented, skilled players on the field?
I think week 1 is going to be really difficult for this football team just because of Philadelphia and really what they bring to the game. I think they're going to be able to expose you in a couple of different ways, probably in your secondary. We'll see. I think the offensive line will be okay in this game, because I think they match up pretty decently inside with the Eagles, with power on power that way. It's really going to come down to, can Dallas win enough on the outside? Running the football, I think, is going to be probably a little bit difficult, at least to start out with. So to me, it's really about Dak. It's about the receivers. It's about pass protection. It's really about the play caller too. Can he do enough stuff creatively to kind of get his guys open and create opportunities to make it easy on Dak? Their defense, I think Flus is going to probably be playing shorthanded at least the first 4 weeks of the season. So I've talked about it earlier. I made a rant about how run fits are going to play into this season. And if this team plays it well like they did early in the Ravens game, where they show you get 2 guys to be able to hold the down lineman, you get guys blocks, you get those held, you get linebackers in the gaps, you get guys playing over the tops, you get safety play down help. That will help you in the running game, but the margin of error for that is so small because we've seen when Dallas has been bad at that, the run fits have been bad. When a guy doesn't do his responsibility or gets turned away or takes the wrong gap, it tends to be a big play. Their offense is going to have to be the one that carries the day for them, at least until they figure out some things in the secondary defensively.
I love going for the physicality in practice. Obviously you have to knock on wood, keep your fingers crossed that nobody important gets hurt. Is this going to be full ones going, physical, tackling?
Well, for the practices you're talking about tomorrow? No, I think it's probably what you're going to get from the training camp practices we saw in Oxnard, but they are full pads. I don't think I ever remember a Mike McCarthy group ever practicing full pads once they got back to Dallas. And so Voch Lombardi and I were talking about this morning on the Get Right that the doing all right, kind of the Get Right. The doing all right. But we were talking about that, like what kind of practice you think this is? And I'm like, I wonder if it's going to be. And then he comes out and says, oh, it's going to be the full padded, one of those kick-ass practices and stuff. I don't think you're going to get the tackling aspects, but I think he's going to do. He's not done a lot of one-on-one stuff. So you're probably going to get some individual, and then you're going to get a lot of team, and go at it that way. So that part of it will be pretty physical here the next couple of days.
Says hopefully Jaden Blue can play this week, doing well in recovery. Did Miles Sanders lose his job on Saturday night?
Yeah, what's interesting about Miles Sanders is he didn't help himself by some of his reads, and Schott even talked about it in his press conference today that there were a couple of times where BB and Booker had things kind of sealed off, and he should have trusted that. There was a hole he could have run through, got about anywhere between 5 and 8 yards right there. But then he cuts it back the other way, and then things are not taken care of to that side, and then it's a negative play or a tackle at the line of scrimmage. So there were a couple of times where the one time that one of their best runs is he actually did what he was supposed to do. He saw the block. Booker was able to get up on his guy and then turn him, and now he just attacked the hole and went for a nice gain. And so that's what this offense is capable of doing if these players don't make mistakes. And they're playing this thing like Williams has won the job at running back.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't have believed that coming out of camp, but here we are.
Booker had some great highlights, and a couple of the big runs popped behind him. How was his consistency throughout his 2+ quarters?
I hope to get into this, but I'll do it now. I was doing a Krusty's Court. But no, right now, the thing that's going to give Booker problems is when he has to do with someone really, really quick. And what the Ravens did, and the Ravens are good up front, and the Ravens defensive tackles are good. So that power, that's good for Booker. He can play against guys like that. But they ran some twist stunts, and they ran where they did some movement. And what happened is that Booker, and then, it was Booker, it was Hoffman, it was Bass trying to pass stunts. It's not Booker passing stunt to BB, passing stunt to Tyler Smith. So now it's going to look a little crazy where all of a sudden they're all sitting on different levels, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, why is there penetration? Why is the quarterback having to move? I think that he'll get so much better at these twist stunts and stuff if he's playing with BB and Smith. Powerful guys. He pushes his guy to the next guy. He looks for the looper coming over the top. And then that way he's able to make blocks. The other day in the game, though, they got a little wonky with the way that they were playing, handling some of these twist fronts on some of these passing situations.
Very interesting. And yes, more from Brian and Scout's Eye type of stuff coming up at 3:40 in Krusty's Corner. Tyler Guyton showing progress, says he's leaving the decision up to the medical staff on week 1. And I don't know how I should feel right now because the other players that they've had in there,
Nate Thomas,
Thomas and Adeniji, I thought were both pretty damn solid. Now, I think it's pretty clear Awesome Richards is a much better tackle than he is a guard.
Yeah, it's weird, and Awesome Richards wants to play guard.
And it's strange.
And it's weird because he's not as good. And I'll give Nate Thomas some credit. Nate Thomas has won this job. And now the decision you guys have to make is, would you rather Nate Thomas playing all the training camp, doing all the practices in week 1, or do you want to go back to Guyton, who is the better of the two players, but has not had any training camp work since he got hurt? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
If Guyton's not 100%, I think I'm fine rolling with Thomas and seeing how that goes. But I think one of the best things that can happen is Guyton playing as many games as possible and either developing or showing that you need a new one. But I hopefully I'm getting clarity on this. I don't think you should be pushing into Dak's 30s trying to win with him becoming more and more stationary with a project at left tackle. I just don't think that there's any way you can have an expectation of success. No changes expected on Micah Parsons' work now that they're back. I don't think it's going to be terribly serious, is what he said about Jonathan Mingo, with more tests coming. But
I was just told weeks on that one. They couldn't give me a timeline. It wasn't 4 to 6 or 2 to 4 or 1 to 3. They couldn't give me a timeline. They just said look forward to weeks here.
Why do you think they want to play Milton again on Friday? Wouldn't you want to see if Will Grier with more could do a better job at managing the offense? Because you're not getting any steadying hand. I like what you guys said in the first hour. If you're going to go with him, turn him into a dual threat guy, then you might have a path to victory.
Yeah, that's where I think that they're trying to kind of figure out what he can do in case it comes to break glass in case of emergency.
Yeah,
I think they're trying to figure that out. And my personal opinion is that the offense will look remarkably different if he is the quarterback in the regular season, because I think they will try and do more of a college offense with him. I think they'll do things with him running the football. I think they'll do things with him with a little bit more of an intermediate passing game. I think that's where they'll try. But I think the one thing that Brian Schottenheimer, I think, is having a problem with is he's calling plays and he can't find successful plays for him because he'll be inaccurate with some of his passes. So now he's like, okay, well, I don't want to show what I'll do in the regular season if I had to play with this quarterback, which I think he would try and do some more running things. We saw that in practice. There were some design runs and stuff that he was part of. And I think that's how they
check the ball down.
Yeah.
Check it down.
There's questions whether he could check the ball down.
Check it down. He did it to John Stevens.
Yeah.
It resulted in a first down. He had the next play, Deuce Vaughn over the middle, and then he wants to force the ball down the field. Not every play, right, are you trying to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Take what the defense gives you a little bit, and as a young quarterback, I think that's something that Joe Milton is probably learning.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem that Joe Milton would have in a game is I think people would fool him pre-snap.
Absolutely.
I think he would get fooled pre-snap, and then
he got Anthony Richardson in the end zone.
He sure did.
Yeah.
That was
a bad
brutal.
look.
Yeah, that was one of the worst safeties since Orlovsky ran out of the back of the end zone, right? Might have been.
Yeah.
Just the guy is in the middle. It's not like he was coming around, unabated and, you should not have any. I just think the awareness is so low that just bail on the idea of him as a pocket quarterback, move into dual threat and see. But you'd think on Friday they just run the same thing we've seen the last two games.
Oh yeah, I do. I don't think they change anything, but they're gonna change anything with that.
They feel like they know what they have in Greer. And they're like,
it's been around them for a long time.
Yeah.
They've seen him play plenty.
Will Greer could never beat out Cooper Rush, so you can't look at him as anything more than an emergency quarterback.
I wonder if they're thinking this way, that they want to give this guy more of an opportunity because they didn't do it with Trey Lance. That maybe Schottenheimer was part of that staff. Like, man, we didn't give Trey Lance really enough. We didn't try with Trey Lance hard enough here. And maybe that's why they're doing what they're doing with this, with Joe Milton.
Trey Lance showing some things with the Chargers.
Yes.
It's tough to evaluate a guy if he doesn't have Lamb and Pickens. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Alligator arms with Jalen Cropper, right?
Cropper, he's got to help his quarterback. That ball is right where it needs to be, and he kind of slows up, and he's looking for Malachi Starks in the middle of the field. Starks is there, but you got to make the play. That ball was right on his hands. You can't be like looking back, looking up, and then looking back again and slowing up. You got to keep going, running through it. That's one of the things we've seen with Jake Ferguson. Jake Ferguson is a seam player. You just keep running, and then he'll find a way to get to the ball. But Cropper's got to help your quarterback there. He didn't have many great throws, but that was one of them.
There is a wrinkle of hope with your Rangers as Simeon and Seager woke up and avoided a sweep, turning the clock back a couple of years.
That Friday night game was so disheartening.
Simeon's
so disheartening.
Well, Saturday was awful too.
Well, Saturday
I kind of expected
Saturday you get worse.
It was Friday and Sunday. And that's how I thought you'd take 2 or 3.
Friday was just that was hard to deal with.
I think that's a backbreaker, and you showed up on Saturday and played like a team whose back had been broken.
Yeah.
But Simeon was back in that under 500 OPS mode since the trade deadline. He delved back into every bit as bad as he was in April and May, but he reached base in 5 of his 8 at-bats against the Blue Jays after injuring his hand. Bochy talking about how maybe that can be inspiring for young guys to see a guy go out there. Dude's unbelievable. I think Simeon still only missed 5 games in his entire Rangers career. Yeah, 5 games in his 4 seasons with the Rangers. Bassick had a great pep talk afterwards.
Oh, he sure did.
Classic Coach Ballsack. Maybe toned down a little bit TV, but salute to Mike for doing his best, even if it was maybe a little bit tongue in cheek. I think it was like, okay, you want me to be positive about this group? Hold my beer and watch this. But it was good, and it went viral. So, of course, Bassick doing a hell of a job. Great bounce-back start from Evo as well, other than the solo shots. And now he is 2 innings from qualifying for the league's ERA crown. He's currently sitting at a 1.76. And congrats to Scotty Scheffler. Closest thing we've seen to Tiger Woods.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what he's doing right now.
I guess
5th win of the year, yeah.
It's been 15 years since we've seen this level of dominance from Eldrick. And 5th win of the year.
The consistency, man.
Only guy that has done that 2 years in a row is Tiger, at least this century. And came back from 4 off the pace to win the BMW championship. I don't know if Tiger ever did something like that.
Yeah.
Coming back from 4 on a Sunday. 82-foot chip on the 17th, though. A little bit of that magic. Hardest hole in the final round at Caves Valley, landed about 60 feet short and rolled all around the green and looked like it was going to stop it a couple of times and then drops in for, I believe, a 2-stroke lead at that point. So congrats and, behold the dominance.
Yeah, he had a fill-in caddy, by the way, and that dude made $360K.
Nice.
4 days of work.
Gosh.
How about that?
Anything you can do to work with good old Scotty Scheffler.
What is that? Is that like 10% of the purse?
10%, yeah.
So he got 3.6 for that?
Yeah.
Salute to the Saudis for plugging in all that money to the golf world, man.
Oh no, they've definitely they're in the
Raised the
playoffs.
purses.
Yeah, they're in the playoff system now. So yeah, I think that we're down to the finals though. I think now where I think that's at East Lake in Atlanta is where they usually hold the finals. But man, he got $18 million before he even teed off before the playoffs even started.
Really?
He got $18 million for being the world number one. And then there was he was world number one on another ranking. And that one was, I think it was a 10 million, 8 million situation. So, he collected that, $18 million before they even teed off with this thing. And now I think he's got a chance to win, more millions, of course.
It's crazy. You look at how much, there's not a lot of people watching these tournaments. But the sponsors are throwing such huge cash at it because the people that are watching are generally rich men, over the age of 50 with, big time spending on things like a BMW or insurance policies. And it's just, really interesting when you see their TV ratings and how much they're making. It's incredible. But beyond that, just a salute to Scotty Scheffler, DFW's guy, realizing the potential and hype that Jordan Spieth had around him 10 years ago. And perhaps giving us a legendary and generational type of golfer to pull for here out of DFW.
Well, we got the Ryder Cup coming up too in September, and that'll be fun. Hopefully he'll be in full song when that thing gets going.
Need him. Okay, things to like from the preseason, my top 3 players, and all the headlines around the Cowboys. It's the C-Note coming up next here, G-Bag Nation, the fan.
All right, let's chat prize picks, shall we? Oh, it is a beautiful time of year.
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for the C-Note. We do it every afternoon at this time. Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. CY's coming up in about an hour. We'll talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame tonight at 6 o'clock, and they need to win. Okay, we'll have more baseball coming up for you in just a little bit. Things to like from the preseason. My three favorite guys were Booker. I thought in pass pro, when he just had to worry about the guy coming at him, I don't know if I've seen a Cowboys rookie that solid since Zach Martin. Zion Childress continues to impress, and I think really Damone Clark not only saved his spot on the team, I thought he was a cut candidate coming in, but now he's got me excited about what is possible with Damone Clark being part of this linebacker room. Sanborn and Murray, somewhat solid veterans with massive holes in their game. To what extent can Leafau and Damone Clark, they're going to for sure provide you quality depth. Can they continue on this ascension, particularly Clark, who went from looking totally lost to now with Eberflus looking like a guy who belongs in the NFL? So those are my three. If you want to throw yours out at 877-881-1053, leave your name and city you're texting from. The Kimon Hall and Andrew Booth picks do nothing for me. You know, I think if you got to go to these guys, you're in trouble. It is very beneficial. I don't know if we've talked about this enough in the offseason. The schedule is manageable in the first 8 weeks. Get Diggs, get Overshown, get Rebel back. You have Chicago, Carolina, Jets, and Giants in the first 2 months of the season. I think, targeting 5-3 at 8 weeks in, I think that should be the goal, and maybe 6-2 is possible if you can be that prolific passing offense. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, I think what we've learned, though, is that they're going to probably leave Bland on the outside. They talked about that. Shoddy in the pregame show mentioned it with Brad Sham that they view
Zion
Childress as an inside player, as a nickel commodity and stuff like that. So that probably makes Bland feel better. If things go bad, though, in the first few weeks of the season and they get exposed at nickel because Childress doesn't play well enough, I think that, to me, then we could potentially see Hall move into inside there. But you see where Childress was, like, when the game went on the other night, it was usually they'll play Izzy inside at some nickel. He played safety.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of feel like that, okay, it's either going to be Hall or I think it's going to be either Hall or Childress playing that spot.
I just like Childress' physicality.
Yes.
I think generally they're finding much tougher dudes.
100%. I mean, hopefully he can be good in coverage. I know, Broadish, you talked about him in zone. He doesn't look quite as comfortable, but
the coach was even talking about today that his eyes got a little funny on him too, and that's sometimes
dirty eyes. He calls them dirty eyes.
But in the run game, like when we talk about this run defense and how nervous we are about it, he's a guy that absolutely helps you, and that is a huge factor when it comes to having a good nickel player. I totally trust Childress in the slot more than I do kicking Bland inside and then whoever else is going to be on the boundary.
Sure.
Like Childress in the slot or one of these Andrew Booth type dudes on the boundary. Like, no, thank you. I will take Childress in the slot over that.
He's got the right play temperament, that's for sure. But the one takeaway from the corners, I mentioned this during Cross, was like even Kimon Hall, who was getting beat, he would come back, tackle. Andrew Booth was tackling.
Mm-hmm.
All these guys, Zion Childress, go down the list, Izzy Mukwamu, they all tackled. Like, even if they were giving up a play, it was boom, stick, get your ball carrier to the ground. And the other guy James Houston, I'm not sure how you really leave James Houston in terms of just a pure pass rusher, which I think you're badly going to need, because Sam Williams doesn't look like the same player to me.
Not right now, he doesn't.
James Houston might have forced their hand to keep him on the roster some way, shape, or form.
Over Peyton Turner, likely.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen Turner really do much.
Didn't he get hurt a couple weeks ago?
Yeah,
he's always getting banged up.
The thing with Peyton Turner, though, is early in camp, when I was there the week earlier with you guys, before you guys came, he was doing some things, playing like the nickel tackle and things, and it was kind of showing up. You're thinking, oh, wow, maybe they found something that's a little bit more here. But the last several weeks and then into these last two games, I don't know if I'd necessarily keep Peyton Turner over. They might want to, just because the fact that they've got some guys that can rush, that they kind of feel like that Nealon is a guy that's kind of developing into a pass rusher here too. So they might feel like, well, we maybe need some more run defenders, but I don't know if Peyton Turner's really helping me all that much as a run defender.
Doesn't feel like it.
I'm trading away from redundancy though, if at all possible, at wide receiver, at edge, trying to find players who can be better rotationally, maybe even starters in the run game. What do you think Jerry was doing here Saturday night? He was on with Yeomans and Spags pregame on TV. They wrap up the interview, and Jerry says, "Hold on a second. I want to look into this camera and give the fans at home a little message." Here we go.
Good luck this afternoon, and we'll see you again next week as well.
I'm thankful. I interrupt you, but I'm so thankful for you that are watching out there. And I realize that we really need to win more games than we've won last year. And we need to get in that tournament, and we need to do well into that tournament. That's fresh hard on my mind.
I like it, and I think everybody watching at home can agree with that.
Yeah, I like that too. I like the sound of it. I like that the urgency might be there. But I just can't buy that Jerry Jones might actually be looking to shift gears and say, wow, this roster has really deteriorated big time since our playoff appearance, and it's time to inject it with cash or credit card spending or anything. What does that mean? I would have loved to follow up. What do you mean by this, Jerry?
This is just him selling. That's what he's doing. If you do this at the beginning of the offseason and then you have all offseason to put action to those words, it's a different story.
Yeah.
But we are where we are right now. And if you really feel that way, then you make damn sure Micah Parsons is on the field week 1.
Might have been a response to Denzel.
Oh, yeah.
What he said on First Take earlier in the week.
Yeah, I think you guys are nailing it. He's speaking to the fans that don't pay a lot of attention. He's not speaking to sports radio listeners or blog viewers or Cowboys Twitter maniacs who see that and roll their eyes. He's talking to the people that don't do anything Cowboys fan related other than watch the games.
Mm-hmm.
And here they are tuning in. And I think that the Cowboys Nation is so big, that might be 80 or 90% of Cowboys fans. He's just got to keep those folks engaged. But I did think, back around to the draft when he said we're working on multiple things. And then they traded for George Pickens. Could there be another trade to get us, a little bit more excited? And, what would that player have to be in order to get you there? I don't think there's any players being mentioned right now in the trade market that would do it. It'd have to be a total surprise.
Yeah, I think it would have to be something that it must be like, with John Mitchell moving from Houston to the Eagles. I don't think anybody was really kind of had that on the radar. Minshew's a good player, but maybe that's the kind of thing that they're looking at. They've got to try and play the waiver wire game if they can. They've got a decent spot with the waiver wire, the waiver claim. If there's a couple of players that they can add, I think that would be good. I'll ask you guys this though about the whole thing with Micah and Jerry, and you said sign the guy. Is this the wrong guy then to draw the line in the sand with? Because we kind of get on them about how they do their contracts.
It's to me, it's not necessarily.
I'm just saying that, it seems like to me that we get on them for doing crazy ass stuff this way or waiting too long, and then maybe where they try and play a little hardball with a guy or use something to their advantage, that we're kind of saying, well, damn, sign the guy. What are you doing? Don't be an idiot. But they do have a mechanism to be able to do that and have to spend half the money doing it along the way. That I don't know. I'm just trying to kind of get an idea of as a fan base that we want to just kill him for this, but when they do something that might be actually football smart, make Micah play it out. I mean, maybe Micah's the wrong guy to do it, but we're killing him with all these signings of Steele and Diggs and all these other guys early, and they might be doing something that to them seems like, okay, we have to draw the line somewhere. Let's see if we can change. Let's see if we can not let Dawson call us the cavemen anymore. Maybe they're trying to play hardball with a guy, and it might be the wrong guy to play hardball with, but this is a $40 million a year contract that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if, to me, I want to see this thing play out. If Parsons decides he doesn't want to play, that's on him. But he is under contract. And that's the kind of thing. And then they're going to have the opportunity to tag him 2 more times if they want.
Yeah.
They could control him for 3 years if they really want to do
Which
this.
Steven seems super interested in doing. If their intention is they are going to pay Micah Parsons, then you just need to get this thing done. It
just doesn't appear that's their intention right now.
Well, they know long term. If they really feel like we're never going to trade the player, then you need to get this deal done now. Then stop waiting around.
Well, they should have traded him last March.
That's the point.
Well, no, but now the situation you're in, I don't think he's sitting out. So if you are open-minded this next offseason to trading him, I kind of like this way of doing it where he's going to play this year. So let's see how the year goes.
Yeah.
And if it stinks, and especially if the quarterback play isn't good, then you trade him next offseason. Now we're ready and suited up and loaded for another draft, and maybe the draft afterwards if you're getting multiple ones for him, which is absolutely what you should be getting.
I think the story is just all about the franchise tag and how unfair it is, and the opportunity that it presents the Cowboys. They did the same thing with Tank.
They did.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is, and I agree with you about the unfairness of it towards the player, but it was collectively bargained.
Absolutely.
So that is on Damaris Smith and everybody I think this might be a Gene Upshaw. It might even go further back than that.
They've all had a chance to renegotiate.
Yeah, they've all had a chance, and so you really didn't help your players, but it does give the team the ability to keep one player if they want.
I mean, it's 3 years and $85 million instead of 3 years and $120. If you want the Cowboys to win, you don't want them to give Micah Parsons $40 million.
See, that's and we've kind of wanted him not to cave. You want him to do deals in timely manners, sure, but you're also thinking don't cave on this one. Don't and it's probably the wrong player to draw the line in the sand with because of the type of player he is. But man,
it's the perfect time.
I'm fascinated to see how this plays out.
It's the perfect time though, because as desperate as they are for Joe Milton to hit, what's the downside? Micah doesn't play with you, so you lose 2 more games, and now you're legitimately inside the top 10, maybe the top 5. The Cowboys will never trade up for a premium quarterback. Can we agree on that? They would never give 2 or 3 ones to move to the top of the board. The only way they're going to draft a blue chip quarterback, the kind of guy who is actually capable of overcoming things, and on a rookie deal, you could win a Super Bowl like that. That's the only way it happens is if you're bad enough to be in the top 5 and actually draft one instead of a running back this time. So, I as a fan,
there's a lot of quarterbacks.
As a fan, I'm like, cool.
Too.
Don't sign Micah Parsons. Either you're going to get him at $28 million, or you will be so bad in each of the next 1 or 2 years that these quarterbacks will be right there for the taking. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the segment everybody's been waiting for since the show started. Brian brought us in Krusty's Corner. What do you got cooking over there?
Yeah, I do. I've got some thoughts from the game this past weekend. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, let's find the Cowboys a new...
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At Jake's Burgers in Fort Worth. Come out for your chance to join our team at The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this as well. Really appreciate them. Okay, got some football talk here. Got some film. Zach, I know, did you get a chance?
I did. I watched it last night after our BetMGM Network show.
How about that? Eric, you got family things you're working on, right?
Well, I just rewatched the game in the morning before the 22 came out.
I'm
like preseason 22.
I'm the weirdo.
I'm
the weirdo here.
I'm not gonna piss my wife off right now.
I'm the weirdo.
We'll wait till week one.
I was enjoying it. I mean, I'm trying to like some of these wide receivers, like these position battle. Like Ryan Flanoy to me is just a guy that has a lot of potential.
You know what? I think that I said this earlier, and I really do believe this. With Ryan Flanoy, I didn't give him much of a chance. I really didn't. And I And, we'll see with the thing with Mingo and how that's all going to break down. And that looks like it's, several weeks is what they're saying right now. We'll see when he comes back. I just felt like Ryan Flanoy, in the games that he's played and the opportunities that he's got, nobody has got open more and not rewarded for getting open more than him.
Yeah.
With some of the passes they were throwing to him. I mean, he runs a pivot route the other night in the game where, and a pivot is where he's on the outside and he goes inside and then breaks back hard to the outside. And immediately he's got separation towards the sidelines. And Milton throws the ball like 10 feet over his head, and you're like going, God dang, you just put it on him. Yeah, it's a nice gain right there. He's going to maybe go up the sidelines, get a little bit more, but nobody has run more routes and got separation and got open and not been rewarded. But the thing that's been impressive with me, and I went back and watched him play on special teams because I'm trying to kind of figure out of these wide receivers. Yeah. Now you mentioned him, Wolchuk.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden there's a punt return and he has a really good block on the punt return. And you're like going, okay. Then on the other side, Tolbert gets called for block in the back. And poor Tolbert looks like he's like, why am I even out here kind of a guy? And it sounds like I'm disrespecting the guy, but you could see with Flanoy, he kind of gets into it. There's another time where he was covering a punt.
And he's right there.
He gets a free release.
He beat a double team.
Yeah, it just goes right around him.
He runs right around him, and you're like going, okay, if a guy is doing that, or they use him as a blocker, and he's like getting into it, and he's being physical, and he's playing technique. He's not trying to hit a guy in the back or shove him because he's out of position. He's showing some awareness. I don't know, man. That's the kind of thing. If you're talking about why would we need this guy on the roster, those are the types of things you sit down in a meeting and go, hey, you guys, did anybody watch Flanoy play special teams the other day? Or did anybody watch him run routes the other day? Or anybody, that's the kind of thing when you're trying to make a football team that you have to do. And we talk about Mingo and the size. This is a big guy too. This guy's capable of. Mm-hmm. He's capable of if they play him that they want to play in the running game. This guy, if he's got he got called for holding. He got called for holding on a play, but his hands, he tried to get his hands inside, and then they kind of slipped the outside, and he grabbed the guy and he tried to turn him and then get the hands back inside. So at least he was aware. If he'd have just put his hands up, and it wouldn't have been a holding call, but they got him right there.
Are positions 5 and 6? How much more important is special teams than actually catching it?
Huge. They've got to figure out. They've got guys. How many of these running backs, Zach, would you like to take a guess on that play special teams?
Moffa and Lipke.
That's it, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. And they put Vaughn out there, but let's be honest, Deuce Vaughn's not on the roster, and Deuce Vaughn doesn't look good out there on special teams. Although we did have one really nice blitz pickup. I'll give him credit for that.
I tell you what, there was a couple of times he actually stuck his nose in there and tried to, and he's just too short. That's the problem. He's just too short. And that's, he was a really, really good college player. He might go somewhere else and play. Someone might figure out something to do with him, but I just don't see him in the mix here. I'll say this. Okay. Do you want me to focus on Joe Milton on this stuff, or where do you want me to go on this stuff? Because I go a lot of different ways. I mean, you guys care what Joe Milton, how it,
I think we all know he wasn't good.
Okay. I will say this about Joe Milton, the one thing, and the safety that he took. This is the one, and if I could, just this one time on him. I had no idea why he held the ball. If you watch how the play develops, if you watch what his read is going to be, if you know, okay, they're going to try and throw this ball out of the end zone, they're going to try and hit it quick, and they're going to see if they can get anything out of it. And so I initially thought, Zach, I'm sitting next to you in the press box. I go, I wonder if Adeniji kicked wide, and that kept the blitzer. That what they did was they tricked him. They tricked him in like where the blitzer was going to come from. They tricked him, and so what he did was he thought he was protected to one side and didn't realize the other side was where the blitzer was going to come from. So, but what he has to know is he is dropping in the end zone. He's standing in the end zone. Mingo gets open on the slant.
Yeah, he's right there.
He's open.
To the left.
And I don't know why. But and even Malachi Starks, the safety, you're thinking like, okay, do I want to throw the ball inside and have my guy just get crushed by Malachi Starks? Well, Starks has his back turned. He's like going back to the inside. He's moving away. He's like
covering for the blitzer guy.
He's moving away from Mingo, right? So he's moving away. So there's that window to throw the ball in. And I'm thinking
he just doesn't pull the trigger.
He just did.
He will stare down guys now.
He absolutely.
And he did it with Cropper.
He's staring at Mingo.
Yeah.
He's staring at Mingo. He just doesn't want to throw it.
Yeah. This is where I have the problems and with him. And I understand why they're trying to play him. And you understand, you see the arm talent with the throw down the seam. You see the arm talent with the throw to the outside. I don't think
a nice in-breaking route to Flanoy.
I just don't think his mechanics are all that great.
With you,
and I don't think he sees the field like and that's lack of experience right there. That is just total lack of experience right there. He just does not see the field right now, like he needs to. And hopefully that will pick up then. Hopefully.
I mean, there's things in sports where no matter of experience is going to change. Right?
Yeah.
It's like in video games. There are some people who are freaks at Tetris, and they can look at the board and see the new piece coming down and spin it and place it before anybody else. And it doesn't matter how much you practice, you're not going to be like situationally fluid and aware enough and sharp enough to ever really catch up. And it's no disrespect to Joe Milton as an athlete, incredible athlete. Playing quarterback's flipping impossible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lean exactly where you're going.
It takes freaks to do it.
Yeah, because his resume, Michigan, didn't make it, got hurt, and then Hendon Hooker take his job there at Tennessee, started 1 year, and then was a 7th-round pick. I mean, there's a reason for this. Some of that is on him.
Yeah.
It just hasn't clicked.
I think it's on Jerry right now insisting they keep trying to develop this guy. I don't think any coach over there is like, yeah, this is a good idea to keep playing him.
Yeah, he just has not had a lot of work, and that's a really, really, really big problem right now. All right. I want to talk about Booth's pick 6, if I could, just how it broke down for him. And this is what I think that Matt Eberflus is capable of doing when it comes to coordination of defense. Eberflus, he's going to show a safety blitz to Rush's right. So he's coming from the defensive left, but he drops Thomas instead. He's got Wanye Thomas up, and then he drops him. And Childress then slot blitzes from the left. He just can't quite get there, but here you are. He's showing a blitz coming this way, but brings another blitz from the other side. And Wester, the Ravens receiver, Booth is all over him, and I think Flus is going to figure out that his group that he has currently are better man cover guys than they are zone players.
Agreed.
I think he's going to see it's going to listen, I've got to play a lot more man coverage. He might get crushed doing it, but I think he's going to get crushed if he plays zone. I think he's going to need to play more man coverage here. But Childress gets the slot blitz, but Booth is all over Wester, and he's all over him to the point of not interfering with him. Usually you get the illegal contact, the holding, the grabbing, and all that stuff. But he is in perfect position as he's running with him. And then you see Wester is like the ball is being thrown, and Booth's reactions are outstanding. Wester doesn't even know the ball is there because he's having to deal with Booth's coverage that tight. And just great reactions by Booth to be able to catch the ball and then be able to secure it and then get down the sidelines. He picks up a couple of blocks down the way. But, Booth is a guy that's kind of much maligned in the way he plays. And he comes back, and there's a couple different times where, again, ball to the outside, he plays the ball with offhand. Doesn't hook the receiver, doesn't interfere, doesn't go through the guy. So if you're talking about a guy who was kind of struggling with, am I on the team? Am I off the team? Are people attacking me? Yeah, he got attacked. But I'll tell you what, I think he made the Ravens pay a little bit for going after him the way they did. I think Cooper Rush probably knew, there's a guy can go after him. This game would be okay. But Booth did a nice job of playing with him.
Great stuff, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Did you guys say the All-22 was up?
Yeah.
On NFL Plus?
Yep. Came up, I think it's like 24 hours after the game.
Yeah. Right on. Okay, we got 2 down, 2 to go here. Rangers baseball coming up at 6. We got CY coming up at 4:20. And what do you have next, Wolchuk?
The 5 teams most likely to improve in 2025, 877-881-1053. And could this potential trade tilt the balance of power in the NFL? That's next.
Do you feel like your energy just is not what it used to be, though? If that is the case, I would like to invite you to join me over at Men's Tea Clinic, 5 DFW locations.
the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got 2 down, 2 to go. Rangers-Royals coming up. It's going to be Royals, then Guardians. 2 absolute must-win series if you have any plans of tracking down one of those teams for a wild card spot. It's starting to look grim, and perfect timing. CY's coming up at 4:20 to reset you and hopefully get an explanation on how they've gone 5-11 since the trade deadline. Unbelievable. I guess it should be at worst 8-8 if your bullpen hadn't just been bleeping the bed here for the last 10 days. Anyway, let's talk more football. Here's Wolchuk with some sports.
Man, Barnwell does this every year. Like the teams to improve, teams to regress. The 5 teams, he says, are likely to improve. One within your own division, the New York Football Giants, he says, are one. And boy, did Jackson Dart look pretty darn good.
I like Jackson Dart a little bit.
Jackson Dart looked solid.
He might not play against you in week 2, but I bet he's playing against you at the end of the season.
I think that's a safe bet, and teams are now calling on Jameis Winston, checking out his availability.
Yeah, I saw Nick Harris say, would you trade a 6 for Jameis Winston right now? Yes, I would.
I'm kind of just like out on trading draft picks for quarterbacks right now. Kind of good on that.
Well, it's like you don't have your 3rd or your 5th next year.
Okay. Just going to hold on to what we got here and just, if Dak's hurt.
Jameis ain't solving any problems. As much as I love him. Should have just signed him, I guess, in free agency.
Yeah,
right?
we're bleeped anyway. The Niners, you've got the Raiders, and I would expect them to improve as well. You've got a competent head coach now. You've got a quarterback that's won 9-10 games the last couple of years there with Seattle. Ashton Genty, boy, he looked good over the weekend as well. Had a little injury scare, but comes in 7 for 33, the touchdown, running over a mofo's face over and over again. And Brock Bowers is just an absolute beast.
And Chip Kelly, now the offensive coordinator, that's going to be a hot offense to watch for sure.
And that's on the Cowboys schedule. I think 3 of these 5 teams are on the Cowboys schedule, representing 4 games.
And then the last one, the Jacksonville Jaguars, along with the Bears. Forgot about the Bears. Sorry, Bears fans. And boy, Caleb Williams looked good in his debut.
He did.
Barnwell say anything about the Patriots being better?
I know. I thought the Patriots are my team.
I think they're competently coached now too.
I agree.
I think this group's kind of taken his personality a little bit.
Yeah, 49ers, Bears, Giants, Jags, Raiders are the 5 that he's got most likely to improve.
And that's the key there. It's just to improve on what they were last year. It's not like, they're going to be playoff teams. The Giants, won 3 games last year?
Games.
So they're going to improve. They're going to go win 6 games. Max. I mean, they have one of the hardest. They have the hardest schedule in the league this year.
They do, and all of these teams won anywhere from 3 to 6 games. So, yeah, I think that Barnwell is somewhat doing himself a favor by not going crazy with this. But even the Patriots, how many games did they win last year? 4?
Yeah, well, they were picking in the top 4.
The Patriots should absolutely improve. I mean, Travion Henderson looks like a superstar, at least in preseason.
And the Patriots have the second. It's the Niners and the Patriots have the easiest schedules in the league this year.
But the thing to really worry about is the Giants, because what if you lose both to Philly? Maybe you split with Washington, but probably lose both, and then you're only winning 1 game against New York because they lost Andrew Thomas, as Barnwell points out in this article last year, their best offensive lineman, had massive impacts. Now you add a Russell Wilson, you don't have Daniel Jones, and the defensive line is just flat out nasty.
It's really good.
Yes.
Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, you know about Dexter
Burns,
Brian Burns. Yeah, they're nasty.
They got dudes.
And look, Brian Daboll, I still believe he's a good offensive coach. I mean, the first year with Danny Dimes, they did go 10-6, and they won a playoff game. So he's had subpar quarterback play. Now, if he does hit on Jackson Dart, which, look, I'll raise my hand and be like, hey, I'm not a believer, but last year with Bo Nix, same thing happened. He got with the quarterback. That was a good marriage. Maybe Dart and Daboll could work.
I thought that Jackson Dart was better than Bo Nix.
Oh, coming out, I agree with that.
I thought he was
like a second-round player.
I was more on board with Jackson Dart than I was Bo Nix.
And let's be honest, even if he's just average at that salary, they'll be able to throw tons of money at their roster over the next 3 to 4 years and finally emerge from the cellar.
Yeah, that could be a problem. That absolutely could be. The preseason panel rankings are out.
That's where the Cowboys need to be thinking. We need to get a quarterback who can play competent ball on a rookie contract.
Look at, hey, if the season goes awry and they don't get this Micah thing handled this offseason, next offseason, that's the time to pull the trigger. Then you trade him.
Best case scenario is that you get Diggs and Revel and Overshown healthy, and you play really good defense, and you find a running back, and obviously you go win multiple playoff games. That's best case scenario. But second best case scenario is you end up with a top 5 pick, and you only win 3 games.
Cowboys.
Which one's more realistic?
Probably
3 games.
Yeah. Cowboys come in right in the middle of the preseason power rankings at 18. They were 19 in the post-draft one, so I guess something happened and they moved up a spot. But they also have who's under the most pressure for every team. Todd Archer of ESPN selecting Coach Brian Schottenheimer under the most pressure coming into the year. Do we agree with
I just don't hear that. No, I think it's clearly Dak Prescott. If he's not played better than he did last year, I think the team is hunting quarterback. It's him. And with Shoddy, you got all the time in the world. The Cowboys absolutely are not moving on from a coach with multiple years left on his contract, let alone 1. He will coach out this entire contract.
They're not moving on.
They'll make excuses. They will fire his assistants and bring in new ones. If there's a failure, they'll do everything in their power to not give $4 or $5 million to a coach who's not coaching.
And yes, 2-1-4, Russell Wilson is the starter for now.
Yeah, it's
for the
saying.
Giants, but I think it's just a matter of time until Jackson Dart gets in there.
Yeah, I think that if things you're talking about a general manager and a coach with the Giants, they need to kind of prove that they can. Maybe they could do something with this guy. They finally got a quarterback,
and they probably save their job if Dart looks anything okay.
That's kind of where I'm going.
Okay, we got some positivity here. Let's keep you guys around. Joe Flacco has officially been named the starter in Cleveland. Not a surprise. We'll say Dylan Gabriel looked okay in his preseason debut. Shedeur Sanders hurt, dealing with that injury. Hopefully he's able to get back here soon. And then we've got the trade rumors that are out there. We talked earlier in the show about Brian Robinson Jr. He's not going to play tonight against Cincinnati as the Commanders are shopping him. They want a third. I'd be surprised if they get a third-round pick for him, but you never know. And Cincinnati reportedly now is pulling back on their asking price for Trey Hendrickson. It was a 1 and a defensive player. Now maybe they would be willing to take a second-round pick. According to sources. Ian Rappaport's also been on Pat McAfee today talking about what a perfect fit it would be for Micah Parsons to go to Green Bay and how Green Bay's got the money to do this. I want no business in helping out the Packers.
Thank you.
Screw them. No. If you're trading Micah, get him the hell out of the conference, okay? First and foremost. I also want a team that's going to give me the best offer possible. So if they actually had a player that they were offering that I'm like, I love this guy, I'm cool with it. But to everything you were alluding to, which I agree with, the Packers are a team that's competing to make the playoffs every year. You're probably going to have a back half of the first-round selection there. Yeah. If I'm going to shop him, I'm not shopping him to a team like Green Bay or San Francisco or anybody in my division that I really just can't stand and that has kicked my ass previously.
I just need 3 1s, and if I'm willing to do that with anybody, because 3 years gives plenty of time for Jordan Love to get hurt or for a season to go irretrievably bad, and now we're looking at a top 10 pick. If you give me 2 number 1s and a player like Lucas Van Ness, I'm going to have to pass strongly. It's just not enough time. But a lot can happen in the NFL over the course of 3 years. But immediately, I would expect them to be at least a divisional round team and maybe a conference championship team, and you're picking between 28 and 32.
Yeah, the Packers are just not a team that ever drafts in the top 10. I think the last time they did was like 2001.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird. Like, the Packers just don't ever really stink, and it's because of the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Even when they somehow they won with Malik Willis last year.
Yeah.
When Jordan Love was out. It's wild. Eagles are making more trades. John Mechie and Harrison Bryant. There's a swap here. Houston sending Mechie, the wide receiver, to filthy Harrison Bryant, the tight end, going back to Cleveland. John Mechie's got an incredible
Cleveland
story.
Or Houston?
Yes. To Houston, excuse me.
Yeah.
He used to play with Cleveland.
Right.
Harrison Bryant initially was drafted there, so that's why I was thinking Browns. But Houston had an overcrowded wide receiver room. They've still got 3 Iowa State Cyclones now because they got Xavier Hutchinson, Knoll, and Higgins. But Mechie's a guy, that's a solid depth piece for Philadelphia. He seems like he's kind of really coming into his own finally after battling from leukemia.
Bit at Alabama,
yeah. I mean, he's a possession type of receiver. I don't mind that move for the Eagles. I mean, it's actually pretty good roster construction. And then you talked earlier, Jags and Saints played each other yesterday.
Yeah.
Post game, they make a trade. in rare game day trade between the Saints and the Jags. And this is Kalen Saunders, our guy who had the big man tutty last year, picking off, I think it was Mahomes.
It was Mahomes.
And then he just goes rumbling, stumbling, bumbling, or an interception return incredible. Well, now he is going to Saxonville from New Orleans. 27 games started in New Orleans, was a member of the Chiefs, winning 2 Super Bowls there. And now we'll see what he does in Duval with the Jags.
Hey, Joey Porter Jr. looks just like his dad.
He does, but Joey Porter Sr. now has not aged well.
No, but I mean,
football did a number on him.
But he does. He does. Like, you can tell the genes are strong with that one, 100%. Yeah. Isaiah Bond, the former Texas wide receiver and Alabama receiver, no wonder the Browns got him. Like before, I mean, it's $3 million guaranteed.
That was worth the wait.
Yeah, that's a money whipping right there. Here's something we just talked about: the Giants. Malik Neighbors dealing with some back issues, and it's like, oh, if they figure out that quarterback, I like Tyrone Tracy Jr., their runner. They got Malik Neighbors, who's a star, but maybe, just maybe, especially with Week 2 Cowboys on that schedule, maybe that back will act up a little bit. Just a little flare up, sleep a little funky, something weird goes down.
It happens,
Seeing it with Micah right now.
Yep.
Yeah, and I hope that back's okay. Devon Achane, unfortunately, he's dealing with a soft tissue injury there.
That's just
running him on short yardage too much.
It's a problem. Yeah, it is. It's an issue. Okay, so I brought this up during our Bet Nation show yesterday, and we actually had on a Dolphins insider, and I was asking him about Tyreek Hill. And he said, they're not going to trade him preseason, but let's say this thing gets wonky like I'm predicting. Trade deadline rolls around. Could Tyreek Hill be a piece that just kind of, if one of these teams that are competing for the Super Bowl, he's now going to tilt the balance of power? Like, I don't know if Miami would trade him to Buffalo. Like the Bills, Ravens, somebody in the NFC that's
any
competing.
AFC playoff team could use him.
Tyreek Hill,
the Chiefs.
Maybe that's
how fun
the
would that be?
Yeah, the over the top. Maybe he goes back to Kansas City. Yes, that could be the over the top.
And I was looking at his salary over the weekend because they've structured it in the way his salary for this year is only $10 million. So I think Miami could get a nice pick for that, even though he's older. Not the same player he was, but still damn good.
That'd be fun. That would be absolutely fun to talk about if it was Tyreek Hill here moving at the deadline. And then Bucky Brooks. He's listed the NFL's top 3 D-lines and top 3 secondaries going into the season. Did the Cowboys make either top 3 list?
Top 3?
It's not a serious question. You have to answer that. They didn't. So the Giants came in at number 1 on the defensive fronts.
Right. There you go.
That's scurry. The Vikings at number 2.
Play them too.
Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave. That's looking pretty nasty.
Ouchie.
And then the Houston Texans, Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter, with Sheldon Rankins, Autry, and Mario Edwards Jr., the pride of Denton Ryan, coming in at number 3. Backfields, Ravens, Texans, and the Steelers. So the Houston Texans, with a top 3 D-line and a top 3 secondary. Look out now, boys.
Get that offense figured out. Houston could be really good.
Houston could be.
Yeah.
Bunch of young guys in that, really across that defense, but especially in that secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Well-coached team, too.
Watching the Steelers, though, I don't know how there is possibly a better defense in the NFL. I mean, you mentioned the corners, like Joey Porter Jr., Slay, who the underlying metrics say was really good last year, even though he didn't get the picks. Then obviously Jalen Ramsey. I swear they have like 4 guys who could start for the Cowboys at defensive tackle, and they have so many edges, and they're linebackers there with Peyton Wilson and Patrick Queen.
Peyton Wilson's a good
Peyton
player.
Wilson. Yeah. What the hell, Brian?
It's the injuries, though, man, right?
Yeah, it is, but we knew this. Like, we knew whoever drafts Peyton Wilson, he's going to be a star, and it would be a team like the Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and coming up next, it's time for CY, the Chris Young Show here in the nation. But All right, it's time for the Chris Young Show here on The Fan, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And here he is, the Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, here with you on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Doing good. I mean, that was a tough. How'd Friday night go? Was that just too much to believe for you, like it was for us?
Yeah, just I think it was the culmination of just a really bad week. The way we lost multiple games against Arizona, and then to go into Toronto and have that lead and to not be able to finish it. Looking back on the series, we played really well yesterday. Saturday kind of went as I expected it, honestly. After a tough loss, it's really hard to turn right back around. And, with that type of momentum that they had and to come out and play well, it just didn't go well Saturday. And then Sunday, yesterday, we had a nice response. So, as you look back on the series, there was a chance for us to win 2 out of 3 games. We came away with 1 out of 3, and so the reality is we're probably going to start sweeping series here at some point to get back to where we want to go. But I do believe, with the way we played yesterday and the fact that we could have won 2 or 3 in Toronto, that this team can compete with any team. We just have to do it. We can't talk about it. We just have to get it done.
Are Seager and Simeon ready to lead this thing for the next 5.5 weeks?
I think they are. They both had great games yesterday. It was fun to see them both homer in the same game and swing the bat together. I think when they do that, we're a tough team to beat. And I think that's one of the things, whether it's Marcus and Corey or Wyatt, Evan, Josh Smith, it's just getting the several guys in a row hot together. And we just, for whatever reason, haven't been able to do that. For the last few weeks, we haven't had really consecutive guys in the order who have been hot. And I know Boch has juggled the lineup and tried to look at a number of different ways to put hot guys together. And when we do that, someone seems to have a cold night. So, like I said, with whether it's Marcus and Corey or just a number of these guys, hitting can be contagious. And if they do get hot together with our pitching, we can rattle off, 5, 6, 7 wins in a row, and we're right back in it. But that's probably what it's going to have to take, and our bats are going to have to carry us.
Speaking of the pitching, do you have an update on Tyler Mahle? And then what are the future plans for John Gray?
Yeah, Tyler continues to do well. He is progressing to bullpens. From there, we'll try to get him live BPs and then built up to, at least, hopefully to where he can come back and pitch, to get him back faster. We, try to build him up to maybe 9 outs, possibly 12 outs. The longer we have to build him up, the longer it takes for him to come back and join the big league team. So we may even just shorten him down a little bit, get, at least 9 outs and get him back out with the big league team ASAP. But he's feeling great, which is a real positive. John's being evaluated back in Texas. He's had some nerve-type symptoms in his arm, and we're getting an evaluation there to understand what's going on. But he's on the IL. He'll be down 15 days, and we'll see what's next for him once we have the official diagnosis.
Could Mahle, in the right scenario, be a high-leverage bullpen guy, or is that long relief that you'd be having him in mind for? Or is that just starting and doing 9 outs?
I don't want to cross that bridge before we get there. We have a little ways to go from a health standpoint just to make sure he continues to progress and build up and feels good. So, I think some of it will be based on the team needs, but he was very good as a starting pitcher. I think we could easily slide him back into that role, even if it's shortened down, maybe even have an opener in front of him if necessary. But anybody who can give us quality 9, 12 outs at this point, it's making our pitching staff better, and whatever the role is. So we'll evaluate that as we go here, but we've got a little ways to go.
CY, could you help walk us through and get a better understanding of what is going on with this luxury tax threshold, and if the club's under it, why you wouldn't want to go over it, those types of things?
Well, the luxury tax is something that, it's basically a tax at which a certain level you are taxed for every dollar you spend over that amount. And for the last 2 years, we have been above that. Our ownership has been tremendous in allowing us to go over that. And this year, ownership has been great about allowing us to push up against that number and potentially exceed that number if that's what it takes to win. And, it's a little bit of a fluid number over the course of the season. There are things that impact it. whether it's injuries and the number of guys on the IL you have to pay, or performance bonuses, and then certainly who you acquire at the deadline and the salary that you take on. So there are a number of different variables that can impact that. And but at the end, if you exceed the number, even if it's a dollar over, there are penalties that you incur. And there are also penalties that impact your off season, your ability to sign certain free agents, and potentially if you exceed a certain threshold, you can move back in the draft 10 spots, which I believe the New York Mets did this year, if I'm not mistaken. So, there are real penalties. There are penalties that impact the ability to operate the following year, and so you try to be cognizant of that. And then once you come under that tax threshold at a certain point, you sort of reset to where those penalties drop, and the following year you can go back over and exceed. But you do have to come under the tax threshold at a certain point to reset those penalties. So the penalties get greater for every year you're over.
See why you got Cody Freeman up with the big league squad. He's in the lineup tonight. What did you see from him in Round Rock, and what do you hope to see from him now with the big boys?
Well, the numbers in Round Rock speak for themselves. I mean, what he's doing down there, he's hitting almost 340 with a slugging percentage of 930. I'm sorry, OBP of 930, OPS of 930. I'm sorry.
That'd be impressive.
You can tell it's been a long week for me. Yeah, exactly. But regardless, I think what he brings is just an energy and a spirit and a winning attitude and mentality. And Cody went back down after his first stint in the big leagues, and he absolutely crushed it. And he said, I'm going to earn my way back up to the big leagues. And, frankly, when an offense isn't going well, we're looking for any player to come in and kind of spark us, and not just from a performance standpoint, but an energy standpoint. And he's got an infectious personality, a winning spirit, and it's exactly the type of player that we're looking for. And so he's earned his way back here. He's done it based on merit. This isn't because of injury. This is because he's performed, and we're going to put the team out there, the guys out there who perform. And it's a performance-based game. I've said this from day one with this organization that, we're going to put the guys out there that perform and get the job done. And we're at a critical point in the season where we have to have those guys. And Cody played great yesterday. It was fun to see him. And we won the game with him out there, and we're going to continue to roll out the guys who are swinging it well and contributing to wins.
Hey, CY, the one thing I learned working in the NFL was that nobody feels sorry for you. And but, you've had to endure so much this season. Is there one thing that you look back and you say, gosh, if we could have just avoided this, maybe things would be a little bit different for us at this point?
Well, I think to start with your first statement that nobody feels sorry for you, that's ultimately right. And that's how I was as a player, and that's my mindset now. And so I do look back and say there are a number of things, and we need to self-reflect and understand what we can do different as an organization and what has led to the results of this season. But I'll tell you this, I always felt like as a player, I was at my best when my back was up against the wall, when I was the underdog and people didn't expect much. And that's where we are. And I love it. I love it. I live for it. I embrace it. I want that. And I hope our players feel the same. I'm up for the challenge. That's the beauty of sports, is that crazy things can happen. We are not out of this. We played the teams, several of the teams ahead of us. We're playing one right now in Kansas City. Our backs are up against the wall, and I want to see the guys have a competitive spirit and a fight and an underdog mentality. Nothing is given in this game. You have to earn it, and for me, this is the time to go earn it. Let's go. We can erase everything we've been through this season if we can go out and play well for these next 38 games and earn a playoff spot. So my expectation is to have a team full of guys that are hungry, that are passionate, that love the opportunity to go prove everybody wrong and go get it done. And that's my mentality, and that's what I expect from this group.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so how's Adolis doing, and what's the outlook on him?
Yeah, Adolis is doing better. He's the swelling in the ankle is calmed down. He's resumed hitting. I would like to get him out in some rehab games here later this week and hopefully get the back going, get him hot. He could be a huge boost for us if we can get him healthy and back in this lineup swinging it well.
How's Berger's wrist?
Jake got an evaluation today. He's flying back to Kansas City, flew home to Texas to see our team doctor. He's flying to KC right now. As soon as he lands, we intend to speak with him about kind of how he's feeling and what the next steps are. he does have some inflammation in the wrist. It's something we have to decide, pretty quickly here, whether he can manage and play through, or does he need a few days off or even 10 days off to let this thing calm down and give him a chance to really finish strong here. But Jake has been swinging it really, really well. He's been our hottest hitter in the lineup, and it stinks to lose him right now. But what I don't want him to do is have to play through pain, and all of a sudden he goes backwards from a performance standpoint because he's not able to get his A swing off. So we're going to talk to him as soon as he lands and figure out the next steps.
Looks like Marcus Semion's pretty good at playing through pain, though.
Marcus is just incredible. He's such an Iron Man, and he just, it's sad to say when we've seen him, get hit in the wrist and get hit in the head in the last couple weeks here, and you almost don't even think twice that, Marcus is going to stay in the game, and we shouldn't take that for granted because it's really special the way he, I think it's a tribute to how well he takes care of himself. The shape that he keeps himself in, and then also just the mental toughness he has. That just he does not let pain enter his head, and it's pretty awesome to see. It's a great example for others. I have great admiration for him, but I don't want to just gloss over the fact that you can almost every day write Marcus's name in the lineup because his ability to manage pain. It makes a manager's job extremely easy when you have a player like that.
Fans are pumped. Friday, we get the Adrian Beltre statue that's going to be unveiled. Do you have anything to tease for us for Friday night?
No, I really don't, aside from just that it's such a great honor and well-deserved for a tremendous icon for the franchise, obviously a Hall of Fame caliber player who really made just a tremendous impact on this organization and took this organization to places it had never been. And so happy for Adrian and his family. It's so well-deserved. And most importantly, I'm happy for our fans who get to celebrate Adrian again as an iconic Texas Ranger.
We'll give him hell up there this week. We'll be pulling for you. Thank you, sir.
Guys, thank you. I appreciate it.
Cheers. There he goes. The Chris Young Show, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. From CY, we go to Sands and preview this Ranger series. What do they have to do to get the best of these Royals, and how good is Kansas City? And Bobby Witt, we'll talk about that with Sands coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's time for Jared Sander to join us here. We got an hour and 15 minutes to go until the pregame up there in Kansas City. As Jared joins us, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And good afternoon, Sands. How's it going up there?
It's great. It's a little toasty, though.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot here in KC.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I was there just a week and a half ago, and I was stunned that it was keeping up with North Texas. Now, let me ask you this. Speaking of heat, CY just joined us and said they need to start sweeping series. How likely is that the Rangers could get that hot this week against the Royals?
Well, sweeping a 4-game series isn't easy, but I mean, he's right. If you just win series the rest of the way, you go 2-1 in a typical 3-game series. That's great, but you really are then relying on other teams to kind of collapse. And so, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to go on a run. I mean, I hate to throw things like this out here, but I mean, I feel like if you tell me the Rangers make the playoffs, I tell you they probably had at least one 7-game winning streak, right? And maybe 2, or maybe a 7 and a 6 or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, just the nature of where they're at, they need teams to drop down. Now, they do have the ability this week to take advantage of a schedule that has them playing 2 teams they're chasing, 4 against the Royals and 3 against the Guardians. Now, they sweep the Royals. I don't want to say they can totally knock them out and put them in the rear view, but they would certainly put the Royals in a compromised position. So sweeping 4-game series is never easy, especially on the road. But it's kind of the challenge the Rangers have, in front of them, and they sort of put themselves in this spot to where doing some of these things that aren't quote unquote easy almost become necessary. And so whether it's this series or the Guardian series, to sweep one of those 2 would certainly be huge in them getting back in the mix.
How do the pitching probables set up for that?
Well, the Royals pitch the ball well, but the Rangers do as well. So, this is a big ballpark. This is the second biggest ballpark in baseball behind Coors Field, and obviously Coors Field has some altitude advantages that hitters enjoy that this park doesn't. This is a typically a pitcher-friendly environment, but yeah, I mean, the Rangers are going to see Walkett today. They're going to see Seth Lugo. They'll see Noah Cameron, who's one of their, young stud pitchers. He'll go up against Jacob deGrom, and then former Ranger Michael Lorenzen on Thursday. And Lorenzen's maybe the weakest of the 4 that the Rangers are going to face. So 4 tough pitchers, but the Rangers, have a pretty decent mix, and then they'll have Evo getting ready to begin that big Guardian series on Friday.
Jared, the bullpen has been really good for the majority of this year. Obviously, they've been under scrutiny the last week or so with the last couple of series and how they've gone. But we've talked about the closer role, but does not having specified roles for really anybody in the bullpen, does that play a factor? Does that hurt at all, or is it really just matchup based at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Zach, the reality is, I don't want to say it's, when you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks, but if the Rangers had a bona fide stud closer, they would have they'd have a guy, right? But they don't. They don't have one of those guys. And so, it is kind of matchup based right now, or maybe giving one guy a chance to get into a rhythm and settle into that role, as much as you can settle into a role with 6 weeks left. But, I think depending on how guys can handle a no-roles bullpen, so to speak, it could be advantageous. The Mariners in 2022 essentially had that. Now, they had 3 guys who were pitching like closers. Andres Munoz, their current closer, being one of them. Paul Sewald, who ended up, getting moved to the Diamondbacks the next year, and then Eric Swanson. And they would really match up those 3 guys. And so you might see one guy close in the 9th, or one guy close on a Monday, another guy on a Tuesday, and a different guy on a Wednesday, and it worked for them. But I would say that's the exception, right? More often than not, teams that don't have a guy tend to be in that position for bad reasons. But the Rangers do have some really good relievers. They just need someone to kind of step up and be like, hey, I'm gonna take the 9th. It's not going to bother me. I don't care about the challenge of being the closer, and then they can let all the other pieces fall into place after that.
How about the youngster Cody Freeman at third base in place of Josh Young tonight? What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Josh maybe, and we haven't spoken to Boach yet, so maybe there's something there. Maybe he's trying to battle through some stuff, but they're kind of at the point in the season where they've got to put out the group that they think is best. And if Josh is healthy and they're going with Cody Freeman, then obviously there's some sort of a spark or something that Cody brings, or maybe that Josh isn't doing that they want, that will that they think is going to put them in a better position. I think at the end of the day, you look at the Rangers lineup. One of the challenges, they've got a few guys, Adolis Garcia, unfortunately being one of them, who, low on base guys who are expected to slug, who just haven't slugged. And I think the Rangers, really, they're hoping that Josh Young can be a guy who really slugs, but obviously, it hasn't happened the way that they would have liked. So, again, we're going to speak to Boach here momentarily, and maybe there's something going on with Josh, or maybe it is simply, hey, we feel like right now Cody Freeman gives us the best chance.
Hey, Jared, as we all know, you live with this baseball team. Is it getting to the point, though, where it's just becoming too much? That like everything that you're trying is just, it's like you maybe take a step forward and a step back. Is it just, and I know nobody's given up and things like that, but is it just wearing on your guys that way?
It's a tough read, Broadus, because they are so even keel, and some of the things that people will criticize them for, not having as much emotion on display, can be a strength, can be a weakness, I guess, but it makes it a little tougher. I think these guys feel it, right? These guys understand that they were expected to do big things. I think they all believe that those expectations were fair, and they're not in a driver's position to make the playoffs, right? And I think they know that. I think this will be a big week, Brian, because these are 7 huge games given the opponents, given that you're chasing the Royals and you're chasing the Guardians. And I mean, I hate to say that the results of these games will kind of answer that question for you, but in some ways, I mean, you are what your record says you are, who your record says you are, right? You had a boss that used to say that. So, I mean, I guess to some degree, if this is not a fruitful week, then maybe the answer to that question is yes, Broadus. I think at some point, we can't just keep kicking the can down the road, and we got to figure out that there are going to be answers to those questions like that, and the results are going to dictate the answers.
Jared, the 903 is upset that we did not ask CY about Robert Garcia. So the next best option here, I'm going to ask you. Why the hell are the Rangers putting Robert Garcia in clutch situations when he's continuously blown games on his own, all caps, from the 903?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get that that's frustrating. I think, a few things. One, he has been really good for most of this season. Yeah. The last couple weeks, obviously, not the case. And my guess as well is if the Rangers had someone in AAA who they felt like was ready to, come up and fill that role and fill it, at a level that would exceed what they expect to get from Robert Garcia, then maybe that move would be made. Now, Jacob Webb hopefully can be back here sometime soon, and I'm not saying that he'll take Robert Garcia's spot, but, it gives them another option that maybe bumps Robert Garcia down in the pecking order. I think, the real challenge is this, and I'm not making any excuses for Robert Garcia. He has not done a great job the last couple of weeks. He has been far more of a thrower than he has been a pitcher, and he is better than that. It needs to be better than that. So to the 903, I understand your frustration. I'm not gonna counter your frustration. I would just say, though, taking a step back, all of this to me goes back to the offense, because when you don't score a lot of runs, but you're pitching well, you're playing a lot of close games. And whether it's Robert Garcia or Sean Armstrong or Hobie Milner or any of these guys who have been around all year, they have had to basically be on pretty much every game unless they are totally unavailable. And that's not normal. In 2023, this team scored runs, and they would go through 2-3 game stretches where they didn't need a leverage reliever to pitch. Matter of fact, they might have one of their leverage relievers pitch in a 10-run game just to get them work. It's been the exact opposite. And I just think that builds up and that adds up over time. And I think that, at some point, And it makes sense that it's later in the season. Guys, because they're constantly having to pitch in these tightrope situations without, it's not just one day, right? Like an off day is great, sure. But sometimes at this point of the season, maybe getting a second day off could really help you recharge. But they just haven't had the luxury of being able to do that. And I go back to what was supposed to be the greatest strength for this team this year. It was supposed to be their lineup. And their lineup was supposed to provide that sort of support to their pitching and to their bullpen specifically, and they haven't. So all that full circle, Robert Garcia's had to pitch in some high-leverage spots because every spot that this bullpen has been pitching in, it seems like here recently, has been a high-leverage spot, right? Even yesterday, they go up 8-2, and then it becomes 8-4, and then the Rangers obviously extended the lead. But at 8-4, that becomes leverage when you just blew a game 2 games ago and then 3 games ago as well, right? So, they've had a tough time providing the bullpen runways when certain pitchers are struggling to ease back into a higher leverage spot, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Sands. Enjoy your time up there in Kansas City. Hopefully it cools off a little bit for you. I can confirm Stack Jack Barbecue is not good.
Yeah, I've been there. I don't. The Kansas City barbecue scene to me is a little overrated. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, it's a little overrated. I've been to Jack Stack. I've been to Joe's. Joe's is fine. They got okay ribs, but I mean, yeah, it's not for me.
Get you a brisket sando, man.
All right, guys.
We'll save a couple for you. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Has the pregame coming up in just over an hour now. Chief, what are we doing next?
Sports Hodgepodge featuring Cam Ward having that dog in him, and sports reporters had a bad weekend. That's next year in the nation.
than by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and Rangers pregame is coming up now in less than an hour. 6 o'clock, they're in Kansas City. 4-game set. 6 o'clock starts for the pregame the next 3 nights, and then a day game on Thursday before they move on to Cleveland. Of course, Friday night we'll have Cowboys pregame for you here as they wrap up the preseason. Looking forward to that. Big sports week. Here's the Chief.
Number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward, apparently got into a bit of a physical shoving match after taunting the big defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons in Titans camp today. So he's throwing a touchdown, and then he's going and kind of giving him a little shove in the back, taunting him a little bit. Then they start pushing each other, and then the offense is like, whoa, you don't touch my quarterback, even though he started it. And then the Titans go ahead and tussle a little bit.
I thought it was an interception. Simmons took it back, and he was pissed, went back, and then started pushing on Jeffrey Simmons, and then flicked him off. And then Simmons turned around and was like, okay, and they went at it, and now everyone else is going to, of course, have the back of the quarterback. But I kind of like the competitive spirit, the warrior spirit in Cam Ward right
He's
there.
He's a dog, dude. He is a dog.
Like, you're not one-upping me, dude.
I can't believe he doesn't get talked about so much. I mean, I guess it's what, you play for the Titans?
It's Tennessee.
That's it. The Titans.
It's Tennessee.
Shador was in your quarterback class, and he's the headline stealer and star name. I don't know, but I mean, this dude's got a super exciting play style as well. He was nasty last year at Miami. I don't know why they don't talk about him much, but he's the real deal. And the Titans have a pretty good offensive line. Calvin Ridley's still a solid receiver. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think they will be better than people think.
Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, you got Tyler Lockett. Absolutely.
What do you guys make of little guy getting in the face of big guy? It's so weird, you know? It's like, what are we doing here? You know? Do they actually think they can win the fight?
No,
or are they just saying, no, I would rather get beat up by you than walk away from a confrontation?
They're stirring it up, and then they're backing out.
Exactly. They know.
They're just stirring it up.
Especially, I mean, it's your own teammate. You're at practice. They're gonna break you up real quick, and you're the quarterback. Yeah. So everybody's gonna come to your defense. Yeah. So the everything's fine. You see it in basketball all the time. Hard foul, you get in each other's face, and then boom, you know they're not actually going to touch it.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of chicken bleep, you know? I love Cam Ward. I love his competitive spirit. I think he's got a great chance of being a good player. But what you just mentioned is all of the things that make it cowardly, you know? Yeah. I'm going to get in your face and pretend like I can beat you up because I know there's nothing you can do.
Hey, shout out to Caleb Williams last night. He had the silver fingernail paint walking into the stadium. And then he dealed for a drive.
It worked, man.
It did. He was apparently trying to speak into existence with the silver nail polish, trying to go get that shiny Lombardi trophy. That's what he's doing right there. It was good to see him actually spin it nicely because that QB tiers list was not very kind to him.
Rough.
Some of the practice reports have not been good, but they protected the heck out of him. Like, if you're going to give that guy great protection, like many quarterbacks, but especially as one as talented as him, he's gonna make it happen. Colston Loveland getting in the mix there a little bit. Hello with the rookie tight end. So there's a little preseason stuff for you. I did like what Abdul Carter did after. Did you see him get? He got chipped
on his next week.
He got chipped hard. By a Jets tight end, and he goes all the way to the ground. It was land flat on your back kind of situation. But the NFL tweeted out the clip of it, and then he jumped on to respond and said it might be the only highlight of the Jets all season. And we put BTA, which of course Walchuk is
belt to ass.
And then he called it a weak ass chip, and then he said he ate that MFer like barbecue. Nice. So he's still playing with a lot of confidence here and taking shots at the Jets.
Like,
I mean, this is exactly what you want right now. If you're the Giants, guys get chipped all the time.
Not if you're the Cowboys offensive line.
Not if you're the Cowboys offensive line. There's no doubt that defensive line for the Giants is going to give a lot of people some fits.
I mean, are we considering Seller right now for the Cowboys a possibility?
At the trade deadline?
No, 4th place. Seller in the division.
Yeah,
anything's possible.
I don't think they'd ever sell. I mean, Jerry will be trying to sell you the idea of winning 8 in a row to make the playoffs if, that's where they happen to be at the deadline.
Well, because when you get to the deadline, you still haven't got to the meat of the season.
There you go.
It's really all about the meat of the season.
Got to finish strong.
You're going to get Diggs back for the meat of the season, maybe Overshown back for the meat of the season. You know, you're going to get a lot of guys.
Very worried
Dawson,
about
you
it
think
being
5-3 though is possible?
Back.
I think 5-3, the first 8 is very possible because of how pathetic their schedule is. But the last 9, if you mean meat of the season, it's terrifying.
That's tough meat.
Yeah, they could go 1-8 in the last 9.
That's not the most digestible meat that you could have. So you have the Brian Robinson stuff with the Commanders.
You're amazing. You really are.
I mean,
that's not digestible meat.
I mean, it's
you were just waiting for somebody to say something.
They think they're I was trying to move on to Brian Robinson Jr. and you wanted to stop down for the meat. That's a you thing.
No. You did not look up what you normally do to acknowledge because you knew I was staring right at you when you said it.
It's a meat watcher, that guy.
And Dawson had to kind of half-ass snicker over there to get you to stop.
He's gazing.
I could go for a Snickers right now.
I was waiting for him explaining how that meaty part of the schedule is going to get shoved right down your throat. Yeah. You know, I thought that might be right up Chief's alley. But
he was thinking about it.
Clearly, I would never say something like that.
No, thinking about
Dawson would never do that unless the meat was brisket.
That's right.
Okay, so Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
Yes.
Or is that his name?
That is his name.
Apparently.
Is there a Bill thing going on?
It's not his name?
Well, it's his name, but he doesn't want it to be his name. Apparently,
he doesn't want the hyphenated name anymore?
No, it's not even the hyphen. He's fine with the Krosky Merritt. He's just not here for the Ja'Cory stuff. In a
he's going by Corey?
A crazy turn of events, Ja'Cory wants to be known as Bill.
Okay.
He wants to be Bill Krosky Merritt.
Whatever he wants.
I guess so. And this is just a guy to keep in mind for fantasy purposes. Because if they want to punt on Brian Robinson, then Krosky Merritt is the guy that is going to get the bulk of the load.
I had him higher than Ollie Gordon on my stack.
Yeah, for sure.
And he wasn't he was a 7th round?
7th round.
This is a super deep running back.
Oh,
class.
no, these were the guys we were talking about when, hey, who's the best guy on your board?
Yeah, he was one of them.
This was one of them you were talking about, yeah.
Lucius, I have great news for you, dude. I know you love the NFL, and I know you love Crocs, and they're on a collision course.
Hysterical.
Well played. NFL by Crocs collection aimed at bringing a fresh design perspective to football fandom. You can have your very own Dallas Cowboys Crocs if you want.
I think I got my own pair already.
Well, you got your LSU.
Yeah, but I've got Cowboy ones too.
Do you really? Well, I don't know. I guess these are more pimp, and they have one of those. You know how you can like plug your Crocs with like little deals.
Yeah,
you can do it with
little deals
with like the star.
I like those accessories.
Whatever. So yeah, pimp them out.
I do feel like Crocs have like jumped the shark, or they've seen their heyday pass. Yeah. Now we're into Hey Dudes.
Now we're doing
different kind of stuff.
I've gone to the Hey Dudes.
I think the NFL in a rare swing and miss kind of missed the boat on this. If you would have done this 4 years ago, you'd have been printing millions of dollars.
That's true. I think that's to the party. I think that's totally fair.
Am I off on that?
No.
Yeah. I mean, Crocs were hot.
Yes. And there is still a section of the community that's going to be all over this. But that if you were looking at the pie chart, it would have been a lot bigger if you did this. Yeah, maybe a half decade.
I mean, you're just left with like the Croc purists now who just love it. You've lost all virality, I believe.
Yeah. There's a lot of truth in that, Dawson.
Speaking of the Crocs, Bennett asked me for a suggestion for college. I said, he's living in the fraternity house, and they got the shower area and stuff. I said, get some sandals to wear in the shower area.
Shower shoes.
Was that good family? Was that good fatherly advice?
Yeah, I think Crocs qualify.
Yeah, that's when you started talking about Crocs. I was thinking, go get some Crocs and wear them in the shower there. All right, that's kind of what we need to do.
I think so. Yeah,
okay,
it's a good shower
just want
shoe.
to make sure I was good advice.
I'm glad we did that because you're talking college right there. You're talking showering in college.
Yeah.
Texas Tech.
Man, this is a big loss for the Red Raiders.
Running back Quentin Joyner
transferred from USC. He was their starter. He's going to be their bell cow, and that is a thin position group there for the Red Raiders.
Looks like we're dealing with a torn ACL situation.
NIL big?
He's an NIL guy.
Maybe this is Ian Rappaport. Torn ACL, and all of a sudden he's Tyler Guyton, and we'll see him in 6 weeks.
I got it.
You got the confirmation.
Yeah, it happened Saturday during the scrimmage.
Gosh, dog it.
Dawson would tell you, don't play your damn starters.
Got to practice. Got to get ready.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Red Raiders. That hurts.
It does.
It really does.
Be all right.
Okay, let's get to some of my favorite sports clips of the football weekend. We start in Minnesota.
Clips, the hot towel in the face.
With you get the MVP. You got to get the MVP. That's what it's about.
Only if it's a gal.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are they doing dudes in there?
There's dudes in there sometimes. They do cut a hell of a hair. I would say their quality of work is generally higher for my experience.
When you go with the hot towel, then you sub in, you tap in the lady, right? That's probably what you got to do.
You got an issue with the hot towel in the face from a man?
I mean, there's preferences, right? We can have those.
Yes, I believe
Still allowed to have those.
The neck massage.
Hey, oh, well, okay. If we're talking massages.
Yeah, keep your.
Don't we get that with this thing?
Hey, what happened to your Plano massage place this weekend?
I have no idea. You told me this. I think you got butt cracked.
No, so somebody got butt cracked.
I think you just followed the ball sack account.
A lot of people got
there was some
cracked.
weird foolery going on.
There was a weird Plano masseuse guy who got popped for doing weird Plano masseuse
I think
things.
Bob Kraft was in attendance.
Okay, we have. Let's go with
really?
Orchids of Plano.
No, it was Justin Tugger. He's a Texas guy.
Nice.
All right, Kevin O'Connell.
Oh my gosh.
Your head
Maybe
coach
Deshaun.
of the Minnesota Vikings. This was actually pretty cool. They mic'd him up during the game. Like we've been seeing a lot of this where
he dropped an F-bomb on you, didn't he?
he sure did. Spoiler alert.
Oh,
Here he
sorry
is.
about that.
No, it's fine. He's
Damn
hyped
it,
up.
Brian.
He's hyping up the season and he's hyping up the next play that he just put in. So the Vikings offense has the ball and he's very crotch first confident and then they false start or something.
Be excited about this year's team and excited about this play call, fellas.
What do we got?
With
What do we have?
a fast motion. Oh no!
Brosmer, flag, play action, right, Price,
Coming back.
I'm really excited about this play call. Oh, Blade.
We got
one of
this
my
wrong.
preseason jobbers who's going to be cut in a few days. Just committed.
He's turned out to be a pretty good coach there, hadn't he?
Oh, he's
Heck
fantastic.
yeah. One of the best
He
in the
is.
business. I mean,
Was there no
Volchek would
attempt
take
to
him over
cover that
Shanahan.
oblique?
I would.
Did he know he was on mic?
Yeah, he knew. He's literally talking.
He's talking
on
to
the
Paul Allen and the crew. And
I'll tell you what, one of
These guys don't care, man. You got Shoddy just
Yeah.
dropping shotties all over the place.
No.
Well, I'll tell you, when the best ones is like McVay, when they ask him questions during. Have you ever seen when they go
Yeah.
they go like a whole quarter with him
Yeah.
on the Rams broadcast? Like he's like just kind of chatting it up with him, like telling him what's going on.
He's prepping for his post-coaching career in the booth or something like that. I think he's going to be a beast doing that. Okay, we take you to New England with Mike Vrabel. We'll start with a reporter
Oh, he went
asking.
after him.
He's asking a question, but Vrabel feels like he's asking and answering it all at the same time, and Vrabel's not here for it.
Mike, just thought on Drake's performance, and I'm sure the turnover probably annoyed you with what he did.
Are you asking and answering a
Just
question
know
at
your
the
thoughts.
same time? Is that what you're doing?
I got you. Your thoughts.
I would say you about summed it up.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Coach. Now we'll go ahead and have another situation, and again, Vrabel's not here for it with the reporter.
Comments yesterday about how he's not sure about his readiness for week one.
Did you really believe that, Phil? I mean, you're a smart guy. I don't know where you went to school. It wasn't Ohio State, but do you really believe that? Do you really believe that, Phil, or are you just trying to bait me into something?
I'm not baiting you into
Okay.
anything. He did say he wasn't sure he'd be ready for week one. Is there any doubt in your mind?
I don't know the context in which he said it, but you'd have to help me. I mean, he's been out here almost every day. I'm excited of where he's at, and we'll see when week one comes.
Okay, now,
if you're like
I would not ask Vrabel a damn thing.
If you're a long
you just got to
time,
be buttoned up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what was
Quick
wrong
and to
with
the
that
point.
question? There's
Concise.
nothing wrong with that question.
But how about this? You're like a long time reporter covering the Patriots, and you had to deal with like 20 years of Belichick, and now this guy comes
There you
along.
go.
Bill's just put it on the table.
No
just
reprieve.
Like, it's just like these guys and gals are just they just get so beat down, I'm sure, by these guys.
Okay, well, this one's inexcusable. Now, this is a college reporter. We're at Arkansas now with the Razorbacks.
Oh.
We're talking with head coach Sam Pittman.
Oh, Pittman.
And this is just about as bad as it gets.
And then a lot of talk about, year 2 under Bobby. I guess maybe year 6 under you doesn't sound quite as exciting to the eye. But I guess have you learned anything that? I guess sorry.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah.
Or what the hell are we doing?
Sorry. I guess. Is there anything new that you've learned about yourself that you're looking to take into this year? I guess I should just lead with that.
Yeah,
maybe not.
He sounds like Kip from
Napoleon's brother.
He absolutely does. But that guy took to Twitter and was very adamant with his apology there. But Sam Pittman, the seat couldn't be hotter.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
A sports hodgepodge for the ages is now in the books. We're coming back with the G-Bag of the day and then LA Live here after we update you on everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon here coming up next in the Fan. I have to chat Frankles with you before we...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time now to hit the expressway. Let's go commercial free all the way to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30 here in about 6.5 minutes. The segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The expressway is presented by the On Time Experts. And yeah, Rangers pregame is coming up at 6 in Kansas City. Must-win series. Maybe we're starting to look at must-sweep series. Sandler joined us last hour, said they might need 2 winning streaks of 6 games or more in order to nail this down. So I don't know about you guys. I do feel like listening to the guys talk about it, watching the beat writers talk about it and the bloggers, it feels like externally all the hope and belief is gone, but internally it's still there. The exact situation they were in 2023. You got your AP preseason All-American teams. Congratulations to the Texas Longhorns. They tied with Penn State for having the most 3 players selected to the team there. 1 player from each level of the Texas defense: edge rusher Colin Simmons, linebacker Anthony Hill, and safety Michael Taff.
There you go.
Did Clemson have any All-American players?
I can find
probably
that
had a couple on the defensive line.
I'm sorry, I thought that there were I saw a mock draft the other day where they had 3 of the first 5 picks.
Yeah, Cade Klubnik, and then they got, I think, Pete Woods is one of their D linemen, and they got another one that can go in the top 10.
Might have been second team All-Americans that you're looking at.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, Cade Klubnik was the first team quarterback, overwhelming preseason choice after his 3,600 yards and 39 touchdowns with just 6 picks last year. Do you think he's going to be the hot name, or is somebody else going to get him?
Yeah, man. LSU opens the season there at Clemson, so it'll be interesting to see him. And then also with Garrett Nussmeier, he's kind of a Heisman candidate too. I think there's going to be probably 5-6 quarterbacks that we're going to talk about potentially in the first round in this draft.
We should salute A&M as well. They get guard Armaj Reed Adams in his 6th year on the first team, and Torian York, the linebacker on the second team. The SEC had 12 of the 27 first team guys, and the Big Ten had 7, the ACC 4, and the Big 12 had just 2 of them. So is there anything to hope for going into preseason game 3 with the Cowboys? I don't think so. I don't think we can hope for better players either. With today the signing of Michael Ojemudia announced, a UFL guy who had a hell of a year in 10 games. I mean, you could barely get a ball completed against him. And the Cowboys have found success here in the UFL before. So
yeah, I asked about him, and they were thinking once again he's got what they call the ideal length to play the position, and he kind of fits what they're trying to do. And like I said earlier, I think this team is going to become kind of a man coverage team more than zone. I just don't feel like they look comfortable playing zone as they do with man. They're just in better positions. So we'll see, how this all plays out. I think they also will probably have to add some. They could be very well be aggressive here at the waiver wire, and look at a couple of different spots there on the defense. But I'd love to see him trade for somebody. I'd love to see him maybe swap any surplus that they feel. Maybe somebody likes what they have at wide receiver.
Tolbert.
And move on. He was the guy that probably would bring the most value to if you looked at it,
Yeah.
Or maybe one of these offensive linemen, though, too, depending on if you wanted.
Maybe a team wants like a TJ Bass.
or
Hakeem Adeniji.
I would consider trading Hoffman, too.
Are they trying to hide Holden?
He played a little the other day, and
it's just like he comes in so late. You would think
he might be trying to.
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
I think that's a good eye.
We'll see. We'll see Friday night how much he plays. He might get a lot. Might get a lot of work on Friday, actually.
Well, Shotty did say Joe Milton's going to get a lot of work on Friday once again, going full boom or bust at the position. What do you think it says that they don't want to have a more tried and true backup that could win you games?
Well, they're probably to the point that, they went through it with Cooper Rush, and what was he, 9-5, and they Cooper Rush is pretty steady in the way he played.
Could have had him back for $3 million.
Nothing spectacular. Nothing spectacular about him. I think I kind of feel like, though, maybe I'm speaking for everybody in the room, I was kind of ready to move on from Cooper Rush.
Oh, for sure.
I wasn't. Yeah. I mean, but then again, I know there's people that are probably willing to move on from Dak Prescott too.
If you're serious about making the playoffs, Cooper Rush is your guy, and Joe Milton is an afterthought.
Yeah, but the thing about to me, it kind of, I kind of thought like that they were really going to work with Trey Lance. I think this is completely opposite of what they did with Trey Lance.
Yeah.
You know,
they were hiding Trey Lance.
Yeah,
they
were.
Play.
Yeah, they were. I mean, but he looks like that he goes to the Chargers, and it looks like he's kind of figured some things out. Maybe it has something to do with coaching. Maybe it has something to do with personnel. Maybe I don't know, or scheme. But it seems like it's like they kind of with Trey Lance, they were really not interested in giving him as many opportunities. But with Joe Milton, they're interested in giving him all the opportunities. He gets a ton of work during practice, as we know. Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse for Joe Milton not to be getting better every game for the amount of practice work practice snaps that he gets.
And I want to see him with Lamb and Pickens, and I imagine at some point in the regular season we'll get a chance to take a look at it. I do wonder if the Cowboys looked at last year and said, man, pushing all this money back on Dak's second contract and now he's into his third one, we're not even close to contending. We can't afford players with this. We need to find an exit strategy from Dak. Because pushing his money back in his second contract meant you could get his cap number down to 20. Pushing the money forward now only gets it down to 50 or 60, and it's only getting bigger. So I do think that this just says the team is frantically looking and investing massive resources or investing their time resources into seeing if there's any way they can come up with a Dak exit strategy without having to use a first rounder. It's the same spot they were in with Tony Romo in 2016. On Mingo, more tests today. Quote, I don't think it's going to be terribly serious, and that's something Brian's been telling you about.
Yeah, they were talking weeks, so we'll see how many. I can't tell you if it's 1 to 3 weeks. I can't tell you if it's 2 to 4. I can't tell you any of that, but I was told it is weeks, so that'll carry into the season.
Quick Rangers update. Jake Berger is going on the IL with that wrist. Alejandro Osuna has been recalled.
Okay. All righty. So hopefully Osuna can finally realize his destiny to be, the most exciting outfielder we have coming up through the system. But his 2 stints so far have left a lot to be desired at the plate. So hopefully he figured something out. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey, yo. All right, here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. It's brought to you by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, Electrical. Shout out to them. My name is Lucius Alexander. If you see anything we should be playing out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. I'll be on that Threads, bro.
Yeah.
I'll be on that Threads.
I see you over there.
I like it, man. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our bios. Our tags are in the bio. What is it?
Yeah, or handles.
Handles, that's the name of it.
Yeah. How's that Threads doing, by the way? There are lots of people over there now?
Yeah, I like it, man. Yeah, I do. I do like it a lot.
It's a party atmosphere over there.
Yeah,
Nice.
Sure do. All right, this is day 5 for this champion audio. Texas Ranger Rowdy Tellez. He talks with the In Foul Territory podcast about his experience with the G-Bags.
Why do you let Jock Peterson, of all people, go like this to you? And I heard him call you fat. Like, what are we doing? Like, you're bigger than him. Squash him.
Well, it's a little inside joke. You're a big guy, too, so you get it. But, we have bigger stomachs. And, we're just a couple of, the Bash Bros or something. I don't know. The Belly Bandits. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. Somebody else called me something. I did a radio show when I first got here, and they basically told me I was fat. And they were like, hey, if you could eat anything here, what would it be? And I was like, oh, I don't know, whatever. And they were like, yeah, have you ever had food here? And I was like, yeah, believe it or not, I have. I live here. And they were like, oh, so you've eaten. And I was like, yeah. Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid. And
did you feel like they took it too far there when they were on with you? Like, was it?
No,
I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but what was the deal?
They tried to be funny, and they're not. They're just not funny.
God.
So
I hate that.
I went full just emotionless person and was like, hey, guys, that was pretty stupid. So we'll leave it at that.
Yep, little shock jock stuff.
Yeah, little shock jock stuff.
Stuff.
Yep, I know what you're talking about. Recognize those guys.
Yeah.
What never occurred to him is that maybe we're fat too. Maybe we were just trying to fat vibe with you.
Didn't see us, man.
Trying to fat vibe with you.
A couple of fatties vibing out.
I agree.
Had to sleep Oreos last night, Rowdy.
Man.
I walk by donuts every day and think about getting 2 bags of them,
Crushed a bag of powdered donuts over the weekend. Probably put on 4 pounds myself. Rowdy's just too insecure to have a conversation about food without thinking, oh my God, these guys are making fun of my gut. Oh, I better lay out on them. I can't believe them.
Do you like where your stomach is?
No, I don't.
Do you like where your stomach
Belly
is?
bandits.
Yeah.
I'm a belly bandit. Should be. You know, I feel like we're just a Rowdy Tellez heater from jumping into your top 10 best fat athletes of all time.
Damn right.
Chuck. We celebrate these guys.
Yo, Rowdy.
We don't shame
These guys.
Yeah,
All right,
myself included.
Let's go to the Little League World Series.
Should have seen me on my high school golf team. Boiler looked like a middle-aged man with a beer gut. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Shame yourself, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I just can't believe that
you gotta
happened.
do.
Can't believe it happened. Can't even believe it. Can't believe it.
I'm fat too, Rowdy. That's what you're getting.
Rowdy, I'm fat too.
Good
Look at my
Lord,
face.
man.
Might be as big as yours.
All right. This kid right here, he has a pretty cool nickname. Snooze, you lose. So I guess he's a pitcher.
Yep.
He has some riz, though. He has some je ne sais quoi about him. He has some sauce, some swag. Check out this interview.
How are you going to celebrate with your team tonight before you get ready for the next game?
We might go back to the hotel, drink a few Gatorades, and then go to bed.
Throw a few Gatorades back. Okay, awesome. And the last question, most importantly, Ravi and Todd have been throwing every kind of nickname at you tonight. Snooze control, snooze you lose, snooze button. Do you have a favorite nickname?
Snooze you lose. That's my.
There you go. Yeah.
Y'all heard it here first. Give it up for Snooze You Lose.
Thank you so much, guys.
He said, thank you, guys.
Thanks for the time, guys.
His dismount, bro. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Y'all heard it here first. Give it up for Snooze You Lose.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, guys.
He's a pro.
I play for the Tigers.
Now that's how you handle an interview.
Throw back some Gatorades.
Thank you so much, guys.
Great, dude.
Sticking with the baseball vibes, got this from a lot of people. Coach Ballsack made an appearance.
Oh, here we go.
In
Yes.
the Rangers situation.
Yeah.
He had a motivating speech for these Rangers and the fans. Ranger fans, where are you?
Yeah.
A little bit of hope and a little bit of motivation. Mike, I'm going to turn it away.
All right, so if you followed me for my career on 105.3 The Fan as a sports talk radio host, you knew that I got a nickname here in Toronto, and I will say it was Coach B. I will not say the rest of that because I don't think I can. But hey, this is it. You have 38 games left, and I don't care about games 37, 36, 35, all those anymore. I care about today, and I care about one pitch at a time. When we get on that bus after the game today and after every game, I want you to feel so mentally tired you have to go to sleep because you worked so hard on every second of this game to be the best possible player that you could be for your team. And when this is over, we can be something special. You guys know what 23 was about. A lot of guys were here on 23. You'll be remembered forever for 23. You don't want to be remembered for what's happening right now in 2025. You can change the script. There's time. Time is running out, but the time is now to change it. You can do it. We can do it. Ranger fans, give them everything you got. Ranger players, give it back to them.
What are you
Give
screaming
everything you got. Every second you're on this field. What did you want to do when you were 10 years old, when you were 15 years old, when you were 20 years old? You wanted to be a Major League Baseball player, and you wanted to play in the biggest games. The only way you're ever going to play in a big game this year is if you figure out these next 38 games, how to win 24 or more of them. You can do it. We can do it. Let's do it. Go Rangers!
Ball sack.
All right, let's go to break.
Man, I love how one win can make us so optimistic, and it was a hell of a win yesterday.
We're back, baby.
I love the Coach Ballsack lore. You know, that was he was in Toronto's bullpen warming up, and the drunk fans there started chanting Ballsack at him. The first time he did it, we were at a bar, and he was a couple beers in, and it was like full profanity-laced tirade Bassick. We actually had to ask him to hone it or bring it home or bring it in a little bit so it could be radio-friendly. Last night was TV-friendly, and it still hits the same. Happy to report.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Still got
man.
his fastball.
He's the man.
88-mile-an-hour fastball, but still got
Screaming into the microphone. What you screaming for? Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing because there's a blessing out here for you. I've been praying a lot lately. Let's talk about this one. This is a messy little church situation. Someone's trying to put a side baby on the pastor.
Uh-oh.
Trying to put a side baby on the pastor. But, no weapon.
Somebody sent me a letter before convocation in the mail.
First of all, that man said, don't do it. You heard it, Reverend? Don't do it. I know what you're about to say. Do not do this, please.
Somebody sent me a letter before convocation in the mail. said I was the father of their child. Oh. I said, I know the devil's stupid now. See, some of y'all would be scared.
Talking about Pastor
But my stick ain't been in no other wick, so I ain't worried.
Yeah. Oh, organ. Yeah. There's the organ.
Tell the devil, you better come with something else. You better find something else.
Yeah, that organ player was in his bag. My stick ain't been in no other wick, and then the organ player was like, bum, bum, bum.
My stick ain't been in no other wick, so I ain't worried.
What a messy little organ player, man.
Classic sense of humor on him. Okay, boom, boom, boom. You got our champ Rowdy Tellez looking for 5 right here, boys. 4-time champ looking for 5. You got snooze you lose there in the Little League World Series. Somebody said that youngster handled that interview better than Gutzilla did out of the 903.
Jeez,
another nickname. That's very offensive. I can only assume he's talking about me. You know, and I would love that nickname if you want to celebrate me in that way, Gutzilla. You got Coach Ballsack, or you have the Reverend talking about a letter that he had received shortly before the service. I'm going to go with Baskey myself, Chief. How about you?
Wow. No, this is interesting.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
Spicy one.
I'll go with Girthquake, man.
Trying to do what Bobby Belt himself could not do. That touched off a rat beef, actually, on the show.
Sure did.
Okay, we're tied at 1 as we go into the Pimp Cup for Lucius's vote.
Church clip.
We're still tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I think this is the rallying cry that the Rangers need. So give me Coach Ballsack.
Ballsack and Broadus.
What's the score all the way around?
2-1 to 1. Mike has 2. Rowdy has 1. Reverend has 1.
Give me Rowdy.
By a score of 2-2, we have a tie once again for the G-Bag of the Day champion. This is going to be a very interesting vote off.
It's a good one.
I promise I will try to remember. By the time we get to the end of the show, I will announce the winner. We're going to create an Insta poll at G-Bag Nation. Follow us all when you get there. Get to at G-Bag Nation. We'll create a 10-minute poll and announce the winner here towards the end of LA Live. Into the Pimp Cup we stay. Here's Lucius.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have it'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy. Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy. Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a fucking good day.
Yeah! Let's go in there with that good energy this week, y'all. Hey! This is LA Live for Monday, August 18th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, Tolos. I hope you had a fantastic weekend, and I hope the creek did not rise on you.
Yeah.
Hope it didn't rise on you. It almost rose on me. I had to look at the old lady. Well, I think I texted her. She had left earlier before me on Sunday. I said, hey, do you remember going to get ice cream?
Uh-oh.
What the hell did we get ice cream?
We got all this ice cream in here, and I don't remember going to get ice cream. And she said, I don't remember getting ice cream either.
Good weekend.
I said, it might be it for us.
Yeah.
This might be it for us, baby.
Or there's an ice cream fairy buzzing
This
around.
might be it for us.
Washed Chronicles.
Yeah.
Everybody gets their sign.
We got to put the liquor down. It's about over with for us. We couldn't handle it. Sheesh. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today Monday Friday. Monday Friday vibes are just where I go over some things I've seen on the timeline, people. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I had some, what was it? It wasn't even my particular ice cream. It was chocolate chip cookie dough. And I remember eating it, but I don't remember going to pick it up.
Wow.
Maybe we ordered it. I don't remember. Maybe they dropped it off. I do not remember, bro. Scares the hell out of me, fam.
So what was your business again?
I run a sports information service.
You guys all have made up jobs. What is a sports information service?
I'm a sports handicapper.
You're a bookie. What the? You're running numbers, pumping dope. We know. No, I'm kidding. As a credit score.
We're doing numbers.
Well, I don't think you know what a credit score is. If the Steelers cover this weekend, we're doing real good. Real good. And I got a real good feeling about it because I do sports information.
LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Monday, Friday. We had a weird situation in an Atlanta courtroom. We had a judge that fumbled the reading of the verdict.
Ooh. Oh, no.
Fumbled the reading of the verdict.
That's worse than the Steve Harvey deal.
It was right. It says on the card. Right here on the card. Yeah. That's what it says now. Yep. The judge fumbled the reading of the verdict. A man was on trial over a 2022 killing of a Fulton County deputy.
Oh, no.
Serious situation right here. He faced 6 counts. 3 of those were murder charges. Holy smokes. Here's a judge reading this situation.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty as to all 6 counts of the bill of indictment. Sheriff, will you please hand this to State's counsel and pass it over to...
Wait, what?
No.
Didn't I say not?
No. We didn't hear it now.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty on all 6 counts.
Wow.
I apologize for my mispronunciation.
What's he laughing for? What is he laughing for? I soiled my pants, bro.
Yeah, I just passed out. You're going to have to wake me up to get the news.
John said not.
Oops. That must have been a relief greater than what Tyler Guyton felt a month ago.
Even judges are ball sacking people these days.
Rampant.
Got you guys. Got you. Bitch. Keep you on your toes.
Was that, Lucius, was that the lawyers? Was that this lawyers all saying, whoa, wait, what? Or was that the jurors?
That was the jury. They were looking around like, wait a minute. That's not what we said.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, man, this dude shot a Fulton County deputy.
Wow.
He said he acted in self-defense. He shot the deputy after the deputy was stalking this guy as he was like out there running.
Yeah.
And the deputy was like trying to hit on him over and over again.
Oh no.
And he can't it was like 3 times he pulled up on him. Hey, what's up, sexy man? I didn't know you could shoot somebody for that. I didn't know you could shoot somebody for that, bro. That's crazy.
Definitely gonna have to change my run routine.
Yeah, oh my God. Oh, look at you. What else we got? Hey, the Kool-Aid Challenge is back there, brothers.
Oh.
Remember the Kool-Aid Challenge?
Kool-Aid.
The kids running into the fences.
Right, they haul ass into the fence. I can't figure this out.
Yeah, it's back in Staten Island. That's where it is.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
So shout out to that situation. It's back if you want to see that. I think it's only in Staten Island, too.
Are the kids getting injured like the other ones were?
That's funny that you say that because this guy had his fence ran into twice, and this is the only thing he's really concerned about.
Yeah.
I was just in shock because once again, like, these kids ran through the fence. They fled the scene. But like, are the kids even okay?
Yeah.
You okay?
They do. Lucius, they're running and then they take it just straight right into the fence. I mean, it's crazy.
I don't know how you stop that, but they're trying to figure out how to stop that. I might have like, if you have a booby-trapped house, isn't that illegal?
I mean, Kevin McAllister pulled it off.
He sure did.
At a high level.
Like if I have knives or something on the other side because you ran through it like a fool.
Yeah.
Don't I go to jail for that?
What if you like cinder block the backside?
Or just an electric fence.
They think it's a
electric fence.
Probably depending on what state you're in.
Barbed wire that thing on the backside.
I'm scared if you boob. Yeah, barbed wire would be amazing. You hear the kid, foul.
They fall into
clothesline for the ages.
You've seen the pit. They fall in the pit of spears or something like that.
Oh, we're death there.
On the other side of a big pit with spears.
Yeah,
That's bad.
Yeah.
Spears in the pit. Yeah.
Like they're knobs.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's illegal or not.
probably.
think they give you unlimited rights to protect your property, don't they?
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
That's what I would think. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Monday, Friday. The legendary Jamie Lee Curtis went viral this weekend. Jamie Lee made a...
She show up like she did in that movie?
Which one?
What's the one the Arnold Schwarzenegger
Arnold movie?
Yeah, kind of like that.
She showed up like she was wearing that outfit?
Okay, so
she's where that Frida ice cream is getting all their product from.
Bro, she had like one of her collars down, or the shoulder on her shirt down, and the McGuffies was just they was going crazy, bro. They really were going crazy. Jamie Lee made a video promoting her new movie with Disney, Freakier Friday, with Lindsay Lohan. Shout out to Lindsay Lohan.
Oh, she's back.
Super Freakier Friday.
Yeah. The 66-year-old Jamie Lee posted a promo video, and like I said, she had the McGuffies out.
Yeah.
Disney posted this video as well, and the only reason why it went viral is because of the thirsty dudes in the comments.
The old calcium cannons.
What was that movie she was in with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
True Lies.
True Lies.
Yeah, True Lies. Yeah, where she did the dance, the silhouette dance situation.
Yeah.
But the biggest live ever.
She was trying to put those rumors to rest, I think, is what she was trying to do.
Dawson's talking crazy over there.
I mean, she had a good summer. You know, I think this movie temporarily suspended disbelief on the part of moviegoers. Oh, she's hot, man. What? What? She's a 6 at best. By the way,
classic Butterface.
I love 6s.
Butterface, very loyal. They can usually cook and clean well. Can't booby trap, Lucius.
I'm saying
you can't booby trap.
Can't booby trap.
I thought so. I thought you couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's all hinges on the idea that you're present and in fear.
Okay.
You know, and there's no.
They keep running through my damn fence. It's the second time.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. So you said she's not cute, but the guys in the comments said, best thing I saw is Jamie Lee's courtesies. Somebody else says 60 years old and can still get the Arby's. The beef.
Where's the beef? Gosh, open face.
Somebody else said I would fold her like a 5th grade love letter.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
another fool said I thought that was Sarah J for a second. Goon Squad, what up? Hey, if you're going into Sarah, dog, you need to relax, bro.
Dude.
You need to chill, fam.
I had to have a serious heart-to-heart with some of my buddies back in the day. Like, what are y'all doing?
You need to get with God, bro.
Groupthink. Golly.
Yeah. Somebody else said, now I see why Michael Myers chased her all those years. You gotta look that photo up, man. She definitely did have the McGuffies out.
Now that she's in like the grandma territory, I think it's working.
Silver hair,
Yeah.
it's working for her, bro.
very guilty.
Working for her. And last thing.